She would definitely challenge that foreign youth tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua was in his small courtyard, admiring the scenery, with Yuan Lingdan, Sima Fengyun, and Shangguan Miao by his side. Yin Zirua turned to look at them. The scenery was beautiful, and each of these ladies was equally captivating. At that moment, Chicai walked over. Tomorrow, Huangfu Yeye will come to visit you and have a match. She's already sent word. My master asked me to inform you. Hearing Chicai's words, Yin Zirua was speechless. Am I here at Tianguan sect just to put up a sign and fight? The heavenly ranking competition hasn't even started, and people keep coming to challenge me. Yin Zirua complained helplessly. Shangguan Miao couldn't help but laugh, and even Sima Fengyun couldn't suppress a smile. Yin Zirua complained, and Shangguan Miao couldn't help but laugh, as did Sima Fengyun. It just proves your charm. Yuan Lingdan commented. Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan. I ask you, why are you still here? Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan. He hadn't seen her for the past 2 days. This clever girl, what was she up to? Am I in your way? Yuan Lingdan shot Yin Zirua a sharp look with her phoenix-like eyes. Yin Zirua looked at her, his gaze sharp, knowing she had brought him no shortage of trouble. I will participate in the heavenly list competition with you, Yuan Lingdan said firmly, her whole body radiating a spiritual aura. Yin Zirua looked at her, unsure of her background, but sensing her strong aura. He had never been able to see through her, so he didn't know what her intentions were in staying here. She had given him the bone, but what was she waiting for? The first time they met, she was stealing bird eggs. The second time, she was stealing herbs, and now, she had given him a bone. She was a mystery. Ding. Detecting the host's great doubts, a task is issued. Uncover Yuan Lingdan's identity and origin. Reward, 1 million villain points. Hearing the reward of points, Yin Zirua was shocked. What kind of identity and origin did this little girl have to warrant a reward of 1 million points? Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan, his eyes sharp, as if trying to see through her. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Lingdan stepped back, feeling that Yin Zirua's gaze earlier had been unusual. Chapter 389, Early Morning Visit, a Showdown. Her gaze was as sharp as that of a predator sizing up its prey. Yin Zirua gave a casual smile, looking around at the scenery. The myriad mountains and rivers are full of emotion, and every breeze carries the charm of a landscape, she said, leaving the other women puzzled. It's dinner time. Come on, let's go eat, Yuan Lingdan chimed in. Her stomach was growling, and she couldn't help but urge everyone. Yin Zirua was speechless. What kind of divine beast had she brought with her? Shangguan Miao and Sima Fengyun exchanged a glance, equally impressed by this little girl. She never seemed interested in anything except being the first to eat. At the dinner table, Shangguan too and the others were already seated. Young friend, you defeated the Ouyang family today. That's quite a feat. Even I can't fathom your abilities, Shangguan Tu said, genuinely admiring Yin Zirua's skills, which he felt inferior to. Master Shangguan, you flatter me. I merely gave it my all. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Yuan Lingdan was the happiest, her little mouth smeared with oil. Seeing her like this, Yin Zirua was curious. Whose little ancestor was this, so greedy for food and fun? But with a reward of 1 million points, it was clear this little girl wasn't ordinary. Yin Zirua continued eating, unhurried. As long as this little girl stayed by her side, she would find a way to uncover her identity. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, and Sima Fengyun had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. She helped Yin Zirua undress and bathe, truly acting like a maid. You've become much more obedient than before, Yin Zirua teased. Sima Fengyun shot him a glare, but it was full of charm, capturing Yin Zirua's attention. Yin Zirua looked at her, his gaze filled with multiple meanings. You should rest. I'm leaving, Sima Fengyun fled in panic. For a moment, she felt like she was frozen, barely able to move. But he hadn't used any immobilizing technique on her. What's wrong with me? Sima Fengyun looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed like a cooked shrimp. No, I can't lose myself. That man is a scoundrel. I must keep my composure. I won't submit to him. Sima Fengyun kept repeating this to herself, but the night was restless, and she couldn't fall asleep. In another room, Shangguan Miao thought about Yin Zirua's demeanor and Yuan Lingdan's mischievousness. Comparing herself, just watching them made her feel distant. That night, many people struggled to sleep. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua slept soundly, unaware of how many people were dreaming of him, missing him. The next morning, the sun was bright and clear. Yin Zirua was half asleep when he heard someone calling him. Young Master Yin, Master Shangguan invites you to the main hall. Yin Zirua, still drowsy, mistook the person beside him for his wife. He reached out and pulled the person into his arms. Sima Fengyun, who was standing by, was stunned. She had never been this close to a man in her life. Yin Zirua, still half asleep, thought he was holding his wife and didn't care. Sima Fengyun was conflicted. She wanted to break free, but the man's aura around her left her flustered. Looking at the drowsy Yin Zirua, she felt a mix of anger and confusion. Was he pretending to be asleep on purpose? But she wasn't unattractive, was she? Sima Fengyun quickly shook off these chaotic thoughts. Yin Zirua, meanwhile, remained half asleep. In the main hall, Shangguan Miao had been waiting for a while. "Father, I'll go check on young Master Yin," she said. Shangguan too nodded, as waiting for so long was a bit excessive. Shangguan Miao rushed to Yin Zirua's room, and what she saw left her stunned. Sima Fengyun, still in a daze, saw Shangguan Miao at the door and panicked. It's not what it looks like. Young Master Yin hasn't woken up yet. He mistook me for someone else. Miss Shangguan, please don't misunderstand." Sima Fengyun was amazed at herself for coming up with such an explanation. Moreover, she was impressed by Shangguan Miao's gaze. Who did she have to fall for but this man? At that moment, Yin Zirua was awakened by the commotion. Seeing the two girls standing at his door, he said, "You're calling me so early?" Yin Zirua was exasperated. Did these people not let him sleep in peace? "I haven't even slept enough. Disturbing my beauty sleep, I'll make them pay." Yin Zirua grumbled as he got up, his mind racing with complaints. "Young Master Yin, my father invites you to come over." "He's been waiting for half an hour," Shangguan Miao said. Yin Zirua yawned. "Fengyun, help me get dressed," he said. Sima Fengyun quickly helped him wash and dress, becoming more and more like a proper maid. After getting ready, Yin Zirua took Sima Fengyun to the main hall. As soon as they arrived, they heard a hearty laugh. "Haha, I heard Sima Fengyun was captured and lost a bet to become a maid. It seems she's really acting like one, quite obedient." Hearing Huangfu Yaoyue's words, Sima Fengyun was furious. "Huangfu Yaoyue, you didn't beat me last year. What are you so proud of?" Sima Fengyun had her own temper and wouldn't let anyone bully her. "You've already been taken as a maid, yet your temper is still strong. The young lady of the Sima family, a genius of her generation. This outsider, you should discipline her well." Hearing this, Yin Zirua couldn't help but laugh. "You came to challenge me so early. I should teach you a lesson. If you lose, you'll be my maid, just like her. Do you dare?" Hearing Su Tianyu's words, Huangfu Yaoyue crossed her arms, her chest heaving. "Why wouldn't I dare? Even if I lose, my skills are top-notch." Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Sima Fengyun nearly fainted. Huangfu Yaoyue was known for her free-spirited nature and special fondness for women, boasting of her exceptional skills. This reputation had spread throughout the Star Domain, much to the distress of Huangfu's elders. They would be grateful if any talented young man could defeat and tame Huangfu Yaoyue. The group arrived at the arena, where Huangfu Yaoyue wielded a red greatsword, her aura blazing with battle fervor. "Huangfu Yaoyue, request your guidance." Her upper god third-rank aura exploded, and the power of wind swept through the arena. Her greatsword was imbued with wind attribute energy, and just standing there, her powerful presence made it hard to open one's eyes. "I've heard you're strong. I won't hold back. Block my ultimate move, and you win." 13 Blood Moon Slash. Chapter 390, 13 Swords, All Broken. Huangfu Yaoyue charged forward with her blade, the great sword carrying a murderous aura, sweeping and unrestrained. Yin Zirua summoned the Sui Xian Rui ruler, and the aura of a second-grade upper god erupted. She directly met the attack head-on. Clang! Two mighty divine forces clashed, causing waves within a radius of 1 mile. Such pure divine power. The young lady of the Huangfu family has infused her killing intent into her divine power, creating a unique aura of her own. Very impressive. Shangguan too praised. Dad, is she really that strong? Shangguan Miao retorted, the first time she had ever heard her father speak so highly of someone. Miaoer, Huangfu Yaoyue is very clear and persistent in her path. What about you? Have you made any progress in your recent cultivation? In this aspect, you can't compare to her. Hearing her father say this, Shangguan Miao could only pout, but she had to admit that Huangfu Yaoyue's aura was indeed formidable, and she was no match. Yin Zirua was shocked. The woman before her had merged her will with her blade, embodying her own path. If she were to break through to the true god realm, she would be an extremely powerful true god. So strong. Yin Zirua retreated 3 steps, and Huangfu Yaoyue also retreated 3 steps. You're strong too. Seeing that Yin Zirua could withstand her strike, Huangfu Yaoyue was exhilarated and began gathering energy for her second move. The second blood blade materialized, even stronger than the first. A powerful gust of wind accompanied her swing, and Yin Zirua, watching this blade, gathered divine power in her hand, with the Sui Xian Rui ruler standing before her. Boom! The great blade swept past, and the arena instantly collapsed. Yin Zirua stood within, withstanding the second strike. Haha, interesting. Boom, boom, boom. 12 blades were consecutively swung, and Yin Zirua managed to block them all with her formidable physique. The collision of their divine powers sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy. 13 blades. Huangfu Yaoyue poured all her mental strength into this one strike, concentrating all her divine power and focus without any distractions. Such focus was even admired by Yin Zirua. Void-devouring divine technique. Yin Zirua activated it, and a black domain formed, absorbing the strike. The divine power and intent of the blade were completely devoured. Huangfu Yaoyue sensed something was wrong. What technique is this? I can't break through it? Huangfu Yaoyue gazed at the black void, feeling as if her soul could be sucked in. She quickly retreated, and her 13th blade was thus broken. Huangfu Yaoyue had thought she could break through no matter what, but facing this black void, she truly had no confidence. Retreating to the edge of the arena, she looked at Yin Zirua with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. You're very strong. You've withstood all my moves. No wonder so many geniuses have fallen. Huangfu Yaoyue looked at Yin Zirua, realizing she had no more moves to use. I concede. Huangfu Yaoyue looked at Yin Zirua, then at Sima Fengyan. Well, it seems I'll be sharing Fengyan Mei's fate now, she said, standing beside Sima Fengyan. One gentle, one fiery, what a beautiful pair of ladies. Yin Zirua smirked with satisfaction. This battle was quite worthwhile. Yin Zirua felt he had gained something from it. With 2 beautiful women serving him, it was a delightful thought. Yin Xiao has won again. Shangguan Miao was genuinely happy for Yin Zirua. Shangguan too watched Yin Zirua, once again seeing that black technique, and his heart stirred with desire. If he could obtain that divine technique, he would leap to the top. No matter who it is, the desire to become stronger is always present. Shangguan too shifted his gaze to Shangguan Miao, thinking that if his daughter could learn it, he might have a chance too. Young Master Yin, you truly have remarkable skills. Shangguan too praised. Yin Zirua nodded slightly to Shangguan too, having noticed the old man's flickering gaze through his temporal vision. The old man was finally unable to contain himself. That greedy look would be the root of all evil. After the battle, the group had lunch. Meanwhile, in Hongwu City, rumors were spreading. After Miss Shangguan Miao's defeat, the Sima, Ouyang, and Huangfu families have also fallen. 4 of the 8 major powers have been defeated, leaving 4. This outsider, Miao Zi, has stirred up quite a storm here. The remaining 4 major powers, I wonder if they can hold their ground. It's hard to say. The 8 major powers are constantly at odds. Whoever defeats this outsider would step on several major powers. But if the challenge continues and all 8 major powers are defeated, it would be a huge embarrassment. In the inn, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Hongwu City had never been so lively. Hearing these words, Huangfu Yaoyue's father, Huangfu Longxi, was utterly dismayed. His arrogant daughter had been taken as a maid, and he, as a father, didn't know where to put his face. Ah, Yuer, why won't you listen? Now she's been taken as a maid. Huangfu Longxi was feeling deeply dejected. At that moment, a group arrived at the door, looking like they had just arrived. Uncle Huangfu, what a surprise to see you here. This humble one, Dongfang Bubi, pays his respects. Seeing this young man, Huangfu Longxi smiled faintly. He was the one who had pursued his daughter the most diligently and was someone he had high hopes for. Ah, it's you, Bubi. Where's your father? As Huangfu Longxi asked, a middle-aged man appeared behind him. With a divine aura of the 5th grade true god, he strode forward with a bold demeanor. Brother Longxi, it took me a while to find you. My son has been eager to meet your daughter. Where is Yaoyue? Dongfang Shueyue, a 5th grade true god, was fair-skinned and handsome, known as a beauty among men. His son, Dongfang Bubi, was also a strikingly handsome man. The father and son were a stunning sight wherever they went. My daughter, always so competitive, has been defeated by that outsider boy. Huangfu Longxi said helplessly. He had warned his daughter to be careful, but she was still defeated. It was truly hard to accept. Someone has defeated Yaoyue's 13 blood moon slash? Last time, I only won by a narrow margin. This person must be incredibly strong. I want to challenge him. The younger generation always has a competitive spirit. Young and spirited, they naturally want to compete for supremacy. Dongfang Shuiyue looked at his son and knew that since being beaten by Huangfu Yaoyue, the young man had fallen for her. He had been diligently cultivating just to meet Huangfu Yaoyue again. Although he had won by half a move last time, it wasn't a true victory. Now that Huangfu Yaoyue had been defeated by someone else, Dongfang Bubi wanted to prove his own strength. Chapter 391. The Demon Sect's Uprising, Blood Spattered 3 Feet. Defeating this person, it would not only enhance his reputation, but also prove his superiority in front of Huangfu Yaoyue. It was truly a win-win situation. Striving for excellence is a good thing, but you must be cautious in all matters, Dongfang Shuiyue advised, feeling somewhat reassured by his son's meticulous nature. I've heard that Miao Zi has an incredibly fast and Gei de Sunfa, as well as a divine skill that resembles a black hole, capable of swallowing the strongest attacks, and a spatial spell that can immobilize people. Each of these abilities is extremely powerful, even deities would struggle to resist them. Young Master Bubi, you must be extra careful. Hearing Huangfu Longxi's words, Dongfang Bubi nodded. In the afternoon, Yin Zirua was admiring the scenery in the courtyard when another beauty appeared behind him. This woman was strikingly beautiful, with a bold and straightforward demeanor that even made him, a man, feel somewhat inferior. Yin Zirua looked at Huangfu Yaoyue. I say, can you stop staring at Sima Fengyan? Even my maids should behave themselves. Yin Zirua looked at Huangfu Yaoyue, feeling a bit regretful for having kept this girl around. I'm just looking. It's not like I'm losing any flesh. Don't you like it? If you don't, I can show you too. As she spoke, Huangfu Yaoyue pulled at her clothes and stepped forward. Yin Zirua was stunned for the first time by such a strong-willed woman. Stop. As a lady, how can you behave like this? Shangguan Miao couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, as this was Tianguan Zong, and it was improper for men and women to be undressed like this. Shangguan Miao stood in the middle, unable to bear looking at Huangfu Yaoyue's behavior. Yin Zirua gazed at the innocent young girl and couldn't help but find her delightfully naive and carefree. Haha, I was just teasing you. I even went swimming in the river like this. What's the big deal? So many rules, Don't you find them tiring? Hearing her words, the others exchanged glances and felt that what she said made sense. Yin Zirua looked at this lively troublemaker. He wasn't afraid of her unrestrained behavior, but the thought of the people around him being influenced by her was terrifying. Shangguan Miao was clever and adorable. Sima Fengyun was charming and gentle, while Huangfu Yaoyue was open-minded, unrestrained, and unique, making her quite unpredictable. Yin Zirua looked around him and realized he had quite the collection of beauties. Thousands of miles away, at the border of the Xianxia star domain. Reporting to the sect leader, the foreign Miao Zi has displayed great power in Hongwu City, with movements and techniques similar to the one who killed the young master. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Bai Yang's expression turned sharp. His son had been killed at the edge of the outer domain. He had dispatched 1,000 disciples to find the killer of his son. Now that there was news, he naturally wouldn't let this Miao Zi off. Issue the Death God order. Inform our people to head to Hongwu City. I want that Miao Zi to pay with blood. Bai Yang's voice echoed like it came from the depths of the abyss, unrelenting. The entire Bai Yang demon sect, with thousands of disciples, began to converge on Hongwu City from all directions. It was certain that the grand event in Hongwu City would become even more lively. At night, Sima Fengyun assisted Yin Zirua in undressing, her movements smooth and practiced. Yin Zirua was thoroughly enjoying this, feeling truly pampered. Huangfu Yaoyue, watching this scene, couldn't help but marvel. This is quite amusing. The young lady of the Sima family, serving a man by undressing him. If people outside found out, they'd laugh their heads off. Huangfu Yaoyue stood by, laughing heartily, clearly enjoying herself. Stop laughing there as a maid. Come over and massage my legs. Yin Zirua looked at Huangfu Yaoyue, his eyes filled with amusement. Huangfu Yaoyue looked at Yin Zirua. Want me to massage your legs? You'd better hope your body can handle it. Saying this, she rubbed her hands and began to massage Yin Zirua's legs, her palms striking with the force of 1,000 pounds. Yin Zirua slightly frowned. His body had been strengthened multiple times, but even so, the impact was substantial. However, he could handle it. Keep going, until I fall asleep. With that, Yin Zirua closed his eyes and began to sleep. Huangfu Yaoyue, though resentful, had to follow his orders and continued to massage him. In the dead of night, shadows slithered, and 1,000 figures infiltrated Tianguanzong, each exuding intense killing intent, their menacing presence resembling that of demons. Everyone, move quickly. Our master has tasked us, the 10 of us, to kill that Miao Zi surnamed Yin, and has bestowed us with powerful treasures. Whoever kills that Miao Zi will inherit the demon sect. Give it your all. The leader was the eldest disciple, Xuerun, a notorious bloodthirsty figure who held the title of the foremost killer of the borderlands. Despite his young age, he had already reached the upper deity level, making him a formidable force. At this moment, 9 other groups of disciples were launching simultaneous invasions, each led by a leader at the upper deity level 3P. Accompanying them were 1,000 disciples, all at the upper deity level 2P or 3P. The Bai Yang demon sect truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest bandit group. Meanwhile, Bai Yang directly went to find Shangguan Tuesday. As long as he could suppress Shangguan Tu, his disciples would be able to wreak havoc in Tianguanzong. Intruders detected. Tianguanzong's disciples discovered the enemy, but before they could sound the alarm, they were killed by a swift throat slash. Damn it! I told you to move quickly, hurry up. The second disciple, Qi Yi, with a menacing scar on his face, spoke with a menacing tone. And those who followed him were equally greedy and bloodthirsty. Yes. 100 figures rushed in through the gap in the formation, mercilessly killing anyone they encountered, blood spattering 3 feet. Tianguanzong was suddenly attacked, with hundreds killed instantly, and the number continued to rise. As the eldest disciple of Tianguanzong, Qi sensed the danger and drew her sword to confront several invaders. These enemies were all at the upper deity level of 2 Phen or 1 Phen, ruthless and merciless in their attacks. She saw many Tianguanzong disciples defeat their opponents, only for those enemies to die while taking a Tianguanzong disciple with them. It was brutal and cruel, with the entire Tianguanzong plunged into chaos. Qicai approached, encountering a powerful presence. Upper Deity Level 3. Qicai looked at the one-eyed man before her, her eyes sharp. This man's aura was stronger than hers, and the treasure in his hand emitted a powerful energy. Who are you, to dare invade Tianguanzong? Seeing Qicai, the man was momentarily stunned. Never thought Tianguanzong had such a remarkable woman. I, Old Third, Ba Dao, have taken a liking to you. Be my woman. He swung his treasure, exerting immense pressure. Arrogant. Qicai swung her sword to counter, and the two clashed, their divine power fluctuating endlessly. The entire Tianguanzong was engulfed in battle, with flames spreading everywhere. Chapter 392. Masters emerge, each formidable. At this moment, Yin Zirua, who had been sleeping, was also awakened by the commotion. What's all this noise? What is Tianguan sect up to? Yin Zirua opened her eyes, only to see a group of people approaching the door. The leader of the group was a third-rank upper god. Are you Yin Zirua? The man had a fierce countenance, with a deep scar across his chest, indicating a life spent on the edge of a blade. Yin Zirua glanced at him. Huh, when did I become so famous? Yin Zirua looked at the man in front of her, summoning her spirit-controlling ruler. I am Yami, the fourth disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. Today, I come to slay you. Ah! Yami roared, unleashing the aura of a third-rank upper god, his secret treasure spinning with a powerful radiance. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. If you want to fight my master, you'll have to ask me first. Huangfu Yaoyue wielded a blood-red greatsword and slashed down. Clang! Huangfu Yaoyue's aura as a third-rank upper god erupted instantly. Her strength was formidable, even stronger than Yanmi's, but the secret treasure in Yanmi's hand leveled the playing field. Haha! Huangfu Yaoyue of the Huangfu family, a genius among women. Today, I will subdue you and take you back with me. Yami was confident, as the secret treasure he wielded was a prized possession of his master. He believed he could capture this girl today. If you want to take me, I'll cut off your... Hearing Huangfu Yaoyue's words, Yami was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Interesting. Such a fiery woman is even more to my liking. The two fought from inside the room to outside, from the ground to the sky. Yin Zirua stood by, observing the dozens of people, all second-rank upper gods. The power of the Baiyang demon sect was indeed formidable. Such strength would be hard for Tianguan's sect to match. Kill him, and the sect leader will reward us. Someone shouted from behind, and the dozens of men charged forward. Just as Yin Zirua was about to act, another voice rang out. What's all this noise? It's driving me crazy. Yuan Lingdan stormed out with her small eyes narrowed, looking as if she had been wronged greatly. Yin Zirua took a step back. It was best not to provoke a girl in such a mood. Even breathing could be seen as a mistake. Where did this little girl come from? She's quite cute. Take her. The dozens of second-rank upper gods charged forward, their faces filled with lust and greed. Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan, unafraid. He decided to watch, as he hadn't yet seen this little girl in action. Yuan Lingdan's right eye glowed with ancient runes, exuding a mysterious aura. A powerful force manifested in her palm. A bunch of annoying mosquitoes. Slap, slap, slap. Yuan Lingdan casually swung her hand, her movements chaotic, yet those seasoned warriors were like mere cabbages before her. One slap sent one flying. First-rank upper gods, second-rank upper gods, all were like vegetables on the ground, easily dispatched. The floor was littered with moaning men, their mouths twisted, blood spilling, and teeth scattered everywhere. Yin Zirua felt a chill run down his spine. Never provoke a woman when she's angry. Never. Yuan Lingdan turned to look at Yin Zirua, her gaze sharp. Why are you staring at me? Are you afraid of me? Yuan Lingdan's eyes, with their ancient runes, seemed to pierce through human nature. You are strong. Or rather, the power within you is immense. Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan. Though her cultivation level was not high, the sealed power within her was incredibly strong, beyond measure. Yuan Lingdan snorted coldly. If you want to watch, then watch. I don't even know the power within me. If you can figure it out, I'll thank you. Yuan Lingdan said nonchalantly, just as another group of people stormed in. Old 6, fourth brother, is fighting Huangfu Yaoe up there. Fifth brother, this is the room of Yin Miaozi. If we deal with her, the sect leader's position will be ours. The two men rushed in, their eyes sharp as they looked at Yin Zirua. Miaozi, are you Yin Zirua? The two men looked nearly identical, likely twin brothers. Behind them followed over 100 men, none below the first-rank upper god level. It was quite the impressive force. Indeed. Yin Zirua stood there, unafraid, knowing that numbers did not guarantee victory. They were all mere clowns. I am Ichin, the fifth disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. And I am Urju, the sixth disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. We challenge you. The brothers charged forward together, their auras as first-rank upper gods formidable. Yin Zirua stood firm, divine energy surging within him. How dare you touch a guest of the Shangguan family? Unforgivable. Shangguan Miao rushed over. How dare you lay a hand on young Master Yin? Take this. Sima Fengyun also charged over. Shangguan Miao, mischievous and beloved by Shangguan II, wielded countless treasures. Sima Fengyun's aura as a third-rank upper god erupted, even stronger than before. The remaining 100 or so men looked at Yin Zirua and charged forward. Yuan Lingdan struck again, her slaps echoing throughout the room. Yin Zirua stood still, yet he hadn't even had a chance to act. Yin Zirua sat down to drink tea, watching the various battle circles around him, feeling quite at ease. Meanwhile, the flames of war had engulfed nearly 8/10 of Tingguan's sect. The disciples of Tingguan's sect were suffering heavy casualties, with most injured, and the sect was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, 3 powerful auras approached, each a third-rank upper god, their strength formidable. I am Jiangyang, the 7th disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. I am Pingchuan, the 8th disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. And I am Qinjin, the 9th disciple of the Baiyang demon sect. The 3 introduced themselves, each wielding powerful secret treasures. Yin Zirua looked at the 3. So, you 3 intend to attack together? Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed with a different light as he looked at them. It doesn't matter how many there are. What matters is who wins. Brothers, charge. Finish this quickly. Great wind palm. Jiangyang shouted, his hand glowing, and the other 2 followed suit. 13 stabs. Pingchuan wielded his dagger. 11 chain kick. Qinjin executed a powerful kick. Yin Zirua held the spirit-controlling ruler, his feet moving swiftly. Come. With the golden rock step, he moved with incredible speed, weaving through the 3. The spirit-controlling ruler changed size at will, blocking the 13 stabs, sparks flying. Yin Zirua swung the ruler, forcing the man back. How is this possible? A second-rank upper god with such remarkable combat ability. Pingchuan's eyes sharpened, surprised by Yin Zirua's performance. Chapter 393. The sky is ablaze. The killing intent is thick. The sound of breaking wind echoed as Yin Zirua countered with a kick, foot against leg, leg against foot, a continuous exchange of blows. With a single kick, he sent Qinjin stumbling back a few steps. Physically stronger individuals had the upper hand in this confrontation. Facing the open palm head-on, Yin Zirua responded with a palm strike of his own. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Jiangyang quickly retreated, his chest heaving with surging blood, as he had full confidence in his palm technique. Yet, before Yin Zirua, his skills were no match. The 3 of them retreated, only to charge forward again. Yin Zirua's speed was astonishingly fast, and despite their full-force attacks, the 3 couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. This guy's movement techniques are eerie. We can't let him go like this. Let's use our secret treasures to deal with him. 8 trigrams dragon soaring umbrella. Jiang Yang summoned his treasured weapon, which emitted a low dragon's roar, exuding an aura of dominance. It was clear that this treasure had been forged with the addition of dragon bones or blood, granting it such power. Yanzirua's eyes sharpened as he gazed at the object. With lightning coursing through his hands, he transferred the refined lightning power into his Xianxia ruler. Break it for me. Facing the dragon aura of the 8 trigrams dragon soaring umbrella, Yanzirua used his lightning power to counter. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of a second-grade upper god's divine power against a third-grade upper god's divine power left Jiang Yang feeling extremely arrogant, believing victory was within his grasp. The next moment, the overwhelming power of the thunder directly shattered his treasure, piercing through his 8 trigrams dragon-soaring umbrella. My precious treasure. This was a secret gift from my master. Seeing 2 dark holes in the 8 trigrams dragon-soaring umbrella, Jiang Yang's heart ached terribly. Each of the 10 disciples had been given a treasure by their master to help them slay Yanzirua. If this battle ended, there was a high chance these treasures would be taken back. With damage to his treasure, Jiang Yang would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Thinking of the possible consequences, Jiang Yang's heart filled with fear. Damn you! Miao Zi, you dare destroy my treasure. Jiang Yang was enraged, gathering terrifying divine power in his hands, ready to fight to the death. Trash, Yanzirua said nonchalantly, not even raising an eyebrow. Such trash wasn't worth his attention. Watch my palm technique. Jiang Yang swung his palm toward Yanzirua. Yanzirua countered with a palm strike of his own. The moment their palms collided, a shockwave of divine power spread, reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Seventh brother can't handle this Miao Zi. Let's join forces to suppress him. We must complete the sect leader's orders, Ping Chuan said, pulling out his black venom dragon dagger, which was imbued with deadly poison and sealing power. It was an extremely sinister treasure. While Yanzirua and Jiang Yang were engaged in a heated battle, Ping Chuan seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. A smirk formed on Yanzirua's lips. Sneaking an attack at this moment? Bold indeed. With a slight shift of his body, Yanzirua dodged the attack and kicked Ping Chuan away. Pooh! Ping Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his venom dragon dagger falling from his hand. Yanzirua grabbed the dagger and turned to stab it into Qinjin's leg. Ah! My leg! My leg! Qinjin screamed in agony. The venom dragon dagger's poison caused rapid decay, and his leg began to rot. Ninth brother. Ping Chuan quickly retrieved the dagger and, with a swift motion, severed Qinjin's leg. Yanzirua wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. He swung his Xianxia ruler toward them. Qinjin, using all his strength, summoned the Hanyang Golden Bell Barrier, protecting the 3 of them inside. Yanzirua's ruler struck the Hanyang Golden Bell Barrier, and the energy wave sent him flying backward. Yanzirua retreated, hovering in midair. Did these 3 really think they were safe just by hiding inside a Golden Bell Barrier? Yanzirua thought of the 3 powers he had fused: the purest destructive force, lightning power, fire power, and Huangfu Yu's blade intent. Each possessed absolute destructive power. Ding! Detecting host's intent, initiating skill fusion. Lightning, fire, blade intent. Skill fusion successful. Absolute killing move, Thunderflame Slash. Power increased by 30%. Yanzirua smirked. This skill was now his. Thunderflame Slash. Break it for me. A thunderous dragon roared, flames coiling around it, the killing intent piercing through everything. Roar. The thunder dragon roared, shaking the heavens and earth, crashing directly into the Hanyang Golden Bell Barrier. It's useless. This is a secret treasure. Even a full power strike from a true god-level expert might not be able to break it. Ping Chuan boasted, but before he could finish his sentence, crack, a crisp sound echoed, and the 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. How is this possible? Crack. The Hanyang Golden Bell Barrier shattered instantly. The 3 were all injured, and Yanzirua swiftly moved in to finish them off without mercy. These men had been ruthless, and leaving them alive would only bring future trouble. Meanwhile, battles across the city were reaching their climax, with flames lighting up half the sky. The entire Hongwu city was engulfed in the scent of war. Yin Zirua looked at the other battlefields. The Tianguan sect's counterattack had begun to show some effect. Without the support of these powerful third-grade upper gods, the remaining second-grade and first-grade upper gods were easier to suppress. Receiving an urgent call from the Tianguan sect, disciples from outside rushed back to reinforce the sect. The central forces received significant reinforcements, and the tide of the battle began to shift in their favor. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Shangguan Tu faced the man before him. A fine move by the demon sect, coming to cause trouble at my Tianguan sect. Shangguan Tu's position was sealed by a secret treasure. It was all the work of Bai Yang, the leader of the demon sect, who stood before him. The two were of similar strength, and the outcome would depend on whose treasures were superior. Shangguan Tu, despite his deep family background, knew that Bai Yang, who had been pillaging and plundering everywhere, also had considerable resources. Shangguan Tu, I don't mean any offense. I just want one person from you. Bai Yang's eyes were sharp as he looked at Shangguan Tuesday. He had only one son, Bai Yu, and now that his son was dead, he wanted revenge, even if it cost him everything. That young man is even beyond my ability to handle. I advise you to save your efforts, Shangguan Tu said calmly, all the while searching for a way to escape. He didn't know where Bai Yang had acquired his treasure, but it had sealed the surrounding spiritual energy, and it would take some time to break free. However, Shangguan Tu had confidence in his disciples and in Yin Zirua. That Miao Zi's true strength was far from what had been shown. This was a grand spectacle, an intriguing drama. The changes at the Tianguan sect had also alarmed the people of Hongwu City, but no one intervened. After all, this was a family affair. If the Tianguan sect couldn't handle it themselves, they didn't deserve to be considered a major force. Chapter 394, Mysterious Technique, Extraordinary Origin. Yin Zirua gathered the damaged 8-trigram soaring dragon umbrella, the venomous dragon dagger, and the broken Hanyang golden bell barrier together. Ding! Detecting the host's intention, initiating technology fusion. New secret treasure, venomous spike golden bell barrier. Capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a true god. When attacked, venomous spikes will emerge to counter and protect. Hearing such effects, Yin Zirua was quite satisfied. The 10th disciple of the Baiyang demon sect, Yao Juhong. I come to seek guidance. A red figure appeared, a woman with a unique charm, not from this star domain. Her attire was full of exotic flair, and her appearance was as enchanting as a siren. At first glance, Yin Zirua decided that he would take this girl as his maid. In her hand was a uniquely shaped red blade, with divine energy flowing through it. A fine treasure indeed. I can't bring myself to be harsh with a lady. So, if you lose, you'll become my maid. How about it? Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Yao Juhong raised an eyebrow. If you can defeat me, do as you please. Divine Blade 9 Slaughters. First form, Love at First Sight. The red blade stabbed forward mysteriously, imbued with deep affection, quite different from mere killing intent. This blade sensation pierced the soul directly. Yin Zirua brandished his free will sword, clashing with the red blade, causing divine energy ripples to spread endlessly. A third-rank upper god versus a second-rank upper god. The scene was tumultuous. Love at first sight carried an unusual energy that pressed against the heart, making it flutter. Yin Zirua rubbed his chest but found no injury, only an odd feeling he couldn't quite grasp. This technique was truly bizarre. Yin Zirua was on high alert. Miss, your technique is truly wondrous. May I ask which domain you hail from? Yin Zirua looked at the girl before him. This technique was unheard of and utterly strange. I've lost my memory, I don't remember. Second form, Shared Sorrow. Yao Juhong swung her red blade, but this blade energy was different from before. It carried no killing intent, only a lingering, blade-like aura that grazed the skin, causing stinging pain. Yin Zirua wielded his Theishin Richu to block the strike. the divine energy erupting with a blade intent that raked across his skin, leaving him feeling extremely peculiar. Good blade energy. Yin Zirua retreated 3 steps, rubbing his skin. The stinging pain was unbearable. Such a technique was unheard of. Yin Zirua looked at the girl. She was extraordinary. Ding. Triggering quest. The last maiden of a mysterious race. Unravel the star domain mystery. Reward. 10 million points. Yin Zirua was stunned. The girl's extraordinary background could yield such a reward, implying it would be quite challenging. But this technique made him ache all over. How could he fight like this? Third move. Deep as the sea. The red blade swung with rolling heat, like lovers in a passionate embrace, burning with fervor. The wave of heat enveloped Yin Zirua in an instant. He swung his Theishin Ruyi Chi rapidly, divine energy rippling around him as he tried to disperse the searing heat, but to no avail. He tried to dispel the heat but couldn't. The scorching air surrounded him, unbearable, making Yin Zirua even consider taking off his clothes. He quickly retreated, looking at the girl, his blood boiling, the power stirring his primal instincts. Yin Zirua hadn't been tempted by beauty in a long time, and today, facing such a stunning girl, his heart was already unsettled. Stimulated by these forces, his primal nature was even harder to suppress. This technique is too bizarre. Yin Zirua quickly retreated. Anyone with unstable willpower would have already lost their fighting spirit, becoming a simpering admirer. Yin Zirua looked at the woman. He had to defeat this girl and teach her a lesson. He wielded his Theishin Ruyi Chi defensively, spinning within the heat before finally managing to escape its confines. Now, Yin Zirua's face was flushed, his blood boiling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Fourth move, love and hate entwined. The crimson blade struck, intertwining with Yin Zirua's Theishin Ruyi Chi, at once harmonious and at once deadly. Yin Zirua countered all the moves, sparks flying, his gaze on the girl gradually changing, perhaps influenced by the blade's aura. Fifth move, indescribable. The red blade's energy reversed, an unusual divine energy wave spreading. The blade swung toward him, and Yin Zirua blocked it with his Theishin Ruyi Chi, the clash ringing out. Their figures crossed rapidly, Yin Zirua looking at the girl before him, his expression unpredictable. Divine energy waves spread around them. To outsiders, it seemed Yin Zirua was in the lead, but in reality, he could feel his divine energy slipping out of control. If he endured all 9 moves, he would likely lose control of his divine energy. Can't let you continue your technique? Yin Zirua's gaze sharpened. He had to stop the girl's moves. Sixth move, bold love, bold hate. Yao Juhong's gaze sharpened, unleashing a continuous torrent of blade intent. The killing intent was intense, yet the affection lingered. Yin Zirua suppressed his chaotic divine energy while countering these moves, already at his limit, his divine energy starting to spiral out of control. Yin Zirua gritted his teeth, looking at the exotic girl before him, thinking of the saying, "A gentle haven is a hero's grave." Seventh move, hatred born of love. The thick warmth instantly turned into icy killing intent. The previous warmth was now as cold as ice. The flying blade wasn't terrifying. The body was scorching, the surroundings freezing, the sensations ambiguous and hard to grasp. Yin Zirua's blood surged, and he swung his free-hearted and Ruyi Chi to block the incoming blade. But he was about to collapse. This mysterious technique is truly extraordinary. Yin Zirua's eyes shone with a different light. All along, he had faced killing techniques. Such a technique that stirred one's emotions and caused divine energy chaos was a first. The final move of the 9 slaughters could make one's divine energy spiral out of control, leading to self-destruction. Ding! Detecting host's divine energy dispersal, recommending calming soul pill, 200,000 points. Hearing this enthusiastic recommendation, Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. Exchange. A jade bottle appeared in Yin Zirua's hand. He swallowed the pill. His complexion improved significantly. Yao Juhong's expression changed slightly. This was the first man who had endured 7 moves under her technique and still looked so calm. 8th move. Until death do us part. Yao Jiuhong's face reddened. It seemed this technique affected not only the enemy but also the attacker. Seeing this, Yin Zirua's gaze sharpened. He blocked the attack with his Sui Xian Rui ruler, Yao Jiuhong's face flushing with excitement. 9th move. Life and death together. This move condensed all of Yao Jiuhong's divine energy. Chapter 395. The battle rages on. Danger looms everywhere. Moreover, Yin Zirua had sensed that this technique was consuming life force, something mystical and profound. Yin Zirua brandished her free-hearted and Ruyi Chi, concentrating all her divine energy to withstand the attack. The collision of 2 mighty divine forces shook the surroundings, affecting even those within 100 meters. Both the demon sect disciples and the disciples of the heavenly official sect were caught in the shockwave, spitting out blood. Pooh! Even Yao Jiuhong was struck by the backlash of her own power, heavily injured and falling to the ground. Yin Zirua stood unharmed, and in that critical moment, she unleashed the void-devouring divine technique, instantly absorbing the rebounding powerful force. You've lost. From today onwards, you'll be my maid. Yao Jiuhong stared at Yin Zirua, her sharp gaze faltering as she struggled to gather her divine power, eventually passing out. Meanwhile, the other battlegrounds were also beginning to see outcomes. Yin Zirua sat on the ground, adjusting her breathing. The demon sect is truly arrogant. Do they think the heavenly official sect has no one? Shangguan too prepared to intervene, but was sealed within the hall by a powerful force. Shangguan too, what a show of dominance! Bai Yang stepped forward, wielding a secret treasure that suppressed the entire area. 2 mighty divine forces of the 5th level of true God erupted. Bold demon sect, how dare you slaughter my heavenly official sect disciples? Shangguan Tu's sharp gaze revealed his anger, as many disciples of the sect had been slain. The heavenly official sect's reputation was in tatters. I've slaughtered them, so what can you do about it? You dare shelter the murderer of my son, and now you'll face my wrath. Hearing this, Shangguan Tu's gaze sharpened. Your demon sect brought this upon yourselves. Your atrocities of burning, killing, and plundering have earned you a notorious reputation. Yin Xiaoyu killing your son was well-deserved. Bai Yang was furious at Shangguan Tu's words, his eyes rolling in anger. I've heard that the sect master of the heavenly official sect, Shangguan Tu, is quite skilled. Today, I'll see for myself. 2 5th-level true gods clashed within the sealed space, their divine power rippling continuously. Even though it was contained, the force was still awe-inspiring. The entire heavenly official sect was engulfed in flames, with palaces and halls ablaze. Everywhere, people were fighting, blood splattered, and corpses littered the ground. The situation was dire. Yin Zirua sat on the ground, regulating her breath. Several battlegrounds were also fiercely contested. Huangfu Ye's lips were stained with blood as she stared at her enemy, her fighting spirit burning. Haha, good, fight well. Let my blade intent grow even stronger. Huangfu Ye shouted, recklessly slashing down. Yami's sharp gaze revealed his concern. This woman's blade technique was utterly reckless. A woman like her was not to be trifled with, as she might cost you your life at any moment. You crazy woman. Truly reckless. Yami's expression showed a hint of fear, as he was heavily injured, and the woman before him wasn't faring much better, but he had already lost his courage. This woman, despite her grievous injuries, was still fighting to the death. She was a lunatic. A lunatic. Yin Zirua watched the two, estimating that Huangfu Ye would emerge victorious soon. Another battleground was also fiercely contested. You crazy woman. Truly reckless. Yami's expression showed a hint of fear, as he was heavily injured, and the woman before him wasn't faring much better, but he had already lost his courage. This woman, despite her grievous injuries, was still fighting to the death. She was a lunatic. A lunatic. Yin Zirua watched the two, estimating that Huangfu Ye would emerge victorious soon. Another battleground was also fiercely contested. What a fiery little girl. Shangguan, I'll capture you. Ichin's sharp gaze locked onto her, his sword slashing towards her. Shangguan Miao's lips were stained with blood, her gaze stubborn. To capture me, you'll need the skill to do so. Shangguan Miao, despite her lower realm, had an array of treasures at her disposal, and though injured, her combat power remained formidable. Sima Fengyun, with blood staining her lips, knelt on the ground, despising her opponent. Despicable, using secret treasures to harm others. If not for that secret treasure, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Might makes right. The secret treasure is mine, proving you've lost. Erju gloated, preparing to charge forward and capture Sima Fengyun. Little lady, you're mine now. Shangguan Miao threw a bracelet, which Sima Fengyun caught and infused with divine power, creating a golden halo that protected her. Erju's sword slash was repelled, and a powerful divine force ripple spread out. Several battles were nearing their conclusion when two figures flew in. Sky-breaking slash. Ba Dao unleashed his full power, and Chikai struggled to withstand the attack. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the figure rolled onto the ground, severely injured but with a look of unwillingness in her eyes. The heavenly official sect's top disciple isn't much, after all. Ba Dao's sharp gaze revealed his satisfaction as he looked at Chikai. Defeating the heavenly official sect's chief disciple was a matter of great pride. You've lost. Ba Dao swung his secret treasure, pressing down to suppress Chikai. To strike a girl so mercilessly, you're truly no gentleman. Yin Zirua swung her Thixin Ruyichi to block Ba Dao's attack. The clash of divine forces created continuous ripples. How dare you interfere with my attack? 6-kill ring blade. Attack? Ba Dao infused his divine power into his secret treasure, causing 6 weapons, a sword, spear, halberd, and more, to leap out. This secret treasure, consecrated through ritual, was immensely powerful. Yin Zirua, looking at these weapons, felt the aura of danger. Be careful. These weapons have strange attack patterns, hard to deal with. Chikai warned. Despite her disdain for Yin Zirua, she didn't want to see him get hurt while saving her. The weapons flew towards Yin Zirua, but halfway, they suddenly veered past him and headed straight for Chikai. Not good. Yin Zirua rushed to intercept, but it was too late, her golden rock steps pushing her speed to the limit. Swish. A sword slashed across Yin Zirua's arm, which was protecting Chikai. Chikai looked at him, her heart in turmoil. Seeing the other weapons closing in, she grew even more worried. Be careful. Chikai anxiously called out, as the other weapons closed in. Yin Zirua summoned the poison thorn golden bell cover, protecting both of them inside. Ding ding ding. The weapons relentlessly attacked, but were all repelled by the poison thorn golden bell cover. This brat actually has a secret treasure too. Damn it. I'll see how long you can defend. Attack. The sound of clashing weapons echoed outside, while inside, Yin Zirua's shoulder was drenched in blood, staining her clothes. She knelt on the ground, her face pale. Looking up, she saw Chikai before her, her clothes torn, with over a dozen wounds, bleeding profusely, on the verge of death. Yin Zirua removed her coat and draped it over Chikai. Chikai glanced at her disheveled state, her cheeks flushing slightly. Chapter 396, Successive Treasure Hunts. She had never had a good impression of men, having been shadowed by too many negative experiences with them since childhood. Therefore, she preferred to never trust men for the rest of her life. However, Yin Zirua was different. At first, this man was quite annoying, but now, upon closer inspection, he wasn't so bad after all. Thank you, Chitsai whispered softly. Ding. Gained Chitsai's admiration. Mission completed ahead of schedule. Reward, 500,000 villain points. Yin Zirua looked at Chitsai. This girl had contributed all her points, it seemed. Exchange for a bottle of divine energy recovery medicine. With a thought, the shop list appeared before him, showing various healing medicines ranging from 100,000 to 300,000 villain points. Yin Zerua exchanged for a 100,000-point healing medicine, just enough to ensure Chitsai's life was safe. Take this medicine first. It will keep you alive, Yin Zerua said, looking at Chitsai's pale face with some concern. Chitsai hesitated for a moment, but then swallowed the medicine. Her external injuries healed rapidly before their eyes, and her divine energy was restored significantly. From her near-death state earlier, she was now completely transformed. Chitsai looked at her body's changes and felt even more gratitude toward Yin Zerua. Thank you, Chitsai said gratefully. Now, she was completely convinced by Yin Zerua. The miraculous effects of the medicine only added to the mysterious aura surrounding him. You cowards hiding inside, come out and fight. Ba Dao was exhausted, but the golden bell cover of poison was too powerful. He couldn't harm them at all, and continuing like this was pointless. I'll go and deal with him. You focus on recovering, Yin Zerua said, not waiting for Chitsai's response before rushing out. Be careful, Chitsai murmured. She knew the battle wasn't over yet. She needed to quickly adjust her state to continue fighting. Outside, Ba Dao saw Yin Zerua and raised his greatsword. Finally, the coward comes out. Watch this. Heaven-shattering slash. Ba Dao roared, unleashing his upper-level god of war third-rank aura. Yin Zerua's gaze was sharp as he brandished his Thlishin Ruichi and charged forward, his upper-level god of war second-rank aura radiating with no hint of weakness. Ba Dao's speed was average, but each strike carried the force of splitting mountains. Yin Zerua blocked every attack, and after 100 exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Ah! Ba Dao shouted, his blade energy flowing as he unleashed a full-power strike, splitting the heavens and earth. Yin Zerua's eyes were sharp as he gathered divine energy into his Sui Xian Rui ruler and clashed against Ba Dao's blade. Clang! Their figures crossed paths for a moment before separating. Not bad. You have some skills. Ugh. Ba Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already fought Chitsai earlier, consuming most of his divine energy. Now, fighting Yin Zerua was already a strain. Under Yin Zerua's full-power strike, his treasured sword was broken in half, and he was heavily injured, his life hanging by a thread. Seeing Yin Zerua's victory, Chitsai finally felt relieved. A figure landed beside Yin Zerua. It was Huangfu Ye, drenched in blood, a mix of her enemies and her own. She exuded an aura of indomitable might. Master, I did not disgrace you, Huangfu Ye said before collapsing. Yin Zerua quickly supported her, finding that she had exhausted all her divine energy and had fainted from sheer fatigue, but her life was not in danger. Looking at the distant battlefield where Huangfu Ye had fought, Yin Zerua saw that her opponent, Yaimi, was in a miserable state, already dead, with a rather gruesome appearance. To prevent any ambushes, Yin Zerua placed Huangfu Ye inside the golden bell cover of poison, ensuring their safety while he could focus on dealing with the enemies. The cult leader wants this person. Dozens of people rushed in, and the last one to enter had a powerful aura. An upper-level god of war at the peak of the third rank, only one step away from achieving true god status. Disciple Xueran, under the cult leader's orders, to take your life. Xueran wielded his greatsword, his eyes sharp. Brother, I'm here too. A man with a hideous scar on his face, the second disciple Kai, also appeared, his aura slightly weaker than Xueran's but still formidable. Yin Zerua looked at the two with disdain. You two, come at me together. Yin Zerua gripped his Thlishin Ruichi with both hands, his divine energy depleted after numerous battles. You're all ready this week, yet you want to fight both of us. Fine, we'll oblige you. Blood God's wrath. Xueran shouted, unleashing his killing move right away. Heaven-severing slash. Kai swung his black longsword, also using a powerful killing move. Facing two deadly attacks, Yin Zerua didn't move. Void-devouring technique. A black energy barrier appeared in front of Yin Zerua. The two men's attacks were instantly swallowed and disappeared. What kind of technique is this? The two were shocked, feeling their divine energy being absorbed, and quickly retreated. Now you want to leave? Not a chance. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zirua wielded his Daishin Ruyi Chi with all his might. The two men fled in panic, forced to hastily defend against Yin Zirua's powerful strike. Boom! The thunder force pierced through their bodies, and both men spat blood and retreated, their eyes sharp as they looked at Yin Zirua. An upper-level god of war 2nd rank had injured 2 upper-level god of war 3rd rank fighters. This guy is truly Geyi. Second brother, don't hold back. Use the secret treasure to suppress him. 8 treasures glazed pagoda. 8 dazzling lights shone, spreading a spatial binding-like force. Northern Sky Diagram. Kai unfurled a scroll, its power of Chen Kun reversing the orientation and disorienting their senses. Yin Zirua was first restrained, and then lost his senses, plunging into chaos. Now's the time. Kill him. Xueran swung his red greatsword, and Kai swung his black longsword. However, Yin Zirua, hanging upside down in midair, suddenly smiled. Time-space eye. Yin Zirua opened his eyes, instantly freezing the two men's movements. The energy flow of their secret treasures was also completely under Yin Zirua's control. Thus, all the so-called restraints and disorientation had been adapted to. What's going on? Xueran was stunned. He was supposed to be the one restraining the enemy, but now he was the one being restrained. Brother! Kai called out, also unable to move, feeling a bit panicked. It's over. Slash. Yin Zirua stepped on the golden rock steps, swiftly passing by the two men, unleashing a power that was all too familiar to them. Yin Zirua's strength was nearly exhausted, and the final burst of power he unleashed was the same killing move the two had used to try and end his life. Chapter 397. Seeds of hatred planted, future retribution awaited. The two were very familiar with each other and equally shocked, watching Yin Zirua collapse unwillingly. Yin Zirua searched through the treasures on the two of them. The 8 treasures glazed pagoda, the Northern Stability Universe map, the Crimson Great Blade, and the Black Longsword were the best among them. There were also many other valuable items, all accumulated over the years by the two. Ding! Detecting the host's wish, placing the 8 treasures glazed pagoda and the Northern Stability Universe map in the fusion artifact slot. The Blood Soul Blade, the Soul Devouring Sword, and other items will serve as special configurations for the fusion artifact. Fusion artifact, Universe Smelting Pagoda, capable of stabilizing the universe, capturing humans, beasts, and even junk. Once captured, it can be refined. Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. What was this about capturing junk? As Yin Zirua dealt with these two opponents, Shangguan Miao and Sima Fengyun also landed on the ground. Shangguan Miao supported Sima Fengyun, both of them injured. Those two certainly know how to make a getaway. Next time, we absolutely must capture them, Shangguan Miao said unwillingly, having battled for so long only to see them slip away. Let's rest for now, Yin Zirua suggested, allowing the two to enter the poison thorn golden bell cover. Qicai had recovered enough and came out. Huangfu Yaoyue was exhausted. Shangguan Miao and Sima Fengyun were injured to varying degrees, and Yuan Lingdan was still fighting with the remaining subordinates. Boom! In the sky, a powerful force of a true god of the 5th rank erupted. It was Shangguan too. At this moment, his aura broke through to the 6th rank of true god, while the other figure, also a 5th rank true god, retreated in a sorry state. Shangguan too, I didn't expect you to break through to the 6th rank of true god at this time. Today, I may not be able to defeat you, but this feud is set. Don't let me catch you in the future. Bai Yang left a harsh warning, detonating a pile of treasures, spreading a powerful divine force that could destroy the entire Tingguan sect. With 1,000 disciples still in the sect, Shangguan too wanted to capture the old man but realized it wasn't the right time. Shangguan too stretched out his hands, controlling the terrifying burst of divine power within a certain space in mid-air, then moved it 1,000 miles away from Hongwu City to detonate. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed even 1,000 miles away, the shockwave terrifying enough to turn everyone below into dust if it had erupted in Hongwu City. Qicai, lead the disciples of Tingguan sect to form a formation. Eliminate the remaining invaders. Shangguan Tu issued the command. Understood. Chizai led the disciples of Tingguan sect in a counterattack. The battle cries echoed continuously. With Bai Yang's defeat, the members of the Baiyang demon cult scattered in all directions. Chizai and the disciples of Tingguan sect fought back fiercely, killing and capturing the remaining invaders. Only when the sunlight pierced through the darkness of the night did the slaughter come to a complete end. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight shone upon Hongwu City, and smoke rose from every corner of Tingguan sect. Nearly 1,000 disciples had perished, and Shangguan Tu's face alternated between pale and dark. Baiyang demon cult. I swear I will not rest until this is settled. This feud is set. Shangguan Tu said through gritted teeth, unwilling to let this matter end after so many of his disciples were harmed. Father! Shangguan Miao and Yin Zirua and the others arrived at the main hall. Miaoer, as long as you're safe, I can rest easy. It's good to see that all of you, Yin Xiao and the others, are unharmed. Chizai also walked over. Disciple fought a third-rank upper god opponent and nearly lost my life. It was Yin Xiao who saved me. Master, please punish me for not protecting the sect well. Shangguan Tu helped Chizai up. Last night's events cannot be blamed on you. I too was entangled by that old man, resulting in such heavy losses for Tingguan sect. Chizai, there's no need for self-blame. After the heavenly ranking conference concludes, we will settle accounts with the Baiyang demon cult. Shangguan Tu was truly enraged. Yes, master. Sect leader Shangguan, this matter is also partly my fault. The Baiyang demon cult was targeting me, and it brought such trouble to Tingguan sect. I deeply apologize for this. Yin Zirua bowed and said, realizing these enemies were here for him. If not for his presence in Tingguan sect, the sect wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Young friend, you are a valued guest of mine. While you are here, Tingguan sect will naturally protect you. Those people showed no regard for Tingguan sect. In the future, I will certainly settle this score. For the time being, Tingguan sect will undergo major repairs, and we will be unable to receive guests. The Heavenly Ranking Conference is still half a month away. You all need to rest well and shine at the conference. Shangguan Tu looked at everyone, including Huangfu Yaoyue, Ouyang Fengyun, Yuan Lingdan, Shangguan Miao, and Yin Zirua, all geniuses who would stand out at the conference. After such a life-and-death battle, they were all injured. Now is the time to rest and recover. We will follow the sect leader's arrangements. As Tingguan sect underwent repairs, everyone moved to the side courtyard for temporary accommodation. Even visitors were declined. Even Dongfang Bubi, who wanted to visit, was turned away. Bubi, last night's events seem quite serious. It would be unfair to strike now while they are injured. Let's wait until their wounds heal before taking any action, Dongfang Shuiyue suggested, and Dongfang Bubi nodded in agreement. In the side courtyard, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, Yuan Lingdan, and Shangguan Miao were all treating their injuries in their respective rooms. In Yin Zirua's room, however, a person was bound by chains. Yao Jiuhong, the 10th disciple of the Baiyang demon cult. Yao Jiuhong woke up and glared at Yin Zirua. Do with me as you please, but why are you keeping me captive? Yao Jiuhong said, her tone defiant. Didn't I say it before? If I win, you become my maid. Your life is in my hands now. Don't you remember? Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Yao Jiuhong was speechless. I never agreed to such a thing. You can kill me, but I will not be your slave. Seeing this girl's fiery temper, Yin Zirua found it quite amusing. I won't kill you. I just want you to be my maid. You lost, and in victory and defeat, you must obey me. Yin Zirua looked at Yao Jiuhong and lifted her chin. This girl had an exotic charm, truly a stunning beauty. I wonder, have you forgotten your past? Don't you want to know who your family is? Yin Zirua's question piqued Yao Jiuhong's interest. Of course, I want to know who my parents are, who my family is. But my master said he found me in a large battleship, the entire ship filled with dead people, and I was the only one alive. Chapter 398. The tournament begins, Swordsmanship advances. He saved me and brought me back to the Baiyang demon sect. After that, I woke up and forgot everything. There are so many star domains, and I don't know where to look for my origins. Yin Zirua observed Yao Jiuhong's expression. The girl seemed earnest and not lying. But her system task was to find out the girl's background. It seems we'll have to ask your master about this. After the heaven rank tournament is over, I'll go with you to ask your master the truth. What if your master is deceiving you? Su Tianyu said, to which Yao Jiuhong glared at him. My master treats me very well and wouldn't lie to me. Yao Jiuhong retorted loudly, clearly displeased. Your master might treat you well, but I suspect it's not because of you, but because of his son. With your looks, I'm sure he wants you to marry his son, which is why he's so kind to you. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Yao Jiuhong felt uncertain. After losing her son in Baiyang, her personality had changed drastically, becoming extremely cold to everyone. Her attitude towards Yao Jiuhong was no longer as warm as before, which matched what Yin Zirua had said. However, she couldn't directly tell Yin Zirua this, as she suspected the man might be trying to trick her. I'm going to unlock your chains now. Remember, you're my maid now, so don't cause trouble. With that, Yin Zirua removed the iron chains from her body. Freed, Yao Jiuhong stretched her arms. First, give me a shoulder massage. I'm tired. Yin Zirua sat in a chair, looking like he needed a massage. Yao Jiuhong had never massaged anyone before. Seeing Yin Zirua like this, she was even more speechless, but since she had lost, she had to do it. She reached out and began massaging Yin Zirua. The soft, boneless fingers felt different as they pressed against his shoulders. The woman's fingers were slender and supple. Yin Zirua thoroughly enjoyed the sensation. Here's a bottle of healing medicine. Take it. A yellow bottle of healing medicine landed in Yao Jiuhong's hands. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Yao Jiuhong asked, looking at Yin Zirua. Even when you weren't injured, you couldn't beat me. Let alone now, when you're just recovering. Yin Zirua was dismissive and then closed his eyes, lying back in the chair. Keep massaging. I'm going to take a nap, and don't stop. Yao Jiuhong was furious but had no choice but to massage this annoying man. It was her own fault for not being skilled enough and getting defeated. Over the course of half a month, everyone focused on recovering from their injuries. Yin Zirua also recovered while training his maid. After half a month, Tingguan sect was restored to its former state, and the array had been improved, making it even stronger than before. Although half of the Tingguan sect disciples had been lost, the remaining half were elite and stronger than ever. The Heaven Rank tournament began as scheduled. The 8 major power families and the 10 leading families represented the forces of Xianxia Star Domain. They all gathered in Hongwu City to prepare for the Heaven Rank tournament. The venue for the tournament was in the back mountains of Tingguan sect, where more than 10 arenas capable of holding tens of thousands of people had been constructed. In addition to the 18 representative forces of Xianxia Star Domain, many smaller factions also attended. On the day of the event, the venue was packed with over 100,000 spectators. The central area surrounded by more than 10 arenas was a massive space. This was all the work of Shangguan II, an impressive feat. Welcome, everyone, for taking the time to attend this Heaven Rank tournament. I, Shangguan II, thank you all for your presence. Now, I declare the Heaven Rank tournament officially open. The sound of 100 Tingguan sect disciples blowing large horns reverberated throughout the venue. All participants have been registered, totaling 13,800. We are now proceeding with the draw for the knockout round. Each group has 10 people, with one winner advancing. The first round of the elimination begins. Please draw your lots. 13,800 people drew lots simultaneously, forming 1,380 groups. There were 50 battle arenas, with each battle lasting 2 hours. The tournament ran for 12 hours a day, with 6 battles. This meant 300 matches per day. Heroes from all walks of life took the stage, showcasing a variety of techniques that left the audience dazzled. Yin Zirua drew lot number 1300, placing him as the 8th contestant in his group, meaning he would only appear in the finals on the last day. Watching the battles, he felt bored and almost fell asleep. Xianxia, there are many skilled experts here. Don't you want to watch? Shangguan Miao asked. She was curious about the various factions and techniques she hadn't seen before. Generations produce talents, each leading for centuries. I'm not watching. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as my own strength is sufficient, I have nothing to fear. Yin Zirua's several divine techniques were so powerful that even a true god would struggle to counter them, let alone these upper god third-grade practitioners. The tournament had restrictions. Participants must not be older than 25, must be at least upper god first grade, and no higher than upper god third grade. Those with lower realms couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of the Lingyu Divine Spring, while those above upper god third grade, reaching true god level, would find the spiritual energy there somewhat redundant. Whether they soaked in it or not wouldn't make much difference. Age was also a factor, with the rules being the result of multiple trials and best practices. Shangguan Miao looked at Yin Zirua with admiration. She knew Yin Zirua's strength was terrifying, which was why he was so confident. Ding! Detected an increase of 1,000 points of admiration from Shangguan Miao towards the host, increasing the villain value by 10,000 points. Hearing this, Yin Zirua smiled. Shangguan Miao was truly a little helper for easy points. Bored, Yin Zirua eventually fell asleep. He woke up in the afternoon, just in time to catch Huang Fu Ye's match. After the previous battle with the Baiyang demon sect, Huang Fu Ye had gained new insights into her swordsmanship. She dominated her group of 10, showcasing her prowess. Huang Fu Ye wins. The referee announced, and Shangguan Miao and the others were delighted. Yin Zirua watched Huang Fu Ye. Her swordsmanship has improved again. Not bad. She's a good talent. In the stands, Huang Fu Ye's father, Huang Fu Longxi, was very pleased to see his daughter's progress. On the first day of the tournament, only Huang Fu Ye fought on Yin Zirua's side. Chapter 399. Thrilling Battle, Narrow Victory in Succession. The other matches were still in the process of being arranged. That evening, the group gathered together for dinner. Yin Zirua glanced at Huang Fu Yaoyue. Your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit. Not bad. Hearing Yin Zirua's praise, Huang Fu Yaoyue became even more smug. However, it's still too early to defeat me. Yin Zirua added, which almost made Huang Fu Yaoyue draw her sword to attack. Shangguan Miao quickly pulled her back. Sister Yaoyue, you know Yin Xiao just likes to joke around. You don't have to take it seriously. After hearing Shangguan Miao's words, Huang Fu Yaoyue snorted coldly and reluctantly put down her large sword. The night passed quietly, and the next day, the number of participants had decreased significantly compared to the previous day. Knowing that the key figures were divided into morning and afternoon sessions, the number of participants was cut in half. Some came in the morning, while others came in the afternoon. Yin Zirua, who hadn't even woken up yet, was dragged over by Shangguan Miao. The first match of the day was Shangguan Miao's battle, followed by Sima Fengyun's match in the second round, and Yuan Lingdan's match in the third round. It was a series of 3 consecutive matches. There were no more matches for them in the afternoon. Yin Zirua was reluctantly dragged along to watch these battles. Shangguan Miao's battle carried some risk. As a member of one of the 8 great powers, her family was in a position of power. However, within this group, there was also a representative from one of the 10 great families. The 10 great families were overshadowed by the 8 great powers, and whenever they had the chance, they would act with particularly vicious intent. In Shangguan Miao's group, there was one such person, Qian Xiaoyu, the daughter of the Qian family, one of the 10 great families. Qian Xiaoyu had a petite and delicate appearance, but her eyes betrayed a petty and narrow-minded nature. It was clear she saw Shangguan Miao as her arch-nemesis. 10 participants entered the arena simultaneously. The person next to Shangguan Miao immediately attacked her, wielding a large sword with deadly intent. Facing her opponent, Shangguan Miao brandished her sword, her skills having improved significantly during her time with Yin Zirua and the others. Her swordsmanship was now sharp and decisive, somewhat reminiscent of Huang Fu Yaoyue's style. However, she lacked Huang Fu Yaoyue's powerful aura. Her sword strokes were more akin to her own gentle and refined demeanor. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged dozens of blows, with Shangguan Miao's opponent clearly at a disadvantage. Just as Shangguan Miao was about to claim victory, Qian Xiaoyu suddenly intervened, wielding a red whip. She lashed out directly, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Be careful. Yin Zirua transmitted his warning to Shangguan Miao's mind, using his spiritual energy. Hearing Yin Zirua's voice, Shangguan Miao quickly dodged, allowing her original opponent to catch a breath. Shangguan Miao glared at Qian Xiaoyu, realizing the girl had launched a sneak attack. Shangguan Miao, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Qian Xiaoyu's attacks were relentless, clearly aiming to kill. At this moment, the referee, Shangguan Tu, noticed Qian Xiaoyu's ruthless tactics. His expression changed slightly. The Qian family's methods were indeed cunning. He, Shangguan Tu, would remember this. In the spectator stands, Qian Sanwan, dressed in opulent attire, watched his daughter with a satisfied smile. Being able to humiliate one of the 8 great powers was a source of pride for him. Meanwhile, the other 7 participants in the arena were entangled in their own battles, avoiding these 2 girls. They all knew that it was best not to provoke the major powers until the very end. The 7 of them fought fiercely, each drawing upon their own techniques. At the same time, Shangguan Miao and Qian Xiaoyu continued their intense duel, the 2 girls battling fiercely. Yin Zirua watched Shangguan Miao's fight with growing concern. Qian Xiaoyu's attacks were clearly intended to be lethal, and it seemed Shangguan Miao might be defeated. Yin Zirua was anxious, but all he could do was watch over Shangguan Miao. Shangguan Miao noticed Yin Zirua's gaze, which was filled with worry for her. Yin Xiao is worried about me. I absolutely cannot lose here. Shangguan Miao's eyes sharpened. She would not let herself be defeated. Her sword glowed with a radiant light as the experiences from her previous battles flashed through her mind. Thinking of Yin Zirua's meticulous guidance, she knew she couldn't afford to lose here. Shangguan Miao faced the red whip directly, her sword moving swiftly. Qian Xiaoyu lashed out at Shangguan Miao with her whip. Shangguan Miao reached out and caught the whip, her hand bleeding. She then placed her sword against Qian Xiaoyu's neck. You lose. Qian Xiaoyu's face changed, and she had no choice but to step down from the arena, her expression filled with reluctance. Qian Sanwan's expression darkened, but it didn't matter. There was still the possibility of a rematch. In the arena, there was still one other participant, the person who had originally attacked Shangguan Miao. Shangguan Miao faced this opponent, her sword flashing. The man gritted his teeth and charged forward. This time, Shangguan Miao's movements were decisive, and she quickly defeated him, emerging victorious. The audience collectively held their breath. Shangguan Miao skipped over to Yin Zirua. Was it you who warned me just now? Shangguan Miao asked, looking at Yin Zirua. He nodded slightly. Shangguan Miao's heart was filled with joy. So Yin Zirua had been watching over her the entire time. The second match began. This time, it included Sima Fengyun's battle. It was unclear whether it was intentional or just a coincidence, but in Sima Fengyun's group, there was the son of Sun Dishing from the Sun family, one of the 10 great families, Sun Youfu. Sima Fengyun immediately sensed the murderous intent radiating from him. Lady Sima, please enlighten me. As soon as the match began, Sun Youfu launched a fierce assault on Sima Fengyun. Sima Fengyun had been well trained by Yin Zirua. As a loyal servant, Yin Zirua had taught her many techniques, making her far stronger than before. 3-kill Berserker Spear. Sima Fengyun didn't hold back, launching her most powerful move immediately. Sun Youfu's techniques were also quite cunning, and the two fought fiercely. The other 8 participants were little more than background characters in this intense battle. Pooh! Sun Youfu spat out a mouthful of blood and was defeated. The other 8 participants were also badly injured. Sima Fengyun looked at the 8 of them. Who's next? Seeing the fierce look in Sima Fengyun's eyes, the others exchanged glances. Let's force her back first, or we won't have a chance. One of the 8 suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. They all attacked Sima Fengyun simultaneously. Sima Outyin, watching his precious daughter, was anxious and made a mental note of the faces of these shameless individuals. The Sima family would not let them off easily. However, that would have to wait until after the heavenly ranking concluded. For now, they couldn't act rashly. Thud, thud, poo, poo, poo. The 8 of them were sent flying, spitting blood as they fell to the ground. Chapter 400, Mysterious Invitation, Late Night Visitor. Sima Fengyun had been struck by a sword but emerged victorious. Yin Zirua took a deep breath, almost believing that Sima Fengyun was about to lose. The third battle was imminent, and Yuan Lingdan stepped onto the stage. Along with her were 9 other individuals, all sharp-eyed and decisive in their actions. Yuan Lingdan looked at these people, pretending to be a young girl, biting her lip, appearing like a neighborly little sister. The group was so captivated by her that they couldn't bring themselves to raise their weapons. "Begin!" the referee shouted, and the 9 individuals clashed, while Yuan Lingdan stood by, watching the spectacle. Yin Zirua smirked, realizing the girl's mischievous nature and how she had immediately employed a beauty tactic. The surrounding audience also focused their attention on Yuan Lingdan. Whose child is this? She's so young to be on stage. The competition requires participants to be at the upper-tier god level, 1st to 3rd rank. Is she even old enough to meet the competition requirements? If I knew her background, I'd propose marriage right away. The spectators on the platform were all captivated by Yuan Lingdan's youthful appearance. Some wanted to learn about her origins, while others wished to propose marriage. Others were drawn to her beauty and the innate spiritual aura she possessed. On the arena, the battle raged on, with the 9 fighters battling fiercely, their eyes bloodshot as they delivered fatal blows. By the end of the battle, only one person remained standing on the stage, covered in numerous wounds, their clothes stained with blood. However, the formidable aura around them still indicated an upper-tier god level of the 2nd rank, only a hair's breadth away from the 3rd rank. "I'm Heilong. I can't bear to harm you. Please step down yourself." Yuan Lingdan suddenly smiled faintly. "Oh!" A rune flashed in her right eye, and a powerful aura erupted instantly. Her sword flashed, and with a single stroke, Heilong defended with all his might. Yet, he was still no match. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the stage. At this moment, many in the audience felt a chill run down their spines, and the cute, innocent image of the young girl crumbled in an instant. Those who had been considering proposing marriage quickly shut their mouths. Such a ruthless young girl was not someone they could handle. Yuan Lingdan snorted, standing on the stage, looking around. Yin Zirua covered his face, knowing that this mischievous girl had planned to counterattack with full force. The referee looked at the petite Yuan Lingdan. The contrast before and after the battle was too great. "Is it over?" Yuan Lingdan asked. The referee finally reacted, realizing that the battle had indeed ended, though the crowd had yet to process it. Ahem, Yuan Lingdan wins. And so, the morning's 3 battles concluded. What technique did that girl use? Could you make sense of it, Brother Shangguan? The head of the Sima family looked at Shangguan, his curiosity evident. He had never seen such a technique in the Xianxia star domain. This girl is also from another domain. It seems we've been somewhat ignorant. The 2 exchanged glances, both noticing the mysterious runes in the girl's right eye. However, the runes were incredibly profound, and they couldn't decipher them. At this moment, Yuan Lingdan returned to Yin Zirua's side. "Hey, what kind of look is that? Did I embarrass you?" Yuan Lingdan glared at Yin Zirua, clearly displeased. Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan, realizing the girl's mischievous nature. No, no, no. You performed excellently, overwhelming the crowd." Yin Zirua placated her with a smile. Behind them, Sima Fengyun, Huangfu Yaoyue, and Shangguan Miao couldn't help but chuckle. Yao Juhong looked at Yuan Lingdan, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as if she were facing a destined rival. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat," Yuan Lingdan muttered, walking ahead, with Yin Zirua and the others following behind. "What's wrong with you?" Yin Zirua noticed Yao Juhong's peculiar behavior and asked curiously. Yao Juhong shook her head, remaining silent. The group arrived at the dining table, happily enjoying their meal. Shangguan Tu was busy entertaining the heads of the various families, while Shangguan Miao took care of Yin Zirua's group. In the afternoon, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, preparing for the battles on the third day. The afternoon sun was bright, and the air was pleasant. Unable to sit still, Yao Juhong made her way to Yuan Lingdan's door. Standing outside, she hesitated, her hand hovering in midair, unsure whether to knock. At that moment, Yuan Lingdan inside the room opened her eyes and kicked the door open. "Hey, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the day? What are you doing at my door?" Yuan Lingdan stepped out, visibly annoyed. She had been about to sleep but was now awakened, which no one could be happy about. After all, a girl's morning temper can be quite terrifying. I want to fight you. Yao Juhong brandished her weapon, looking at Yuan Lingdan. "Why should I fight you? I just finished a match." Yuan Lingdan looked at Yao Juhong, finding her behavior utterly inexplicable. "I just want to fight you." With that, Yao Juhong attacked directly, executing the 9-kill sword technique. Yuan Lingdan parried a few strikes, her blood surging, sensing deep hostility from Yao Juhong. The runes in her right eye appeared, clearing the turbulent energy in her bloodline, calming her down. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from the runes in her right eye, beginning to suppress Yao Juhong. Ding! The weapons of the two women clashed, releasing powerful divine energy. Pooh! Yao Juhong spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing and falling unconscious. Yin Zirua opened his eyes, rushing out of his room to the courtyard. Seeing Yao Juhong on the ground, he quickly fetched medicine to stabilize her bloodline and calm her breathing. Under the scorching sun, you two certainly have the energy to fight instead of resting? Sima Fengyun and the others also rushed out, initially thinking someone was ambushing them. She wouldn't sleep in the middle of the day, and now she won't let others sleep either. I just finished fighting someone, and she comes to challenge me. I don't know what's wrong with her. Yuan Lingdan looked at Yao Juhong, clearly displeased. It's fine. Go back to rest, everyone. I'll take care of her." With that, Yin Zirua carried Yao Juhong to his room, pondering her mysterious identity. Why would she challenge Yuan Lingdan? Could there be a connection between the two? Speculating wasn't the way to go. Yin Zirua looked at Yao Juhong, considering her strange techniques, Yuan Lingdan's mysterious right eye runes, and the triggered quest lines. Thinking about it, he eventually dozed off. In the evening, the moon rose into the starry sky. Why are you here?" Yao Juhong woke up to see Yin Zirua sleeping beside her and kicked him out of bed in surprise. Yin Zirua was caught off guard and landed on the floor, bewildered by the girl's sudden outburst. "I carried you in here and treated your injuries. Are you being reasonable?" Chapter 401. Late Night Visitor, True God Level 5. Yin Zirua stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Yao Juhong checked her own attire, finding no changes, and felt much more at ease, her injuries also healing significantly. Earlier, she had been severely wounded. "Thank you," Yao Juhong whispered softly, then got off the bed and stood in her usual position as a maid. Yin Zirua sat down at the table, and Yao Juhong came over to pour tea, finally showing a semblance of her role as a servant. A slight lift of Yin Zirua's gaze acknowledged Yao Juhong's progress. "Why did you challenge Yuan Lingdan?" Yin Zirua posed the question. Yao Juhong remained silent, not knowing where to begin. She could only attribute it to her nature. But such an answer would place her in direct opposition to Yuan Lingdan. Seeing Yao Juhong's silence, Yin Zirua didn't press further and remained quiet. The brief moment passed. In other rooms, discussions of different matters were underway. Those who acted today were all formidable. The extraterrestrial youth will make his appearance tomorrow. Who knows how many twists and turns there will be? For the plan, we must act tonight. The group exchanged glances. The power of the outsiders had already captured everyone's attention. To ensure the safety of someone in tomorrow's group, some were already growing restless. Late at night, the moon shone like a silver plate. Yin Zirua opened her eyes to find Yao Jiuhong with a pierced heart. Summoning the Sui Xian Rui ruler, Yin Zirua struck, wounding the assailant's shoulder. Jiuhong! Yin Zirua called out, but Yao Jiuhong's life force was fading rapidly. Ding! Detecting the host's urgent emotions, 1 9-turn soul ring pill, 500,000 points, confirm exchange? Exchange! A pill appeared in Yin Zirua's hand. Hurriedly, Yin Zirua fed the pill to Yao Jiuhong. In Yao Jiuhong's mind, fragments of memories floated to the surface. Yaoda, take the young mistress and leave here. Amidst the chaos of slaughter, cries of battle echoed everywhere. The dark night was illuminated by a blood-red moon. Countless figures fell one after another into a sea of red bodies littering the ground. A middle-aged man dragged a 6-year-old girl through this crimson ocean. Arrows rained down, piercing the man's body. Uncle Yao. The 6-year-old girl wailed, collapsing onto the man's body. Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. Take her back. She'll fetch a good price when she grows up. A massive hand lifted the 6-year-old Yao Jiuhong into the air. Jiuhong? Hey, wake up. After taking the medicine, Yao Jiuhong hadn't woken up, leading Yin Zirua to doubt whether the drug was counterfeit. When Yao Jiuhong awoke, she found Yin Zirua engaged in battle with 4 others, already injured. Are you all right? Yao Jiuhong's gaze was sharp as she looked at Yin Zirua, realizing these injuries were for her sake. I'm fine, but you? Yao Jiuhong quickly moved to Yin Zirua's side. Miaozi is already injured. Let's retreat. The 4 assailants simultaneously withdrew into the courtyard. At that moment, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, Shangguan Miao, and Yuan Lingdan all arrived in the courtyard. Who dares to intrude? The 4 joined forces, attempting to intercept the attackers. Meanwhile, Yao Jiuhong helped Yin Zirua walk out. Seeing Yin Zirua injured, the 4 girls were visibly displeased. To sneak attack in the middle of the night, how despicable! Take this! Huangfu Yaoyue shouted, unleashing her full might, like a lioness on the verge of a roar. As a maid, my master is injured, yet I was unaware. This is a grave offense. Sima Fengyun's eyes were sharp, her killing intent surging with decisive ferocity. How dare you harm a guest of the heavenly official sect? Unforgivable! Shangguan Miao exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of treasures and artifacts without restraint. Miaozi is under my protection, yet you dare to strike? Take this! Yuan Lingdan felt a Muaming de Xiaofennu. Her right eye's runes shifting, radiating a chilling aura. Miaozi is under my protection, yet you dare to strike? Take this! Yuan Lingdan felt a surge of inexplicable anger, her right eye's runes shifting, radiating a chilling aura. The 4 assailants looked at the 4 girls, recognizing them as true prodigies. Having taken suppression pills to lower their auras to upper god level 3, they were now forced to reveal their true strength under the relentless assault of these geniuses. Shangguan too opened his eyes. To act against my enemy under my very nose, in the presence of so many guests of the heavenly official sect. Shangguan too was furious, unleashing his peak true god level 5 aura, instantly suppressing the 4. No longer able to hide, the 4 assailants simultaneously released their true god level 5 auras. Many residents here were shocked by these 4 powerful auras, each comparable to Shangguan 2's. The 4 auras shattered Shangguan 2's suppression and scattered in different directions. The 4 girls were also shaken by these auras, realizing the scale of the assassination attempt on Yin Zirua. 4 true gods. The girls were all injured to varying degrees. Yin Zirua's expression changed. It seems these people aim to block me from participating in tomorrow's trials. I will definitely attend tomorrow's trials. Everyone, rest well. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the others nodded in agreement. The more they were told not to participate, the more determined they were to make it spectacular. Returning to their rooms, Yin Zirua requested hot water for a bath, hoping to ease her fatigue. Yao Jiuhong stood by the tub, watching Yin Zirua, noting the muscles and scars on his body. You saved me? Yao Jiuhong recalled her chest being pierced, believing she should be dead. Yet, here she was, alive. Yao Juhong looked at Yin Zirua, full of questions. Yes. What are you going to repay me with your body? Yin Zirua gazed at Yao Juhong, his eyes deep, a teasing smile on his lips. Yao Juhong glared at him, feeling both embarrassed and angry. This man was already surrounded by so many beauties, yet he still dared to say such things to her. But considering her life was saved by him, without Yin Zirua, she might truly be dead. Yao Juhong's flustered expression amused Yin Zirua greatly. The next moment, Yin Zirua was stunned. Yao Juhong leaned in and kissed him, the faint scent of her body and the sweet taste overwhelming. Yin Zirua thoroughly enjoyed it. After a brief moment, Yao Juhong pulled back, stubbornly biting her lip. Her mind was in turmoil, unsure why she had acted so impulsively. Perhaps it was a way to repay her debt. Chapter 402. Normal Match, Sickly Youth. Yin Zirua looked at Yao Juhong, a girl whose simple thoughts were written all over her face. Thinking that this is enough to repay your debt of gratitude? Isn't it too little? Yin Zirua said, standing up from the bath barrel. Yao Juhong, seeing the approaching figure, nervously closed her eyes. Yet, she didn't move a step. Yin Zirua reached out and lifted her chin. To save you, I used a life-saving pill. Repay your debt with your entire life. As Yin Zirua's breath grew closer, Yao Juhong's mind went blank. She knew what might happen next, but she couldn't refuse this fate. Interesting, Yin Zirua whispered in her ear. Then, he put on a robe and returned to bed to rest. Guard my safety well. I have a match tomorrow and need to rest. With that, Yin Zirua fell asleep. Yao Juhong looked at the still steaming bath barrel and the figure under the blanket in bed. Her expression grew complicated. This man had saved her life, demanding her whole life in return. Wasn't that? Yao Juhong looked at Yin Zirua, unable to be angry, yet thinking of all the beautiful girls around him. Where did she stand among them? Her mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. The complex night passed. On the third day, the matches began. Due to time constraints, several temporary arenas were set up to free up time for the next round on the fourth day. Yin Zirua had been notified earlier that the matches would be advanced. After all, the schedule was tight, and those here were top representatives from various factions, not easily spared from their duties. Thus, Yin Zirua's match was scheduled for the afternoon, the second match. Yin Zirua and his group waited near the arena, preparing to enter. After a long wait, it was finally Yin Zirua's turn. Many eyes were on him. Brother Shangwan, this is that young man from beyond the domain, isn't it? So young, yet so strong. Huangfu Longxi looked at Yin Zirua with great admiration. After all, his daughter had been defeated and remained in the lineup. This youngster is indeed skilled. Even my son Fengshu was defeated. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. The head of the Ouyang family also spoke, his gaze filled with unspoken admiration. Hearing this, Ouyang Fengshu's nerves were on edge, glaring at Yin Zirua with hostility. Today's match should be quite interesting. Shangwan too suddenly said, causing the Huangfu and Ouyang family heads to look at him. Brother Shangwan, are you referring to those 4 powerful true gods of the 5th rank from yesterday? The Huangfu family head asked directly. Indeed, their aura isn't from Xianxia Starfield. I wonder when such powerful individuals arrived. My Tianguan sect must be quite honored. His words were ambiguous, yet it was clear that these individuals had dared to act under the nose of the Tianguan sect. That group likely aims to block Yan's path. Among those 10, there must be someone extraordinary. With 4 true gods of the 5th rank accompanying them, how could they be ordinary? Yin Zirua looked at the 9 people, all appearing ordinary. He summoned the Sui Xian Rui ruler, ready to defeat this entire group today. His injuries, after the medicinal bath, were mostly healed, though not at full strength. Still, he intended to take out everyone to vent his frustration. Yesterday, those 4 had used strange techniques, catching him off guard with lethal moves. When had he, Yin Zirua, ever suffered such a loss? Begin, the referee shouted, and the 10 participants started moving simultaneously. Yin Zirua looked at the 9, who exchanged glances. Then, as if by prior agreement, they all attacked him. Yin Zirua sneered. These people must have been bribed, aiming to eliminate the outsider first before facing each other, ensuring their chances. Among the 10, Shangguan Miao spotted two familiar figures. I didn't expect Wang and Gu families to be in Yan's group. Shangguan Miao recognized Wang Xiaoye from the Wang family and Gu Li from the Gu family, both of the 10 great clans. These two families are quite protective. Yin will have trouble. Sima Fengyun also knew how fiercely these families defended their own. Even if victorious, it would lead to enmity. However, I believe Yin will be the ultimate winner. Huangfu Yaoyue expressed her confidence in Yin Zirua. Seeing the three factions representatives all praise Yin Zirua, Yao Jiuhong also believed in him. Yet, thinking of the life-saving pill Yin Zirua had given her, her heart couldn't calm down. Yuan Lingdan looked at Yin Zirua and a seemingly insignificant person beside him. Can't you see the hidden danger among the two major factions? In her right eye, the weakest cultivator and the sickly-looking youth beside Yin Zirua were the most terrifying. Hearing this, the girls exchanged glances, unsure what danger Yuan Lingdan referred to. Lingdan, did you discover something? Sima Fengyun asked curiously. As they spent more time together, she knew Yuan Lingdan possessed mysterious abilities, even confounding Yin Zirua. If this girl had found something, it wasn't impossible. Among these 10, there's one extremely powerful but well hidden. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. Yuan Lingdan kept her eyes on the weakest-looking youth, impressed by his ability to conceal himself so well. Yao Jiuhong also felt an ominous premonition, looking at the pale youth on the arena. Her intuition told her this person was dangerous. You're indeed extraordinary, Yao Jiuhong said to Yuan Lingdan. The same to you. You've also noticed, haven't you? And I'm curious how you discovered it, Yuan Lingdan replied, looking at Yao Jiuhong. Both had their unique ways of sensing this hidden danger. After the previous incident, Yuan Lingdan had been paying closer attention to Yao Jiuhong, noticing many strange things. But without evidence, she could only wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, the situation on the arena began to change. Chapter 403, Chaotic Battlefield, Ferocious Moves. Yin Zirua was engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Xiaoye and Gu Li. So you're the extraterrestrial youth. I'm Wang Xiaoye. I've heard you defeated the disciples of the 5 great sects. Please, teach me a lesson, she declared, her voice brimming with confidence. Her sword, adorned with a blue gemstone that seemed to be a rare treasure, exuded an intimidating aura, enhancing her already formidable power. Wang Xiaoye's upper-tier God Level 3 aura erupted, her divine energy radiating sharply as she lunged forward. Yin Zirua narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent. Clutching his Thuishin Ruichi, he unleashed his upper-tier God Level 2 peak aura. His movements, guided by the golden rock steps, were as swift as golden lightning, deftly dodging and countering with precision. The clash of their weapons echoed loudly as they fought fiercely, their speed and skill leaving the audience on the edge of their seats. Take this. Gu Li seized the opportunity amidst their intense battle and swung his staff with full force. The black staff, crafted from rare black meteorite iron and inscribed with intricate runes, was a formidable weapon, its power amplified by a master craftsman. A thunderous explosion followed, creating a massive crater and sending dust flying, obscuring the view. Where's Yin Xiao? Shangguan Miao asked anxiously from the stands, her concern mirrored by the other women. Don't worry, that guy won't get hurt over something like this. His life is tougher than a cockroach's, Yuan Lingdan casually remarked, though the glimmer in her eyes didn't escape Yao Jiuhong's notice. Some people are so worried but still pretend not to care, Yao Jiuhong said indifferently, prompting Yuan Lingdan to turn and look at her. What do you mean? Yuan Lingdan snapped, feeling that Yao Jiuhong had been antagonizing her since her arrival. If it weren't for Yin Zirua taking her in as a maid, she would have taught the girl a lesson. I didn't say anything. I just don't like some people's attitude, Yao Jiuhong retorted, causing Yuan Lingdan to nearly lose her temper. Stop arguing. This is a time to watch the fight, not listen to you two bicker. Huang Fu Yaoyue intervened, feeling her head throb from their squabbling. The two women exchanged glances but quickly looked away, knowing that a confrontation between them was inevitable. In the arena, the dust settled. Guli strained to pull back his staff, but it wouldn't budge. The audience could now see the figure within the dust. That strike must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, exclaimed the head of the Huangfu family. Shangguan nodded, and the group watched Yin Zirua with admiration as he held onto the staff with just one hand, refusing to let go. Guli was at a loss, gritting his teeth as he realized his staff was as immovable as if it were stuck in stone. Desperate, he looked to Wang Xiaoye for help, who didn't hesitate to act. Watch out! Wang Xiaoye leaped into the air, aiming her sword directly at Yin Zirua's face. With a clang, Yin Zirua's Thuishin Ruichi, flexible and responsive, blocked her strike. At the same time, he pushed forward with his divine energy, forcing Guli back 3 steps with the sheer force. Guli clutched his chest, his blood boiling as he glanced at his companions. Attack! The others joined in, their swords lunging forward, each exuding the aura of upper-tier gods ranging from level 1 to 3. The heads of the families in the stands could clearly see that these 7 had been bribed, turning the fight into a 9-on-1 situation. Shangguan family head, do you think Miaozi can hold out? The Huangfu family head asked with concern, not wanting to see the young man defeated so easily. Miaozi has many tricks up his sleeve. Even I couldn't win against him, Shangguan Tu replied confidently. Please, remain calm, Shangguan Tu added, watching Yin Zirua. If he were to use those extraordinary divine techniques in front of so many, it would undoubtedly shock everyone. Those few true god-level skills of Yin Zirua's were so powerful that even the true gods present would need to brace themselves for serious injury if they tried to block them. It all depended on whether Yin Zirua decided to use them now, or if this mysterious extraterrestrial youth had other moves yet to be revealed. Shangguan Tu observed Yin Zirua's calm demeanor, his anticipation growing. Yin Zirua used his golden rock steps, relying on his rich combat experience to dance around his opponents without getting hurt. He moved through their ranks with ease and grace. Miss Wang, if we hold back any longer, we might end up losing, Guli said seriously, beginning to channel his divine energy into his staff. You're right, Gushao. Let's finish this. Yanbei kill sword. Wang Xiaoye's eyes sharpened as her sword techniques became even more lethal. Dozens of sword lights, brimming with killing intent, shot toward Yin Zirua. Her upper-tier god level 3 aura was truly formidable, and it was clear she was now giving it her all. Impressive sword energy, forged through countless trials, Yin Zirua praised, admiring the purity of the dozens of sword lights. He wouldn't slack off either, gripping his Sui Xian Rui ruler tightly and infusing it with his divine energy. The Thuishin Ruichi spun wildly in front of Yin Zirua, deflecting the incoming sword shadows. Dust and debris flew as the ground shook, divine energy erupted, and the surrounding energy became chaotic. The entire arena descended into chaos. Those who couldn't evade the onslaught were injured, some even losing the ability to continue. The full force of an upper-tier god level 3's attack was overwhelming, causing weaker opponents to stagger and struggle to maintain their composure. In the stands, the head of the Wang family was elated, proud of his daughter's display of prowess. Among the younger generation, she was undoubtedly a standout. Miao Zi is in trouble now, the Huangfu family head worriedly commented. Don't worry. I believe in that young man, the Shangguan family head reassured him. On the battlefield, Guli watched the dozens of sword shadows, realizing just how proficient Wang Xiaoye had become with her Yanbei kill sword. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with shards of stone flying everywhere as Yin Zirua unleashed his divine energy, skillfully wielding his Thuishin Ruichi to block the incoming sword shadows. Amidst the turmoil, a figure darted out like a flash of lightning. Chapter 404, Two True Gods, Open Protection. How is this possible? Wang Xiaoye was stunned. For the first time, someone had managed to break through her sword shadows directly. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua charged down without mercy, delivering a devastating blow. Terrifying lightning pierced through, and Xiaoya spat out a mouthful of blood. With both hatred and resentment in her eyes, she collapsed to the ground. Xiaoya. The Wang family patriarch was so anxious that he jumped down from the stands. If she fell and suffered a secondary injury, it would be enough to make the old man suffer greatly. After all, she was the pearl of the Wang family, his precious treasure, and the future protector of the Wang family. The Wang patriarch glared at Yin Zirua, wishing he could grind him to dust, but since it was a competition, he had to retreat. Yin Zirua looked at Guli. He was the only one left with combat power. Guli held a staff in his hand. He activated a secret technique that burned his bloodline, instantly boosting his aura to a level comparable to a true god. Soul of Heaven 18 staves. Guli's move captured everyone's attention. This Gu family prodigy has improved quite a bit. To think he can use such a secret technique to elevate his aura to the level of a true god. The Huangfu family patriarch looked at Guli with a hint of admiration. Shangguan too, however, remained unimpressed. He knew Yin Zirua's moves were beyond even a true god's ability to withstand, let alone Guli's pseudo-true god burst of power. On the arena, Guli wielded his staff, unleashing dazzling moves, and powerful divine energy rolled back and forth across the field. In truth, Yin Zirua didn't think much of this guy. While Xiaoya was giving it her all, Guli wasn't fully committed. He waited for Xiaoya to exhaust herself before stepping in. In other words, he was a man who used a woman and then tried to reap the benefits. Yin Zirua's eyes followed Guli's staff. Every move was clear before him. Yin Zirua quickly swung his Sui Xine Qi, and its length changed accordingly, matching Guli's staff. How could this be? Guli watched as the length of Yin Zirua's ruler adjusted to match his staff, increasing its defensive capabilities. I don't believe it. Guli shouted, accelerating his attacks, which became increasingly cunning and unpredictable. Yin Zirua countered all his moves swiftly. You're so noisy. Letting a woman take the lead. Are you even a man? Yin Zirua taunted. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd also showed disdain for Guli's earlier actions. After all, Xiaoya had given it her all, while Guli hadn't lifted a finger when she was fighting. The Gu family patriarch's face also darkened. This was a disgrace to the Gu family. But it was a strategy, albeit a somewhat dishonorable one. The most important thing was who could come out on top. I won't let Miss Wang's efforts go to waste. The reason the two had collaborated was to prove that the 10 great families were stronger than the 8 major factions. Most members of the 8 factions had already been defeated by Yin Zirua, making this a chance for fame. Haha, what a bold claim. Yin Zirua looked at the man, who had used a woman yet could still speak so brazenly. Guli launched a frenzied assault. By the 18th move, divine energy surged with the force of a collapsing mountain. Enough playing with you. Let me show you the taste of despair. Poison Thorn Golden Bell. Clang. Guli's staff struck Yin Zirua's Poison Thorn Golden Bell, but the Golden Bell absorbed the attack and transformed it into poison thorns that erupted back at him. Guli's body was pierced through. My son. The Gu family patriarch rushed down from the stands and held Guli in his arms. Guli coughed up blood, his face filled with resentment and unwillingness. He looked at his father, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. You scoundrel. This was just a friendly match, yet you used such deadly force. The Gu patriarch turned and struck at Yin Zirua, but Yin Zirua remained within his poisoned thorn golden bell. Clang. The divine energy wave spread, and the Gu patriarch was sent flying. Poison thorns also shot out, slicing his palm and turning his entire arm black in an instant. The Gu patriarch quickly purged the poison from himself, then glared venomously at Yin Zirua. You scoundrel, you're asking for death. As the Gu patriarch prepared to attack again, both Shangguan Tu and the Huangfu family patriarch landed on the ground. 3 powerful true god auras clashed, unleashing terrifying divine energy that swept across the entire arena. Many in the stands spat blood. Watching a battle between experts required the ability to withstand such forces. Those on the edges were stunned. This was a battle between true gods. Shangguan Patriarch, Huangfu Patriarch, what is the meaning of this? The Gu Patriarch glared at the two men. This is a protective treasure. Your son's death was an accident, witnessed by everyone. The Huangfu Patriarch spoke, making it clear he was protecting Yin Zirua. You cannot harm Yin Zirua. The protective treasure is not something he can control. This is Shangguan territory. Please be mindful. The Shangguan Patriarch also made it clear he was protecting Yin Zirua. The other families exchanged glances. The explanation was that the protective treasure had accidentally killed someone. Such an excuse was passable, especially since Guli had used lethal moves. If Yin Zirua hadn't countered with such force, he would have been killed. No one spoke up for Yin Zirua, and now he was the victor. As the host, the Shangguan Patriarch needed to ensure Yin Zirua's safety. What about my son's death? Is it just going to be ignored? The Gu Patriarch was blinded by rage. If not for these two patriarchs, who he had no confidence in defeating, he would have already attacked. This is during the competition. Any accidents must be accepted. After the competition, the Shangguan family will have no reason to intervene. The Huangfu Patriarch said, implying that Guli should wait until after the competition to act. Yin Zirua looked at the Huangfu Patriarch, who was giving him time until after the competition. For now, he was safe during the competition. In truth, even without the intervention of the two patriarchs, Yin Zirua had the confidence to kill Guli, though it would have taken more effort. With their intervention, he could wait until he was even stronger before acting. I'll remember this grudge. Don't let me run into you, Guli said, then carried his son away. Those in the stands couldn't help but sigh. This kid is quite ruthless. The Ouyang Patriarch couldn't help but comment. Decisive and unhesitant, with clear distinctions between right and wrong. He was a promising talent. Chapter 405, Late Night Visit, Extraterrestrial Godslayer. Wang Jiaju's expression was complicated. Yin Zirua's killing intent emerged after mentioning that Wang Xiaoya had been used as a pawn by Guli. This made Wang Jiaju feel that Guli had it coming. His own daughter, however, was pitiful, naively exploited by others. In the stands, Yuan Lingdan and the others were already preparing to act, with all 5 girls glaring at Gu Jiaju. Shangguan too glanced at his daughter, Shangguan Miao. Ah, a daughter grows up and can't be kept at home, Shangguan too sighed. Haha. Yes, indeed, Shangguan brother. A daughter grows up and can't be kept at home, Huangfu Jiaju added, also looking at Huangfu Yaoyue. The two fathers exchanged a knowing smile, heartbroken over their precious daughters who were now ready to marry. The most painful part for a father might be crying himself to sleep in the bathroom. Yin Zirua bowed to Huangfu Jiaju and Shangguan Jiaju. Thank you both for saving Miao's life, Yin Zirua said politely, showing genuine gratitude. Anyone could see that without the intervention of these two family heads, Yin Zirua wouldn't have left the arena unscathed. Young Master Yin, you are quite remarkable. I look forward to your upcoming matches, Huangfu Jiaju said, clearly fond of Miao's clear-cut love and hatred. Young Master Yin, this is the territory of the Tianguan sect. We won't let any contestants come to harm. You can rest assured and take a break, Shangguan Tu added. Afterward, Yin Zirua left the arena. Yuan Lingdan, Shangguan Miao, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Yao Jiuhong surrounded Yin Zirua. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? The 5 girls bombarded him with questions, leaving Yin Zirua feeling overwhelmed. Everyone else in the audience witnessed this scene. Sima Jiaju looked at Huangfu Jiaju and Shangguan Jiaju. Ah, a daughter grows up and can't be kept at home, he sighed, and the two family heads exchanged a bitter expression. Yin Zirua looked at the 5 girls, feeling a bit puffed up by their warm concern. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed on him from the stands, most filled with envy, jealousy, and murderous intent. If everyone spat on him, he would drown. All right, I'm fine. I'm going back to rest. I'm tired. Yin Zirua quickly said this and hastily exited, not fearing retribution from the Gu family head, but dreading a full-scale riot that no one could stop. In his room, Yin Zirua adjusted his breathing. This was only the first match, yet so many were already targeting him. It was mainly because no one had been able to stop his unyielding progress. This was what they called a big tree attracts the wind. In the upcoming matches, he might encounter even more troublesome opponents. Xianxia adjusted his state, preparing for the second match. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Yin, are you asleep? Came Shangguan Miao's voice from outside the door. It was already late at night. What was this girl doing here? I haven't slept yet. You can come in, Xianxia replied, and Shangguan Miao pushed the door open. As she entered, the silvery moonlight poured in, illuminating her. Dressed in a green outfit, she looked like a celestial maiden under the moonlight, exuding an ethereal aura. Xianxia glanced at her, feeling a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. What brings you here so late? Xianxia broke the silence, directly asking. If something were to happen, Shangguan too would probably chase him with a big knife, right? Imagining his only protector being driven half-mad, Xianxia felt he would truly become a pitiful man, hated by all and without protection. You went straight to rest after your match, missing the rest of the fights. I came to tell you that, apart from yours, there was another intense battle. The result was 3 deaths and 2 severe injuries. This news piqued Xianxia's interest. In these matches, fatalities were not allowed. Such a high casualty rate was indeed alarming. Was it someone from the top 10 families, or the 8 major factions who emerged as a powerful figure? Xianxia speculated. Shangguan Miao shook her head, her face turning serious. The 3 who died were from the top 10 families, and the 2 severely injured were from the 8 major factions. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. What? Wow, that's ruthless. I admire that. So, the 3 families from the top 10 and the 2 factions from the 8 major ones, a total of 5 fifth-rank gods, didn't act? These were all the top talents from their respective families, meant to make a name for themselves. Being killed like this would surely leave the 5 family heads in distress. Those 5 family heads did act, but the mysterious person behind them had 4 fifth-rank gods, very powerful. They suppressed the 5 family heads. Even my father couldn't handle such a scene. Hearing Shangguan Miao's words, Xianxia suddenly thought of the 4 powerful individuals who had come to deal with him earlier, all at the god level. Those 4 gods. Xianxia's eyes sharpened. Yes, just as you thought, those 4 were the ones sent to assassinate you. My father said they were the same individuals, with identical auras. Xianxia suddenly laughed, a cold, mirthless laugh. It seems even the 8 major factions and the top 10 families can't control the situation anymore. Xianxia looked at Shangguan Miao. Yes, my father told us to be careful. This group might be from outside the domain, or an external force. Hearing Shangguan Miao's words, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. It's tough for these family heads. Just me causing trouble for all the factions, and now an even more ruthless external force appears. The upcoming matches will be even more interesting, don't you think? Seeing Xianxia's eager expression, Shangguan Miao felt rather speechless. My father, along with Fengyun and Yaoyue's fathers, gave us strict instructions to prioritize our lives, and each of us was given a life-saving treasure. Understanding the arrangement of the 3 family heads, Xianxia nodded. I see. Thank you for the warning. What's the name of that young man? God Slayer. Shangguan Miao said 2 words, and Xianxia laughed. What a domineering name, God Slayer. Sounds all-powerful, but will he slay gods, or be slain first? Hearing Xianxia's dismissive tone, Shangguan Miao knew he was already very interested in this individual. More accurately, since those people had targeted Xianxia first, he would naturally return the favor. Young Master Yin, that guy's techniques are terrifying, similar to spatial abilities, but even my father and the others aren't sure. Be careful, Shangguan Miao warned. Chapter 406, Mysterious Girl, Triggering a Quest. Hearing Shangguan Miao's reminder, Xianxia nodded. Get some rest early. We need to prepare for the second round of the competition tomorrow, Xianxia said. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Miao obediently went back to sleep. The next day, the sun was bright, and many people arrived early at the competition venue. After a brutal round of battles, out of 1,380 participants, 1/10 were eliminated, leaving 138. However, another 138 people joined the venue, bringing the total number of participants to 276. Interesting. Aren't those the ones who were eliminated? Yin Zirua noticed Xianxia, who had been eliminated. There's a revival round after the competition. Defeat 8 opponents, and you can return, Shangguan Miao explained cutely by his side. I wonder how the second round will be conducted. Yin Zirua looked at the revival round participants, many of whom held animosity towards him. This year's competition seems to have changed. I don't know what the second round will entail either. At this moment, Shangguan too stepped forward, looking at the elites gathered. Welcome, everyone, to the second round of the Heavenly Ranking competition. This year's competition is different from previous years. This time, you will enter the Nether Forest to find 3 medicinal herbs and bring them back. In this segment, we can assess your intelligence and bravery. Here are the maps. Everyone received a map, marking the approximate locations of the 3 herbs. I must remind you that you have 14 days inside. Only the first 100 to exit and complete the task of finding the 3 herbs will pass. Hearing these requirements, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. As long as they found the herbs, they could enter the third round, which sounded simple. However, in reality, it wasn't that easy. Yin Zirua glanced at the map. The 3 herbs were located in different directions. Even with his fastest speed, it would take at least 10 days to travel between these locations. The best herbs would undoubtedly be guarded by powerful beasts. If the beasts were too strong, obtaining the herbs would require considerable effort, and there was a risk of losing one's life. Now, I declare the start of the second round. Here is the spatial teleportation gate. Please proceed. Many participants began to enter the venue one after another. Ding! Detecting host's needs, recommending a special locator set, including 1 main unit and 5 subunits, for 200,000 points. Just as Yin Zirua was about to discuss this with the others, the system recommended this valuable item. Alright, exchange it. After exchanging the item, Yin Zirua distributed one to each of them. Take this. After entering the teleportation gate, we won't know where we'll end up. Just infuse it with your divine power, and we can communicate. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the 5 girls were astonished by the strange-looking object in their hands. What kind of treasure is this? It's so magical. The girls from prominent families were deeply curious about this precious item. This is a treasure crafted with a special technique from my family. It can display everyone's positions and allow mutual communication. Open your maps and take a look. Following Yin Zirua's instructions, the 4 girls unfolded their maps. Indeed, the locations were scattered across 3 areas. Su Tianyu took out paper and a pen, grouping the herbs that were close together into 3 sets. We are 5 people in total, and we need to go to 3 areas. 2 people can go to 1 area to find 5 herbs, which will save time. But be careful. Some people might try to ambush us along the way. After all, we've made many enemies during the competition. Yin Zirua's words were spot on. Those they had defeated earlier were waiting for them in the forest. Huangfu Yaoyue and Sima Fengyun will be a team. Yuan Lingdan and Shangguan Miao will be another team. I'll go alone. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Hearing Yin Zirua's plan, the 4 girls nodded in agreement and then entered the teleportation array. After entering the teleportation array, the first step was to confirm their positions using the maps. On Yin Zirua's special locator, the positions of the others were under his control. Are you all okay? Hearing Yin Zirua's voice, the 4 girls were startled. We're fine, but where are we? Huangfu Yaoyue said, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Huangfu Yaoyue, 30 miles east of you is Sima Fengyun. Once you meet up, head southeast for 50 miles to reach the first herbs location. Hearing Yin Zirua's instructions, the girls were amazed. The device was truly magical, showing not only their positions, but also the directions to move. What about me? Shangguan Miao asked. 40 miles west of you is Yuan Lingdan. Go find her, then head northwest for 60 miles to reach the first herb's location. After hearing Yin Zirua's instructions, Shangguan Miao set off. At the same time, Yin Zirua checked his own position. He was in the north and needed to head northeast for 80 miles to reach the first herb. If anything happens, let me know immediately. The distances between us are too far, and it might be difficult to provide support. Understood, the four girls replied in unison, then began moving or waiting as needed. Yin Zirua stepped onto the golden rock steps, rushing toward his first target at top speed. For some reason, he had a nagging sense of unease. After sprinting 80 miles at full speed, he arrived at his first target location. There was a cascading waterfall, and below it grew a water moon flower. The water moon flower had 5 white leaves, exuding an alluring spiritual energy. Yin Zirua looked around. This water moon flower was an excellent spiritual medicine for clearing the mind, and it would undoubtedly be guarded by a beast. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. Above the waterfall, a black, 100-zhonglong figure emerged. Beside it stood a man in black, wielding a sword. His attacks were cunning and swift. This black-striped python dragon was on the verge of breaking through to the true god realm, with formidable combat power and powerful bloodline strength. The black-clad youth before him also possessed tremendous strength. Roar! Die! The black-striped python dragon roared, spewing black flames that burned through the youth's clothes and injured his arm. Beast! You're asking for death! The black-clad youth erupted in fury, unleashing a surge of divine power. Spatial slaughter. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The 10 cubic meters of space around him distorted and collapsed. Chapter 407. Reunion by Chance. The black-scaled python struggled to break free, its massive body twisting with immense force. Its enormous head sensed danger, and its wide, terrified eyes reflected the panic it felt. A terrifying force twisted its body, and with a series of cracking sounds, its head and body were instantly crushed, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Even its bones were twisted and broken. The python's 100-zhonglong body was completely snapped in half, from its head to its midsection, twisted like a wrung towel. Its blood splattered all over the black-clothed youth, and Yin Zirua looked at the young man. His face was unusually pale. Could this be what they called a pretty boy? The black-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell directly into the waterfall. Yin Zirua hesitated for a moment before jumping into the waterfall and pulling the youth out. Seeing the black, poisoned arm, Yin Zirua realized the youth had been poisoned. Ding! A mysterious girl has activated a mission. The Chosen One is in imminent danger of a catastrophic disaster. Option 1. Assist the Chosen One, defuse the crisis, and receive a mysterious grand prize. Option 2. Do not assist, let them fend for themselves, but inform them of the danger. Reward, 500,000 points. Hearing this, Yin Zirua looked at the black-clothed, strikingly handsome youth in front of her. Fortunately, it was a girl. Otherwise, Yin Zirua might have started doubting life. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? And even more so, someone more handsome than herself? That was just unacceptable. I accept the mission, choosing option 1. Then, Yin Zirua looked at the black-clothed girl, who was even more handsome than herself. How should they remove the poison? Ding! Detecting the host's dilemma, recommending the best treatment plan. Suck out the poison blood, then apply the root of the moonwater flower to the wound to detoxify. Hearing this treatment plan, Yin Zirua was stunned. Me? Suck it out? Looking at the burnt, festering wound, Su Tianyu really didn't want to do it. MMM. The black-clothed girl groaned in pain, revealing a hint of femininity. Yin Zirua took a deep breath, took out her dagger, and cut away some of the festering flesh. After hesitating, she looked at the pale face and decided to bite down, sucking out the poison. The black-clothed girl opened her eyes and saw Yin Zirua biting her arm. With a swift motion, she slapped Yin Zirua. Smack! Cough, cough. Yin Zirua, who was in the middle of sucking out the poison, was caught off guard and choked on half the blood. You woman! How unreasonable! I was helping you suck out the poison, and you hit me? Now the poison is in my mouth. Yin Zirua quickly backed away and began frantically drinking and spitting out water. The black-clothed girl looked at her arm, where the festering flesh had been cut away, and saw that the poisoned blood had indeed been sucked out. Soon, Yin Zirua's lips had swollen up like a pair of sausages. The black-clothed girl couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault, Yin Zirua said, her swollen lips making her speech unclear. Hearing this, the black-clothed girl couldn't help but laugh even more. Yin Zirua was frustrated, but at least the medicine was in hand. I've got the moon water flower. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the girl remained calm. I wasn't after the moon water flower. I was after its beast core. Saying this, she took out a black orb filled with pure beast energy. Oh, that's good then. Otherwise, you'd have suffered for nothing. By the way, I don't even know your name. The black-clothed girl stood up, glanced at Yin Zirua, and then leaped away, disappearing into the distance. Maizhin. 2 words floated back lightly. Yin Zirua was stunned. A handsome girl named Maizhin, the same person who had left a record of 3 kills and 2 injuries in the arena. Yin Zirua's lips twitched. The girl had left without a word, and her lips were still swollen. Not even a thank you. How rude. Yin Zirua was speechless. Looking at her reflection in the waterfall, her once handsome face was now unrecognizable. Though she was furious, the medicine was in hand, and it was time to move on to the second target. 30 miles away, Yin Zirua used her golden rock steps to head toward the second target, the durian vine. It was said that this plant was unbearably smelly, but it had excellent healing properties. The moon water flower was for awakening the spirit, while the durian vine was for healing physical wounds. Arriving at the foot of a mountain range, Yin Zirua saw a towering peak that pierced the clouds, reaching 1,000 zhang high. Standing at the base of the mountain, she felt as insignificant as an ant. She smelled an unbearable stench and knew she was close to her target. But what kind of beast guarded such a medicinal plant? Looking around, Yin Zirua didn't see any beasts. She waited for a while, but when no beast appeared, she decided to act first and take the vine before leaving quickly. Using her golden rock steps, Yin Zirua reached the durian vine. The smell was indeed unbearable. Even holding her nose, she could still smell the stench that made her question her life choices. Carefully, Yin Zirua picked a vine. The quality looked good, and the smell was quite impressive. Mission complete. Yin Zirua turned to leave. Suddenly, the mountain behind her collapsed with a loud boom. The shattered rocks exploded behind her, and the massive impact sent Yin Zirua flying over 100 meters away. She quickly sprinted forward, and a colossal beast appeared behind her. A rock titan elephant. Its defense is terrifying. Even a true god-level expert would struggle to break through the skin of a third-rank upper god rock titan elephant. At that moment, a black figure was attacking the rock titan elephant. Huh? What a coincidence. How did I run into this person again? The black-clothed girl, Maizhin, was pale but still fighting. This isn't good. She doesn't have the strength to defeat the rock titan elephant. If this goes on, she'll be exhausted to death. Yin Zirua dusted herself off, her swollen lips still not fully recovered. But she couldn't just watch this cute girl meet her end. Facing a formidable beast at the peak of the third-rank upper god level, even Yin Zirua found it challenging. Looking at the massive creature, Yin Zirua focused on its eyes and its enormous, black tusks. As the saying goes, the strongest points are often the weakest. Chapter 408. A Flash, Unreasonable. Roar. The rock giant elephant bellowed, causing the earth to tremble and the heavens to shake. A powerful surge of divine energy spread outwards. The young goddess, Mieshin, spat out a mouthful of blood. Already heavily injured, she was now entangled by this formidable beast. Spatial fixation. Spatial slaughter. Ah! Mieshin shouted twice, spitting out fresh blood, her consciousness momentarily faltering. Roar. The rock giant elephant roared again. Trapped by the spatial constraints, it was completely immobilized. The spatial slaughter raged around its body, but the 10 cubic meters of space it caused was like a small piece of flesh on its backside, barely any significant damage. The tough skin was sliced open by the spatial force, blood splattering, revealing the white bones beneath. Time-space eye. The entire body of the rock giant elephant was fixed in place. Thunderfire slash. A powerful surge of divine energy erupted, as lightning mixed with flames launched a devastating attack, striking the giant elephant's 100 jonglong tusks. Roar. The rock giant elephant roared, its own divine energy surging wildly, attempting to break free from Yin Zirua's time-space eye. Crack. With this movement, the massive black tusk began to crack, blood gushing out from the connection between the skull and the tusk's base. Roar. The rock giant elephant roared furiously, its massive body bursting with strength as it tried to break free from the restraints. What sturdy tusks! I don't believe I can't get them. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zirua gripped the free will ruler, channeling all his divine energy into this single strike. Boom. Astonishing lightning erupted, and the sound of bone shattering echoed. The 100 jonglong black tusk began to fall. Shinkuan Refining Tower. These were Yin Zirua's fusion treasures, capable of capturing people, beasts, and various debris. However, the rock giant elephant's body was too massive. If he tried to capture the entire creature, Yin Zirua would be exhausted. Capturing a single tusk as a souvenir was still feasible. With divine energy activating the Shinkuan Refining Tower, he directly absorbed the tusk. Roar. The tusks were a symbol of the rock giant elephant's authority. Without them, it would be difficult to suppress the other clans. The rock giant elephant unleashed all its divine energy, and Yin Zirua's restraints reached their limit. Yin Zirua stepped on the golden Pong steps, rushing to the side of the rock giant elephant, and scooped up Mieshun in his arms. He retreated with the fastest speed possible. Roar. The rock giant elephant's eyes locked onto Yin Zirua, desperately chasing after him. This moving mountain shook the ground with every step, let alone when it ran. Yin Zirua held Mieshun, with the massive foot about to crush them into pancakes. Roar. The rock giant elephant's eyes turned blood red, burning all its divine energy to boost its speed. The massive foot came crashing down. Not good. Poison Thorn Bell Shield. Yin Zirua held Mieshun, and a defensive shield appeared around them. The massive foot stomped down, directly hitting the Poison Thorn Bell Shield. Golden light shone brightly, and the purple poison thorns, depending on the force of the stomp, would rebound with equal force. The purple-black light flashed, piercing through the entire leg of the rock giant elephant. Following the gaps in its bones, it shot out from the shoulder blade. Roar. The rock giant elephant roared loudly. Its foot had strong defenses, but with the combined force of its own massive divine energy and its tremendous weight, the sharp poison thorns easily penetrated its rock-hard foot, absorbing its vast divine energy. The poison thorns grew wildly to 100 zhong, reaching up to the shoulder, with blood flowing down the massive leg. The rock giant elephant tried to retreat, but with its leg pierced, it couldn't pull itself free. In the deep pit beneath its foot, the golden bell shield protected the two. Yin Zirua looked at the massive foot above him, realizing how close they had come to being crushed into a pancake. At this moment, Mieshun, dazed, opened her eyes and found herself once again in Yin Zirua's arms. Instinctively, she raised her hand to strike, but Yin Zirua caught her hand. Hey, I saved you twice. Doesn't mean I deserve to be hit twice. Mieshun looked at Yin Zirua, her hands pinned, the intimate position making her feel ashamed. You, get off me. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over. She was, after all, a young lady with a natural body scent. Yin Zirua glanced at her delicate face, a wicked thought flashing through his mind. But he wasn't one to be driven by lust, so he eventually let go and stood up. Mieshun clutched her chest, her divine energy in chaos. She looked at Yin Zirua, feeling that this guy was her nemesis. She took out some medicine to recover from her injuries, then began to adjust her divine energy. The rock giant elephant's divine energy weakened, and the massive poison thorns finally disappeared. The rock giant elephant looked at the golden light sphere on the ground, its eyes filled with a hint of fear. It knew it couldn't break through this barrier. If it continued to persist, it would only end up worse off. "Why did you fight the rock giant elephant again?" Xianxia asked curiously. Mieshan struggled to adjust her breath, stabilizing her injuries before opening her eyes. "My business doesn't concern you. Release this golden thing," Mieshan said confidently, leaving Xianxia speechless. "I saved you twice, and this is how you treat me?" Xianxia glared at her, his sharp eyes and swollen mouth making her look ridiculous. Mieshan wanted to laugh, but thinking about how he had been so disrespectful earlier, the embarrassing situation, and the fleeting desire in his eyes, she felt he was no different from those other men. "I'll say it one more time. Release this golden thing," Mieshan said sharply. "I can release it if you answer one question," Xianxia said, his tone serious as he gazed at Mieshan, setting aside his usual lightheartedness and revealing a faint hint of Sa-chi. Mieshan held her jade fan, looking at Xianxia. "What question?" The atmosphere between them was delicate, neither friend nor foe. "The 4 true gods of the 5th rank who came to assassinate me that day, were they your people?" Hearing Xianxia's question, Mieshan's eyes flickered. "I don't know," Mieshan said indifferently, unaware of her subordinate's private actions. Xianxia looked into her eyes, their gazes meeting. "What are you looking at?" Mieshan glared at Xianxia, thinking he was up to something again. "Nothing, you're not lying." With that, Xianxia released the poison thornbell shield. Chapter 409. Crisis Arises, 1,000-mile support. Mieshan glanced at Xianxia before turning his back and leaping away, leaving her behind. What kind of rhythm was this? Fortunately, both medicinal herbs had been acquired. To prevent any unforeseen changes, he needed to quickly obtain the 3rd herb and meet up with the others. Xianxia rushed toward the final target location, which was 100 kilometers away. The scope of this forest was truly vast. The last herb was likely Shangguan Miao's, as her map positions were all in the more remote areas of this side. The maximum distance between them shouldn't exceed 150 kilometers. This time, it's in a valley? As soon as Xianxia arrived at the valley, the special locator emitted an anomaly. "Young Master Yin, we're ambushed, and Ling Dan is fighting with all her might." The voice belonged to Shangguan Miao. Xianxia quickly locked onto the positions of the two. "I'm coming to support you. Yaoyue, how's your situation?" Xianxia attempted to contact Huangfu Yaoyue, but there was no response. The distance between their groups was the closest. "Fengyun, what about your situation?" Sima Fengyun also remained silent. Had something happened to them as well? Xianxia's heart sank. This wasn't the time to collect herbs. He turned and sprinted toward Shangguan Miao's location, which was 180 kilometers away. If he pushed himself to run there at full speed, he wouldn't have much divine energy left for battle. Screech! A 3-headed mountain eagle flew overhead, radiating the aura of a 3rd-rank upper god. Time-space eyes. Without hesitation, Xianxia unleashed a powerful move, immobilizing the 3-headed mountain eagle. The eagle shivered as Xianxia leaped onto its back. "I could kill you now, but I need your speed. Follow my orders, and I'll let you go afterward. Don't even think about escaping. I can kill you instantly." Perceiving the killing intent, the 3-headed mountain eagle let out a subdued cry, yielding. Xianxia then released the hold of the time-space eyes. "Fly in this direction for 180 kilometers, quickly." The eagle flapped its wings and soared through the air at high speed. Sitting on the back of the 3-headed mountain eagle, Xianxia began adjusting his breathing. Those who ambushed Shangguan Miao must be from one of the major factions. No one else would be idle enough to ambush them. Even Shangguan too wouldn't let these people off. The eagle's speed was impressive. What would have taken Xianxia half a day to run now took just 2 hours. As he approached, the shockwaves of the battle reached him. Xianxia looked at the glowing combat aura and the familiar feeling, recognizing it as Ling Dan. There were also 4 powerful auras of third-rank upper gods, ganging up on 2 people. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua leaped off the eagle and landed on the ground. Below, a formation trapped 2 people within it. Lingdan was heavily wounded, and the formation was absorbing the divine energy from both her and Shangwan Miao. Their persistence was solely due to Lingdan's strength. These 2 girls are tough. Finish them off quickly. The speaker was an old acquaintance, Qian Xiaoyu and Sun Youfu, both of whom Yin Zirua had fought before. The other 2 were likely brought in to help. You bunch of bastards. If it weren't for this trap, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Lingdan was drenched in blood, with the most severe injury in her abdomen. However, the power in her right eye remained formidable, allowing her to hold on. If I remember correctly, this woman is also an outsider. Deal with her. Qian Xiaoyu shouted and charged forward. The other 2 men glanced at each other and also attacked. You scoundrels! Lingdan's hands glowed with a cold light as she used half her divine energy to stabilize her injuries and the other half to fight back. Shangwan Miao, sitting on the ground, had used most of her treasures for defense. She was at her limit, relying on a secret artifact to protect herself. Lingdan was desperately buying time to heal her. Without a word, Yin Zirua pulled out the follow your heart and do as you wish ruler. For men ganging up on 2 girls, you're trash. Thunder flame slash. As Yin Zirua descended, the ruler unleashed its terrifying power, sending a surge of thunderous energy toward one of the attackers. The man hastily used a secret treasure to defend himself. Clang! The attack struck the treasure, and the immense divine energy sent Yin Zirua flying back. My golden net's defense is unbreakable. But before he finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed. He looked up to see a gash on his treasure. How is this possible? His body was split in 2. Yin Zirua's aura as a second-rank upper god erupted. Qian Xiaoyu glared at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. How did you find this place? Do I need to report to you how I found it? With a flash of the golden rock steps, Yin Zirua left golden afterimages as he charged forward. Stop him! Feeling the scent of death, Qian Xiaoyu shouted. Another man stepped forward to block Yin Zirua's attack. The man's aura was strong, and he took 2 steps back, his blood boiling. You're strong. The man had a scar on his face, but his eyes exuded a fearless determination. You're not bad yourself. Yin Zirua was furious. Within the formation, his divine energy was also beginning to falter. The longer it dragged on, the worse his situation would become. Yin Zirua charged again, and the man retaliated swiftly. The 2 fought fiercely within the formation. Lingdan, panting heavily, glared at the remaining Qian Xiaoyu and Sun Youfu. You bastards! Let's finish this. Lingdan had been pushed to her limits by these men. She wanted to kill them all to vent her anger. Hearing Lingdan's taunt, Qian Xiaoyu and Sun Youfu exchanged glances. This woman was strange, especially the runes in her right eye. They were even more complex than the runes in their formation. We can't hold back anymore. Finish her quickly, or things might change. Sun Youfu said, his weapon gleaming with cold light. Yin counterkill. Sun Youfu shouted, gathering a powerful attack. Lingdan focused on his move, and the runes in her right eye shifted again. The powerful runes emerged from her eye, striking Sun Youfu and binding his body. Lingdan, drenched in blood, wielded her weapon. After all these years of struggle, she was ready to end this. Chapter 410. Unable to break through, mysterious figure. For the first time, Yuan Lingdan found herself in such a dire predicament, and she was furious. Kill! She roared, charging forward with all her spiritual energy erupting fiercely. Sun Youfu watched as his body was split in 2 and fell to the ground. Yuan Lingdan's blood splattered as well, further worsening her injuries. You scoundrel! Take this! Qian Xiaoyu shouted and rushed over. The aura of a third-rank high god burst forth. Yuan Lingdan, seeing the terrifying visage, struggled to stand, and prepared to fight on. Clang! Golden light enveloped her, and the golden bell of venom protected her within. Xianxia struck with immense power, forcing her back and causing 3 venomous spikes to rebound towards her. A trinket on Xianxia's body glowed, deflecting the spikes. Boom! A figure fell to the ground beside Xianxia, battered and covered in wounds. His internal organs were severely damaged, and he was on the verge of collapse. Xianxia aimed her Xianxian Rui ruler at Xianxia's head. Release the array. At this moment, everyone was trapped within the array, their divine power uncontrollable and dissipating rapidly. If you want to leave the array, figure it out yourselves. Xianxia sneered, confident that his secret treasure would protect him, so he felt no concern. Xianxia looked at him, finding his face truly ugly. She glanced around, noting that the array had a dual protection mechanism. One layer to shield from external attacks, and another to prevent those inside from breaking out. The array was extremely complex and profound, clearly the result of much effort. How did you end up in this trap? Yin Wu asked Yuan Lingdan. Shangguan Miao was after some medicinal herbs that this guy stole. She chased after him, and I followed. Hearing this, Xianxia glared at Xianxia, realizing it was all his doing. All right, let's see how many attacks you can withstand. Thunder flame slash. Xianxia stepped forward, with lightning energy swirling around her Xianxian Rui ruler. She struck with full force, but the secret treasure was strong enough to repel her, sending her back with powerful divine energy waves. The treasure must be quite formidable, capable of withstanding attacks from a true god, or it wouldn't have withstood Xianxia's strike. Xianxia laughed smugly from within, his eyes filled with disdain. This is a life-saving treasure my father gave me. You lot won't be able to break it. Xianxia was quite pleased, swallowing some healing pills. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He planned to wait until their divine power was fully absorbed by the array before finishing them off. Xianxia looked at the white light barrier, finding it quite intriguing. This thing is not bad. Void devouring divine technique. Xianxia smirked wickedly. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. A black shadow appeared behind him, expanding and swallowing him whole. What? What is this? Ah! Xianxia screamed as the darkness consumed him. Yuan Lingdan, watching the dark area, felt a dangerous aura from her right eye. Shangguan Miao, witnessing Xianxia's move up close for the first time, felt a deep sense of danger. If she were to face such a technique, she wouldn't know how to resist it. With Xianxia's disappearance, everything he carried fell into Xianxia's hands. The void-devouring divine technique transferred everything to her. Among the miscellaneous items were the medicinal herbs Shangguan Miao had been searching for. This herb is my target, Shangguan Miao said excitedly, relieved she had found it. She collected the herbs, while Xianxia looked at the array surrounding them, frowning slightly. How do we break this array? Shangguan Miao muttered, noticing their powers were rapidly draining. They were doomed if this continued. Yuan Lingdan searched for a way to break the array, her right eye's runes shifting constantly, trying to decipher its mysteries. However, the array was no simple matter, and their divine powers continued to wane. Xianxia's vision began to blur as they struggled to find a solution. The array absorbed vast amounts of energy, and their strength was nearly depleted. I'll break through by force. Xianxia gripped her Theishin Ruyichu tightly and unleashed a powerful strike against the formidable array. Boom! Her strongest attack rebounded, forcing her back. She stepped back, her blood surging, her face pale. The array had not weakened but had grown even stronger. All 3 collapsed, their divine powers nearly exhausted, leaving them powerless. Xianxia looked ahead as the array suddenly cracked, and a black figure entered. Who? She murmured before fainting. After an unknown period of unconsciousness, the 3 woke up to find a black figure beside them. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the person's hand. Mie Shun was taken aback, looking at the groggy Yin Zirua, and quickly forced some medicine down his throat. Yin Zirua choked on the liquid, nearly inhaling it and sitting up abruptly. Turning, he saw Mieshin. "You, what are you doing here?" Yin Zirua asked curiously. Mieshin's expression changed. "I just happened to pass by. You're fine now. Goodbye." She turned to leave, but Yin Zirua grabbed her hand. "Thank you," he muttered softly, despite her never apologizing to him. But he believed in reciprocity, in giving and taking. Mieshin paused, her expression slightly shifting before she pulled her hand away and leaped off. Each time she left, it was after Yin Zirua had helped her, and this time, she had returned the favor. He wondered how she had broken the array. Perhaps next time they met, he could ask. Meanwhile, Yuan Lingdan and Shangguan Miao also woke up. "Young Master Yin? What happened?" Shangguan Miao asked, her vision still blurry. She only remembered her divine power being drained before she blacked out. Chapter 411. Bloody Battle Against Mini, Air Support. When she woke up, Shangguan Miao saw Yin Zirua. Could it be that Yin Zirua saved her? Thinking of this, Shangguan Miao felt a slight stirring in her heart, and her fondness for Yin Zirua increased significantly. Ding! Shangguan Miao's fondness for the host has increased by 1,000 points, and villain points have increased by 10,000 points. Hearing this sound, Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. He hadn't done anything at all. This silly girl had mistakenly attributed everything to him, but there was no way to explain it. If he said it was the work of the Godslayer, they would definitely question him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yin Zirua chose not to say anything. Now, Yin Zirua looked at the special locator in his hand, locking onto the position of Huangfu Yaoyue and Sima Fengyun. "I can't contact Huangfu Yaoyue. I'm going to support them. Have you two recovered?" Yin Zirua looked at Yuan Lingdan and Shangguan Miao. Both of them shook their heads. "Have you both finished collecting the herbs?" Yin Zirua asked the two. Both nodded. "Then let's go see Huangfu Yaoyue together. I still have one herb to collect, but let's first see what their situation is like." As the three of them were about to move, the sound of 3 mountain eagles echoed from the sky. Yin Zirua looked up at the sky, and the giant eagles descended. "Let's go." The two exchanged glances. These 3 mountain eagles had the aura of upper-level god rank 3, yet they obeyed Yin Zirua so obediently. Their eyes sparkled with surprise. The 3 of them quickly rushed towards the location of Huangfu Yaoyue and Sima Fengyun. At Huangfu Yaoyue's location, both she and Sima Fengyun were surrounded. "I don't know what's going on, but ever since we got here, I can't get a response from young Master Yin," Sima Fengyun said sharply. As 10 people surrounded them, the situation was dire. "I'll hold them off. You find a way to escape," Huangfu Yaoyue said sharply. No matter what, they had to deliver the herbs, as they had promised young Master Yin. No matter what happened, the herbs couldn't be compromised. These people, Huangfu Yaoyue didn't even consider them worth her attention. "Be careful." Sima Fengyun waited for an opportunity. At that moment, the 10 people closed in. "Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, today neither of you will escape. Attack." The speaker was Yin Lighting of the 10 great families. This woman bore a grudge against Sima Fengyun for defeating her in the past. She also had some issues with Huangfu Yaoyue. Moreover, she was accompanied by Zhou Zhirua, the daughter of another of the 10 great families, the Zhou family, and the two had an engagement. "Brother Yin, this time, we absolutely cannot let them escape." Earlier, Zhou Zhirua had set her sights on a herb, which was also Huangfu Yaoyue's target. Zhou Zhirua had only wanted to take it because she liked it. This led to a conflict, and Huangfu Yaoyue defeated her, moving to Sima Fengyun's side. Unexpectedly, these people caught up so quickly. "Come at me." 13 Blood Moon Slash. Facing 10 upper-level God rank 3 opponents, Huangfu Yaoyue unleashed her signature move, charging forward. The others were not idle either, all rushing forward. Yin Lighting supported Zhou Zhirua from the side, glaring at Huangfu Yaoyue with resentment. At that moment, Sima Fengyun struck down 2 opponents and charged in one direction. "Stop her!" Enlighting shouted, and the others rushed forward. They wanted to catch Sima Fengyun, as this area had been set with traps, blocking off perception and disrupting the flow of divine power. If the two escaped this area and called for reinforcements, it would be troublesome. Want to pass? Ask if I agree. Huangfu Yaoyue delivered a powerful blow, severing the arms of two opponents. She was then kicked by another, flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huangfu Yaoyue's eyes were sharp, her fighting spirit intense. To think someone could injure her. Her battle-crazed temperament instantly erupted, her bloodline power igniting. She wielded her greatsword, slashing wildly at the group with terrifying killing intent and a blade in self as one momentum. One by one, the opponents fell, all severely injured and retreating. Huangfu Yaoyue was covered in blood, her killing aura overwhelming. Come at me. Huangfu Yaoyue looked at the group, her mouth stained with blood, her face filled with madness. Kill her. I'll give you double the reward. Hearing Enlighting's offer, the others were tempted. Kill. Someone shouted, and the rest followed suit, charging forward. Huangfu Yaoyue wielded her greatsword, burning all her divine power, unleashing an unstoppable momentum. Boom. The terrifying divine power surged into the sky, leaving 8 of the 10 opponents severely injured, while the other 2 had yet to act. Huangfu Yaoyue, you're indeed strong. Enlighting's hand glowed with black light. A silent black projectile flew toward Huangfu Yaoyue. Thud. Huangfu Yaoyue's back was pierced, the projectile emerging from her chest. Huangfu Yaoyue glared at Enlighting, realizing this woman had resorted to underhanded tactics. You. Huangfu Yaoyue tried to speak but couldn't, as poison spread through her body, causing her to collapse. Brother Litten, you're amazing. Zhou Zhirua had been intimidated by Huangfu Yaoyue's earlier momentum. If not for Enlighting's intervention, perhaps no one here could have suppressed Huangfu Yaoyue's strength. This scene was witnessed by Yin Zirua from above. Damn it, I'll kill that woman. Yin Zirua jumped down, followed by Yuan Lingdan and Shangguan Miao, while Sima Fengyun, despite her injuries, also rushed down. Seeing Huangfu Yaoyue fall, her heart ached. Enlighting looked up and saw the furious Yin Zirua. Not good. Enlighting drew his weapon, but Yin Zirua swung his Sui Xian Rui scale, slashing down. Thunder fire slash. Yin Zirua roared, and terrifying lightning surged through the Sui Xian Rui scale. Thud. Enlighting spat out blood, and Yin Zirua stabbed with a dagger, piercing the man's shoulder. You sneaked attack. Enlighting quickly retreated, looking at his arm with anger. If you hadn't sneaked attack, how could you have been Yaoyue's match? You're trash. You deserve to die. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp, his upper-level God rank 2 aura erupting, his golden Pong step surging forward at lightning speed. The blinding speed left Enlighting struggling to keep up, though he had some skill. He relied on his perception to anticipate Yin Zirua's attacks, wielding his weapon to block Yin Zirua's strikes. At that moment, Zhou Zhirua, standing nearby, also wanted to help Enlighting and rushed forward to assist. Chapter 412, Black Swamp, The Attraction Physique. Yin Zirua wielded the free and easy ruler, delivering a merciless thunder flame slash. Zhou Zhirua, already injured, couldn't withstand such a powerful attack and was sent flying to the side. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion even paler. The 2 of them were defeated, and the rest of the group exchanged glances. There were 8 of them. There are only 5 of them, and they're all in a weakened state. Kill them. One of them shouted, and the others charged forward. Yuan Lingdan rushed down, brandishing her sword at the one who had been provoking them, her blade gleaming with sharpness. Kill. Yuan Lingdan's right eye glowed with rolling talismans, her killing intent surging. Ah! The man didn't back down either, charging forward. Swish. The sword flashed, and blood spurted 3 feet into the air as the man fell, unwilling. The remaining 6 or 7 people, one of them charging at the heavily injured Sima Fengyun. Shangguan Miao was closest and immediately swung her sword to block the attack. Clang. The powerful divine force wave sent the man staggering back. The most despicable are those who ambush. Shangguan Miao's eyes were sharp, her sword gleaming with cold light as the two clashed. The remaining men looked at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. Eliminate the outsiders. Someone shouted, and the others charged at Yin Zirua together. Outsiders? Heh. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp. These guys were so well coordinated. It was perfect for a clean sweep. Time-space Dao I. Yin Zirua's divine power spread, turning a 10-mile radius into his domain. The men froze in place. How is this possible? The leader was dumbfounded, unsure of what move this was. Yin Zirua's eyes were icy, a cold light flashing in his hand. The free and easy ruler transformed freely, instantly creating hundreds of blades that pierced through the enemies, splattering blood across the ground. Yin Zirua stood still, not moving an inch. Sima Fengyun, Huangfu Yaoyue, Shangguan Miao, and Yuan Lingdan all looked at Yin Zirua. His terrifying aura made it impossible to look directly at him, like a demon from hell. Huangfu Yaoyue looked at Yin Zirua and chuckled. Her divine power exhausted, and she collapsed. Sima Fengyun, also drained of divine power, was in bad shape, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood that spurted out. Shangguan Miao and Yuan Lingdan had recovered some divine power but were still unstable. You four, focus on recovering your injuries. I'll guard you. Yin Zirua said, then looked around. He searched the bodies of the fallen and found a bunch of miscellaneous medicines and half-baked treasures. He distributed the healing medicines to everyone, which were somewhat useful. As for the miscellaneous weapons and half-baked treasures, they could only be used as filler. After resting for 2 hours, the four of them had recovered about 70 to 80% of their strength. Have you all collected your herbs? Huangfu Yaoyue nodded. We've collected them all, but we were ambushed by this guy. Looking at the frozen corpse, she was still furious. If not for the ambush, she wouldn't have been so miserable. I've collected all mine too, said Shangguan Miao. Yin Zirua took out the herbs he had gathered. Take the herbs you need. I'm still missing one. I'll go get it. You head out first and be careful. The four of them exchanged glances. Seeing their unstable auras, they knew they couldn't be of any help and would only be a burden. In that case, be careful, young Master Yin, Shangguan Miao said, and the four of them set off toward the exit. Yin Zirua rode the three-headed mountain eagle toward the northern target area. Only one more herb was needed to complete his mission. The final herb was the soul-guiding flower, which had the benefit of cleansing the soul and enhancing soul strength. It was a rare and precious herb, but the beast guarding it would undoubtedly be very powerful. As Yin Zirua approached the area, it was a swamp filled with the rotting corpses of beasts. The stench was overwhelming, and it was clear that the soul-guiding flower, which required a place to gather spiritual energy, would grow here. With so many beasts dying here, there were plenty of scattered souls, which naturally led to the growth of such a treasure. Yin Zirua sat on the three-headed mountain eagle, searching for the soul-guiding flower. Gurgle, gurgle. Beneath the black swamp, a faint but powerful aura stirred. At that moment, in the eastern part of the swamp, a familiar black figure appeared. It seemed to be passing by. Yin Zirua hadn't even had a chance to thank the person for saving him earlier. Fly over there. The three-headed mountain eagle obediently flew in that direction. Hearing the sound in the air, Mai's hen looked up at the three-headed mountain eagle flying overhead and the figure on its back. His eyes narrowed slightly. Just as Yin Zirua was about to land, the ground began to shake, followed by a violent tremor. From beneath the swamp, a powerful divine force surged forth. Roar! 100 Zhonglong body burst from below, radiating the aura of a third-rank true god. It was a swamp dragon, possessing a trace of dragon blood, with strength comparable to a fifth-rank true god. Its combat and defensive abilities were astonishingly powerful. The massive mouth lunged at Mai's hen, and Yin Zirua smirked. Was this an attraction physique for beasts? The three-headed mountain eagle was terrified by the aura and urgently shot up into the sky. It soared into the clouds, while Mai's Hin wielded a black sword to block the swamp dragon's attack, being pushed back 100 meters. A massive energy gathered in the swamp dragon's mouth and was unleashed in a torrent. Boom! 1,000 miles were instantly destroyed, and black flames ignited the forest. Xianxia looked at the spot where Mai's Hin had been, but saw no trace of him. His time-space Dao Eye detected energy fluctuations behind him. Xianxia's eyes widened as he saw a rift open in the space behind him. Mai's Hin fell through, and Xianxia hurriedly caught him. Roar! The swamp dragon on the ground sensed Mieshin's aura and turned its gaze to the sky. It spat a black flame at the three-headed mountain eagle, 1,000 zhang-long black flame beam shooting forward. Dodge quickly! Xianxia shouted, and the three-headed mountain eagle urgently swerved left. But the speed and power of the flame were too great. Scream! The three-headed mountain eagle cried out. One wing burned, and it plummeted. Chapter 413. Coordinated Efforts, Joint Operations. Xianxia and Mai's Hin also descended together. Xianxia reached out and grabbed Mai's Hin, holding him beside her. Seeing Mai's Hin and Xianxia fall, the swamp dragon quickly turned and submerged into the swamp, disappearing without a trace. But Xianxia knew that this creature must have retreated to the swamp beneath them, waiting for them to fall into its mouth. Sublime Flexible Ruler. Transform. The sublime flexible ruler extended like a towering pillar, stretching 100 zhang long, and transformed into a platform that caught Xianxia and Mai's Hin. The three-headed mountain eagle also landed on the platform. Such a transformation had drained a significant amount of Xianxia's divine energy. Hey, what's going on? Did you steal something from it? It's trying to kill you. Xianxia poured some healing medicine into Mieshin's mouth. Mai's Hin opened his eyes and clutched his injured shoulder, struggling to stand up from Xianxia's embrace. Xianxia was speechless. Even at this moment, this guy was still putting on a tough front. He turned to look at the heavily injured three-headed mountain eagle, his trusted mount. Xianxia poured all the healing medicine he had collected onto the eagle, easing its pain and stabilizing it. Roar! From below the swamp dragon roared loudly. After waiting for so long, its prey still hadn't fallen, and it was growing impatient. Hey, did you take something from it? Look how anxious it's getting. Xianxia asked again, and Mai's Hin glared at him. I was just passing by. It attacked me first. Mai's Hin was quite annoyed. The beasts in this forest all seemed to attack her on their own accord. Why? Do you have such a strong charm that you attract beasts? I didn't notice that. As he spoke, Xianxia looked Mai's Hin up and down. What are you looking at? Mai's Hin looked at Xianxia. His odd gaze made her uncomfortable. Nothing, just wondering why you attract beasts. Xianxia looked at the massive creature below. Dealing with it was extremely troublesome, especially since the swamp was in its favor. For beasts, I am the greatest delicacy. So, powerful beasts with strong bloodlines attack me. Mai's Hin explained, and Xianxia, it's not easy for me to move with you. Can you get away on your own? I also have to take care of this three-headed mountain eagle, so it's inconvenient for me to bring you along. Mai's Hin turned to look at Xianxia. Did he think she was a burden? I can leave on my own. You don't need to drive me away. Mai's Hin said, and leaped off the platform. Xianxia was stunned. He had just been joking, but she took it seriously. I was just joking. Below, Mai's Hin stared at the swamp dragon with sharp eyes. Spatial slaughter. Crunch, crunch. The sound of space shattering echoed, and the cracks in space trapped the swamp dragon's head. Blood splattered as the swamp dragon's head, incredibly tough, managed to withstand the spatial reduction, only suffering minor skin damage. The swamp dragon amassed its terrifying divine energy, attempting to break free from the constraints. Roar! The swamp dragon roared in anger, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it locked onto Mai's Hin, determined to devour her. Roar! Another roar erupted, accompanied by a burst of terrifying black flames that shot directly towards Mai's Hin. Xianxia, watching from above, felt a chill run down his spine. However, he sensed a fluctuation in the space behind him. Yin Zirua turned around just in time to see Mai Zhen falling again. He hurriedly reached out to catch her. Thud. She landed on top of him, knocking him down. Mai Zhen clutched her shoulder. If not for her old injury, she wouldn't have been so clumsy. She quickly got up, ready to jump down again, but Yin Zirua quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, don't rush. You won't be able to defeat it like this. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't push yourself. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Mieshin's eyes burned with resentment. I was just joking earlier. Thank you for helping me break the formation earlier. Hearing this, Mieshin's anger subsided somewhat. That big guy below has both powerful offense and defense. I'll go inside to disrupt it, and you attack from the outside. Mai Zhen paused for a moment, then Yin Zirua jumped down. Mai Zhen watched as Yin Zirua leaped down, quickly positioning herself beside him. Below, the swamp dragon glared at Yin Zirua and spewed black flames. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens, and the black flames shot out. Yin Zirua quickly summoned the venomous thorn golden bell cover. As he continued to descend, Mai Zhen watched from above as Yin Zirua endured the flames and fell. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Spatial slaughter. Mai Zhen shouted, then unleashed her divine energy. A more terrifying spatial slaughter began. Crunch! Crunch! The powerful force shattered several of the swamp dragon's bones. Roar! The swamp dragon roared in pain, and Yin Zirua took advantage of the opening to fall inside. Seeing Yin Zirua being swallowed, Mai Zhen felt a pang of worry. Is this your plan? Getting yourself eaten? Spatial fixation. Mai Zhen unleashed her divine energy, controlling the swamp dragon's body. The swamp dragon, seeing Mai Zhen, became extremely excited. Its divine energy, at the true god third stage, surged, breaking free from the spatial fixation. With a leap, the swamp dragon charged towards Mai Zhen, its massive jaws snapping at her. Thunderflame slash. Inside the swamp dragon's mouth, Yin Zirua shouted, swinging his sublime flexible ruler. Boom! The power of thunder pierced through the swamp dragon's abdomen, and Yin Zirua burst out through the wound, carrying fragments of intestines and liver. Drenched in blood, Yin Zirua looked like a demon. Roar! The swamp dragon, severely injured, let out a cry of pain and dove into the swamp. Yin Zirua's sublime flexible ruler transformed once again into a small platform, extending 1,000 meters, allowing him to stand above the swamp. Normally, the swamp dragon would be hard to detect once it submerged into the swamp. But now, severely injured, its blood would leave traces wherever it hid. Spatial slaughter. Following the trail of blood, Mieshin's eyes gleamed with determination. Strike while the enemy is vulnerable. Bubbles of various sizes began to rise from the swamp. At the same time, a torrent of blood and fragments of organs surged out. Chapter 414. Critical Moment, Half-Beast Form. What did you do? Yin Zirua curiously looked down, expecting the creature to be in a terrible state. Nothing much, just made the wound bloom and expand, came the reply, sending a chill down Yin Zirua's spine. This meant that the spatial slicing had erupted precisely at the wound, enlarging a 1-meter gash to 5 meters in an instant. The creature's abdomen must have been completely shredded. Is it still alive? Why hasn't it come up yet? Yin Zirua gazed down, wondering if the massive beast intended to bury itself in the depths below. No, it's coming up. It's strong. Mieshin's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. For a moment, Yin Zirua thought it was her imagination, as she seemed to see the beast's gaze reflected in Mieshin's eyes. A gaze that was both powerful and terrifying. Roar! A horrifying roar echoed from the depths of the 9 layers of the abyss, and a colossal figure leapt out. Its stomach was now hollow, with no internal organs left. And yet, it was still alive? Yin Zirua looked into its eyes and was even more astonished. The creature's eyes were now completely black. What state is this? It's not alive anymore, is it? As it charged out, a thick aura of death surrounded it. It died just now. Now it's in a state of living dead, driven by an intense grudge against me. It won't rest until it kills me. Hearing this, Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine. Did you dig up its ancestral grave, or something? What kind of grudge is this, that it won't let you go even in death? Maizhen was speechless at Xianxia's remark. I have no interest in that. It's just that my bloodline is unique, and for high-ranking beasts, it's a rare delicacy. With this explanation, Xianxia understood. After all, the strength of beasts relies on devouring each other's bloodlines. If Mieshen's bloodline was indeed that powerful, it made sense why beasts would attack her wherever she went. You're quite the attention grabber, aren't you? Everywhere you go, you attract attention, or rather, beastly attention. Maizhen ignored Xianxia, as the marsh drake had already launched an attack, its gaping maw terrifyingly wide. A trace of true dragon blood within the marsh drake surged forth at this moment. Previously, its body couldn't withstand the power of this bloodline, so it dared not use it. Now that it was dead, only its vengeful spirit remained. Even if its body were to be torn apart by this power, it didn't matter. It would unleash its full strength in a frenzy. The power it unleashed now was enough to overwhelm even a fifth-rank true god. This divine energy fluctuation is intense. Xianxia's eyes sharpened, feeling immense pressure under such terrifying divine energy. Here it comes. Spatial slicing. Maizhen unleashed her move again, with hundreds of spatial slicings erupting within 10 zhang in front of her. The slicings tore into the marsh drake's body, but it no longer cared. Its body was shredded, yet it continued to charge forward, determined to devour Maizhen. This isn't fun. Time-space eye. Xianxia unleashed all his divine power, freezing the creature for 10 seconds. Void devouring sovereign. A black shadow expanded from behind the marsh drake, swallowing its tail and hind legs. But the creature's body was too large, and 10 seconds had already passed. Roar. The marsh drake roared, its body glowing with golden light. With only its front legs remaining, it still charged toward Maizhen. Maizhen was stunned by Xianxia's two moves, which had similarities to hers, but were also distinctly different. Spatial lock. Spatial slicing. Maizhen unleashed all her power, and a white wing extended from her left back. An ancient aura burst forth, and Xianxia watched as the wing emerged and Mieshen's half-face became contorted. This is a half-beast bloodline. Such a powerful bloodline, even half-beast, exudes terrifying pressure. What kind of beast could the original body be? Xianxia looked at Maizhen with unprecedented seriousness. The marsh drake roared and charged, but this time, the spatial slicing was unprecedentedly powerful. Millions of spatial cracks tore the marsh drake's body into millions of pieces. Spatial lock preserved these chunks. Maizhen darted around, gathering a clump of golden blood in her hand, which she promptly swallowed. Xianxia watched from the side, realizing this was the method of devouring beast bloodlines to strengthen oneself. After swallowing the golden blood, Mieshen's injuries healed instantly, and her aura became significantly stronger. Xianxia could feel that she was now only half a step away from becoming a true god. The pressure she exuded was even more terrifying than that of a true god. So strong. Xianxia stood on her Thuishin Ruichi, observing Maizhen. Maizhen looked back at her, her wings still flapping. Xianxia didn't move carelessly, sensing a dangerous gaze had locked onto her. Don't spread what you saw today. It's not good for you. With that, Maizhen flapped her half-wing and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. What a show-off. Xianxia chuckled. Ding. Detected a trace of true dragon bloodline in the marsh drake. Do you wish to integrate it into your power? Of course. After all, I've gained half its body. I'll refine this bloodline into my own power. Ding. Pure cultivation divine energy infused into the host's body. Xianxia's injuries healed completely, and his physical body grew much stronger. He was now only half a step away from breaking through to the third rank of upper god. My foundation is too strong. Such powerful energy isn't enough to push me to the third rank of upper god. Indeed, I still need to go to that place. Yin Zirua collected the previous herbs, and the body of the three-headed mountain eagle had also recovered somewhat. Though you're heavily injured, I'm in a hurry. I'll have to trouble you. With that, Yin Zirua mounted the three-headed mountain eagle and flew toward the exit, finally nearing the end. After flying for half a day, they finally approached the entrance. But Yin Zirua sensed a dangerous aura in the air. Seems like some people don't want me to leave so easily. Yin Zirua stopped, patting the three-headed mountain eagle's head. Thanks for the effort. These herbs are your compensation. Chapter 415. Powerful array, premeditated plot. As he spoke, Yin Zirua handed over a pile of medicinal herbs he had picked up from others to the three-headed mountain eagles. These were also his hard-earned reward. The three-headed mountain eagles left satisfied, and Yin Zirua gazed at the entrance. Come and meet me. Yin Zirua summoned the free will ruler, sensing the thick aura of killing intent. It was hard not to notice. Yin Zirua, what a sharp perception. Hearing this voice, Yin Zirua looked up and saw Guli and Wuxia. These were old acquaintances. It seemed they bore a grudge and had ambushed him here. Why do the 10 great families always like to dig traps behind people's backs? Yin Zirua said indifferently, not showing any urgency. Yin Zirua, don't bring the 10 great families into this. People from within the Xianxia star domain won't trouble you. But you, an outsider, better not be so arrogant. Xianxia, with her upper-tier god third-rank aura erupting, looked at Yin Zirua with deep resentment. Miss Wang is right. Guli stood beside her, flattering her. Oh, you were used as a pawn before, and now you're standing together again? Yin Zirua said, making Wuxia's face turn sour. Guli's expression also began to falter. He couldn't let Yin Zirua continue talking like this. Attack! Eliminate this outsider! Guli shouted, and the dozens of people around him all launched their attacks. Each one exuded a strong aura, with many being upper-tier god third rank, showing off their impressive strength. These individuals had been lured here by Guli's promises of rewards. 18 sword slash. One man roared, wielding a heavy sword with the momentum to split the heavens and earth. Breaking heaven's staff. Another man swung his white staff, charging down with a murderous aura. The two of them started with deadly moves, both being upper-tier god third rank, with powerful divine energy fluctuations. Not bad, not bad. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened, and his upper-tier god second-rank aura erupted. The free will ruler in his hand glowed with flowing light. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua shouted, his hands crackling with thunder, and divine energy rippled outward in waves. Guli watched Yin Zirua. In just a few days, Yin Zirua's aura had become even stronger. If this continued, he would surely reach upper-tier god third rank first. Guli's expression turned sharp. Activate the array. The people beside him nodded, and dozens of them injected all their divine energy. A powerful array was activated beneath Yin Zirua. This is my family's true god slaughter array. If you can survive, consider yourself skilled. Guli laughed triumphantly, as Yin Zirua was still engaged in battle with the two men. Their combat techniques were also quite impressive, having exchanged over 100 moves with Yin Zirua. When Yin Zirua returned to his senses, he found himself trapped in a massive killing array. The aura of this killing array was terrifying, enough to obliterate him. This time, things have escalated too far. Yin Zirua's eyes narrowed, and his time-space eyes activated silently, scanning for the core of the array. Watch your sword. The man who had been fighting Yin Zirua before charged again, his sharp sword gleaming. Yin Zirua wielded his free will ruler with ease, gracefully parrying every strike from his opponent. This guy's skills are decent. Sky-breaking staff strike. The staff wielder charged again. Yin Zirua looked at these two men, playing with them for a while, thinking they were something special. Primordial divine domain. Unleash. A powerful surge of divine energy erupted, controlling the entire battlefield. The terrifying pressure slowed the movements of the two men significantly. What's happening? Save us. Both men shouted in panic, their eyes filled with fear. The others also wanted to help. Now you want to call for help? Too late. Thunder flamed slash. With a step on the golden rock steps, Yin Zirua's figure turned into a blur. Swish. Thud. Blood splattered 3 feet high as Yin Zirua quickly killed the 2 men. They fell to the ground as cold corpses, and the items they carried were casually collected by Yin Zirua. Some medicinal herbs, recovery pills, and personal weapons. Consider it some interest collected. Attack, kill him. Gully shouted. Yin Zirua's moves were too mysterious, and delaying could lead to trouble. Dozens of people were stabilizing the array, leaving less than 10 who could move. But all of them were upper-tier god 3rd rank, their auras erupting. Kill! 8 men shouted together, their divine energies erupting as they launched their full-power attacks. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. Come at me. Yin Zirua stood firm, unafraid, as his divine energy rapidly depleted. 18 weapons almost simultaneously descended toward his head. Time-space eyes. Yin Zirua's divine energy instantly spread, freezing everyone in place. Seeing this, Guli's eyes widened. What kind of ability was this, to instantly freeze 10 full-power attacks? Shinkuan Refining Tower, absorb them. Yin Zirua shouted, and a golden tower appeared above his head, unleashing terrifying divine might as it instantly absorbed the 8 men. The Shinkuan Refining Tower then disappeared, and Yin Zirua panted heavily, absorbing so many people at once, resisting their divine energy resistance and pulling them into the Shinkuan Refining Tower space, had drained most of Yin Zirua's divine energy. Let's see how much divine energy you have left. True God Slaughter Array, activate. Death Slaughter. With Guli's command, dozens of people injected their divine energy, and a powerful force began to suppress Yin Zirua within the array. Yin Zirua's bones creaked, and his veins bulged. Even his enhanced body struggled to withstand the divine energy suppression. An invisible death hand stretched toward Yin Zirua's head. Observing the invisible hand, Yin Zirua's time-space eyes discerned the abnormality. So it uses the remnant soul of a true god as the array core? No wonder it's hard to detect. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened, looking at the invisible hand before him. His hair stood on end. Time-space eyes. Yin Zirua froze the hand for 10 seconds, then stepped on the golden rock steps and charged forward. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed his full power, his remaining divine energy erupting in this ultimate attack. The powerful divine energy instantly spread, affecting the entire array. The dozens of people controlling the array were only temporary, so their auras were unstable. For a moment, the array wavered, almost collapsing, but it was quickly stabilized. Yin Zirua's eyes narrowed. This array was indeed strange, and he had no more energy to fight. Chapter 416. Remnant Soul of a True God, brutally erased. They could only retreat for now. This situation was too treacherous. Well done, everyone. But killing me isn't going to be that easy. Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed sharply as he faced a group of over 30 elite upper-tier gods of the 3rd rank, along with a meticulously prepared array capable of slaying a true god. Breaking through such defenses was indeed a daunting task. Yin Zirua's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Kill him now. Guli roared, and the energy within the array erupted. He had a gut feeling that the next time he saw Yin Zirua, it would be his own death. Yin Zirua pulled out his void escape blade, slashed through the air, and vanished. Everyone present was stunned. The man had simply disappeared. Guli's face turned ashen. Find him at all costs. Everyone, spread out and search. Guli bellowed, and the group of over 30 scattered to track down Yin Zirua. This was the first time Guli had been so humiliated since arriving in the Xianxia Star domain. He was determined to repay this debt in full. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua hadn't retreated without reason. Within the Shinkuan Refining Pagoda, the energy absorbed was now flowing into his body. If he didn't refine it in time, the overwhelming energy would burst his body apart. In just an hour, he would recover to his peak state, and then he would settle the score, interest included. Yin Zirua found a hidden spot, activated his poison thorn golden bell cover for protection, and began refining the immense energy with full concentration. An hour later, Yin Zirua opened his eyes. He could feel the barrier of the upper-tier god of the third rank within reach. However, the accumulated energy was still insufficient to break through. It seemed he needed even more. Yin Zirua stood up, clenched his fists, and it was time to settle accounts with that scoundrel. Just as Yin Zirua was about to search for Guli, he sensed an unusually powerful surge of divine energy. This familiar feeling. Yin Zirua smiled faintly. It seemed fate was at play. His figure transformed into lightning, leaving behind afterimages. Meanwhile, 100 miles away near the entrance, a powerful array was being reactivated. And this time, it was aimed at another formidable foe. Who would have thought we didn't find Yin Zirua, but stumbled upon this guy instead? Activate the array. Kill him. Guli shouted, and dozens of men began relentlessly attacking a single individual. Guli and his group had arrived just in time, surrounding Mieshin with their forces. The array was once again deployed, trapping Mieshin within. Mieshin's gaze was sharp as she looked at her attackers. Engaging Mieshin in a fierce battle were representatives from the Dongfang and Ming families, as well as Zhao Min from the 10 great clans. These three factions had their own reasons for targeting Mieshin. Some resented her, while others held grudges for those she had slain. You've killed members of 3 great families. There's no way we'll let you off easily, Zhao Min declared, her eyes sharp with determination. Does an outsider think they can kill at will? Do you really consider the Xianxia star domain your backyard? Mengyu added, her tone equally fierce. Her weapon gleamed with sharp radiance as she launched a frenzied assault, with Zhao Min joining in. Surrounding them were others who had also cornered Mieshin. Mieshin's expression was stern. Her aura had grown even stronger, but her opponents were no weaklings, representing the golden generation of the Xianxia star domain. Their techniques were formidable, and they had plenty of hidden treasures. Mieshin's divine energy was already half depleted, and her opponents were in a similar state. The battle was at a stalemate. However, the sounds of combat had attracted more onlookers, and Mieshin's heart sank. Another group of over 30 had arrived, and they too seemed hostile. The Gu family's Guli has come to assist. Guli led his group, with Wuxia among them. Suppress this outsider together. With Guli's command, the powerful array was activated once more, this time with even greater intensity. After all, they were facing a ruthless outsider, and they were taking no chances, pouring in even more energy. Mieshin's expression changed as she faced the array. Everyone, this outsider has killed people from the Xianxia star domain. We must capture her and execute her. Guli commanded, and all the participants spat out their essence blood, maximizing the array's power. Mieshin's gaze was piercing. You fools, do you think you can force me to kill all of you? Mieshin's eyes gleamed fiercely, sending a chill down everyone's spines. Guli was the first to react. Don't be afraid. We have so many of us. Even a true god would struggle against us. We can't let an outsider underestimate us. Hearing Guli's words, the crowd regained their resolve. Execute her. Dozens of voices echoed in unison, their momentum awe-inspiring. The array rotated, ancient characters lighting up one by one, and a powerful, ancient aura spread forth. Mieshin stared at the phantom figure within the array. It was the remnant soul of a true god, and it was incredibly powerful. Fine. If you want to suppress me, see if you have the skill. Mieshin's gaze was sharp. Before such a powerful remnant soul, even as an upper-tier god of the third rank, she was insignificant. But she was not someone to be trifled with. Mieshin stood firm, her left eye transforming into that of a beast, and her silver-white wings extending behind her. Mieshin was now at full power. Her aura was formidable, and an ancient presence radiated from her. This isn't human. Everyone was stunned. Mieshin's current aura was terrifying. The remnant soul of the true god was also somewhat surprised. The scent of ancient inheritance, but you are a half-beast. The soul flickered, and a massive palm descended, Even if I am a half-beast, you are not fit to offend me. Spatial slaughter. Mieshin's eyes radiated terrifying light, causing the space within 100 meters to shatter, creating overlapping spatial rifts and a devastating spatial slaughter phenomenon. Humph! A mere half-beast dares to act so arrogantly. The remnant soul of the true god unleashed an overwhelming force, using both hands to control the shattered space. With superhuman strength, it compressed the shattered space together, trapping Mieshin in the middle, unable to move. Mieshin's left eye bled as she gritted her teeth. She unleashed all her power, and the bloodline within her body made a final, desperate struggle. Suppress her. Guli shouted, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. If they could slay Mieshin, he would be hailed as a hero, and his family would look upon him with newfound respect. Everyone poured in their divine energy recklessly, making this their final all-in gamble. Chapter 417. The Power of Unity and Dual Souls. Mieshin spat out a mouthful of blood. She had underestimated the remnants of this soul, or more accurately, the desperation with which these beings fought. Her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, realizing she might actually perish here. At the last moment before her divine power was exhausted, a mysterious figure appeared before her, the enigmatic young man. Though their encounters were never pleasant, he always seemed to appear at her side. As her final shred of divine power dissipated, the power within her blood erupted, and the seal began to loosen. Roar! A mighty roar echoed as a colossal white mythical beast materialized before everyone. What on earth is that? The beast's form was unique, with a golden, majestic lion's head, a jade-green Chilan body, and a cyan dragon's tail. Is that a Pishio? Everyone was questioning their sanity. What creature was this that resembled nothing they knew? Roar! The Pishio-like beast let out another roar, unleashing the formidable power within its bloodline. The remnant soul of a true god, facing this terrifying force, also changed expression. His power output had reached its limit. It was no small feat for so many descendants to sustain him this long. This beast may only possess half its bloodline, but it is too powerful. All descendants, retreat quickly. The remnant soul of the true god shouted, and everyone fled swiftly. Roar! The enraged beast roared again, and the true god's remnant soul shattered instantly. Xianxia arrived just in time to see people scattering in all directions. Damn human race! You seek your own doom. An ancient voice echoed, sending a chill down Xianxia's spine. 1,000 miles of spatial annihilation erupted, engulfing all within range, beasts and humans alike. Some were torn apart, while others, though maimed, clung to life. Xianxia instinctively summoned his golden bell of venomous spikes, enveloping himself within its protection. 3 spatial rifts loomed around his golden bell. Without it, he would have been dead. Looking around, he saw traces of shattered space everywhere, as if something catastrophic had occurred. On his way, he spotted Guli's head, Wang Xiaoya's upper body, and the remains of numerous contestants. Help! Save me! A weak voice called out. Following the sound, he found Zhao Min, whose legs had been severed. To survive such a calamity was no ordinary stroke of luck. Xianxia helped her over and applied a hemostatic and analgesic ointment to her severed legs. Quick, take me away from here. Zhao Min pleaded, clutching at Su Tianyu. Tell me what happened in detail, or I won't take you with me, Xianxia demanded. Zhao Min then recounted the events, including the pursuit of Mieshin and how Guli and others had cornered her. They had driven Mieshin to the brink, forcing her to reveal her true form. Alas, I didn't expect you to push Mieshin to that extent, Su Tianyu sighed, then knocked her out and absorbed her into the Qingkuan Lianhua Pagoda. However, Xianxia merely placed her in that space before preparing to leave. He charged toward the area where the spatial rifts were multiplying. At the very center, he saw the terrifying figure. This beast's form is unique, with a golden lion's head, a jade-green Chilan body, and a cyan dragon's tail. Those black-red eyes, it's you, Mieshin. Xianxia called out, but the Tinjiang tall body showed no response. Curious, He used his Dao eyes of space and time to take a look. Only then did he discover that Mieshin's body housed two souls, hers and that of the mythical beast within her. She possessed half the beast's bloodline. To enhance her power, she had offered her own beastly bloodline as a sacrifice, allowing the soul of an ancient, powerful ancestor to reside within her. As long as the seal wasn't fully broken, she could wield a portion of its power to protect herself. But in dire circumstances, when the seal was fully broken, the ancestor's soul would awaken. This could lead to Mize forever losing herself. Mize, Yin Zirua shouted. Though they had only met a few times, Mize left a favorable impression. It would be a pity if she were to be consumed by the ancestor's soul. Mize. With repeated calls, Mieshin's original soul showed signs of awakening. But the ancestor's soul was too powerful, suppressing her awakening and further confusing her soul. Mize, wake up! Yin Zirua shouted, brandishing the Thuishin Ruichi. He slashed down at the massive golden lion's head. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattered space echoed as dozens of powerful spatial rifts spread around Yin Zirua. Looking left and right, he prepared to counter. Void devouring art. Two dark shadows appeared on either side of Yin Zirua, devouring the incoming spatial rifts. One was the void's devouring, the other the spatial rift's slashing. Both spatial attacks evenly matched. Roar. The beast's enormous head roared at Yin Zirua, freezing him in place. Is this spatial fixation? Then I shall use my Dao eyes of space and time. Yin Zirua locked eyes with the beast, using his divine power to fix its body in place. Roar. The massive beast struggled to move, its eyes filled with hatred for Yin Zirua. Roar. It spat out a white energy beam, aiming to obliterate Yin Zirua. Golden bell of venomous spikes. Flexible and willing ruler. Clang. A golden bell enveloped Yin Zirua, shielding him from the attack, while venomous spikes aimed at the beast's head. However, considering it was Mize, he manipulated the Thuishin Ruichi to block the fatal spot, diverting the spikes to the side of the beast's head. At that moment, the beast's body was no longer fixed. It leapt forward, opening its jaws toward Yin Zirua, whose spatial fixation had yet to be lifted. Mize, wake up. If you don't, I'm going for a chest attack. Hearing this commotion, Mieshin's soul, lost in memory, gradually opened her eyes. Through the ancestor's soul's vision, she saw the immobilized Yin Zirua. She also saw how, at the moment of potential assassination, Yin Zirua had used his weapon to save her. Chapter 418. Fiery Anger, Harsh Reality. At this moment, his ancestor was about to devour Yin Zirua. No! Mize shouted, his power erupting, temporarily suppressing the ancestor's soul. A drop of saliva fell on Yin Zirua's head, but then the terrifying giant head suddenly disappeared. In its place, Mize appeared before Yin Zirua, shining brightly. Yin Zirua stared at the perfect physique, the ideal proportions, the flawless curves. He was completely mesmerized. When Mize woke up, the first thing he saw was Yin Zirua swallowing his saliva. Looking down, his face turned red instantly, and he waved his hand. You scoundrel! Slap! The sound echoed across half the sky, startling flocks of birds. Thud! A disheveled figure rolled on the ground for several turns before crashing into 3 trees and finally coming to a stop. Yin Zirua lay there, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. Mize summoned a black robe and quickly put it on before walking over to Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua sat up, rubbing his face, which now bore a distinct woman's handprint. No good deed goes unpunished. I saved you, and you hit me. How dare you ruin my handsome face? Yin Zirua said this with a straight face, and Mieshin's eyes twitched in anger. Her fingers crackled, and after taking 3 deep breaths, her chest heaving 3 times, she calmed down. Thank you for saving me. I will remember this favor, and I will repay it when the opportunity arises. With that, Mize turned and headed toward the exit. Yin Zirua stayed behind, watching the black figure disappear into the entrance. He then found Zhao Min, who was half dead, her legs gone, effectively losing half her life. Zhao Min looked at Yin Zirua, knowing that this man had saved her life. But she also knew that he was an accomplice to the murderer. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Min asked, her voice weak. "So many people are dead, and you survived, which is your good fortune. Go back and tell the truth." Saying this, Yin Zirua lifted Zhao Min onto his back, and she leaned against him. Then, with a leap, they headed toward the exit, which led to a teleportation portal. The portal transported them back to the venue. 90th place. The referee announced Yin Zirua's rank. Everyone noticed Zhao Min on Yin Zirua's back. Zhao Min of the Zhao family, 91st place. The referee announced solemnly, looking at Zhao Min's condition. Zhao Dagong, the head of the Zhao family, saw his precious daughter in such a state and exploded in anger. His aura, at the level of a true god of the 5th rank, swept across the venue, and the other family heads had varying expressions. Seeing Zhao Min in such a state, they knew their own children were likely in grave danger, and there were only 9 spots left. Zhao Dagong quickly approached Yin Zirua, his gaze complex. "You carried my daughter back. I will remember this favor." He then took his daughter into his arms, looking at her missing legs. Zhao Dagong knew that his daughter was now crippled, but she was still alive, which was the best news. On the viewing platform, people were murmuring, "All the outsiders are back, but where are the other families of the 10 great clans? Yes, there aren't many spots left. Will anyone else come out?" The audience was curious. This might be the most tragic gathering in the history of Xianxia Xingyu. The air was thick with tension, and the heads of the great families were restless. There was a fluctuation at the teleportation gate, and the powerful family heads hoped it was their children emerging. Dongfang Bubi's disheveled figure appeared before everyone. He had joined the group hunting Maizhen, but he had fled the fastest, so he was only severely injured. He had managed to escape with his life. Seeing Dongfang Bubi, the head of the Dongfang family relaxed. He quickly went over and helped his son up. Dongfang Bubi glanced at Maizhen from a distance, and Maizhen noticed his gaze and looked back. All those who knew Mieshen's true identity had been killed, except for this one who had escaped and another saved by Yin Zirua. Adding Yin Zirua, that made 3. Mieshen's eyes gleamed with light, and the 4 protectors by his side observed everything. The safety of their young master was their mission, so they had to be cautious. Time passed second by second, and the final moments arrived. After Dongfang Bubi, no one else emerged. Only 92 people had qualified. The other family heads exchanged glances, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. They rushed into the competition venue to see for themselves. What they saw left them dumbfounded. Hundreds of bodies littered the ground. A fierce battle had taken place right at the entrance. The head of the Gu family saw Gu Li's body. In the air, he sensed the family's array that Gu Li had used here. But even so, it hadn't stopped the outsiders. Instead, Gu Li had been killed. "The outsiders, I will never let this go," Gu Li shouted. His aura, at the level of a true god of the 5th rank, exploded, and the other family heads found the bodies of their most promising descendants. They were in pain, each vowing to kill the culprit. On the viewing platform, a few people sat with bitter expressions. The fairness of this competition was maintained by these family heads, but this year's trials had too many twists. They had said no killing was allowed, yet this had become the deadliest incident ever. The surviving children were from the Shangguan, Sima, Huangfu, Zhao, and Dongfang families. These 5 families couldn't withstand the anger of the others. The competition couldn't continue like this. At this moment, the head of the Ming family approached Zhao Min. "Zhao family niece, you were with my daughter. What exactly happened inside? My daughter's body is in pieces." "Daughter, what really happened?" Zhao Dagong looked at his daughter, knowing she had been with the Ming family. Zhao Min's expression was conflicted as she looked at her father and the head of the Ming family. "Please, let's talk privately, father and uncle." Hearing this, the 2 men exchanged glances and followed her. The other enraged family heads, looking at each other, also followed. They too wanted to know the truth. Shangguan too, and a few old friends exchanged glances and followed as well. Chapter 419. Escaping Death by a Whisker. Outrage among the crowd. In the room, several family heads who had lost their children were present, and Zhao Min looked at these people. She recounted the entire sequence of events, and the expressions of the dozen or so family heads varied. Extraterritorial, destroying God. I will not rest until I have my revenge on you, exclaimed the head of the Gu family, his voice filled with fury. I understand the anger of the Gu family head, but that half-human, half-beast state is extraordinary. The guards were 4 true gods of the 5th rank, Zhao Min's father added. Moreover, dozens of people had ganged up on one individual, only to be counterattacked and killed. How could they even bring themselves to say such a thing? If word got out, they would only be ridiculed and scorned. Shangguan too also looked embarrassed. With so many people killed, the crowd's anger was unstoppable. The conference must still continue. After it ends, no one will be able to stop you from doing whatever you wish, Shangguan too said, insisting that the annual conference must go on. The other family heads exchanged glances, their anger reaching its peak as they turned and left. It seemed that since Shangguan too's daughter was safe and sound, he wasn't in a hurry. If it were his own daughter who had been in danger, he would undoubtedly be the most restless. There was a certain implication in everyone's eyes. However, it was too late for any words now. The incident had already occurred. For the 3rd round of the competition, most of the family heads had left, leaving only a few who still had the strength to participate. The 2nd round of the competition is over. The remaining 92 participants will compete in the 3rd round, which will begin in 3 days, officially kicking off the 100-man ranking competition. Hearing Shangguan too's announcement, the crowd below breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that with so many participants gone, the competition would be cancelled. But what had actually happened within remained known only to those on the inside. As the venue dispersed, Yin Zirua returned to his own courtyard to adjust his state. At this moment, Yuan Lingdan, Shangguan Miao, Sima Fengyun, and Huangfu Yao Yue surrounded him. What is it? Yin Zirua looked at the 4 women, their serious gazes making him uncomfortable. Young Master Yin, what exactly happened after we left? Shangguan Miao blinked her eyes, looking at Yin Zirua with anticipation. The others also had similar expressions, with Yao Julong also watching him. Those who didn't come out naturally were left behind forever, Yin Zirua said. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. Those were the strongest elites from various planets, and they had been wiped out entirely. It was terrifying. Young Master Yin, did you do it? Huangfu Yaoyue asked directly. Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. Am I that terrifying, that ruthless? Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the girls couldn't help but laugh. Then it must be that destroying god who caused so much chaos and injury, Sima Fengyun said, her tone carrying a hint of solemnity. All I can tell you is that I was also involved in this matter, but those people brought it upon themselves. Killers will be killed by others. After saying this, Yin Zirua stood up and returned to his room, ready to meditate and further solidify his refined power. As he turned, he saw someone else in his room. Huh? How did you get in here? Destroying God looked at Yin Zirua with sharp eyes. Are you saying I'm ruthless and terrifying? Destroying God looked at Yin Zirua, her tone carrying a hint of a woman's resentment. I wasn't talking about you. Is there something you need from me? Yin Zirua quickly changed the subject, knowing that arguing with a woman would never lead to any resolution. I came to tell you that the fathers of those who lost their children are mobilizing troops. It seems they intend to hunt down both you and me in the extraterritorial regions. Hearing this, Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. The death of their children is a natural consequence of their actions. Yin Zirua was unexpectedly calm. I'm just telling you, so you don't die without knowing how it happened. Destroying God said, thinking back to the previous scene. Her face flushed slightly, and Yin Zirua sensed her chaotic aura. What's wrong? Haven't your injuries healed yet? Your aura is so unstable. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Destroying God gave him a big glare. Mind your own business, she said before using spatial teleportation to leave the room. Watching the space channel behind her, Xianxia shrugged. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Even caring is wrong. Huh? Next time, I won't say anything. After saying this, Xianxia returned to his bed to adjust his state. The third round was the arrangement of the 100-man ranking, divided into 2 days and 3 sessions. During the 3 days of rest, Xianxia refused to see anyone, focusing entirely on adjusting his condition. He was determined to enter the top 10, and then see what treasures lay below, worth a reward of 500,000 points. As the 3 days quietly passed, Xianxia had perfectly absorbed the energy from the Qingquan refinement tower. His aura had grown stronger by another 3 points, and he also discovered a force that didn't belong to his cultivation, but rather to the residual spiritual energy of various secret treasures and weapons. This spiritual energy contained the essence of artifacts and killing intent, suitable for the sentience of weapons. Ding! Detecting the host's needs, the fusion of secret treasure spiritual energy, the free and willing ruler, and various broken weapon fragments will consume 100,000 points. Exchange. Xianxia was eager to see how much the Thlishin Ruyi Chi could be enhanced. Congratulations, host. The freeform ruler has reached the initial spirit stage. Power increased by 30%, speed, strength, and killing intent all increased by 20%. Xianxia summoned the Heart Soul ruler, and its intricate patterns grew even more complex and mysterious, radiating a powerful spiritual energy. The weapon one carries while cultivating also evolves along with the master. When the master reaches their peak, the weapon also has the opportunity to ascend, gain spirit, and eventually evolve into a powerful weapon spirit. The evolutionary stages of weapons are initial spirit, forming spirit, king spirit, and god spirit. However, these stages are not strictly defined. Few people deliberately cultivate their weapons to ascend. Most prefer to seize others' weapons. Now that the Sui Xian Rui ruler had reached the initial spirit stage, its power had become even stronger, significantly boosting Xianxia's capabilities. Young Master Yin, it's time to head to the venue, Yao Jilong said from outside the door, holding breakfast and speaking with great respect. As soon as Xianxia opened the door, he smelled the delicious aroma of the food. My stomach's been growling. He took the food and began eating. Young Master Yin, you haven't changed your clothes in 3 days. I'll go prepare some water for you to bathe, Yao Jilong said, then went to prepare it. Xianxia watched her retreating figure. This little maid had become much more obedient. Indeed, only those trained by oneself were the best. Chapter 420. What does the confused relationship have to do with me? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Xianxia took a bath and changed into a black and white outfit. With Yao Jiahong following closely behind, he set off towards the hall. Upon arriving at the hall, young Master Yin, Shangguan Miao greeted enthusiastically, while Huangfu Yeye, Sima Fengyun, Yuan Lingdan, and the other 4 girls were also present. Having expended a significant amount of divine energy during the previous battle, everyone needed a good rest. Therefore, for these 3 days, Xianxia had not allowed these girls to serve him. Since everyone is ready, let's go. The group marched towards the plaza, where many had already gathered. Mais Hin glanced at Xianxia, noticing the 5 beautiful women by his side. This man was clearly no good. In his mind, he gave Xianxia a big black X. All 92 participants had arrived. Even though Zhao Min was in a wheelchair, she was determined to participate in this final battle. To end it in combat was far better than retreating without a fight. Now, I declare that the 3rd round of the 100-man ranking competition begins. Everyone will draw red and white lots and enter according to the numbers. Xianxia casually drew a 40 and entered the arena. The others followed suit, and the battle was about to begin. All participants begin. Shangguan Tu shouted, and 41 arenas started simultaneously. Everyone watched the arenas below, their hearts pounding with excitement. The children of the 10 great families and 8 major factions had been wiped out, leaving only the children of minor factions and independent cultivators. Each was desperately showcasing their skills. Yin Zerua's opponent was a woman from a minor faction. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Couldn't they give him a male opponent? The recent rumors of the terrifying killing nature of the extraterritorial beings had already made the woman wary of Yin Zerua's cold demeanor. In her mind, she had already imagined him as a cold-blooded killer. "Start already. Why aren't you fighting?" the referee prompted. The young girl was extremely nervous. Although she possessed the strength of a second-rank upper god at her age, which was already remarkable, she was still terrified by the recent rumors. "Hey, start already," Yin Zerua said helplessly, waiting for her to make her move. "Oh, okay." The girl snapped out of her daze. Ling Xiao's sword technique. The girl wielded a white precious sword, unleashing a powerful burst of divine energy. Yin Zerua's eyes lit up. He could tell that the girl had put a lot of effort into refining this sword technique. The sharp sword aimed straight at Yin Zerua's face. Yin Zerua summoned the Xianxia Rui Qi and held it in front of him. The divine energies of two second-rank upper gods clashed, causing chaotic fluctuations. In the stands behind the arena, the girl's father was sweating nervously. "Master, don't worry too much. With so many people watching, if this Yin Zerua tries to kill Meower, we'll intervene." Hearing the steward's words, the patriarch's expression eased slightly. "Linger, be careful," the old father muttered, clenching his fists as he watched the arena. Clang. On the arena, Zhang Ling unleashed all her techniques, but Yin Zerua remained stationary. "It's my turn." Yin Zerua's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward with the golden rock step, leaving a trail of afterimages. The Xianxia Rui Qi pointed directly at Zhang Ling's head. "You've lost." Zhang Ling felt the chill of killing intent and shivered. "I've lost," Zhang Ling admitted, and jumped off the arena. Not far away, Mai Zhen saw this and smirked. Her opponent was a man. 1,000-pound top. The man wielded his spiked club and brought it crashing down. "Get lost." Mieshin's sword danced, unleashing a powerful burst of divine energy. Boom. The man was sent flying into the stands, heavily injured. Yin Zerua glanced over and met Mieshin's murderous gaze. He couldn't help but smirk. What was going on? He hadn't provoked this woman. Yin Zerua left the arena, and Mai Zhen followed suit. Seeing how ruthless Mai Zhen was, everyone present felt a chill. Facing such an opponent would be incredibly challenging. After leaving the arena, Yin Zerua went to draw lots for the next round. Sima Fengyun, Huangfu Yeye, Shangguan Miao, and Yuan Lingdan also quickly advanced. The girls gathered around Yin Zerua, creating a lively scene. "Young Master Yin, you're amazing to be out so early," Shangguan Miao said, her eyes filled with admiration. Ding! Shangguan Miao's affinity increased by 1,000, rewarding 10,000 points. Yin Zerua looked at Shangguan Miao. "What a points-giving angel. My opponent was a young girl, so I was quite lucky. Your opponent was strong, and you did very well." Hearing Yin Zerua praise her, Shangguan Miao was overjoyed, her cheeks flushing slightly. It seemed that young Master Yin had been watching her all along. Seeing Shangguan Miao like this, Yuan Lingdan couldn't help but feel annoyed. "I saw that Mai Zhen seems to have a thing for you. Young Master Yin, you're really something," Yuan Lingdan said nonchalantly. The atmosphere changed. Huangfu Yeye and Sima Fengyun stared at Yin Zerua, as if trying to see through him. How many women did this man plan to charm? "You don't need to look at me like that. I'm a married man, but I can't stop others from liking me," Yin Zerua said indifferently, as if others' affection had nothing to do with him. Seeing him like this, the girls were even more speechless. Meanwhile, Mai Zhen watched Yin Zerua surrounded by 5 beautiful women, each more stunning than the last. A fire burned within her, though she couldn't understand why she was so angry. She just felt irritated. If she saw these women, she wouldn't hold back. The first round quickly concluded, and everyone had 2 hours to rest before the second round began. 2 hours later, Shangguan Tu brought a barrel. "There are 21 numbers here. I'll draw one lucky participant to advance directly, and the remaining 20 will be paired for battle." Shangguan Tu began drawing lots and pulled out a number. Number 12. Yin Zirua glanced at his own lot and stepped forward. Seeing Yin Zirua's number, Shangguan Tu nodded and proceeded to draw 10 more pairs. Yin Zirua sat in the stands, enjoying the show. Being the lucky one meant he could rest a bit more. On the arenas, thrilling battles unfolded. Mieshin's ruthless tactics quickly defeated her opponents. Shangguan Miao's agile attacks swiftly resolved her battles, while Sima Fengyun's meticulous strategies left her enemies with no way out. Chapter 421. Fortune Favors, Four Women's Battle. Huangfu Yaoyue fought with great power and precision, leaving no enemy unscathed and claiming victory. Yuan Lingdan, with her mysterious and powerful right eye rune, overwhelmed her opponents, securing her win. By the time the second round of battles concluded, there was little left to watch. Since it's all over, let's go back, have a meal, and rest. There are still 3 hours until the afternoon matches, Yin Zirua suggested, and the girls followed behind her. Mais Hin watched the group, wishing she could join them, but she knew it was impossible. Young master? The 4 true God level 5 warriors beside her spoke coldly. It's nothing. Let's return, Mais Hin said, turning back to rest. After a 2-hour rest in the afternoon, everyone gathered at the venue for the third round of matches. This time, 10 people would compete, with 1 lucky participant. Among these 11, 1 would be eliminated. Shangguan Tu drew a lot. Number 6. Hearing this number, Yin Zirua's lips twitched. She glanced at her own lot and asked Shangguan Miao. He said number 6? Shangguan Miao nodded to Yin Zirua. What's wrong? Yin Zirua handed her lot to Shangguan Miao, who laughed. Young Master Yin is truly blessed. Yin Zirua gave an awkward smile, feeling the favor of fortune. Yin Zirua stepped forward and handed her lot to Shangguan Tu, who was momentarily stunned. After checking, he confirmed it was correct. The surrounding crowd was bewildered. This is the second time. Miao truly is a lucky one. Miao is from outside the domain. How can she be so lucky? Many began to suspect Shangguan Tu of manipulating the draw, leaving him inwardly bitter. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Then, Shangguan Tu proceeded to draw lots, and the list of 10 combatants' matches was revealed. Interestingly, this round featured familiar faces against each other. Sima Fengyun versus Huangfu Yaoyue, and Yuan Lingdan versus Shangguan Miao. These 2 pairs would face off. Yin Zirua found it amusing but stifled his laughter. The 4 women's deadly glares pinned him, and he dared not laugh. The match begins, Shangguan Tu announced, and the battle commenced. The first to be eliminated would be out of the running for the top 10. Everyone deliberately slowed down, avoiding direct confrontations, hoping someone would be the first to be eliminated. The second to be eliminated would secure the 10th place. Before stepping onto the stage, Mais Hin noticed Yin Zirua's gaze fixed on those familiar faces, igniting her anger. The opponent in front of her hesitated, not attacking. Are you going to attack or not? Mais Hin demanded sharply, sending a chill down the man's spine. Watch out. Die. The man mustered his courage and shouted, unleashing his upper god level 2 aura, with hints of breaking through to level 3. Unfortunately, he encountered Mais Hin. Mais Hin wielded her sword, unleashing her upper god level 3 aura, and swung her sword. Boom! The man was the first to be sent flying, crashing hard into the stands, likely fatally injured. Mais Hin claimed her victory and left to rest. With 1 elimination, the rest felt less tense. Fengyun's sister, show me all your moves. Huangfu Yaoyue wielded her great sword, exuding a powerful aura. All right. Sima Fengyun didn't hold back, bringing out her best techniques. Both were eager to truly measure their strength. Shangguan Miao watched Yuan Lingdan, unfamiliar with her techniques, determined to learn by using speed to find weaknesses. In Yuan Lingdan's right eye, Shangguan Miao's thoughts were entirely within her grasp. Yin Zirua watched from the sidelines, enjoying the intense battle between the 4 women, each putting on a spectacular show. Suddenly, Yin Zirua felt a chill and looked up to see Mieshin's gaze. Yin Zirua was speechless, wondering when he had offended this woman. Yuan Lingdan's power was simply too strong. Despite Shangguan Miao's best efforts, she was defeated. You are very strong, Shangguan Miao admitted, though reluctantly, as it was the truth. Yuan Lingdan smiled faintly, quite satisfied. On the other side, Huangfu Yaoyue, with her domineering presence, forced Sima Fengyun off the stage with a single, powerful strike. I win, Huangfu Yaoyue declared, remaining the most formidable of the female warriors. Sima Fengyun wiped the blood from her lips, bowed, and expressed her submission. The four women descended and gathered around Yin Zirua, who pointed out their strengths and weaknesses, each learning from the experience. Today's matches have been tough for everyone. Tomorrow, 3 matches will determine the top 3, with special rewards. Afterwards, it will be time to enter the Lingyu Sacred Spring, Shangguan Tu announced, and the crowd dispersed, eager to rest and prepare for the next day's battles. That night, as Yin Zirua prepared to rest, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and Mai's Hin appeared in his room. What are you doing here so late? Yin Zirua looked at Mai's Hin, wondering what this woman wanted. Can't I come if there's no reason? Mai's Hin replied, unsure why she had come. Yin Zirua walked to the table, pouring a cup of tea. Of course, it's a pleasure to have guests, please. Have some tea. Mieshin's lips curled into a smile as she sat down and took a sip. You really have a lot of luck with beautiful women around you. Hearing this, Yin Zirua looked at Mai's Hin, the air thick with awkwardness. Mai's Hin stared at her teacup, then looked up at Yin Zirua. Isn't that so? Mai's Hin added. They do like me, but I don't necessarily like them, Yin Zirua said calmly, stating the truth. Then, who do you like? Mai's Hin suddenly became curious, her eyes filled with interest. Yin Zirua looked at her, then at the outside. The one I like is far away yet near at hand, Yin Zirua teased. Mai's Hin paused. Near at hand? Was it her? For some reason, her heart was in turmoil. What's wrong? Your ears are so red, Yin Zirua said, leaning closer to take a look. Mai's Hin felt the intense warmth, her emotions even harder to control. She placed her teacup on the table. There's a match tomorrow. You should rest early, she said, turning and stepping into a spatial tunnel, disappearing. Yin Zirua smiled faintly. This Mai's Hin, ruthless and killing, was still a naive girl when it came to matters of the heart. The next morning, at the appointed time, the group arrived at the venue, which was already packed with people. The closer it got to the end, the more exciting the battles became. 6 people faced off in pairs of 3, Shangguan Tu drawing lots, and the 6 stepped onto the stage. Chapter 422. Cleverly setting a winning strategy, unyielding battle intent. Yin Zirua faced off against Yuan Lingdan, Mai's Hin against Huangfu Yaoyue, and Dongfang Bubi against a young man of the upper divine 3rd rank. The 3 battles officially began. Your moves are powerful. We might end up fighting endlessly. How about we settle it in 3 moves? Yin Zirua suggested. Yuan Lingdan's right eye was incredibly strong. If they were serious, it could take hundreds of rounds to determine a victor. All right, 3 moves it is. Yuan Lingdan's gaze sharpened, knowing this opponent was troublesome. Her eyes had always identified this person as a highly dangerous individual. Mai's Hin stepped onto the battle platform to face Huangfu Yaoyue. Huangfu Yaoyue of the Huangfu family, please enlighten me. Huangfu Yaoyue radiated boldness and dominance, embodying the spirit of a female hero with the bearing of a monarch. Mai's Hin glanced at her, showing appreciation for such a talent. From the outer realms, I am Mai's Hin, she introduced herself, a rare occurrence. This was a sign of respect for her opponent, as she had never introduced herself before in previous matches. The battle commenced. Yin Zirua didn't underestimate her opponent. Her golden rock steps surged forward swiftly, and her Sui Xian Rui ruler unleashed its power. Thunder Flame Slash. Right from the start, 3 forces combined, far exceeding the divine power of an upper divine 2nd rank. Strong. Triple defensive formation. Activate. Yuan Lingdan erected 3 layers of defensive formations around herself. The 3 formations were interconnected, with defensive, weakening, and enhancing her own divine power capabilities. They complemented each other, creating a synergistic effect. The moment the 2 forces collided, a terrifying divine power ripple spread outwards. The surrounding area had enforcers from the heavenly official sect maintaining order and reinforcing the protective barriers. However, the power unleashed was too strong. Dozens of heavenly official sect disciples spat blood, and the barrier nearly shattered. Yin Zirua quickly retreated, assuming a defensive stance. Yuan Lingdan's eyes glowed red as her divine power gathered to an alarming level. Kill. The single word carried the force of 1,000 soldiers, brimming with murderous intent, a genuine killing intent. Golden bell of poison spikes. Yin Zirua didn't dare take risks, summoning her ultimate defense. The terrifying divine power erupted again, causing more disciples to spit blood, the barrier shattering. Many onlookers were also caught in the crossfire, injured. Shangguan too had no choice but to intervene, reinforcing the barrier to prevent further damage. Meanwhile, Yuan Lingdan quickly retreated, her shoulder injured. The power she unleashed was absorbed by the golden bell of poison spikes, which then retaliated with poison-tipped spikes. At the critical moment, her eyes detected the lethal threat and she managed to avoid the fatal blow, though her shoulder was still injured. Eye of Space-Time. Yin Zirua advanced with her golden rock steps, not giving Yuan Lingdan any respite, immobilizing her. Yuan Lingdan sensed the danger and her eyes turned blood red. In just 3 seconds, she broke free from Yin Zirua's Eye of Space-Time, surprising her. But it was a second too late. Yin Zirua's Sui Xian Rui ruler was already at her throat. You've lost, Yin Zirua declared. Yuan Lingdan felt a surge of unwillingness, but since the match had been decided by 3 moves, she had indeed lost. If it were a real battle, Yin Zirua would have only brought the ruler to her throat, and she could have escaped in 3 seconds. Humph, if it weren't for the 3-move limit, we would have fought for a long time. Don't get too smug, Yuan Lingdan said, then jumped off the platform. Victory, Yin Zirua, the referee announced. Both of them fought exceptionally well. Who is this little girl? The head of the Huangfu family wondered aloud. That girl is Yuan Lingdan, accompanying Yin Zirua, but they seem to have only recently met. I don't know where she's from, but she's probably not from the Xianxia star domain, the head of the Shangguan family explained. On another platform, the ground was littered with terrifying sword marks and bloodstains. Mais Hin looked at Huangfu Yaoyue, her eyes filled with shock and respect. You're strong and impressive, but do you still wish to continue? Huangfu Yaoyue was covered in wounds, her armor stained with blood. Yet her battle intent grew stronger, her blade sharper. I was born for battle. I will end everything in battle. Come. Ah. Huangfu Yaoyue shouted, wielding her blade to demonstrate her ultimate unity of man and sword. The blade's battle intent surged to the heavens. This is my respect for you. Mais Hin unleashed her true power, her left eye turning black-red, a formidable aura erupting. The two unleashed their strongest attacks, causing the barrier to shatter instantly. Shangguan too intervened personally to suppress the aftermath, preventing further damage. On the platform, Yin Zirua appeared, holding Huangfu Yaoyue. Huangfu Yaoyue has lost. That last strike nearly took her life. So I had to intervene, breaking the rules. I deeply apologize, Yin Zirua bowed to Mais Hin and the heads of the Shangguan and Huangfu families. You saved my daughter's life. I am deeply grateful. The Huangfu family concedes. Mais Hin wins. The head of the Huangfu family announced personally. Others remained silent. Yin Zirua had protected Huangfu Yaoyue's life, and they had no objections. Yin Zirua looked at Huangfu Yaoyue. What a battle maniac, she said, carrying Huangfu Yaoyue off the platform. Mais Hin watched Yin Zirua leave, taking a step forward. If it were me who faced death just now, what would you have done? She asked. Yin Zirua paused, not turning back. You are Mais Hin, you're very strong, she replied, continuing to walk away. This answer wasn't what Mais Hin wanted, but she couldn't ask further, feeling it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, her family had strict rules, and 4 divine 5th-rank protectors were watching over her. The head of the Huangfu family quickly gave Huangfu Yaoyue a life-saving pill and took her away for care. Yin Zirua, didn't have the time to tend to her. Dongfang Bubi emerged victorious, while the other contestant was defeated. The next match will begin in 2 hours. Please look forward to it, Xianxia announced, and everyone went to rest. In a private room of an inn, Yin Zirua enjoyed some tea and snacks, taking a break. Shangguan Miao looked at Yin Zirua, hesitating but eventually asking, Yin Xiao, do you like Huangfu Yaoyue? Yin Zirua's lips twitched. No, she's more like a brother to me, straightforward and unrestrained, a good-natured friend. Chapter 423. All Out, Insane Stage Explosion. Upon hearing Yin Zirua's words, Shangguan Miao felt much more at ease. So, what if it was Maizhen who was injured? What would you do? Shangguan Miao's question was indeed sharp. Don't even think about it. I don't even have the confidence to injure Maizhen. That guy is insanely strong, Yin Zirua replied. But Shangguan Miao was still not satisfied. Don't evade my question. Please answer it directly. Would you save her? Shangguan Miao stared at Yin Zirua, her eyes filled with seriousness. This put Yin Zirua in a difficult position, with Yao Jiuhong, Sima Fengyun, and Yuan Lingdan all nearby. Don't ask. This guy is a playboy and wouldn't bear to see a girl get hurt, Yuan Lingdan said with a sarcastic remark. Yin Zirua was about to laugh it off when he saw Shangguan Miao's serious gaze. I would save her, Yin Zirua said, then continued sipping his tea. Unbeknownst to him, Maizhen, who was nearby, overheard this and felt a warmth in her heart. Young master, don't forget the family rules, the Grand Elder said sternly. I know. No need to remind me, Maizhen replied coldly. 2 hours later, everyone returned to the venue. Maizhen, Yin Zirua, and Dongfang Bubi began the final showdown. Draw lots among the three. The white lot is the lucky one, Shangguan announced. As soon as he finished, Yin Zirua drew the white lot. The crowd almost burst into outrage. What the hell? Is this rigged? Is the Shangguan patriarch looking to make this guy his son-in-law? Many voices of doubt arose from the crowd. Shangguan face turned into an indescribable expression, as if all the lucky lots were prepared for Yin Zirua alone. He didn't know what to say, his face alternating between black and white. Maizhen and Dongfang Bubi faced off. Begin. Shangguan commanded, and the two started fighting. Dongfang family, Dongfang Bubi. The name carried a certain air of dominance, but Maizhen remained unmoved. Being instantly underestimated, Dongfang Bubi was furious. He brandished his sword and launched his strongest attack, charging forward. Maizhen closed his eyes and casually swung his weapon. Clang! A piercing divine energy wave erupted, shattering the protective barrier, and Dongfang Bubi was sent flying out. Too weak. Not even as strong as Huangfu Yaoyue, Maizhen said indifferently. Dongfang Bubi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The Huangfu patriarch chuckled awkwardly, noticing the gaze of the Dongfang patriarch. Better go check on your son, the Dongfang patriarch said angrily as he went to retrieve his son. The Huangfu patriarch looked at Maizhen, his eyes softening. His daughter had earned the respect of such a powerful opponent. The future of the Huangfu family seemed limitless. Shangguan sighed inwardly at the swift conclusion of the battle, feeling sorry for the Dongfang child. Rest for 2 hours, then start the final battle, Shangguan announced. But before he could finish, Maizhen bowed to him. I can fight now. There's no need to make everyone wait 2 more hours. Hearing Mieshen's words, Shangguan expression changed. Since you say so, then the final battle begins now. At that moment, the broken platforms in the arena sank, and a massive new platform rose, with a protective barrier managed personally by Shangguan. Maizhen and Yin Zirua stepped onto the platform. Fight begins. Shangguan commanded, and the temperature in the arena soared to its peak. Maizhen drew his weapon, his one eye turning black-red as he stared sharply at Yin Zirua. Starting with your strongest power right away. You really do respect me. Yin Zirua summoned the Sui Xian Rui scale and stepped forward with the golden rock step, charging rapidly. Thunder flame slash. Boom. Terrifying lightning and explosive divine energy clashed. Boom, boom, boom. In the instant of contact, the massive platform was gouged out with a huge crater. Both unleashed their full power, burning divine energy in a frenzy of output. Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the arena, and even the protective barrier managed by Xianxia cracked in multiple places. Xianxia's face turned pale as he hastily infused more divine energy to stabilize the barrier. Looking at the two monstrous youngsters inside, both from beyond the realms, he worried they might exhaust their divine energy here. What if he were in danger? Just as Xianxia was fretting, the Huangfu Patriarch came to help stabilize the barrier. These two youngsters are truly restless, the Huangfu Patriarch said, and they both exchanged a knowing smile. Inside the platform, Mieshin's eyes were sharp. His sword unleashed powerful energy as he charged forward. Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier. Yin Zirua immediately activated his defense. Mieshin's sword struck the bell barrier, and black venomous thorns shot out wildly. Mai's Hen quickly retreated, dodging the thick, long thorns, sustaining no injuries except for a few tears in his clothes. "You scoundrel!" Mai's Hen clutched her chest, pulling out a cape from her secret treasure and draping it over herself. Yin Zirua seized the opportunity. With a powerful stomp of the golden rock step, the platform cracked like a spiderweb, and he shot forward like a cannonball. Feeling the intense Sa-chi, Mai's Hen quickly retreated. Tear. The newly draped cape was torn apart, and Mai's Hen glared at Yin Zirua. Her sword swung upward, clanging sharply. On the platform, countless afterimages of their bodies appeared as they pushed speed and strength to their limits. Ordinary people couldn't even see their afterimages. Clang. Boom. The final clash unleashed their full power, a peak upper god of the third rank versus a peak upper god of the second rank. The platform suffered another devastating blow, and the 3-meter-tall, triple-width platform instantly turned into rubble. Smoke filled the arena, lingering and refusing to disperse. Those outside couldn't see what was happening inside and grew anxious. Spatial slaughter. Mai's Hen got serious, unleashing spatial slaughter within a certain area, with denser and more powerful spatial cracks. Yin Zirua looked at the surrounding spatial rifts with a solemn expression. Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier. Primordial Divine Domain. The Venomous Thorn Bell Barrier protected him, while the Primordial Divine Domain weakened the enemy's attacks and enhanced his own divine energy field. Clang, clang, clang. Countless spatial slaughter attacks hit the bell barrier but failed to break it. Within Yin Zirua's primordial divine domain, Mieshin's power was also significantly reduced. After the spatial slaughter dissipated, Yin Zirua stepped on the golden rock step and quickly moved to another side. Chapter 424. Energy Runaway, a desperate situation. Space fixed. Mai's Hen shouted as she rushed to Yin Zirua's side. Temporal Eye of the Way. Yin Zirua activated her divine technique of control. Both of them were locked in place, unable to move. The spectators' hearts nearly stopped as they watched, expecting one side to be immobilized and the other to be defeated. But now both were locked. Who would emerge victorious? Yin Zirua could suppress Mai's Hen for 14 seconds, but Mai's Hen unleashed her ultimate power, struggling to break free from Yin Zirua's restraints. As the temporal eye of the way was first dispelled, Mai's Hen swung her blade directly at Yin Zirua. Dang! The venomous thorn golden bell cover protected Yin Zirua, and after withstanding the attack, black venomous thorns erupted, forcing Mai's Hen back. Mieshin's space fixed had a limited duration, determined by her divine power output. Yin Zirua, using the temporal eye of the way, found a small flaw in space fixed and broke free early, quickly retreating. Huff, huff, huff. Both were panting, their faces flushed. They had used every move they had, yet neither could gain the upper hand. You are indeed strong, Mai's Hen said, looking at Yin Zirua with certainty. The same to you, you're very strong too, Yin Zirua replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In just a few blinks of an eye, both had unleashed their ultimate divine abilities, yet neither could overcome the other. The spectators in the stands were baffled. The The speed of these two was too fast. The heads of the highest stands, the various family lords, had varying expressions. That series of attacks just now were incredibly powerful divine techniques. Even if they were targeted, they wouldn't be able to handle it. They couldn't help but reassess the abilities of these two. To eliminate them would require a heavy price, and who would prevail was still uncertain. Since our divine techniques are intertwined, let's compare our physical prowess. Primordial Divine Domain. Xianxia expanded his domain and charged forward. Within this domain, Xianxia's offensive divine power would be enhanced, while his opponent's power would be weakened. Such a move won't work on me. Around Maizhen, there was an invisible aura, her own beast domain. Xianxia swung his free-hearted and free-handed ruler with incredible speed. Maizhen also wielded her sword and charged forward with incredible speed, matching Xianxia's pace. Spatial leap. Maizhen disappeared in an instant and reappeared, delivering a direct slash to Xianxia's back. Temporal Eye of the Way. Xianxia immediately immobilized Mieshen's figure and turned to slash. In Mieshen's black and red eyes, a sharp light flickered as she forcibly broke free from Xianxia's restraints. She quickly retreated, but was still a step too slow, her abdomen slashed, blood flowing down. The spectators were stunned. It was rare to see Xianxia draw blood on the tournament stage. But now, he was mercilessly targeting Maizhen. Maizhen looked at Xianxia, not with hatred, but with even greater excitement. You've done well, and you respect me, a full-on battle. But my divine power is nearly depleted. It's time to finish you. As she spoke, Maizhen charged directly at Xianxia. Good. Xianxia also charged forward, both of them gathering their ultimate divine power. These two divine powers were incredibly strong, far exceeding what a supreme god of the third rank and a supreme god of the second rank should possess. The heads of the Shangguan and Huangfu families exchanged a glance, then injected all their divine power, both at the fifth rank of true god. Boom! The heavens and earth changed. Divine power surged like the Yellow River. Two exceptionally powerful divine forces intersected and merged within the arena, breaking the limits of space and drawing in the power of other dimensions. A black spherical energy orb appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone, if you don't want to be engulfed by this storm, lend a hand. Shangguan Tu shouted. The power had nearly reached the sixth rank of true god, and he and the Huangfu family lord couldn't suppress it alone. The other family lords exchanged glances and all stepped in. No one expected these two outsiders to cause such a massive uproar. Inside the energy orb, Mieshen's energy went out of control. During the second round, she had already gone berserk once, causing her seal to loosen. This time, her rampage was even more terrifying. Maizhen! Xianxia sensed the danger and shouted, but it was too late. The energy storm was already out of control, engulfing both of them. Danger detected for the host. Please evacuate quickly. Void devouring divine technique. Xianxia immediately absorbed Maizhen into the void. With a mouthful of blood spilling out, he swiftly drew his spatial escape blade and made a hasty retreat. Only the energy orb remained, wreaking havoc, but he couldn't control such energy anymore. After half a day, Maizhen opened her eyes and saw Xianxia sitting beside her. She quickly sat up, but her seal had loosened, and the immense energy put a huge strain on her body. Her whole body felt like it had been beaten, incredibly painful. Maizhen lay back down and looked at Xianxia. Did you save me? Maizhen looked at Xianxia. This man always managed to surprise her. What else? Your power is indeed strong, but you can't control it perfectly yet. Be more careful in the future, Xianxia advised, not wanting to see Maizhen in danger. Hearing Xianxia's words, she felt warm inside, but also pained. She too wanted to control this power, which was why she had been training across various star realms. If she couldn't control it, she would inevitably be eliminated. But who could she share her struggles with? Maizhen closed her eyes and silently adjusted her breath. Xianxia also sat down to recover. At the tournament arena, the family lords were all severely injured, sitting on the ground to recuperate. The entire martial stage was in chaos. Where are the contestants? Did they die in the storm? Someone tidying up the scene muttered, using such ruthless techniques that they even destroyed themselves. Such ruthless people were indeed formidable. Yuan Lingdan and others were also helping. The entire scene was in disarray. No one would forget the massive energy storm that even 18 true gods of the 5th rank couldn't suppress, sweeping through the entire arena. 100 casualties was an unprecedented occurrence. At that critical moment, Yuan Lingdan's right eye manifested powerful runes, protecting a group of people. Otherwise, Chapter 425, announcing the competition, the outcome surfaces. Whether Shangwan Miao, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Yao Jiuhong could survive was a question mark. I hope Yin Xiao isn't in trouble, Shangwan Miao said worriedly, to which Yuan Lingdan rolled her eyes. That rascal Miaozi slipped away. Don't worry, even if everyone here dies, he'll survive. Hearing Yuan Lingdan's words, Shangwan Miao chuckled. Only Yuan Lingdan would dare to speak of Yin Xiao in such a manner. The group continued to help clean up the chaotic scene. Thousands of miles away, in the forest, Yin Zirua adjusted his state and recovered most of his energy. On the ground, Mieshin's face remained pale. Hey, if you can't handle it, you should have asked for my help earlier. Saying this, Yin Zirua placed his hands on Mieshin's abdomen, helping her stabilize the powerful sealing array within her body. As he assisted her in stabilizing the seal, his spiritual energy unexpectedly entered her consciousness. Within her mind, there were numerous memory fragments. As a child, Mai's hen had silvery white hair that danced in the wind as she played among the flowers, a very cute little girl. At the age of 10, the ancient palace was attacked, and under duress, the Grand Elder sealed the powerful ancestral soul into her body. From then on, the burden of reviving the ancient palace fell on her shoulders. She was indeed a pitiful child. After inheriting the power, she engaged in various battles. The 4 individuals were tasked with protecting her safety, more accurately, safeguarding the ancestral soul within her. As she journeyed, she heard of a miraculous spring in the Xianxia star domain that could unlock the full potential of one's body, leading to this situation. Yin Zirua looked at these memories and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. This girl had been forced into this destiny, truly a tragic figure. When Yin Zirua opened his eyes, Mieshin's breathing had gradually stabilized. What about your situation? Yin Zirua asked, his eyes filled with concern. You, take your hands off me before you speak. Maizen shouted, causing Yin Zirua's ears to ring. He realized his hands were still on her chest. Quickly retracting his hands, Maizen stood up, her heart racing as she looked away, feeling a tingling numbness and weakness in her body. However, it was undeniable that without Yin Zirua's help in sealing her power, she might not have survived. Let's head back, Yin Zirua said, then stood up and headed toward the venue. After a moment of hesitation, Maizen followed behind Yin Zirua and returned to the scene. The arena was in complete disarray. Neither of the 2 culprits had expected the entire venue to resemble a place struck by a heavenly tribulation. Seeing the 2 of them appear, many people's expressions turned to fear. When Tianguan sect disciples saw Yin Zirua, they immediately reported to Shangwan Tuesday. Shangwan Tu's face paled slightly, but he quickly stood up. Where is Miao Zi? Shangwan Tu asked, his voice tinged with smoke, as if he hadn't encountered such a situation in years. It was rare for such an incident to occur, and it had to happen to the Shangwan family, tarnishing their reputation. Shangwan Tu quickly found Yin Zirua. Seeing the 2 return, he was so furious he didn't know what to say. You 2, you left me with this mess? Shangwan Tu was fuming, looking at the 2 troublemakers. Please calm down, sect leader Shangwan. This wasn't something we intended, Yin Zirua said apologetically. The once grand event had turned into such a mess, and he bore some responsibility. Who won between you 2? How should I announce the result? Shangwan Tu asked the most crucial question. Yin Zirua won. I lost, Maizen said, acknowledging Yin Zirua's strength. Shangwan Tu glanced at Maizen, then at Yin Zirua. All right, then I'll announce the result. By now, The cleanup of the venue was nearly complete. The injured had been taken away, and only a few remained. Even so, they needed a formal conclusion. The other family heads were present, while those who weren't had already left. I hereby announce that the first place of this heavenly ranking conference goes to Yin Zirua, second place to Maizhen, and third place to Dongfang Bubi. Shangguan Tu's voice, amplified by his divine power, echoed throughout every corner of Hongwu City. Everyone was stunned. Many had believed Maizhen would win, as she had defeated numerous opponents along the way. But no one expected Yin Zirua to emerge victorious. These two dark horses had truly surpassed all expectations. In the Tianguan sect's resting quarters, the women heard the news, each reacting differently, some unsurprised, others incredulous. You may return to rest for 3 days. After that, we will open the Lingyu Divine Spring. Come to the Tianguan sect, and I will lead you there. After speaking, the two departed. Seeing how powerful these two young outsiders were, Shangguan Tu began to wonder if it was time to send his own children out to gain experience. Although the Xianxia Star Domain was the most prosperous, with abundant resources and powerful individuals, remaining stagnant wasn't beneficial for growth. Yin Zirua returned to his lodgings, feeling much more at ease. The competition was finally over, and after all the twists and turns, he was eager to see what treasures awaited beneath the spring. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Xiao, are you resting? The voice belonged to Shangguan Miao. No, please come in. Shangguan Miao entered, dressed in a green gown, her face beaming with genuine joy. Congratulations, Yin Xiao, on winning first place. Every time he saw her smile, it felt like a ray of sunshine, a testament to her charm. Are you injured? The entire venue was in such a state. Everyone was worried about you. Shangguan Miao spoke with genuine concern, truly worried about Yin Zirua's well-being. These are the best healing medicines from my home. Only someone of my status could obtain them. I hope they help you recover quickly. Seeing the medicines on the table, Yin Zirua chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't injured, but the scent alone told him these were precious items. Refusing them would surely hurt the girl's feelings, something Yin Zirua couldn't bring himself to do. Thank you, Yin Zirua said politely. Shangguan Miao nodded, then turned and ran off. Looking at the full table of medicinal bottles, Yin Zirua realized the depth of a woman's gratitude, like an endless ocean. He carefully stored away the bottles. Chapter 426, One by One, Saying Goodbye. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Yin Zirua was sitting on the bed, having just started meditating. Come in, he said. The door opened, and Sima Fengyun walked in. Congratulations on winning first place, young Master Yin. I heard from Shangguan Miao that you're recovering from your injuries. This is a healing medicine from my family. It works really well, she said, placing it on the table. Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. That Shangguan Miao, doesn't she know not to spread things around? He inwardly complained, but he couldn't deny that it was a kind gesture from a beauty. Thank you. Also, our previous agreement ends after the competition. You can go back now. Sima Fengyun looked at Yin Zirua, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Does young Master Yin think I'm clumsy? She said, her voice choking up. Yin Zirua was taken aback and quickly stood up, waving his hands. No, it's not that. After entering the Lingyu Sacred Spring, I'll be leaving here. If I take you with me, your father would be heartbroken. Besides, it wouldn't be convenient for me to bring you along. If I go out to train with a bunch of women, what would others think of me? Hearing this explanation, Sima Fengyun couldn't help but laugh. You're right, young Master Yin. Thank you for your care all this time. After the Lingyu Sacred Spring, I'll return home. With that, Sima Fengyun turned and left. Yin Zirua took a deep breath. It felt strange to have resolved things, and he began to regret taking on so many maids. Was it just because they were beautiful to look at? He even started to question whether he had done the wrong thing back then. Just as he was about to sit back down on the bed to meditate, there was a thunderous knocking on the door, as if it might come off its hinges. He recognized the sound instantly. It could only be the bold and formidable Huangfu Yaoyue. Come in, Yin Zirua said. Huangfu Yaoyue walked in, carrying her large blade. Congratulations. I never expected you to win against Mai's Hin. That woman is incredibly strong. The only woman I truly admire. Of course, I don't know what tricks you used to win. Even if it was just your handsome face, I wouldn't be surprised. Haha. Yin Zerua's mouth twitched. What kind of logic was that? He had clearly won through his own strength. Though, come to think of it, if not for the hidden injury Maizen had sustained during the second test, the outcome of the third test would have been a tough call. Anyway, rest well, Huangfu Yaoyue said, ready to leave. Wait, I have something to say about the maid arrangement. Before Yin Zerua could finish, Huangfu Yaoyue waved her hand. I know, Sima Fengyan told us to go home and find our fathers. That's what I plan to do. See you later. With a hearty laugh, Huangfu Yaoyue left, her straightforwardness unmatched even by the heroes of Liangshan. Yin Zerua couldn't help but smile wryly. The most straightforward of them all, Huangfu Yaoyue was so straightforward that even ordinary men would feel inferior. Sitting back on the bed, Yin Zerua decided not to meditate, fearing more visitors. Knock, knock, knock. As if on cue, there was another knock. Yin Zerua sighed and moved to his tea table. Come in, he said. Yao Jiuhong entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. This is my special healing soup, very effective for the body. Young Master Yin, please drink it. Also, congratulations on winning first place. Seeing Yao Jiuhong had already prepared the soup, Yin Zerua was puzzled. He wasn't that badly injured. Did he really need to drink this? My injuries aren't that severe. Do I really have to drink this? He asked awkwardly, feeling a bit uncomfortable about taking medicine for minor injuries. It's very good. It nourishes yin and yang, a great tonic. Drink it, Yao Jiuhong said earnestly. Yin Zerua wanted to laugh but couldn't. What had he done to deserve this? Did he need to replenish his yang? He was perfectly fine. He gave a polite but awkward smile. Thank you. Taking the bowl, Yin Zerua drank it all in one go, swallowing it quickly. Seeing him finish, Yao Jiuhong prepared to leave. There's one thing I need to tell you, Jiuhong. Before she could go, Yin Zerua spoke up, and she turned to look at him. I know, the maid arrangement is over. We should all go home. Hearing this, Yin Zerua's mouth twitched. They have families, so they should go back. But you don't have any family. Where will you go? Yao Jiuhong was stunned by Yin Zerua's question. She had no family of her own. I can return to Baiyang Devil Sect, she said sadly, though she didn't want to go there. She longed to return home, but that wish was unheard by others. I'll help you find your family. Stay by my side and continue as my maid to repay me. Yao Jiuhong looked up in surprise, her eyes welling with tears. She didn't know what to say, only managing to nod. Thank you, young Master Yin. With that, she left the room, her emotions almost spilling over. You really are surrounded by beautiful women everywhere. One rushes out excited, another leaves in tears. What exactly did you do? Yuan Lingdan, looking like a little adult, walked in. Yin Zerua looked at Yuan Lingdan. There seemed to be a powerful being sealed within her right eye. Even he couldn't fully understand her existence, and it was strange that no mission had been triggered yet. Why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Lingdan asked, clearly annoyed. She hadn't said anything wrong. Nothing, you're just too cute. It's unbearable, Yin Zerua said indifferently. Yuan Lingdan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Did this guy have some kind of illness? I'm not here to mess with you. We'll be heading to the Lingyu Sacred Spring in 2 days. Make sure you keep the things I gave you safe. Don't lose them. Yin Zerua looked at Yuan Lingdan, the youngest but also the most talkative. She really was like a little caretaker. I know. I wouldn't lose something so important. Don't you dare think I'm like you. Unable to hold back, Yin Zerua retorted. What did you say? Yuan Lingdan stood up, the runes in her right eye glowing, indicating her anger. Nothing. I'm still injured. I can't fight, Yin Zerua said calmly, causing Yuan Lingdan to stop the rune's activation. Here's some medicine. I'm leaving, she said, handing him a bottle before turning to leave. Yin Zerua was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had misinterpreted her intentions. The medicine looked quite good, top-notch quality. He decided to keep it, just in case it might be useful later. Over the next 3 days, Yin Zirua adjusted his condition to its peak. On the third day, Shangguan Miao came to fetch him. "Young Master Yin, let's go." Yin Zirua opened the door, dressed in a sharp outfit that made him look incredibly handsome. The line of beautiful women waiting outside all lit up at the sight. Chapter 427. Refrigerated Ice Chi, Frenzied Offensive. The group arrived at the base of the Lingyu Sacred Spring as agreed, where Shangguan Tu and the others had been waiting for some time. Only those of the highest caliber, such as upper-tier third-rank gods and second-rank lesser gods, would experience significant benefits from the baptism. For those at the true god level, like them, the effects were negligible. "I will open the door for you to enter shortly. You will have 3 days inside. Make the most of it, as after 3 days, energy turbulence will occur, and staying beyond that could be dangerous." Shangguan Tu advised the group before beginning to channel his divine power. The aura of a 5th-rank true god surged forth wildly. Yin Zirua, observing this formidable strength, had heard that once one breaks through to the true god level, their power undergoes a qualitative change. Shangguan Tu's aura was among the stronger ones among the various clan leaders. It did indeed seem different from the divine power of an upper-tier third-rank god. However, since Yin Zirua hadn't yet reached the 3rd rank, she wasn't in a rush. At first glance, everything appeared ordinary, but those with some skill could sense unusual divine energy fluctuations. Shangguan Tu's face turned crimson as his 5th-rank true god's divine power erupted like a volcanic eruption, continuously pouring into the space before him. The space seemed to have an insatiable maw, swallowing the divine power without a trace. The onlookers watched this scene, paying even closer attention to the seemingly insignificant barrier. It seemed that no matter how much divine power was poured into it, the barrier would be difficult to breach. "Open!" Shangguan Tu shouted, his face turning purple from the exertion, indicating significant divine power consumption. Before them, a white spatial gate appeared. The gate was entirely white, adorned with patterns of birds and beasts, depicting phoenixes soaring and cranes flying. A desolate aura enveloped them, making it seem ancient and like a perfect work of art. "Listen carefully. I will open the gate again in 3 days. Be sure to return by then." "Go now," Shangguan Tu said, his face still flushed, as the 10 figures quickly darted into the other dimension. As soon as their figures disappeared, Shangguan Tu retracted his dwindling divine power and hastily sat down, swallowing a pill to recover his energy. In the other dimension, the group felt a chill. Before them stretched an endless white expanse, surrounded by an extremely cold atmosphere. It was a vast snowy plain. In the distance, a towering ice peak, 90,000 zhang high, pierced through the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. "What a magnificent snow peak!" Dongfang Bubi exclaimed, while the others remained silent, but their eyes reflected astonishment. "My father said the peak summit is where the Lingyu Sacred Spring is," Shangguan Miao said, looking at Yin Zirua. "In that case, let's head out," Yin Zirua said, stepping onto the golden rock steps, leaving golden afterimages as she dashed toward the peak. "We can't let Miao get ahead of us," Dongfang Bubi exclaimed, summoning a gust of wind with his Qingfeng steps. The others also began to move, each using their fastest techniques. The 10 figures raced across the endless snowy plain. Suddenly, Yin Zirua leaped high as a massive white tail emerged from the ground, swinging toward her. The tail, also white, was covered in shimmering white scales under the sunlight. Yin Zirua leaped over 100 meters high, summoning her Sui Xian Rui ruler, which extended to 100 meters, slashing toward the snake's tail. Roar! A furious roar echoed as 100 zhang-long white giant serpent appeared before them. Its eyes were as large as a human's. Its body was as thick as a century-old tree, coiling up menacingly as it gazed at the group, as if they were appetizers before a meal. The target of its attack was the 2 most dangerous-smelling individuals in its perception, a 1,000-year ice-snow serpent. "It shouldn't be here," Shangguan Miao exclaimed in surprise. The serpent's territory wasn't in this region. No matter where it came from, if it's blocking our path, We'll deal with it. Dongfang Bubi shouted, brandishing his sword. Clang. Dongfang Bubi's sharp sword energy, upon striking the 1,000-year ice snow serpent's body, was instantly frozen, turning into a crescent-shaped divine energy ice shard. The 1,000-year ice snow serpent is very troublesome. It has ancient serpent bloodlines. Its scales are harder than ice and smoother than a mirror. Its protective cold aura field freezes any divine energy that enters, even giving 5th-rank true gods headaches, Shangguan Miao explained, providing a detailed introduction. Hearing this, the others looked worried. So, what do we do? This thing is blocking our way. Don't forget, we only have 3 days, Dongfang Bubi said anxiously. He had hoped to break through to the true god realm, but now it seemed difficult. I know everyone is in a hurry, but this creature is indeed troublesome. So, let's work together to defeat it, Shangguan Miao said, adopting a peacemaker role. The others exchanged glances. Under the current circumstances, there was no other choice. Let's go in order of our rankings. 1 to 10, from top to bottom, Dongfang Bubi suggested, placing Yin Zirua in the most dangerous position. You scoundrel! Shangguan Miao wasn't pleased with this arrangement, but before she could say anything, Yin Zirua spoke. All right. 3rd place is a position where you can't even touch the top, Yin Zirua remarked with a sigh, causing Shangguan Miao to chuckle, and the others to react with various expressions. Mentioning their rankings was essentially admitting their inferiority, a self-inflicted wound. Enough talk. Let's move. Dongfang Bubi roared, charging forward. The 1,000-year ice snow serpent, with its sharp white triangular eyes, watched the group's movements. Seeing Dongfang Bubi rushing forward, it swung its massive tail. Dongfang Bubi, frustrated, had charged too eagerly and found it too late to retreat. Boom! His head collided with the tail, sending him flying at a speed of 100 meters per second. He rolled dozens of times on the ground, looking quite disheveled. The others couldn't just stand by. They had to act now. 13 Blood Moon Slash. Huangfu Yeye exclaimed with fierce determination, her blade carrying a sharp killing intent as she charged forward. Chapter 428. Successive Attacks, Furious Counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. After the previous battle, Huangfu Yaoyue's fighting momentum was now even more terrifying than before. 13 blood shadows materialized in midair, launching a barrage of attacks against the massive, snow-white body. Roar! The Millennium Ice Serpent rolled its enormous body, and a defensive icy domain surrounded it, blocking Huangfu Yaoyue's first slash. However, the second attack couldn't be defended against. The first slash, overwhelmingly powerful, broke through the domain, and the remaining 12 slashes all landed, leaving 2 deep gashes and 10 more slashes on its flesh. On the pristine snow, large splatters of blood fell like crimson blossoms, and the shattered scales glinted sharply on the ground. Huangfu Yaoyue's attacks were cunning and effective, boosting the morale of everyone present. Shangguan Miao waved her sword, channeling her divine power into her hands. 1,000 Swallows Slash. With a sharp cry, her sword transformed into 1,000 blade shadows, launching a frenzied assault on the Millennium Ice Serpent. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of sword chi were frozen into ice pillars, but most of the blade shadows pierced through the creature's body, inflicting further damage. Roar! The intense pain caused the Millennium Ice Serpent to thrash its massive body, with large areas of its scales shattered and its white bones exposed. Sima Fengyun seized the opportunity, targeting the thrashing belly and unleashing her attack. Triple killing Overlord Spear. A massive spear, condensed with formidable divine power, shot downward and pierced through the belly, nailing 3 spikes into it. Roar! The Millennium Ice Serpent roared in fury, heavily injured, and spewed out a chilling energy column that froze everything in its path. Even with divine power protecting their bodies, everyone felt a bone-chilling pain in their joints. Everyone dodged the icy attack with their fastest speed, but one person failed to avoid it in time and was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, a snowflake landing on him. Crack! In an instant, he shattered into ice fragments. The other's expressions changed. He was a genuine upper-tier god of the third rank, yet in the blink of an eye, he was gone. The icy energy column shot toward Yuan Lingdan, and Yin Zirua couldn't help but shout, "Dodge quickly!" Yuan Lingdan's right eye's runes began to shift, and a powerful aura erupted. "How dare you be so arrogant before me?" Formation, counterattack. A powerful formation materialized around Yuan Lingdan. Boom, boom, boom. The white energy column directly collided with the formation, which absorbed the energy entirely. The Millennium Ice Serpent's energy attacks were limited, and once its energy was depleted, the formation in front of Yuan Lingdan began to shift. Ancient characters appeared, and a powerful aura made the atmosphere of the entire area oppressive. Counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The white energy column was reflected back from the formation. It struck the Millennium Ice Serpent directly, and although it wasn't afraid of the cold itself, the formation had the effect of amplifying energy. The attack's energy and power were now double what they were before, and the Millennium Ice Serpent's lower half was frozen solid. Its eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. As a creature that had reigned supreme in the frigid regions all its life, it had now been defeated. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi, having taken a restorative pill, had recovered some of his strength. Damn thing! Initially, Dongfang Bubi had suffered a setback. While everyone else was fighting desperately, he hadn't even exerted himself yet, which would surely invite ridicule. Divine Flame of the Sun. Destroy the heavens and earth. Dongfang Bubi spat out a mouthful of blood, awakening the divine flame within him. This was an heirloom of the Dongfang family. The flame he possessed was a recently inherited offspring, while the original flame resided only with the head of the Dongfang family. This flame was a treasure of the heavens, containing the purest, most yang energy, which was a natural nemesis to the Millennium Ice Serpent. Seeing the fiery red flame, the Millennium Ice Serpent's eyes filled with fear. It was a natural bane, and its instinct warned of imminent danger. Roar! The Millennium Ice Serpent swung its massive tail, and Dongfang Bubi, having been struck before, was furious at the sight of it. He clenched his hands, channeling his divine power into the flame, making it shine even brighter and more terrifying. Whoosh! 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 The scorching divine flame appeared, and the surrounding snow began to melt rapidly. Within 100 zhong, the air was searing hot, and any snowflakes that fell turned into steam instantly. Everyone around felt the air grow hotter, and the Millennium Ice Serpent stared at the enormous fireball in front of it. It opened its mouth and spewed out a chilling breath. Roar! At this moment, a white bone in the center of its head glowed, and the cold breath from its mouth became even more terrifying. Boom! 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 The moment the two collided, a massive amount of steam shot straight up to the heavens and then spread outwards. Everyone quickly dodged, and within the thick white mist, visibility was zero, making it extremely dangerous. All avoided the white mist at the first opportunity, but Dongfang Bubi, closest to the action, couldn't retreat in time. Dongfang Bubi was quickly retreating, but he had lost his sense of direction and was actually moving toward the Millennium Ice Serpent. Yin Zirua, watching from above, was stunned. Is this guy suicidal? Yin Zirua muttered, but then acted. The creature had expended a lot of energy with its previous attack and was now at its weakest. Primordial Divine Domain. Open. Yin Zirua expanded her domain, taking control of everything around her through her senses. She enhanced her own strength while weakening the enemies. Time-space eyes. Following the flow of divine power, Yin Zirua located the creature's massive head. Within the white mist, the enormous serpent's head stood tall, and a human-sized white eye gleamed with sharp, predatory light. By the time it noticed Yin Zirua, it was already too late. Thunderfire Slash. Yin Zirua stepped with golden pong steps, launching a swift assault. Within her domain, various divine powers combined. Swish. The flames within the thunder burned wildly, and a sharp bolt of lightning with flames pierced through the large eye. Roar. Crack. A piece of brow bone was shattered, and large chunks of bone fragments fell continuously. Drip, drip, drip. Bright red blood dripped incessantly from the Millennium Ice Serpent's jaw, its mouth filled with blood, and half its head was stained red, looking extremely disheveled. Roar! The Millennium Ice Serpent roared in fury, its massive body charging directly toward Dongfang Bubi. Chapter 429. All-out attack, life hanging by a thread. It knew that Dongfang Bubi was its greatest threat. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi had also expended a significant amount of divine power, making even movement a monumental task. No! Save him! Shangguan Miao shouted, charging forward first. The millennial-old frost ice python was now at the peak of its fury. Ignoring Shangguan Miao's attacks from behind, it lunged straight toward Dongfang Bubi, ready to strike. In this icy environment, the frost ice python moved as swiftly as if it were in its own backyard. Clang! Shangguan Miao unleashed a flurry of strikes, sparks flying, but she could only watch helplessly as the python swallowed Dongfang Bubi whole. Roar! The python turned and charged straight at Shangguan Miao with incredible speed. Yin Zirua, who had just woken up, rushed to help. She dashed forward with the golden rock step, her eyes fixed on Shangguan Miao, now dangerously close. With a sudden burst of strength, Yin Zirua hurled her soul ruler, knocking Shangguan Miao back. The frost ice python snapped its jaws, then turned to bite at Yin Zirua. Facing the gaping maw, Yin Zirua reached out and held the massive jaws open. The enormous tongue, reeking of blood, pressed against her. Yin Xiao, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Shangguan Miao unleashed a frenzy of attacks. The three upper-tier Divine Realm warriors unleashed a torrent of strikes, causing the frost ice python's massive body to suffer grievous wounds once more. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar, and Yin Zirua, standing on its snout, bore the brunt of the impact. The roar was enough to affect one's body, and Yin Zirua felt dizzy, though her soul power was far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Anyone else standing there would have already passed out and been swallowed. Spatial lock. Spatial slaughter. Mai's Hen had been gathering power and released her two ultimate moves in an instant. Crack. Crack. Thousands of spatial slaughters erupted simultaneously, and the frost ice python's body was instantly shredded, leaving it bloodied and mutilated. Now, it lay helpless, like fish on a chopping block, unable to move and at the mercy of its attackers. Yin Zirua felt the creature's strength wane, and her own divine power began to recover. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell. Yin Zirua shouted. A purple venomous thorn pierced through the frost ice python's head, from its mouth to the back of its skull, splattering blood over Yin Zirua. The 100 Zhonglong body collapsed to the ground. Yin Zirua took a deep breath, exhausted after such a strenuous battle. Inside the frost ice python's belly, there was a sudden commotion. Just as everyone thought something was about to happen, a sharp sword pierced through its belly. Dongfang Bubi emerged, disheveled and covered in unknown fluids. Seeing him in such a state, the others were at a loss for words. Cough, we don't have much time. Let's head for the peak, Yin Zirua said, and everyone began their ascent. With only 3 days allotted, spending 2 hours on this creature was a tremendous waste. The group sprinted at their fastest pace, yet it still took them 2 hours to reach the base of the snow-capped peak. Standing at the foot of the 90,000 zhang tall peak, they felt as insignificant as ants, pitifully small. It's so high, Shangguan Miao exclaimed, and the others shared the same sentiment. Let's go, Yin Zirua said to Shangguan Miao. Everyone scrambled to climb, each eager to reach the summit. Yin Zirua used the golden rock step. After such a battle, everyone's divine power needed recovery, but they all wanted to reach the peak as quickly as possible. Those behind Yin Zirua began consuming various divine recovery pills, pushing themselves to continue. Although they were all trying to recover their divine power, they underestimated the distance of 90,000 zhang. Halfway up, Shangguan Miao's foot slipped, and she fell. No! Yin Zirua, leading the charge, heard Shangguan Miao's cry, and immediately threw the Soul ruler down. The ruler transformed into a hook, catching Shangguan Miao's clothing. Seeing the Soul ruler, Shangguan Miao felt a warm glow in her heart, while the others, though eager to help, were powerless. "Everyone, let's keep pushing," Dongfang Bubi said, then continued upward. Yin Zirua pulled Shangguan Miao to his side. Seeing Yin Zirua, Shangguan Miao's heart couldn't help but flutter. Yin Zirua tapped her forehead. "You haven't recovered your divine power, and you dare to be so reckless. What if you fell?" Hearing Yin Zirua's scolding, Shangguan Miao gave an awkward smile. But Yin Zirua knew that in the previous battle, everyone had held back, each keeping their full strength in reserve. After all, with 10 people, each with their own thoughts, no one wanted to risk being eliminated. However, seeing Yin Zirua injured, Shangguan Miao had thrown caution to the wind, attacking with everything she had. This left her the weakest. "From now on, rest properly. I'll carry you." With that, Yin Zirua began carrying Shangguan Miao as they continued their ascent. This scene was witnessed by the other beauties below. "Heh, it seems this little girl is the most determined," Yuanling Dan said, noting that among the women, Shangguan Miao was the lowest in rank, yet she had fought the hardest, leaving the others feeling inferior. Watching Yin Zirua carry Shangguan Miao, Mieshen's expression subtly changed, a strange feeling lingering in her heart. The group continued their climb, though at a slower pace than before, as their remaining divine power was limited. If anything happened now, survival would be difficult. Yin Zirua led the way, carrying Shangguan Miao on his back, always alert for any unexpected dangers. "We're halfway up the peak, and everyone's divine power is nearly depleted. Continuing like this could be dangerous. I suggest we rest for a while," Shangguan Miao said, her big eyes glistening. The others nodded in agreement, truly lacking the strength to continue. 2 people kept watch while the rest rested and adjusted their condition. Standing halfway up the mountain, gazing at the endless snowy expanse, they felt a bit dizzy. "Yin Xiao, would you like some water?" Shangguan Miao offered some fine spiritual wine, brewed with medicinal ingredients, known for its excellent effect on divine power recovery. "Thank you." Yin Zirua took it and drank a mouthful. It tasted good, and his divine power recovery accelerated. Chapter 430. The final stretch, difficult and dangerous. At this moment, Shangguan Miao's hand holding the cup paused midair as she looked at Yin Zirua, her expression awkward and slightly shy. Yin Zirua glanced at the water flask, as if sensing the scent of rouge on it. Realizing the situation, Yuan Lingdan looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Ahem. I'll go ahead to scout the path. You all take a rest," Yin Zirua said, then proceeded upward on his own. Shangguan Miao looked at the water flask in her hand, momentarily stunned. It was the first time someone had drunk from her flask. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua pressed on upward. The higher he went, the greater the pressure, causing his divine power to become unstable. This is not a good sign, Yin Zirua thought, his expression sharp. He realized that the higher he went, the more troublesome the issues would become. After half the journey, Yin Zirua returned to the halfway point on the mountain. The group was resting, and most had recovered. "Young Master Yin is back." Shangguan Miao looked up and saw Yin Zirua, whose face was flushed red. Something's not right with him. Mieshen immediately noticed Yin Zirua's abnormality, and the group tensed up. As Yin Zirua reached the halfway point, the pressure on his body lessened, and the chaos in his divine power subsided. Standing beside the group, Yin Zirua glanced upward. The path ahead is no easier. The remaining half will only increase the pressure, and our divine power will become more restless. Everyone must be extremely cautious. If you can't handle it, return to the halfway point to rest. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the group nodded. Even Dongfang Bubi, who looked displeased, became more careful. Leading the way, the group resumed their ascent toward the summit. After the rest, their speed had doubled compared to before. However, halfway through, one member of the group suddenly spat out blood. Yin Zirua frowned and extended his Sui Xian Rui Qi, wrapping around the person's body and continuing the ascent. The others saw this and became even more cautious. Xianxia noticed that some were affected by the pressure, while others showed no change. Some were even suppressed to the point of fainting, which was quite strange. Could it be that the path above targeted different individuals with varying levels of suppression? With this question in mind, the group continued their journey. 3 days had passed, and half a day had been wasted on the path. With only 2.5 days left, everyone was growing anxious. Apart from one person who had been suppressed to the point of fainting, the others were fine, which was unexpected for Xianxia. As they neared the summit, just a few hundred meters away, the weather turned against them, with a sudden gust of wind. The wind accelerated the falling snow, which hit their faces with a stinging pain. Leading the way, Xianxia faced the intensified blizzard, using his divine power to protect his face. However, the power in the snow seemed to dissolve his divine energy, rendering it ineffective. "Cover your faces with your clothes," Xianxia shouted, then wrapped his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. The blizzard was so fierce that those below could hardly hear Xianxia's words. So, they didn't move, relying solely on their divine power to protect themselves. The north wind howled, blowing fiercely along the side of the mountain. The cold wind pierced through their bones, and everyone gritted their teeth to endure. With just a few hundred meters left to the summit, no one was willing to give up. Xianxia pulled one person along and led the way at the front. The blizzard grew even stronger, and his eyes could barely open. Looking back at the group, their protective divine power was insufficient, and they were shivering in the cold. Even so, they persisted, but the blizzard showed no mercy, growing even fiercer. "This isn't going to work." Xianxia Ru Ichi. Grow larger. Under Xianxia's control, the Xianxia Ru Ichi transformed into a 10 cubic meter giant, standing in front of the group to block the blizzard, then extending to both sides. A semicircular metallic shield appeared on the side of the mountain, resembling a large bump. Inside the Xianxia Ru Ichi, the group finally caught a breath. Their divine power had been dissolved, and their bodies were chilled by the wind. They huddled together, trembling. "Take an hour to recover, then we'll make a final sprint for the last few hundred meters," Xianxia said. He could feel that even with the Xianxia Ru Ichi blocking the blizzard, its weight was increasing, meaning the blizzard was melting its divine power. Xianxia could only hold out for an hour. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and downed vial after vial of divine power recovery medicine to stabilize his energy. An hour later, their body temperatures had recovered, and their divine power had improved. "Prepare," set off. With Xianxia's command, the Xianxia Ru Ichi in front of them disappeared instantly. The fierce wind and stinging snow rushed toward them again, and the group felt the pain once more. This time, however, they followed Xianxia's advice and wrapped themselves tightly. Xianxia led the way, with the others following closely. The group of 10 moved steadily forward. Those few hundred meters felt harder than the previous tens of thousands. Even Xianxia felt the bone-chilling pain. Ding! Detecting host's danger, highly recommending future gift. Warm baby, 100,000 points to exchange. Hearing this prompt, Xianxia's mouth twitched. 100,000 points for a warm baby? Was this a joke? No. Xianxia rejected outright. Ding! Friendly reminder. This is an improved version of Warm Baby, allowing the host to withstand cold for 2 hours. Hearing this, Xianxia was tempted. Given the current situation, every step was difficult, primarily due to the extreme cold. Exchange. After exchanging, Xianxia placed the item on his chest, and instantly, he felt warm. The sensation was incredibly comforting. Xianxia continued forward, with the others following closely, enduring the pain. Maizhen was second in line. Seeing Xianxia move so quickly, she endured the pain in her body and quickened her pace. Chapter 431. Up and down, terrifying heat. Behind him, Huangfu Yaoyue was in excruciating pain, nearing her limit. But seeing the two in front of her pushing themselves so hard, she became even more excited to continue forward, even though her finger bones felt like they were about to shatter. She wouldn't give up so easily. Sima followed closely behind, her body also filled with pain, her fingers bleeding, but she refused to fall behind. Shangguan Miao was in agony, tears in her eyes, biting her lips as she watched the figures in front, determined not to fall back. Yuan Lingdan followed closely, the runes in her right eye constantly changing, absorbing the cold around her to protect her safety. Those behind Yuan Lingdan were in a sorry state, frozen to the bone, their appearance pitiful to behold. Yin Zirua traversed the coldest area at the fastest speed, but with a highly effective warm compress in her arms, she fared relatively well. Those 10,000 points were well spent. Soon, Maizen followed suit. Seeing Yin Zirua's unchanged expression, she knew this fellow must have used some treasure to protect herself. As a half-human, half-beast being, she couldn't endure such bone-chilling cold. So how could a human possibly withstand it? The others soon followed, and in front of them was a large formation, trapping a well. "Let's rest here for a moment," Yin Zirua said. "We'll move on once everyone's gathered." Everyone then sat down to adjust their breathing. At their current state, entering now might be tantamount to suicide. When all 10 had gathered, they headed towards the well. Yin Zirua jumped down first, seeing the steaming hot springs below, her body feeling a long-awaited warmth. Below was a hot spring, and within the well was an entirely different world, sealing off the divine power here, turning it into a sea of divine energy. Maizen then jumped down, landing directly into Yin Zirua's arms. The two locked eyes, looking at each other awkwardly until someone else jumped down. Maizen immediately moved away from Yin Zirua's shoulder, standing awkwardly to the side. Only she could hear her heartbeat, thumping faster than when she was sprinting. Maizen took a deep breath, adjusting her state while also observing the legendary Lingyu sacred spring. The surrounding stone walls were extremely smooth, likely crafted by human hands. Yin Zirua took a position and entered a meditative state. Maizen took a deep breath, finding the spiritual energy here indeed astonishingly dense, and she found a good spot to meditate as well. Those who later entered saw everyone below meditating and began looking for their own suitable spots. 10 people, each occupying a section, absorbing the abundant divine energy. How much one could absorb depended on their abilities, a case of having what it takes to do the job. After absorbing for a day, Yin Zirua felt the spiritual energy here was insufficient for him. He dove underwater, took out the bone Yuan Lingdan had given him, and began swimming downward. With the spiritual energy above being so abundant, what about below? Thinking of this, Yin Zirua sped up his swimming. At the same time, Maizen above also felt her spiritual energy running low. Opening her eyes, she found Yin Zirua had disappeared. After looking around, she suspected he might be down below. Maizen also dove down, and soon the others began to open their eyes one by one. The surface energy was nearly depleted. It was time to explore below. Thus, one by one, they swam down. Yin Zirua had now reached a divine sight. The stone walls here were orange. The previous walls were red, understandable given the high temperature. But orange? Could it be someone painted it with a brush? With this question, Yin Zirua continued swimming along the orange area. Soon, he felt a scorching heat in his body. Not bad. This is similar to the initial refining process. It seems the color changes with the increase in temperature. Yin Zirua absorbed the dense spiritual energy here while speeding up his descent. He wanted to see how many treasures remained undiscovered. According to an old saying, the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet represent temperature changes. This snow peak was said to be 90,000 feet tall. Now, thinking about the time, he had swum around 20,000 feet, experiencing the red and orange zones. Yin Zirua continued swimming downward, sensing even more intense heat and denser divine energy below. What kind of beast died here to create such a spectacle? With these doubts, Yin Zirua continued forward. Ding! Triggering mission. Collect the lost soul of a beast, create a powerful beast puppet, and receive a special reward. Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned, assuming there must be a beast soul below, but creating a powerful beast puppet? What would he use to create it? Ignoring these thoughts, Yin Zirua continued swimming downward. Soon, he reached the yellow zone, his skin starting to burn, a sensation he hadn't felt before despite his body's enhancements. This was only the third level of heat. Yin Zirua adjusted his state, replenished his divine energy, and continued swimming downward. The others also arrived in the orange zone one by one, feeling the surging energy and intense heat. Mais Hin, too, was determined to go further, swimming quickly downward. Behind her, Yuan Lingdan looked down, memories of joy and sorrow surfacing in her mind. Shangguan Miao, Simifinjian, Huangfu Yaoyue, and the others also began swimming downward. By now, Yin Zirua had passed through the yellow zone and reached the green zone, which, though appearing lush, represented even more terrifying heat. Yin Zirua took a deep breath, adjusting his divine energy to protect his skin. Consuming divine energy, Yin Zirua sped up, sensing something interesting must be below. Finally, after reaching 40,000 feet, he entered the blue zone, where even his enhanced divine energy began to falter, his skin turning red with heat. This is quite interesting. Yin Zirua looked at his reddened skin, his body having been tempered through countless battles. Looking at the blue zone, he increased his swimming speed once more. Behind him, Mais Hin also felt her body growing hotter. Chapter 432. Water Spirit, difficult to deal with. The temperature here is truly bizarre. Protected by a secret treasure, the surging blood energy calmed down, allowing him to continue moving forward. Those behind him also continued to advance, but with every distance covered, the surrounding temperature rapidly increased. Those with secret treasures fared better, as they could help withstand the heat, while those relying solely on divine power found it truly exhausting. Everyone was using their utmost abilities to descend. The longer they spent below, the more they noticed their divine power becoming purer and stronger. Having tasted the benefits, their gazes toward the depths grew even more fervent. Yin Zirua had now reached the blue region, where everything was a mesmerizing shade of water blue. He continued to rush downward, still not finding the golden skeleton mentioned by Yuan Lingdan. That skeleton was his primary objective for coming here. Within the water blue region, an unusual spiritual fluctuation caught Yin Zirua's attention. Time-space Dao I. A powerful aura suddenly attacked him, though only in his perception. In front of him, there was no visible figure. Yin Zirua's eyes glowed with blue light as he saw a burst of blue energy before him. This is a soul. Spiritual energy? Yin Zirua's gaze sharpened. Under the control of the time-space Dao I, he took in everything. Hastily, he summoned the free will divine ruler to shield himself. Clang! Boom! The immense impact force sent Yin Zirua flying, slamming him into the wall behind. The powerful shockwave jolted his internal organs. You brute! Yin Zirua's eyes gleamed with sharpness. The creature's impact was formidable, and it seemed to reign supreme in the water, a formidable aquatic beast. Unable to discern its true form, Yin Zirua was pinned against the wall. The creature's strength was immense and unreasonable. Origin Divine Domain. Yin Zirua activated his own domain, but he restricted it to a 10-meter radius around him. This greatly weakened the opponent's attacks while bolstering his own strength. Ah! Yin Zirua let out a low roar, unleashing his full power. His bones creaked and cracked. Yet, the blue energy before him remained unshakable. This energy was at least at the true god level, the formidable power likely stemming from the aquatic beast's essence. Harnessing the water pressure and its own strength, its power could reach tens of millions of pounds, a terrifying level. Golden Bell of Poison Spikes. Unable to escape, Yin Zirua summoned a defensive treasure, instantly concealing himself within it. The massive creature before him continued to press against the golden bell of poison spikes. The bell absorbed the water attribute divine power, and dozens of poison spikes shot out. Yin Zirua thought the creature might retreat, but the next moment, he was stunned. The blue divine energy caused the poison spikes to glide harmlessly off its back. On the surface of the blue energy, it seemed to have a protective barrier that deflected the spikes. Thunder flame slash. Without hesitation, Xianxia burst out of the golden bell of poison spikes and unleashed a powerful attack. The blue energy mass, with red glowing eyes, spat out a terrifying blue energy ball, which collided fiercely with Xianxia's attack. Boom! The resulting divine energy shockwave surged outward. Just as Xianxia thought the surrounding walls might be affected, he noticed inscriptions on the inner walls absorbing the energy, leaving the walls unscathed. The remaining energy spread upward, while the energy descending below was absorbed by a red array. It seems there's an array protecting this place, preventing damage. Xianxia observed the surroundings, unsure if it was for protection or containment. Human, your cultivation is hard-earned. Leave this place. Do not proceed further. A powerful divine energy wave spread out. Xianxia's eyes sharpened. It was the power of spiritual fluctuation. Looking at the blue energy before him, Xianxia instantly understood. You are an aquatic beast, but only in soul form, without a physical body. Hearing Xianxia's words, the massive blue figure's eyes gleamed sharply, and its divine energy fluctuated wildly. Human, you seek death. The colossal blue figure charged directly at Xianxia. Within Xianxia's time-space Dao-I, the creature's form gradually became clear, as if it no longer bothered to hide itself after being exposed. Two-headed tiger shark. Though not well-versed in aquatic beasts, Xianxia recognized the two-headed tiger shark, a creature strong in attack, defense, and speed, difficult to handle, known for its ferocity and usually found in deep-sea realms. Why was it here? At that moment, Maizhen arrived above Xianxia. Seeing the massive two-headed tiger shark, he was momentarily stunned but quickly drew his weapon and attacked. Roar! Sensing a powerful aura, the two-headed tiger shark turned one head toward Xianxia and the other toward Maizhen, launching simultaneous attacks. Boom! Boom! Both men hastily defended. The two-headed tiger shark lunged fiercely at Xianxia, who quickly retreated using the golden pong step. However, in the water, the resistance was immense, slowing his speed. Seeing Xianxia about to be swallowed, Mieshen's eyes sharpened as he channeled his divine power. Spatial lock. The creature before them was incredibly powerful. In the instant the technique was cast, half of Mieshen's divine power was depleted. The two-headed tiger shark chasing Xianxia was instantly immobilized. Xianxia looked back to see the creature's gaping maw, truly treating him like a small fish. Thunder flame slash. Xianxia unleashed a fierce attack, slashing at the two-headed tiger shark's head. Half of its head was instantly severed, but soon, divine energy surged, and the severed half rapidly regenerated. This creature is a soul form. It's troublesome, Xianxia muttered. I've heard that both of its heads must be severed simultaneously. Otherwise, it can't be defeated. Maizhen said, then leapt to avoid the creature's energy sphere. Roar! The two-headed tiger shark's eyes glowed with fiery red light. The mere youngsters dared not fear it, enraging the beast. How dare you provoke me? Die! Its massive blue body rolled in the water, and its two heads spewed energy beams. Boom! Boom! The surrounding area was engulfed in chaotic divine energy waves. Chapter 433, Overflowing Energy, a Desperate Move. Xianxia and Maizhen quickly dodged, but the creature relentlessly pursued them, cornering the two in a tight spot. They exchanged glances, their intentions clear in their eyes. Roar! The two-headed whale shark roared. Time-space eye. Xianxia froze the massive creature's movements, stepping into the golden rock steps and launching a swift attack. With the Theishin Ri Chi in hand, she spun and unleashed a series of fierce strikes, each one slamming into the blue figure with tremendous force. The blue figure wavered, then recoiled with a surge of powerful energy that sent Xianxia hurtling 100 meters away. Spatial slaughter. Seeing Yin Zirua forced back, Mieshin's anger flared. He shouted, and the space around them cracked, unleashing chaotic spatial currents. The massive figure also shuddered under the onslaught, its dark form growing more ethereal. "You insolent brats dare to challenge me!" The enraged voice boomed as the creature's two heads gathered a terrifying surge of energy and simultaneously unleashed it toward the two. "Leave it to me." Mieshin was about to act when Yin Zirua shouted. Void devouring technique. Yin Zirua had been waiting for the creature to unleash its full power. A black void instantly opened, swallowing the terrifying energy ball in front of them. The energy, filled with the essence of the ocean beast, surged like the sea, flooding Yin Zirua's entire body. The immense energy caused Yin Zirua's bones and muscles to feel as if they were being torn apart. The energy was too much, threatening to explode him. "Yin Zirua, what's wrong with you?" Mieshin rushed over. She reached out to grab Yin Zirua, who, after a moment's hesitation, pressed his lips against hers. Mieshin froze, her mind in chaos, but then a flood of energy flowed into her through their kiss. The overwhelming energy surged through her meridians and filled her entire body. Yin Zirua shared half of the unabsorbed energy with Mieshin, relieving much of his own pressure. However, when Yin Zirua pulled away, Mieshin glared at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "You scoundrel!" Mieshin shouted furiously, chasing after Yin Zirua with her sword, ready to strike him down. "We have a bigger threat right now. Stop messing around." Yin Zirua yelled as he ran. Yet, in his mind, he couldn't help but think how sweet her lips were, despite her fierce appearance. "Who's messing with you? I'll kill you to avenge your impudence." Mieshin's eyes were bloodshot. She had never been so humiliated before. The thought of what had just happened left her unable to calm down. Seeing the two survive its attack, the two-headed whale shark realized these two were no ordinary opponents. Fine then. Ocean domain. Waves of chaos. The two-headed whale shark opened its massive jaws, gathering divine power to form two gigantic whirlpools. With the surroundings already filled with water, it stirred the currents into chaotic torrents. The immense pressure and gravity surged, sweeping both Yin Zirua and Mieshin into the maelstrom. Struggling to escape, they found themselves unable to break free from the overwhelming force of the water. Yin Zirua barely managed to steady himself, while Mieshin also stabilized her position, only to find Yin Zirua right in front of her. Her heart was a mix of anger and confusion. She wanted to cut him down, but the situation didn't allow it. "Watch out!" Yin Zirua shouted, tossing his Thuishin Ruichi, which lodged itself into the two-headed whale shark's head. Despite this, it wasn't enough to stop the creature's advance. Only then did Mieshin snap back to reality. In front of her, the massive two-headed whale shark had opened its jaws, ready to devour her. "Bastard! Spatial slaughter!" Mieshin's eye turned black-red as she unleashed her divine power. Within 100 meters, space shattered, releasing thousands of spatial blades that surrounded the two-headed whale shark. Roar! Already weakened by its soul power, the two-headed whale shark rolled its massive body, its soul essence further eroded by the spatial waves. Standing aside, Yin Zirua watched the terrifying spatial slaughter, feeling a chill run down his spine. The woman was terrifying when she went mad, but even this wasn't enough. The creature's heads hadn't been destroyed, and its body was rapidly recovering. Void devouring technique. Yin Zirua opened the void devouring technique behind the creature, hoping to devour it while it was vulnerable. As the two-headed whale shark struggled within the spatial slaughter, it sensed the danger behind it. Its two massive heads separated and fled. Yin Zirua, expending a great deal of divine power, managed to devour one head. But the other escaped. Now weakened by half, the remaining head realized these two possessed spatial abilities, putting it at a disadvantage. Continuing the fight would only lead to its complete demise. Realizing it was better to retreat, it swung its massive tail and dove into the formation below. Yin Zirua and Mieshin arrived at the outskirts of the final area, the purple zone. But a formation separated them, preventing access to the lower area. This formation is quite complex, Yin Zirua remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp light flashed by his side. Yin Zirua quickly dodged, looking at Maizhen. I had no choice earlier. Otherwise, I would have exploded. Thanks for saving me. Yin Zirua spoke while retreating, unsure how the woman in front of him would deal with him. Do you think an apology ends it? You couldn't absorb it, so you did that to me? Nyeshin's eyes were red, like a wrong little girl. Yin Zirua was speechless. Was it her first kiss? I really didn't mean it. There's treasure down there. Let's go check it out. Time is running out. Yin Zirua desperately tried to change the subject, not wanting to be dealt with. Maizhen felt deeply wronged. An apology was all he had to offer? At that thought, her anger flared. Spatial lock. Spatial slaughter. Ah! Maizhen shouted, unleashing her emotions. Chapter 434. The 1,000-Year Crimson Phoenix, an unexpected fortune. A surge of divine power, as vast as the ocean, erupted, freezing the surrounding space and causing countless spatial rifts to appear. Yin Zirua took a deep breath. This woman was insane. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Cover. Free Will Ruler. Primordial Divine Domain. Yin Zirua wasn't about to sit idly by. The Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Cover enveloped him, reinforced by the Free Will Ruler for a second layer of protection, while his Primordial Divine Domain enhanced his personal domain. Clang, clang, clang. The Free Will Ruler was under relentless assault, with hundreds of attacks coming at once, overwhelming in their intensity. Crack. The sound of something breaking echoed, and Yin Zirua's heart skipped a beat. The martial attacks then slammed into the Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Cover, absorbing the immense divine power before retaliating with venomous thorns. Swish, swish. In just a few breaths, Yin Zirua had transformed into something resembling a porcupine. Maizhen stood nearby, recovering her divine power, her emotions a complex mix as she watched Yin Zirua, now resembling a porcupine. As the divine power dissipated, Yin Zirua finally survived, though his defenses were battered and tattered. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Fortunately, he had absorbed a significant amount of power beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted, let alone capable of repairing his damaged equipment. After repairing the Free Will Ruler, Yin Zirua slowly approached Maizhen. I'm really sorry. Can you please not be mad anymore? Yin Zirua spoke sincerely, and Maizhen felt a bit better. Just an apology? Is that all? Hearing this, Yin Zirua felt a headache coming on. What more did this lady want? I don't care. You have to take responsibility for me. No one has ever touched me before. Maizhen exclaimed loudly, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Yin Zirua was stunned. In this vast sea of stars, he hadn't expected to encounter such a conservative woman. What a rare gem, truly extraordinary. Well, let's head down below first. Yin Zirua said, moving toward the lower area. Watching Yin Zirua's back, Maizhen stubbornly followed, determined not to let this man off the hook so easily. From a young age, Maizhen had been extremely conservative, never allowing a man to touch even a finger. Now that things had come to this, there was no way this man could escape responsibility. Arriving below, Yin Zirua gazed at the red array formation. His time-space Dao eyes analyzed the intricacies of the formation, and it wouldn't take long to unravel its secrets. Maizhen stood beside him, her gaze fixed on Yin Zirua, as if she wanted to imprint his silhouette into her mind. Yin Zirua could feel the intense gaze upon him. As time passed, he finally located the core of the array. With the Free Will Ruler in hand, he prepared to strike. Thunderflame slash. Boom. With a single attack, the entire array exploded. An intense heat surged forth, and the temperature below grew even more scorching. Sweat poured from their bodies. Let's go, Yin Zirua said, continuing his descent. Maizhen followed closely behind, her eyes filled with a complex brew of emotions. Entering the purple zone, the temperature soared, with water boiling at the mere touch. They had to use divine power to dispel some of the heat, or else they would be cooked alive. Yin Zirua took out a golden bone, which began to glow. What is this? Mai's Hin approached curiously, sensing an extraordinary aura from the object. I obtained this by chance. It seems there really is something valuable below. Let's go. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened as he leaped forward, accelerating his descent. Mai's Hin followed behind, her body drenched in sweat, but she refused to fall far behind. The surroundings were a sea of purple, disorienting to the eyes. Yin Zirua focused on the depths below, a distance of 70,000 zhang. That meant they were 20,000 zhang away from the bottom. Yin Zirua gazed downward, the golden bone in his hand radiating a dazzling light. As the bone's light intensified, they finally saw the massive skeleton before them. Two enormous wings, each spanning over 10 zhang, stretched out, and its colossal body stood tall, exuding an aura of past glory. The golden bone in Yin Zirua's hand glowed brightly, revealing a remnant of soul energy within. Thank you for bringing my fragmented soul back. Now that my soul has gathered the 3 souls and 7 mortalities, I can be reborn. I am the 1,000-year Crimson Phoenix, who perished here, my soul shattered by my enemies, unable to reincarnate. Fortunate one, as I prepare to be reborn and lose my memories, let me repay you by serving as your guardian. With that, the soul emitted a dazzling light, transforming into a red-veined egg. Yin Zirua looked at the egg, his expression odd. So, it had turned into an egg? He glanced at Mai's Hin. What are you looking at me for? It's a reward for you. Mai's Hin remained unmoved, as if the egg had nothing to do with her. Yin Zirua could only take the egg. He then used the Chinkuan Refinement Pagoda to absorb the entire skeleton into the tower. Ding! Completed the secret mission beneath the Spirit Abyss Spring, rewarded with 500,000 points. Seeing 500,000 points added to his small treasury, Yin Zirua felt an immense sense of happiness. What's wrong with you? Observing Yin Zirua's peculiar expression, Mai's Hin couldn't help but think he looked rather lecherous. It's nothing. I came here for this skeleton. Let's go now. Yin Zirua surveyed the area and, finding nothing else of interest, decided to leave. Wait, there's something over there. Mai's Hin pointed to another direction and walked over. Yin Zirua wanted to call out to her but hesitated, and by the time he decided to speak, she was already gone. He could only follow, since she had come this far with him. Following Mai's Hin, they indeed made a discovery. A skeleton even larger than the 1,000-year Crimson Phoenixes, though not as powerful. This skeleton is heavily damaged, likely from a great battle. It's so broken that its original form can't be discerned. Yin Zirua commented, wondering how Mai's Hin had spotted this skeleton when he hadn't. This is good stuff. I'll take it, Mai's Hin said, then pulled out a treasure pouch and stored the massive skeleton inside. Yin Zirua stood by without saying a word, seeing no reason to contest her claim. Now we can go, Mai's Hin said, leaping upward, and Yin Zirua followed closely. As they ascended, a hidden figure, the 2-headed tiger whale shark, watched their movements. The two continued upward, and once they left the purple water zone, the intense heat subsided. You think that guy is going to follow us for much longer? Yin Zirua turned back, a sly smile on his face as he gazed at the blue region behind them. Chapter 435. The arrival of everyone, unexpected fight breaks out. I'm curious too. Mai's Hin turned around, and the two of them gazed at the blue waters before them. Hey, double-headed tiger shark whale, why don't you show yourself? Yin Zirua said, then looked at the blank area. A massive figure slowly emerged. It was the previous double-headed tiger shark whale. I'm not here to fight. I've been sealed here for a long time. If you can take that firebird away, you should be able to take me too. As it spoke, the giant creature stood there, posing as if asking to be taken away, which almost blinded Yin Zirua and Mai's Hin with its cuteness. It was a bit hard to accept such a huge creature trying to be adorable. Stop. Don't wag your tail. What's in it for us to take you out? Yin Zirua said something very practical. Without any benefits, Who would bother taking such a terrifying creature out? Moreover, this creature was too strong for him to handle, which would only bring danger to himself. I have a treasure trove in the sea. If you take me out, I'll give it all to you. Looking at the giant creature, its honest eyes seemed more genuine than gold. However, this creature was not easy to deal with. All right, I'll help you. But I have a condition. I'm not convenient right now, so you'll have to stay in my secret treasure. Xianxia looked at the creature. As long as it dared to enter, everything would be easier. The double-headed tiger shark whale hesitated. It had been trapped here for centuries and really wanted to leave. But if it entered the secret treasure, there was a high chance it would be refined. Are you planning to refine me? The double-headed tiger shark whale glared at Xianxia, its eyes sharp and filled with menace. Believe it or not, but besides, who knows if you'll kill me once you're out? I don't really want to deal with such matters anyway. Hearing this, the double-headed tiger shark whale looked at Xianxia. You're playing me. A surge of divine power erupted. I just stated a condition, not that I wouldn't help. I'll release you when the time comes, as long as you don't have the intention to kill. Xianxia said calmly, as taking or not taking the creature was of little consequence to him. However, he had a mission: to harvest the souls of powerful exotic beasts and create powerful beast puppets with special rewards. If this creature joined, he could complete the task. All right, I agree. After hesitating for a moment, the double-headed tiger shark whale nodded. It had been here for far too long. Mize looked at Xianxia with some concern in her eyes. She didn't understand why Xianxia would take such a dangerous creature away from here. All right, go in yourself. Xianxia took out the Xianxia refinement tower. The double-headed tiger shark whale dove in, and Xianxia burst out laughing. This fish must have been here for too long. It's gone stupid, Xianxia said, causing Mize to chuckle as well. What are you planning to do? Mize knew Xianxia would never do a losing deal. I plan to refine it into a powerful assistant. Xianxia looked at the Xianxia refinement tower with anticipation. This would be a huge boost. This creature was extremely powerful, with a realm likely stronger than most true gods. Mize stood beside him, observing Xianxia. He was always so peculiar. Just as the two were laughing, a familiar voice echoed. Yin Xiao. Shangwan Miao called out excitedly, and soon, the rest of the group arrived at the Blue Ocean area. Seeing so many people, Xianxia put away the Xianxia refinement tower. All here? The temperature below is even hotter. Do you want to try going down? Xianxia looked at the group and said, but the others exchanged glances. The temperature here was already unbearable for them. If they went further down, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. Did you go down, Yin Xiao? What's down there? Shangwan Miao widened her eyes, looking at Xianxia with anticipation. Nothing but high temperatures. No treasures, just an opportunity to further refine your divine power. On the way here, everyone could feel their divine power being purified by the scorching hot waters, becoming more pure. This laid a stable foundation for their cultivation path. You can go down if you want. I need to rest for a while. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, and the others looked at each other. It's rare to come here once. Wouldn't it be a waste not to go down and see? With that, Dongfang Booby went down first, followed by the others. It was a pity to only hear descriptions from others without seeing it for themselves. Yin Xiao, see you later. Shangwan Miao went down, and the last one was Yuanling Dan. Did you get that thing? Yuanling Dan looked at Xianxia, her eyes sharp with flowing runes. Yes, I got it. Do you want it? Xianxia looked at Yuanling Dan, feeling there was nothing she couldn't do. No, you got it. So you have the qualification to participate. Yuanling Dan said, smiling at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. What was this little girl talking about? What did you just say? What qualification to participate? Are you tricking me? Xianxia immediately became alert. This little girl was too cunning, and he had to be careful. Nothing. You got it, that's all. Yuanling Dan smiled faintly. Xianxia looked at her, feeling puzzled. However, since the system had assigned him this task, there shouldn't be any major issues. Yin Zerua adjusted his divine power fluctuations, absorbing the divine power here. He had been fighting non-stop and hadn't had a chance to catch his breath. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from below the mountain. Yin Zerua's space-time Dao eyes locked onto the situation below. Shangguan Miao was blasted up by a powerful energy, and the situation seemed dire. Something's wrong, Yin Zerua said, rushing straight down. Mais Hin and Yuanling Dan followed closely behind. At this moment, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Shangguan Miao were all injured to varying degrees. Dongfang Bubi and another person weren't faring much better. The source of the fight turned out to be someone from their own team. It was the 10th-ranked person, apparently named Yuli. What's going on with this guy? Yin Zerua asked, helping Shangguan Miao up. We don't know. After we reached the bottom, we were all looking around, and he suddenly attacked. Shangguan Miao clutched her chest, her blood surging. Yin Zerua helped her sit down. I'll kill you all, the man roared, wildly swinging his spiked club. Chapter 436, Obsession Too Strong, Soul Explosion. Huangfu Yeye wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and swung her large saber. Backstabbing sneak attack. I refuse to accept this. Huangfu Yeye charged forward, and the two clashed. Yin Zerua was utterly speechless. What was going on here? Then, Yin Zerua used her Dao of space-time eyes to examine the situation of this individual, only to discover that his mind was trapped by an obsession, driven solely by the desire to claim everything here for himself. In other words, his heart was controlled by his own greed. This person's mind is controlled by obsession. Everyone, be careful. Hearing Yin Zerua's warning, the others also changed their expressions. Previously, when Yin Zerua and Mais Hin arrived here, there were no abnormalities. Perhaps the two of them were not very familiar with the situation below. Now, it seems the situation has become troublesome. Huangfu Yeye spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire for battle. This guy's combat power has become so strong. 13 Blood Moon Slash. Huangfu Yeye unleashed his killing move without holding back. A powerful divine force spread out, and 13 blood-red shadows surrounded him as he swung his saber forward. The opponent before him, bleeding from his 7 orifices, still drew his sharp sword and clashed with him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine force collided, and a massive explosion of energy erupted. Yin Zerua frowned. The energy released far exceeded the person's actual level. This person's combat energy has far surpassed his current level. He's fighting by burning his bloodline. Everyone, be careful in battle, Yin Zerua said, summoning the Sui Xian Rui Qi. Those who could enter the top 10 were no ordinary people. Azure Dragon Sword Technique. Yuli's eyes were blood-red as he looked at the crowd, tears of blood streaming down his face. An enormous azure dragon roared to the sky, absorbing the blood tears he shed, becoming even more bloodthirsty. Roar! The 100 Zhonglong azure dragon charged towards Yin Zerua, its massive mouth open, ready to swallow him. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Cover. Yin Zerua immediately summoned his defensive skill, protecting himself. The other's expressions changed. Space Fixation. Mais Hin unleashed his divine power, fixing that piece of heaven and earth in place. In the sky, colorful lights flickered. That was the energy manifestation of space fixation. At the moment, this energy trapped the azure dragon's body. However, it was clear that the space fixation barely lasted for a moment before it began to shatter. Crack, crack. Numerous space fixation energies shattered and fell. Stop it! 1,000 Swallow Slash. Shangguan Miao shouted, leaping forward. Triple Kill Overlord Spear. Sima Fengyun grabbed her weapon and charged forward, divine power surging. Seal. Yuan Lingdan's right eye's runes rolled, and a complex formation appeared in the air, directly landing on the azure dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The combined full-power attacks of the three caused some damage to the azure dragon's body, and Yuan Lingdan's formation slowed its movements. Even so, it couldn't stop the Azure Dragon's advance. In the eyes of everyone, Yin Zirua was swallowed in one gulp. Young Master Yin. The expressions of several women changed drastically. Mieshin's eyes sharpened, one turning black-red. Space fixation. Space slaughter. Mai's hand directly fixed Yuli in place, and his flesh was instantly torn to pieces, blood and gore everywhere. He collapsed to the ground, barely recognizable as human. Dongfang Bubi watched Mai's hand. This woman's methods were ruthless. The man was barely recognizable. I want all of you to die. On the ground, Yuli, his face twisted in a grimace, spoke, even though his body was covered in injuries. He was still burning his bloodline, and even his soul to sustain the Azure Dragon. Void-devouring god technique. Yin Zirua bellowed. Inside the Azure Dragon's belly, a pitch-black hole opened, swallowing half of its body. At this moment, Yin Zirua looked a bit disheveled, his clothes tattered, torn to shreds by the energy inside. But despite this, there was an alluring charm to him, with what should and shouldn't be exposed all on display. Young Master Yin, your clothes, Shangguan Miao said, blushing. Yin Zirua looked down. His handsome image crumbled in that instant, now looking more like an exhibitionist. Yin Zirua took off his clothes, tied them around his waist, and covered his lower body. Damn it! Yin Zirua was furious, blaming it all on that guy. His eyes caught sight of the figure, and drawing the Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi, he charged forward. Young Master Yin, be careful! Shangguan Miao shouted. Lying on the ground, Yuli's face twisted in a grimace as he watched his Azure Dragon shatter piece by piece. He became even more frenzied. Let's all die together. Let's all die together. Ah! Yuli detonated all his soul energy. Yin Zirua's expression sharpened. Instantly, he summoned the Qian Kuan Lianhua Tower, the venomous thorn golden bell cover, and the Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi in front of him. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Everyone's eardrums felt like they were being blasted apart. Everyone immediately used their strongest protective methods to shield themselves layer by layer. The self-destruction of a third-rank upper god was no joke. A terrifying energy wave spread for thousands of zhong, and the entire Lingyu Divine Spring exploded at this moment, like a raging volcano, spewing water 3,000 zhong into the sky. At the scene, the surrounding stone wall runes emerged. This was the protective array that absorbed most of the explosion's energy. The scene was in complete disarray, and everyone's condition was extremely battered. One by one, defensive treasures shattered, their auras chaotic, all badly injured. Yin Zirua was the most disheveled, his body covered in wounds, completely naked, looking quite smooth. Yin Zirua looked at his disheveled state, feeling even more furious, and could only hastily find a cloak to drape over himself. The others each took healing pills to stabilize their auras. Let's return to the entrance, Shangguan Miao suggested, and everyone nodded. The area below was strange and not a good place for them. If anything else strange happened, they might not be able to return. The group hurried towards the uppermost area, where it was a safe place to rest. Yin Zirua, wrapped in a cloak, looked quite peculiar. Why are you wearing just a cloak? Maizen asked. I didn't bring any extra clothes. Yin Zirua said helplessly. Chapter 437. Breakthrough, shocking the entire city. With rapid progress, Yin Zirua felt he was the most embarrassed one. If he had known this would happen, next time he would prepare more clothes, Yin Zirua thought to himself. The group arrived at the entrance and began to adjust their states at ease. However, each had reaped abundant rewards, and the opportunity for a breakthrough had already taken root in their hearts. All that remained was for them to strive to tap into their own potential. The time spent recuperating wasn't long, but it still took 3 days. A rift tore open in the sky, and a powerful force began to pull at their bodies. Is it time? Yin Zirua said, not resisting as the group was absorbed out. They had entered with 10 people, but came out with 9. Shangguan Tu's expression changed slightly. Why is one person missing? Shangguan Tu asked Shangguan Miao. We all ventured deep into the Lingyu sacred spring, hoping to find opportunities, but unexpectedly, Yuli erupted. In the end, he detonated his own soul, causing us all some injuries. Hearing Shangguan Miao's words, Yuluin, Yuli's brother, felt discontent. His younger brother had managed to secure a spot in the top 10, hoping to break through to the third rank of Upper God, but unfortunately met his end there. But why had he perished? Why were others unharmed, while only his brother had met with misfortune? Yuluin couldn't figure it out, nor could he understand. He could only storm off in anger, but he remembered the grudge. "It's good if there are gains, go rest now," Shangguan Tu said, unable to accept the loss of one person. But since it had happened, everyone returned to their respective residences, leaving Yin Zirua stunned that Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Shangguan Miao still followed him to his courtyard. "Don't you all need to go back and rest?" Yin Zirua now only had a cloak left, feeling the breeze below. "Mr. Yin, we're not in a hurry," Huangfu Yaoyue said, her face still bearing a scratch, but her smile was bright. "Fine," Yin Zirua shrugged, feeling these women had latched onto him. What a man with female charm. Yuan Lingdan said, her tone neither salty nor bland, but quite piercing. "Heh, women are fine, but girls are out of the question, especially troublesome girls." Yin Zirua retorted. "Who are you talking about?" Yuan Lingdan, the youngest among the girls, was naturally the first to be pointed at when he mentioned girls. "Whoever knows, knows." Yin Zirua walked ahead, quite leisurely. "You jerk." Yuan Lingdan's anger flared, and she threw something at Yin Zirua. Rip. The cloak behind Yin Zirua tore open, reaching down to his hips. "You jerk." Yin Zirua felt a chill down his back, turned, and charged at Yuan Lingdan with wide eyes. The two scuffled, the scene quite lively, but the other girls didn't dare to look directly. Because Yin Zirua only had a cloak, and too much movement would lead to exposure. "Mr. Yin, let's go back first." Shangguan Miao covered her face, her cheeks flushed as she said. Huangfu Yaoyue enjoyed the view. Sima Fengyun had a strange expression. Mais Hen blushed with embarrassment, all feeling speechless. Yin Zirua also noticed his appearance was quite undignified. He could only get up and walk straight ahead. The girls behind him exchanged glances and smiles, then followed. Yin Zirua returned to his room, and just as he took off the cloak, he heard a piercing scream. "Ah!" The scream made Yin Zirua reflexively cover himself and look around his room. Yao Jiuhong was there, tidying up the bed. "Mr. Yin, I was making your bed. I heard you were coming back today, sorry, I'll leave now." Saying that, Yao Jiuhong rushed out, leaving Yin Zirua speechless, looking at his disheveled state. He hurriedly found a set of clothes to wear and prepared more clothes to store in his portable space. He hoped never to be in such an awkward situation again. After getting everything ready, Yin Zirua sat down cross-legged. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and he still needed some time to adjust. Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Yin, tonight Shangguan Tu is hosting a banquet, inviting you to attend as well." Outside the door came Yao Jiuhong's voice. "Got it," Yin Zirua replied, then looked at his body. Ding. Detecting host's needs, recommending injury recovery pills, breakthrough pills for upper god third rank, etc. Seeing the chaotic list, Yin Zirua felt speechless. After some thought, he spent 200,000 points to exchange for a pill to break through to the upper god third rank. He had been stuck at this level for a long time, and the accumulated energy was sufficient. He just needed a trigger. Now was the time to break through. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua swallowed the pill. The accumulated energy within his body was awakened at this moment, and the energy he had gathered at the Lingyu sacred spring also erupted. The energy from the Qingkuan refinement tower also flowed into Yin Zirua's body. His flesh, bones, and meridians underwent earth-shaking changes. The heavens and earth changed color, and tide surged. Yin Zirua operated all his energy, controlling it within his body, fusing and reorganizing. He forged the strongest body, with evenly distributed muscle lines, looking quite pleasing to the eye. His injured skin, muscles, and bones recovered, becoming even stronger than before. His youthful, handsome face gained a touch of maturity, losing a bit of innocence. Crack. His bones made popping sounds, and all his divine power concentrated within his body. In that moment of successful breakthrough, the aura of the upper god third rank erupted. It spread for thousands of miles, and everyone in Hongwu City knew. Is Mr. Yan's aura this strong after breaking through to the upper god third rank? Shangguan Miao's naive eyes looked ahead. Huangfu Yaoyue also felt deep admiration. This guy's aura is truly formidable. I feel inferior. My path of cultivation is still far from enough. Yuan Lingdan looked in Yin Zirua's direction, her lips curving into a smile. Interesting things had become even more intriguing. It seemed she had encountered a formidable existence. At this moment, in the main hall of Tingguan sect, Shangguan too looked in Yin Zirua's direction. This young man's future achievements will be limitless. Such a powerful aura at the upper god third rank was unprecedented in his lifetime. Even those about to break through to the true god realm wouldn't have such a powerful aura. The guests present were all stunned, then showed varying expressions. Chapter 438. Interception on the way, truly shameless. Some faces darkened, while others remained calm. The evening banquet saw many family heads in attendance, but some did not show up. Those whose descendants had been eliminated felt too embarrassed to come. Yin Zirua changed into her attire and joined the gathering with Yao Juhong. The top 10 contestants of this competition were all seated together for dinner, making it the liveliest circle of the event. Mai Zhen, Shangguan Miao, Huangfu Yaoyue, Sima Fengyun, and Yuan Lingdan were all seated at the same table, their expressions varying as they saw Yin Zirua arrive. Yin Xiao, after tonight's gathering, we'll all return to our respective sects tomorrow. Let's drink without restraint tonight. Huangfu Yaoyue declared with a bold tone, and the other girls raised their cups in agreement. Mai Zhen glanced around the table, then raised her own cup. Ding! The sound of clinking glasses was crisp and clear. The banquet officially began, with everyone present being allies of the Tingguan sect. Drinking and chatting made for a pleasant evening. As the night wore on, the drinks flowed freely, and soon enough, people started to lose consciousness, forgetting what had happened. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. A piercing scream shattered the morning silence. Yin Zirua woke up, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the person beside her. What's going on? Yin Zirua stared at the beautiful woman next to her, completely bewildered. Mai Zhen, equally stunned, looked at herself and then at Yin Zirua, before slapping him across the face. Slap! Yin Zirua was knocked to the ground, disoriented and dizzy. Mai Zhen quickly dressed, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Yin Zirua, who was still in a daze. You! How could you? Mai Zhen was furious, while Yin Zirua remained utterly confused. I must have been drunk and I don't remember anything, Yin Zirua said, equally bewildered, having no recollection of the events. Mai Zhen finished dressing, her emotions in turmoil. She glanced at the still-dazed Yin Zirua before storming out, slamming the door behind her. Yin Zirua sat on the floor, rubbing his head. Had he really done all that? Mai Zhen returned to her quarters, where 4 elders were waiting. Young mistress, where were you last night? They asked sternly. Mai Zhen remained silent, retreating to her room without answering, her mind still reeling. According to the demon sect's rules, if an heir loses their chastity, they must be brought back to assume the leadership of the sect. But Yin Zirua was free-spirited. How could she possibly agree to return with her? Mai Zhen looked at her reflection in the mirror, her expression conflicted. Meanwhile, in another room, Yin Zirua was still in a daze, wondering what had happened. He got up, dressed, and opened the door to find Yao Juhong waiting outside. Master Yin, please freshen up, Yao Juhong said, carrying the toiletries inside. Yin Zirua went through his usual morning routine, then pondered. Juhong, did I do anything last night? He asked, looking at her with confusion. Master Yin, I don't know. I didn't attend the gathering, so I went to bed early. Yin Zirua was left even more baffled, with no clue as to what had occurred. Forget it. Let's pack up today, and leave this afternoon to head to Baiyang Demon Sect. Yin Zirua decided. They had stayed long enough, and it was time to help Yao Jiuhong find her origins. Hearing the mention of Baiyang demon sect, Yao Jiuhong was momentarily stunned, then remembered Yin Zirua's promise to help her uncover her past. As the sun began to set, Yin Zirua bid farewell to Shangguan too, with Shangguan Miao standing by, her eyes filled with reluctance but still waving goodbye. Leaving Hongwu City, Yin Zirua reflected on the events that had transpired, finding them quite unbelievable. He piloted his small ship, carrying 2 girls, and set off into the vast, infinite expanse of the starry sea. Turning back, they could still see the majestic and imposing form of the Xianxia star domain. Jiuhong, guide us forward. We're heading to Baiyang demon sect. Yin Zirua instructed, and Yao Jiuhong took the lead, holding a compass to direct their course. The space around us feels off. Be careful. Yuan Lingdan's right eye flashed a warning, turning a bright red. You think you can just waltz into Xianxia star domain and take away its best treasures? Shangguan Miao, you're too arrogant. 2 figures descended upon the scene. Shangguan Miao, I've been waiting for you. The newcomers were none other than the heads of the Gu and Wang families, Gu Hongqiang and Wang Dafu. The overwhelming aura of 2 true God level 5 experts erupted, controlling the surrounding space. I didn't expect the people of Xianxia star domain to be so sore losers, Yin Zirua scoffed, summoning his Sui Xian Rui ruler. Ding! Detecting host's crisis, triggering special mission. Defeat true God-level experts. 500,000 points per head. Hearing this mission, Yin Zirua grinned. There was a cool 1,000,000 points right here. Shangguan Miao, spare us the chatter. Gu Hongqiang roared, brandishing his steel wolf-tooth club and pointing it at Yin Zirua. Come out and die. He charged forward with incredible speed and strength. Who do you think you are? Yin Zirua swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler, stepping forward with his golden rock steps. Having reached the upper tier God level 3, Yin Zirua's speed and strength had doubled compared to before. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk the sounds of the ruler clashing with the iron club reverberated through the cosmos. You hold off Shangguan Miao. I'll capture those 2 girls, Wang Dafu said, leaping toward Yuan Lingdan. Little girl, come with me. With a flash of golden light, dozens of gold needles flew toward Yuan Lingdan, who glared at his ugly face. You think you can take me? Defense array, activate. Yuan Lingdan's right eye activated a formation, appearing between them. Ding ding dang. The dozens of gold needles were all deflected, and Wang Dafu's outstretched hand was blocked. The formation pulsed with terrifying energy. The intense heat instantly charred his hand into a blackened, roast pig trotter. Ah, you little wretch, how vicious. 3,000 gold needles. Wang Dafu unleashed all his gold needles, controlled by his divine power, attacking Yuan Lingdan and Yao Jiuhong. Tisich, a grown man playing with embroidery needles. How embarrassing. Chain defense array. Yuan Lingdan unleashed her divine power, enveloping the small ship with a dozen defensive formations. This ship was their only means of transportation. If it were destroyed here, they'd have to swim across the starry sea. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk all the gold needles were blocked. Chapter 439. Instant kill, instant recovery. On the other side, Yin Zirua and Gu Hongqiang had exchanged hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Yin Zirua's complexion remained good, her body having been greatly enhanced, so this kind of battle was merely a warm-up for her. Gu Hongqiang's face darkened. After fighting for so long, he was exhausted. Yet this girl showed no signs of fatigue. Fine, little girl. Let's see how long you can last. Waha! Mountain-splitting 13 hammers. Gu Hongqiang shouted loudly, channeling all his divine power into his steel mace. A formidable surge of divine energy gathered, powerful enough to pierce through mountains, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. This aura is indeed impressive. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened as she condensed her own divine power into the Sui Xian Rui ruler in her hand. Primordial divine domain. Open. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed her formidable combat power, releasing all her divine energy. Boom! The moment the two mighty forces clashed, a terrifying wave of divine energy rippled outward for 1,000 miles. Both figures staggered backward over 100 meters before steadying themselves. Yin Zirua felt a slight pain in her palm, but her body had withstood the attack. The difference between a third-grade upper god and a second-grade upper god was like preparing for the path to becoming a true god. Gu Hongqiang's mind was in turmoil. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to be so powerful. A third-grade upper god could match him toe-to-toe. If she reached the true god realm, would anyone be her match? The thought sent a chill down Gu Hongqiang's spine. Either he had to eliminate this girl here and now, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Mountain-splitting 13 hammers. Gu Hongqiang roared, his killing intent intensifying. His massive steel mace came crashing down. Yin Zirua swiftly dodged using the golden rock steps. Gu Hongqiang launched a series of relentless attacks, each one deadly and fully powered. Yet each one missed. Yin Zirua evaded quickly, using her space-time eye to detect the flow of his divine energy, always managing to avoid the most lethal strikes at the last moment. How did you manage that, girl? Gu Hongqiang was dumbfounded. His 13 attacks were intricately connected, and most people wouldn't be able to dodge them. Yet this girl hadn't been injured at all and had dodged every single one. I was just casually dodging. Your moves are just too clumsy. Yin Zirua taunted, making Gu Hongqiang grind his teeth in anger. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep this up. With that, he shattered a jade pendant. An invisible wave of energy spread, and two powerful presences descended upon the battlefield. I didn't expect even you, Iron Hammer, to be unable to handle this girl, said the two newcomers, both fifth-grade true gods, who looked somewhat familiar. After a moment, Yin Zirua realized they were the patriarchs of the two great families who had fought Yuan Lingdan, Qian Sanwan and Sun Disheng. Enough chit-chat. This girl is highly peculiar. We must unite our efforts and eliminate her swiftly, or future complications will ensue. Gu Hongqiang held Yin Zirua in high regard. If 4 fifth-grade true gods couldn't handle a single youth, they might as well retire. Qian Sanwan knew Gu Hongqiang's temperament. Seeing him take such a young opponent so seriously was a first. Since Old Hammer says so, old son, let's get to it. Let's finish this quickly. Qian Sanwan exclaimed, pulling out a massive meteor hammer, its surface gleaming with a sinister light and heavy with bloodlust. 36 paths of slaughter. Qian Sanwan roared, releasing his fifth-grade true god aura and swinging his hammer directly at Yin Zirua. I don't believe you can dodge my move, girl. Gu Hongqiang charged forward, swinging his mace. Yin Zirua held the Sui Xian Rui ruler, her eyes filled with ferocity as she faced the two. Primordial Divine Domain. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zirua activated her domain, enhancing her divine power. The Sui Xian Rui ruler, infused with thunder, swung upward. Boom! The three clashed, and waves of divine energy rippled outward. Pooh! Gu Hongqiang spat out a mouthful of old blood, staring at the black poison spike that had pierced through his chest. In the instant of impact, Yin Zirua had activated her poison spike golden bell cover, protecting herself and reflecting the divine energy back as poison spikes. Qian Sanwan, being cunning, had quickly dodged, while Gu Hongqiang, exhausted from prolonged combat, had been too slow to react and was impaled. Gu Hongqiang quickly retreated, swallowing a handful of pills, and his bleeding shoulder began to heal. Girl, you're playing dirty. Gu Hongqiang's eyes burned with fury. Being injured by a junior was utterly humiliating. 2 fifth-grade true gods ganging up on me? Aren't you the ones being shameless? Yin Zirua coldly rebuked. Behind her, waves of terrifying energy rippled outward. Yuan Lingdan's attack and defense arrays had unleashed their full power, battling Wang Dafu to a standstill. Old Wang, I'll help you. Sun Disheng exclaimed, brandishing his Hua Tian halberd and charging forward. Yuan Lingdan, already locked in a fierce battle with Wang Dafu, now faced another opponent and began to feel the pressure. "I'll help you." Yao Jiuhong swung her sword and charged forward, assisting Yuan Lingdan in sharing the burden. The situation was dire. Facing 4 fifth-grade true gods, the odds were heavily stacked against them. "You old bastards, come at me all at once if you dare." Yin Zirua shouted loudly, holding the Sui Xian Rui ruler, her demeanor fearless. Gu Hongqiang's stubborn temper flared. This girl was still taunting them. "Waha, I'm so angry." He grabbed a red vial of medicine and swallowed its contents, his eyes turning red. "Today, I won't rest until I've chopped you down. I won't be called Gu if I don't." Gu Hongqiang roared and charged forward. Qin Sanwan frowned slightly but couldn't let Gu Hongqiang charge alone. He followed suit. "Come at me." Thunderflame slash. Void devouring technique. Yin Zirua unleashed both her ultimate moves. The Thunderflame slash clashed with the two, while the Void devouring technique activated, sucking their power from behind and feeding it back to Yin Zirua, enhancing her strength while weakening theirs. The Sui Xian Rui ruler in Yin Zirua's hand absorbed the two mighty forces, extending into two branches that transformed into a steel mace and a meteor hammer, striking the two with overwhelming force. Chapter 440. Accidental Encounter, Furious Counterattack. "This Miaozi is cheating. Retreat." Qin Sanwan took a step back, but Gu Hongqiang was unwilling. "Ah!" Gu Hongqiang roared, swinging his steel wolf tooth club upward with a loud clang. Two resounding crashes echoed as the branches of the Thlishin Riichi were shattered. Gu Hongqiang charged forward with bloodshot eyes, his divine power surging endlessly, directly striking toward Yin Zirua's face. Too violent, not good. Time-space eye. Gu Hongqiang's divine power was surging madly throughout his body, but Yin Zirua locked onto his weak points. His body was immobilized for only 8 seconds. Swish. A shadow flashed, and Gu Hongqiang's body froze, followed by a separation of head and body, with blood splattering everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a true god of the 5th rank, earning 500,000 points. Hearing this, Yin Zirua took a deep breath. The previous attack had drained most of his divine power. Convert 500,000 points into divine power. Yin Zirua silently commanded in his mind, and the points were instantly transformed into divine power for his cultivation. In a single breath, Yin Zirua's aura became 3 points stronger than before, and his depleted divine power was fully restored. This scene left Qin Sanwan dumbfounded. He had never heard of any method that could instantly restore lost divine power, let alone make one's aura even stronger than before. How could he fight against such a monstrous opponent? After every battle, Yin Zirua would immediately recover, making it impossible for Qin Sanwan to kill him, even if he were to die from exhaustion. Qin Sanwan instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding the man before him as a monster. In another battle, Yao Jiuhong spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura significantly weakened. Yin Zirua charged straight towards Sun Disheng, and the Thlishin Riichi shot forth, causing Sun Disheng to feel a sudden chill down his back. He immediately deployed his defensive barrier. Clang! The Thlishin Riichi struck the defense, sending brilliant sparks flying 3 feet into the air. Sun Disheng hurriedly turned around, wielding the Hua Tian war halberd, aiming it at Yin Zirua's head. Yin Zirua raised his hand to block. A terrifying wave of divine power spread out, forcing both men to retreat. Yin Zirua arrived beside Yao Jiuhong. "Are you okay?" Yin Zirua asked. Yao Jiuhong weakly nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She tried to stand up but couldn't, nearly falling. Yin Zirua supported her, helping her sit down and then taking out a healing potion. "Take this and rest for a while," Yin Zirua said, standing in front of her. For Yao Jiuhong, fighting a true god of the 5th rank as an upper god of the 3rd rank was still too much. Her techniques were effective against peers, but less so when facing higher-ranked opponents. As for Yuan Lingdan, Yin Zirua didn't worry. That little girl had more tricks up her sleeve than he did. In front of him stood Sun Disheng and Qin Sanwan. "Be careful with this Miao Zi," Gu Hongqiang has been killed, and this Miao Zi has recovered his combat power. He's a monster, Qian Sanwan said seriously. Hearing this, Sun Disheng's eyes sharpened as he looked at Yin Zirua with great seriousness. Gu Hongqiang's combat style was fierce, and the two were evenly matched, yet he had been killed by this Miao Zi. Miao Zi, you've got some skills. Let me see how strong you are. Ah! Sun Disheng brandished the Hua Tian war halberd and charged forward. Yin Zirua did not hesitate, wielding the Thlishin Ruyi Chi in response. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. Both men were evenly matched in speed and strength, while Qian Sanwan, wielding a meteor hammer, waited for an opportunity to strike. Heavenly 13 stabs. Sun Disheng shouted, swinging the Hua Tian war halberd downward. A dazzling divine power gathered within, carrying the momentum of splitting heaven and earth, roaring like a dragon and tiger. Thunderfire slash. Yin Zirua shouted, with powerful thunder surging around him, accompanied by scorching flames shooting skyward. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere, their movements fast and fierce, with thunder sparks and divine power sparks splashing like festive fireworks. Scamper, scamper, scamper. Sun Disheng retreated 3 steps, his blood surging, shocked by Yin Zirua's strength. Yin Zirua stood still, his divine power mostly depleted. The opponent before him was formidable and difficult to handle. Yuan Lingdan's battle was also intense, with another lurking in the shadows. Old man, didn't you say you were going to deal with me? Come on. Yin Zirua continued to taunt. Sun Disheng's eyes sharpened as he held the Hua Tian war halberd, staring at Yin Zirua. All right, Miaozi, take this. Sun Disheng charged once more. Yin Zirua, wielding the Thlishin Ruyi Chi, swiftly advanced with the golden rock step. Sun Disheng swung the Hua Tian war halberd and rushed forward. Time-space eye. Yin Zirua forcefully used the time-space eye again, placing a tremendous strain on his mental power. Sun Disheng's body instantly froze, and he was momentarily stunned. Meteor hammer. Qian Sanwan was waiting for this opportunity, directly striking at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua felt the wind behind him, but still unhesitatingly attacked Sun Disheng. Swish. A flash of thunderlight passed, and Sun Disheng was momentarily stunned, followed by the separation of his head and body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a true god of the 5th rank, earning 500,000 points. Convert all into cultivation experience. Yin Zirua was struck in the back by the meteor hammer, feeling as if his old back was about to break. But he quickly took out the Chinkuan refining pagoda, collecting the Hua Tian war halberd and Sun Disheng inside. Qian Sanwan retrieved his meteor hammer and retreated. Wanna leave? Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened. This old man had ambushed him, nearly breaking his spine, and now he wanted to escape. Golden rock step. Yin Zirua's aura became even stronger than before as he chased after Qian Sanwan. Seeing Yin Zirua block his escape route, Qian Sanwan gritted his teeth. Miao Zi, I don't believe you can be so rampant forever. 36 hammer kill technique. Qian Sanwan shouted. He swung his meteor hammer wildly, smashing it toward Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua's time-space eye saw through all his attack patterns, blocking every move. Qian Sanwan grew flustered, taking out a talisman and fleeing 1,000 miles away. Wanna leave? Yin Zirua hadn't expected the old man to have such a treasure. This was indeed a slip-up. And just as Yin Zirua arrived at the location, he sensed a familiar divine power fluctuation. Qian Sanwan was also rushing toward the divine power fluctuation ahead. At this moment, 18 upper gods of the 3rd rank guarded 18 positions, forming the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation, trapping 5 individuals inside. Chapter 441. Offering help, feeling warm inside. Among the people here, Yin Zirua recognized one familiar face, Mai's Hin. Fellow cultivators, this outsider is too strong. I've already lost 2 true god level, 5 members. Please help us. Qian Sanwan shouted loudly. running in a disheveled state to Meng Tao's side. Inside the array, 5 true god level, 5 cultivators were exerting their full strength to annihilate the outsiders trapped within. Meng Tao was overseeing the array, and now that Xian Sanwan had come seeking help, Yin Zirua soon followed. Yin Zirua immediately spotted the injured Mai's Hin. At this moment, Mai's Hin was in a half-collapsed state, with one of her wings flapping weakly, exuding a powerful aura that was both intimidating and unsettling. However, the array in front of them was no trifling matter. It was continuously refining their divine energy, not only weakening those inside, but also strengthening the array itself. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation was ever-changing. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua activated her space-time Dao eyes to search for the core of the formation. Miaozi, stop meddling. Meng Tao also noticed Yin Zirua's peculiar actions. After expending so much effort to trap these 5 individuals, if the array were to be broken now, all their efforts would be in vain. Hurricane 13 Swords. Without further ado, Meng Tao unleashed his most powerful technique. His role outside the array was to deal with any unexpected developments. Inside the array, Mai's Hin saw Yin Zirua and was momentarily stunned, thinking that Yin Zirua had come to rescue her. In that split second of hesitation, Lu Jinming's bullhead trident pierced through her abdomen. Already weakened, her condition worsened further. You bastards! Yin Zirua was furious. After all, Mai's Hin was on her side. Space-time Dao eyes. With a swift motion, Yin Zirua immobilized Meng Tao and swung her Sui Xian Rui scale, slicing through Meng Tao's abdomen. Meng Tao vomited a mouthful of blood. A dark treasure protected his life, or else that strike would have ended him. Void-devouring divine technique. Using her space-time Dao eyes, Yin Zirua located the core of the array and charged towards it with her golden rock steps. A black void appeared near the formation, swallowing an upper god level, 3 cultivator hole. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation required absolute balance. The operators of the array couldn't be disturbed. With one person missing from the 8 trigrams disc, the others were now under immense strain. The flow of divine energy within the array became chaotic, and the 5 elements' energies began to destabilize. Taking advantage of the situation, Yin Zirua rushed to the core of the array and struck down with her scale. You dare? Meng Tao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. They were so close to success, to killing these outsiders. After eliminating the core operator, Yin Zirua immediately enveloped herself in a toxin-tipped golden bell cover, deflecting several energy attacks aimed at her. Mai's Hin felt her divine energy recover slightly. With a wave of her sword, she lunged at Lu Jinming. Still have strength left? Sky-shattering 16 strikes. Lu Jinming roared, swinging his bullhead trident downward. Space lock. Spatial slaughter. Mieshin's eyes gleamed sharply, her black-red gaze filled with a deadly resolve. Help the young master break through. The 4 true god level, 5 protectors behind her unleashed their full power, attacking the 4 individuals around them. Boom, boom, boom. The energy fluctuations exploded, nearly causing the already unstable array to collapse. Meng Tao gritted his teeth, swallowed a pill, and quickly replaced the missing operator to stabilize the array. Once the array stabilized, Mieshin's strength was immediately suppressed. Struggling against Lu Jinming's bullhead trident, she was sent flying by a surge of divine energy. Yin Zirua, anxious, rushed to her side and caught her, wrapping an arm around her waist. You came, Mai's Hin said weakly. Over all these years, she had never been able to erase Yin Zirua's image from her mind. To see him here today, even if it meant her death, was worth it. Sorry, I came late, Yin Zirua replied, following the script. He had only come here by chance. In fact, he had to thank this old man for running here, or else Mai's Hin would have been killed without him even knowing. Yin Zirua quickly gave Mai's Hin a healing potion to restore her injuries. This array disrupts my divine energy flow. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Be careful, Mai's Hin said, her eyes filled with concern. Leave this to me. You're seriously injured. Rest now. I'll handle everything here, Yin Zirua said. To her surprise, Maizhen found herself completely trusting his words. The disruption effect of this array was fatal to those inside, but it had no effect on Yin Zirua. Ding! Detecting the host's crisis, stabilizing the host's divine energy. Hearing this, Yin Zirua sneered. A bunch of despicable scoundrels. This arena was set up by you, and on the battlefield, life and death are determined by fate. You're nothing but a bunch of sore losers. Yin Zirua pointed her Sui Xian Rui scale at the shameless elders, exuding an air of dominance. Spare the nonsense. Hand over the treasures you obtained from the Spirit Abyss Spring, Ming Tao demanded, and the other clan leaders all stared at Yin Zirua with greedy eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Yin Zirua replied, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb. Out of the 10 of you, only you and she entered the Spirit Abyss Spring, Lu Jiming said, his eyes also filled with greed. Whoever said that, let them come out and confront me. Yin Zirua retorted, his gaze sharp. Among the 10, whoever had spread such rumors was trying to get him killed. We won't name names, but by saying this, you're admitting it, aren't you? Ming Tao said, staring at Yin Zirua with a piercing gaze. Since you can't even name who said it, I think you're just stirring up trouble. You're looking for an excuse to kill us. Your so-called great clans are nothing but sore losers. Yin Zirua said, his words sharp and clear. He wanted to know who had incited the great clans to join forces against them. If he ever found out, that person would be eliminated. Such a worthless scum didn't deserve to live. Gentlemen, let's capture them quickly. Ming Tao urged, and the other clan leaders unleashed their full combat power. In front of Yin Zirua, Lu Jiming charged forward, swinging his bullhead trident. Sky-shattering 16 strikes. Lu Jiming's trident came crashing down toward Yin Zirua's head. So it's you who dared to hurt my people. Old man, thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed his full divine energy, charging forward with his Sui Xian Rui scale, meeting the attack head-on. Chapter 442. Beating the old dog, scaring him witless. Clang. Sparks flew as the two collided, and the immense divine power sent both of them flying backward. Lu Jiming's blood surged, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, while Yin Zirua's face turned pale, but her aura remained unyielding. Seeing Yin Zirua push Lu Jiming back with a single strike, Maizhen couldn't help but smile faintly. This was the person who protected her, strong and formidable. Primordial Divine Domain. Yin Zirua extended her domain, executing the golden rock steps and accelerating her offensive speed. The Thuishin Ruyichi unleashed all the absorbed energy, delivering a devastating blow directly toward the old man's head. Facing the intense onslaught, Lu Jiming hastily swung his bullhead trident to block in front of him. Clang! The overwhelming divine power sent Lu Jiming flying out of the formation, blasting him hundreds of miles downward, where he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yin Zirua didn't waste any time and immediately pursued him. That was fun, wasn't it, old dog? With the golden rock steps, Yin Zirua's speed was 10 times faster than lightning. She struck down at Lu Jiming, who was still falling. Lu Jiming, his mouth stained with blood, hastily raised his bullhead trident to block. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk Yin Zirua's furious triple strike was blocked, but then she kicked him hard, sending him flying back up. His appearance was as wretched as could be. Maizhen watched, her heart warmed. She knew Yin Zirua was helping her vent her anger. It's time to end this. Void devouring divine technique. A powerful suction force expanded behind him, and a dark shadow emerged, ready to absorb him. Lu Jiming quickly took out a secret treasure to stabilize himself. Yin Zirua emerged from behind, gripping the Thuishin Ruyichi, Sui Xian Ichi. Old dog, go to hell. With a fierce strike, the Thuishin Ruyichi came crashing down. Clang! A thunderous sound rang out as the secret treasure protecting Lu Jiming was instantly shattered. Lu Jiming spat out another mouthful of old blood, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Yin Zirua. This man was more of a beast than any monster. Time-space Dao eyes. Yin Zirua bellowed. Just as Lu Jinming was about to wield his bullhead trident to defend himself, he suddenly discovered he was immobilized. All he could do was helplessly watch as Yin Zirua swung the Thlishin Riichu to decapitate him. Qian Sanwan also made his move at this moment, attempting to stop Yin Zirua while also trying to ambush him. You think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp. Behind him, the universe-refining pagoda appeared, directly clashing with the meteor hammer. Clang! A terrifying shockwave spread out. The meteor hammer was a fine weapon, but the universe-refining pagoda was even stronger, absorbing it instantly. My weapon. Cough. Every powerful master had a bond with their weapon, and by absorbing it, Yin Zirua severed the connection, causing significant harm to Qian Sanwan. With a graceful turn, Yin Zirua instantly beheaded Lu Jinming and kicked his body into the void-devouring divine technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true spirit of the 5th rank. Reward, 510,000 points. Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect this old man to be worth 10,000 points more than the previous two. Convert all points into cultivation value. Given the current crisis, this was almost a lavish move, but Yin Zirua had no choice. He still had to deal with the remaining enemies. In a few blinks of an eye, Yin Zirua's depleted divine power instantly returned to its peak, and he became even stronger than before. Having killed 3 people, he had grown stronger 3 times. Qian Sanwan was utterly speechless. Staring at Yin Zirua, he saw nothing but a demon. This isn't human. This is a demon. A demon. Qian Sanwan shouted loudly, his expression panicked. He looked more like a madman than a family head. This Miao Zi is incredibly strong, and the formation seems to have little effect on him. Xueming analyzed rationally, his frown deepening. The situation is dire. These 4 are on par with us. Whoever can deal with this Miao Zi will save us all from danger. Xueming said, then looked at Meng Tao. I'm controlling the formation. Please, quickly take down those 4 and deal with this Miao Zi. The 4 exchanged glances and had no choice but to agree. Qian Sanwan, assist me with the formation. I'll go fight that Miao Zi. Meng Tao, unable to bear Qian Sanwan's crazed state, said. 18 true spirits of the 5th rank were present, and this man was one of them. Yet he had disgraced himself so badly. Qian Sanwan obediently took Meng Tao's place in the formation, stabilizing it. Wait for me to kill these old dogs, and I'll take you out of here. Yin Zirua said, then launched a storm of attacks at Meng Tao. Mai Hin watched his back, her heart full of trust. She knew that whatever Yin Zirua said, he would surely achieve. Mai Hin glanced at the 4 elders accompanying her, who were locked in a fierce battle with the 4 opponents. With the formation now operating, their divine power was waning, and it was clear they couldn't hold on much longer. Mai Hin took a deep breath, adjusting her state, ready to step in and assist her protectors at any moment. Although these protectors had been tasked with monitoring her, they had also protected her many times along the way. Miao Zi, you're quite arrogant. After 100 exchanges with Yin Zirua, Meng Tao realized this Miao Zi's speed and strength were top tier, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlishin Riichu in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlishin Riichu in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yen Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Xianxia 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Xianxia said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat? Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later. Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlixian Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat?" Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. "Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later," Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlishin Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat?" Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. "Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later," Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlishin Ruyi Chi in his hand changed freely, and with his surging divine power, he moved with ease. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you, brat?" Meng Tao exchanged blows with Yin Zirua 100 times. This youngster's speed and strength were top-notch, and there was even a tendency to suppress him. "Humph, old man, stop blabbering and make your move. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to act later," Yin Zirua said sharply, his eyes fierce. The Thlishin Ruyi Chi in his hand changed. "How arrogant, Miaozi. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Hurricane 13 Swords. 13 sword shadows condensed in the air, brimming with powerful divine energy, flying straight toward Yin Zirua. Void devouring divine technique. Yin Zirua didn't hesitate, immediately deploying the technique. With his enhanced strength, 2 black voids appeared, instantly swallowing the 13 powerful sword shadows. Despite the significant divine power consumption, there was no effect. Meng Tao's eyes sharpened. These black voids had the power to devour souls. Just glancing at them made him feel dizzy. This Miaozi has many divine techniques, each more powerful than the last. We can't give him the chance to use them. Chapter 443. Large-Scale Battle. Let me help you. Meng Tao charged straight at Yin Zirua, brandishing his sword and launching an assault. Thunder Flame Slash. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp. Facing Meng Tao at close range, he didn't hold back either, countering with a swing of his Sui Xian Rui ruler. Clang! Sparks flew as Meng Tao's sword was knocked away. Yin Zirua kicked him with a single powerful kick, sending him flying 100 miles, his body hurtling through the air like an arrow. How could Yin Zirua miss such an opportunity to beat a drowning dog? With a flash of his golden rock steps, his speed rapidly increased. He quickly closed in on Meng Tao from below. Meng Tao turned and threw a punch at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua sneered, raising his Sui Xian Rui ruler in front of him. 5 branches shot out from the ruler, stabbing towards Meng Tao's body. Swish, swish, swish. Blood spurted 3 feet high as 5 holes were pierced through Meng Tao's body, leaving him severely weakened. "It's over," time spaced Dao eyes. In an instant, Yin Zirua froze him in place. Meng Tao had hoped to hold Yin Zirua back, but never expected this guy to be so straightforward. From the start, he unleashed deadly moves, giving no chance to catch his breath. This guy had been playing the role of a weakling to devour tigers from the beginning. As he faced his imminent death, Meng Tao deeply questioned Yin Zirua's level. Head severed from body, Yin Zirua had once again killed a powerful expert. Ding! Killed a true god level 5. Rewarded with 500,000 points. Convert all to cultivation. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp as he looked at the battle circle of the remaining 8 people, his gaze burning with fervor. In the span of a single breath, Yin Zirua's aura returned to peak condition, even stronger than before by a third. The expressions of the people within the formation changed. This recovery speed was far from normal. This guy was simply not human. No matter what secret technique it was, it couldn't be used repeatedly to restore peak condition, let alone becoming even stronger each time. This guy is too strange. The 4 people in the battle circle felt a deep sense of crisis. If this guy attacked from behind, no one could withstand it. Disperse the formation. Everyone, hold this guy down. Xueming shouted, and the formation instantly dissolved. The 18 upper god level 3 Experts all swallowed pills to restore their divine power before surrounding Yin Zirua. Imph. A bunch of trash. Do you think you can block my path? Yin Zirua gripped his Sui Xian Rui ruler and charged forward. With the golden rock steps superimposed, his speed reached an extreme level. Charging in, he slaughtered his way through like a wolf among sheep. Yin Zirua broke through the group of 18, leaving 7 dead, 8 injured, and the rest with no chance to even raise a hand before he passed by them. We can't let this guy go, someone shouted, and the remaining people all unleashed their fastest speeds, rushing towards Yin Zirua. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp as he turned and counterattacked. His Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed into thousands of branches, stabbing at those around him. Dodge! Someone shouted, and the others quickly dodged, but some couldn't keep up with the speed. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, several people were pierced through like skewered candied haws, blood spurting 3 feet high. Those standing nearby were splattered with blood. Seeing their fellow disciples turn into corpses in an instant, they felt a tinge of fear. In just a few blinks of an eye, only a few were left. Let's retreat first, someone said weakly, feeling too scared. This guy was simply not human. There was no way to fight him. The few who remained all had thoughts of retreat and began to back away. Yin Zirua's eyes were sharp. He wouldn't let any of these people go. Void-devouring divine technique. Behind the group, Yin Zirua opened 2 massive black holes, swallowing them all. Not a single one of the 18 was left. All were annihilated. Yin Zirua looked at the final battle circle of 8 people. Gentlemen, tell me, who should die first? Yin Zirua held his Sui Xian Rui ruler, pointing at the 4 in front. Xueming looked at the 4 protectors with sharp eyes. Don't be too arrogant, you bastard, Xueming shouted, glaring at Yin Zirua. For true God level 5 experts were being intimidated by an upper God level 3 guy, which would be a huge embarrassment if word got out. At this moment, Mieshan's divine power had also recovered, standing beside Yin Zirua. These guys ambushed me. I must make them pay, Mieshan said sharply, holding his sword and stepping forward. Take it easy. I'll help you. These people want to eliminate outsiders. So do I. Yin Zirua held his Sui Xian Rui ruler and stood beside Mieshan. A man and a woman stood side by side, ready for battle. The 4 protectors exchanged glances and stepped aside, seeing this as a form of training. However, their gazes at Yin Zirua became even sharper, as if something different was brewing. Fellow Taoists, let's join forces and deal with these 2 brats, Xueming said, holding his blood moon blade, his body enveloped in blood aura. The aura of a true god level 5 erupted. Despite the long battle, his momentum still strong. The others exchanged glances. The protectors wouldn't let them off, so there was only one way forward, battle. Mieshan leaped forward, one eye turning black-red, divine power surging within him, filled with ferocity and killing intent. Spatial slaughter. Mieshan's first target was Xueming. Xueming licked his blade. Perfect timing. Let me show you my blood moon blade technique, Xueming shouted, wielding his blade, surrounded by spatial cracks. Clang, clang, clang. Xueming, a seasoned warrior, deflected all the spatial cracks back, slashing at Mieshan. Mieshan's eyes were sharp as he wielded his sword and charged forward. The 2 quickly engaged in a fierce battle, while the other 3 didn't idle. Let me help you, Zhang Guorong shouted, wielding his wild overlord spear and charging at Mieshan. Yin Zirua's figure flashed, appearing behind Mieshan. His Sui Xian Rui ruler lengthened, clashing with the wild overlord spear. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing continued, each move a continuous assault. The wild overlord spear aimed for Yin Zirua's face, but he sidestepped, his Sui Xian Rui ruler blocking in front, the spear tip grazing past, sparks flying. Zhang Guorong turned and stabbed at Yin Zirua with a dagger. Yin Zirua's Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed into 3 branches, one blocking the dagger, the other 2 piercing into Zhang Guorong's body. Zhang Guorong spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Chapter 444, Lingering Dance. His blood-soaked clothes made him look extremely disheveled. He thought he was ruthless enough, but he hadn't expected this Miaozi to be even more ruthless. Hong Qigong charged at Maizhen with his Hunyuan demon staff, determined to deal with one before moving on to the next. Maizhen and Xueming were locked in a fierce battle, barely having time to catch their breath when Hong Qigong suddenly appeared behind them, wielding his pitch-black Hunyuan demon staff. Maizhen quickly turned to block. Clang! The terrifying divine power sent Maizhen flying, but she wasn't injured. She quickly turned and deflected most of the impact with Yin Ruoro's Sui Xian Rui ruler, taking 3 steps back. So this is what it means to be from a prestigious family, always resorting to sneak attacks from behind. I've learned something new, Yin Ruoro said nonchalantly, her tone neither sarcastic nor serious. Hong Qigong's face twitched slightly. Even he had to maintain some sense of dignity. Don't spout nonsense, Miaozi. Hong Qigong swung his Hunyuan demon staff, a treasured weapon he had painstakingly created. Its combat power far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. Heaven-shattering 16 slashes. Hong Qigong's face turned crimson as divine power surged, forming 100 zhonglong black staff shadow. Yin Ruoruo watched the massive shadow with a faint smile. Void-devouring divine technique. She summoned 2 black voids, merging them into 100 zhong-wide black hole. Break! The huge staff slammed into the black hole, but before Hong Qigong's smile could fade, his face darkened the next moment. Impossible! How can this black hole absorb my divine power? Hong Qigong felt his divine power being drained continuously. Miaozi's technique was far more powerful than he had anticipated. His face turned beet red as he struggled to pull the Hunyuan demon staff free, but the immense suction force made it impossible. Yin Ruoruo continued to pour her divine power into the void, determined to absorb Hong Qigong's staff. The longer it went on, the more Hong Qigong felt his divine power waning. Help me! Hearing this cry for aid, Li Jiarui, who had been standing motionless, opened his eyes. He drew his bright moon dual blades and charged toward Yin Ruoruo, his movements fluid and graceful, catching her attention. His style was unlike the brute force of others. It was more like a man dancing, his dual blades flowing seamlessly without a single gap to exploit. Yin Ruoruo held her Sui Xian Rui ruler in both hands, transforming it into 2. Facing such a skilled opponent was both a challenge and an opportunity to learn. With her time-space divine eyes, Yin Ruoruo observed every move Li Jiarui made, then began to mimic his techniques. Dual blades clashed with dual rulers, sparks flying as the 2 exchanged blows. After 100 intense exchanges, Yin Ruoruo felt a heavy strain on her body. Such high-efficiency combat techniques demanded extreme physical fitness. Even with the aid of her time-space divine eyes, she could only replicate about half of Li Jiarui's movements. You're quite impressive, Li Jiarui remarked. His blade techniques had been honed since childhood, reshaping his bones and muscles. To see a young man mimic his combat skills in real time was nothing short of astonishing. He could see the potential for greatness in Yin Ruoruo. Miaozi, you're strong. But can you replicate this? Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang Cyclic Slash. This elegant dancer wielded his bright moon dual blades, his body moving in a graceful yet powerful dance. This time, however, his movements were drastically different from before. Where his body had once flowed like clear water, elegant and beautiful, now it surged like a raging river, relentless and unstoppable. Even Yin Ruoruo's time-space divine eyes struggled to keep up with the speed of his technique changes. She tried her best to learn his moves, but his rapid transformations were too much to handle. Her eyes strained, filled with bloodshot veins, and blood trickled from her nose. The techniques were simply too powerful to replicate. Ding ding dang. Her Sui Xian Rui rulers were knocked away, and the bright moon dual blades slashed toward her head. Yin Ruoruo activated her poison thorn golden bell cover just in time. Clang! The blades struck the protective barrier, absorbing the divine power and reflecting back with dark purple poison thorns. Li Jiarui spun gracefully, swiftly dodging the sudden attack. It was the first time someone had so perfectly evaded her poison thorn assault. Even Yin Ruoruo couldn't help but admire his skill. But now was not the time for admiration. You're indeed strong. But my learning session ends here. Time-space divine eyes. Activate. With divine power, she controlled her Sui Xi and Rui rulers, extending them like vines to fill the space. The time-space divine eyes instantly froze Li Jiarui in place for 8 seconds. Yin Ruoruo used her golden Peng steps to reach him in an instant. You're strong, but it's over. With those words, the Sui Xi and Rui ruler pierced through his body, completely impaling him. The void-devouring divine technique activated, swallowing his body entirely. Nothing was left behind. Killed a 6th-rank true god. Reward, 1 million points. Yin Ruoruo was momentarily stunned. This man had hidden his aura so well that he appeared to be a 6th-rank true god, and a formidable one at that. No wonder he was worth 1 million points. Convert all to cultivation, she said sharply. In a few breaths, her divine power had fully recovered. Turning to face the remaining 2, she held her Sui Xi and Rui ruler, her eyes filled with killing intent. Come at me together. Zhang Guorong and Hong Qigong exchanged glances. They knew they were in danger if they didn't act. We can't let this Miaozi keep showing off. Zhang Guorong charged forward with his Wild King spear. I don't believe 2 of us can't take down a brat. Hong Qigong swung his Hunyuan demon staff. The 3 clashed fiercely, sparks flying as they exchanged blows. Through countless battles, Yin Ruoruo's combat experience grew rapidly. Her fight with Li Jiarui had smoothed out her techniques, teaching her that brute force wasn't always the best solution. She took this lesson to heart, using the 2 men as her training ground. Chapter 445. Forced Use, Immediate Elimination. The battle among the 3 was nothing short of spectacular, with the combatants locked in a prolonged and intense struggle, unwilling to separate. On the side of Miezhen, the battle had reached its peak. Spatial lock. Mieshen's eyes were sharp as she directly immobilized Xueming's body. Damn it! Xueming's divine power was clearly waning, and even moving his arm had become a struggle. Xueming stared at Miezhen, feeling the overwhelming power and crushing pressure emanating from her. This opponent was no ordinary being. She was a beast with ancient bloodlines, powerful beyond what he could hope to defeat. It's over, trash. In the blink of an eye, Miezhen dashed to his side and struck down with her sword. Swish. Blood sprayed high into the air as a true god of the 5th rank was slain. At this moment, Mieshen's divine power was completely exhausted, and the black-red hue in her eyes faded away. If she used such power for too long, it would consume her. If not for this dire situation, she wouldn't have rashly engaged in battle with a true god of the 5th rank, as it was a battle fraught with immense risk. Yet, witnessing Yin Zirua effortlessly slaying true gods of the 5th rank left Miezhen deeply shocked. This man's strength had surpassed her understanding, and for the first time, she felt a sense of admiration for a man. Given their complex relationship, if he were too weak, Miezhen wouldn't even be able to forgive herself. Her own mixed bloodline had made her a subject of disdain in her family. If her lover lacked formidable combat abilities, the family might have killed Yin Zirua. Now, it seemed that Yin Zirua could not only protect himself but also protect her. Unknowingly, Mieshen's gaze toward Yin Zirua had softened considerably, though she herself might not have noticed it. With Xueming eliminated, there were still 2 opponents left. Clang! The 3 collided with ferocious divine power, each retreating simultaneously. Zhang Guorong and Hong Qigong's minds were in turmoil. This Miaozi was almost a freak of nature. Their divine power was rapidly depleting, yet Miaozi showed no signs of weakening. Yin Zirua's body was also under immense strain. Those devoured by the void-devouring divine art had their divine power purified and then fed back to Yin Zirua. At this moment, his body was like a massive relay station. The newly refined power hadn't fully transformed into his own before being used, and this could cause his body to collapse under the strain. What's wrong, gentlemen? Is this all you've got? Xianxia's face was flushed, holding the Sui Xian Rui ruler, his veins throbbing with pain. His body was nearing its limit, and he had to take a gamble to eliminate these two opponents. Zhang clan leader, let's strike together. We can't let this Miaozi run rampant. Hong Qigong panted, swallowing a pill to stabilize his divine power. Facing such a young prodigy, he had no choice but to resort to pills. All right. Zhang Guorong brandished the wild overlord spear, stepping lightly as he charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler and rushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures crisscrossed in midair, sparks of battle dazzlingly bright. Huff! Heaven-shattering 16 slash. Hong Qigong took a desperate gamble, gathering his divine power. The primordial demon staff in his hand glowed with terrifying energy, ancient runes lighting up as an ancient aura radiated forth. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Zhang Guorong retreated 3 steps, unable to withstand Xianxia's relentless assault. Ah! A roar echoed as Hong Qigong launched a surprise attack. Be careful, Mai Zhen called out, wanting to help Xianxia, but when she tried to use spatial lock, her divine power was insufficient, and she coughed up blood. Venomous Spike Golden Bell, Universe Refining Pagoda. Xianxia protected himself. Clang! Hong Qigong's staff struck the venomous Spike Golden Bell, unleashing a terrifying divine power that rippled outward in waves. The Golden Bell absorbed this power and reflected dozens of venomous spikes. Facing the sudden fanji of venomous spikes, Hong Qigong swiftly dodged, but the spikes were much faster. Swish, swish. His chest and back were slashed, blood staining his clothes, forcing him to retreat. As he retreated, the universe refining pagoda appeared silently. Seeing the small, black pagoda, he sensed the scent of death and instinctively swung his primordial demon staff at it. The universe refining pagoda glowed, capable of absorbing divine power, treasures, and even people. Xianxia poured an enormous amount of energy into it, pushing himself to the brink and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old man, you like sneaking attacks, huh? Let me trap you. Get in there. Simultaneously activating 2 treasures, Xianxia's soul also spurred the Sui Xian Rui ruler to sneak attack Hong Qigong from behind. Seeing the ruler approach his back, Hong Qigong's expression was one of panic. He had no treasures to defend with. I'll help you, Zhang Guorong shouted, charging forward with his wild overlord spear. Clang! Zhang Guorong struck downward fiercely, aiming to knock the ruler away. Too naive. Time-space eye. Pfft. Xianxia forced the activation of the time-space eye, immobilizing the two. The Sui Xian Rui ruler transformed into a massive paddle. Smack! A powerful strike sent both opponents crashing down. The universe refining pagoda absorbed them both, and Xianxia collapsed, his vision blacking out as he lost consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 true gods of the 5th rank. Reward, 1 million points. Automatically injected into cultivation. Xianxia's divine power instantly recovered, and he grew stronger. However, this was merely the cultivation of his flesh. The mental and physical strain remained. Though his consciousness was clear, his body was paralyzed. Mai Zhen approached Xianxia, cradling him in her arms. Around her were 4 guards, all true gods of the 5th rank. After this battle, their auras had yet to recover. Young mistress, are you perhaps too close to this man? One of the elders said coldly, questioning her closeness to Xianxia despite his help. Chapter 446. Staying behind to watch over, women are complicated. There was no trace of emotional fluctuation. He saved me, so why can't I do this for him? Mai Zhen retorted coldly, her tone icy. Xianxia inwardly complained. He had always been curious why Mai Zhen was so cold. Now he understood. It wasn't Mai Zhen who was cold. It was the people around her. They had corrupted this beautiful, stunning woman with their icy demeanor. Yin Zirua continued to grumble in his mind, but his body was still unable to move. His meridians were still absorbing power, and it would take time. At that moment, one of the four protectors held a metallic badge that suddenly glowed red. The ancient godly cult is in trouble. We've been summoned back. Young master, we must return. Seeing the badge turn red, the protector seemed to grow anxious. His body is still recovering. I'll wait for him to recover before returning. You go ahead. Maizhen glanced at Yin Zirua and spoke sharply. Young master, the matters of the cult are more important. Perhaps we should bring this man back with us. The protector suggested, but Mieshin's gaze turned sharp. Can't you see his body is immobile? Do you really want to move him? My decision is made. You go back first. I'll return once he's better. Mieshin's tone was firm, and as the protector tried to speak again, Maizhen spread her wings. Any more objections? Feeling the pressure exuded by Maizhen, the protector hesitated, his words stuck in his throat. The badge in his hand continued to emit a red glow, and as protectors, they had no choice but to return. Please be careful, young master. With that, the four of them boarded a small boat and swiftly traveled through space, disappearing quickly. Maizhen then took out a small, emerald green boat and boarded it with Yin Zirua. You've fought too many battles. Your body must be overtaxed. Let me find some spiritual herbs for you. Maizhen rummaged through the medicine bottles she carried and found a few. She then fed them to Yin Zirua, who immediately felt his meridians relax. The blocked divine energy within him slowly dispersed into his flesh, and his body greedily absorbed the divine energy. Maizhen stayed by Yin Zirua's side, guarding him and ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed during his recovery. She looked at him, and despite his usual carefree demeanor, she found his profile quite handsome. Thinking about their past interactions, Mieshin's ears turned red, and her mind became a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua was oblivious to Mieshin's thoughts. He was focused on reviewing the rewards from his battles in his spiritual world. Having killed so many Divine Realm 5th stage experts, he had earned quite a reputation. Among the spoils were weapons, treasures, pills, and more. Throw all these missed treasures into the fusion system. As for the weapons, use them to enhance the spiritual chi of the Sui Xian Ru E scale. Ding. Detecting host request, the treasures will be fused into the Qian Kuren Lianhua Tower, increasing refining capabilities by 30% and absorption efficiency by 30%. Ding. Detecting host request, weapons such as the Wild Overlord Spear and Chaos Demon Staff will be refined into metal liquid and fused into the Sui Xian Ru E scale, increasing critical strike power by 30%, flexibility by 30%, and spiritual energy by 30%. All the miscellaneous items in his body were either combined and upgraded or used as accessories. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Maizhen remained by his side, guarding him. Fortunately, the supplies on the small boat were sufficient for half a month, or else Maizhen would have been in a real predicament. Yin Zirua's aura continued to fluctuate, and the divine energy that couldn't be absorbed through his skin was gradually being absorbed. Is he about to wake up? Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yin Zirua opened his eyes and saw Mieshin's intense gaze. What, do you think I'm handsome? Yin Zirua joked as soon as he woke up. Normally, Maizhen would have rolled her eyes at him by now. Stop being so full of yourself. How's your body? I've prepared some medicine for you. Take it. Maizhen poured the liquid from a medicine bottle, painstakingly prepared by her. Speaking of which, I've also gained quite a lot of pills this time. Let me share some with you. Yin Zirua then took out dozens of bottles and jars of various sizes. Maizhen looked at the pile of medicine in surprise. It seemed this man had more supplies than she did. Don't misunderstand. These are all spoils from the people I killed. With that, Yin Zirua divided half of the items on the ground and handed them to Maizhen. I see you're also injured. Take these to recover quickly. We still have things to do. As he mentioned things, Yin Zirua's eyes glowed with golden light. Mizhen hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the bottles and jars without hesitation. After this battle, her reserves were indeed running low. What things are you talking about? Mizhen couldn't help but ask. Someone said we obtained the most important treasure. Shouldn't we go and pay them a visit? Yin Zirua's eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly deceived. If someone claimed he had the most important treasure, then he would make sure to pay them a visit and find out what they had taken. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Mizhen nodded. If it weren't for his help, she and her subordinates might have been wiped out. Such a grudge couldn't go unavenged. Do you think you know who it is? Mieshin's expression turned serious. Someone who can mobilize the 10 great families must have significant influence. Who else could it be? Yin Zirua's gaze was sharp. Hearing this, Mizhen understood. Excluding all your other admirers, it must be that man from the Eastern family, Mizhen said, and Yin Zirua shivered. He looked at Mizhen with a strange expression. At this moment, he found her tone quite similar to Yuan Lingdan's. Have you seen Yuan Lingdan? She's with Yao Jiuhong. Yin Zirua asked, only to feel the temperature in the air drop by 3 degrees. I haven't seen her. I've been with you the whole time, Mizhen replied, then carried the pile of medicine to her room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Yin Zirua sat there alone, eventually just shrugging his shoulders. Women's hearts were as deep as the ocean. One moment everything was fine, and the next, she was acting strange. Chapter 447. Self-Improvement and Reciprocity. Yin Zirua was utterly speechless, but he firmly believed that the Yuan Lingdan would not be problematic. After all, that little girl harbored a powerful existence within her. She wouldn't just meet with disaster so easily. They simply hadn't had the chance to rendezvous yet. Judging by the situation, she was likely still roaming around this area. After all, they had agreed to join forces to search for the Baiyang demon sect in the near future. Currently, Yin Zirua was eager to go out and search, but Mizhen was still recuperating from his injuries. They could only move once Mizhen had fully recovered to his optimal state. Otherwise, venturing anywhere would be perilous. If he were targeted again, he wouldn't have the time to recover. Staring at the endless sea of stars, it truly seemed that danger lurked everywhere. Glancing back at the Xianxia star region they had just left, they had no time to feel sentimental before they had to return for a visit. The Dongfang clan. Dongfang Bupai, you've done well. While Mizhen was recovering, Yin Zirua couldn't just sit idle. He found a spot not far away to continue honing his skills. This recent battle had taught him a great deal, leaving many combat memories etched into his body. He aimed to forge his own unique combat techniques. Thinking back to his battle with Li Jiarui, that divine movement technique, unstoppable and immensely powerful, yet so demanding on the practitioner. Therefore, Yin Zirua needed to train diligently. After mentally replaying the entire battle between the two, Yin Zirua began simulating the fight. Practicing combat moves in the vast expanse of the universe, he sought to comprehend his own fighting style. Time trickled by, and for 3 days, Yin Zirua focused entirely on refining his combat techniques. This move, I'll call it Twin Blood Slaughter. Yin Zirua wielded 2 Sui Xian Rui swords and slashed through the void. Swish, swish. 2 strikes cleaved through the air, even causing the space to fracture, demonstrating impressive power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he recalled the killing intent and force he had felt when Li Jiarui had nearly slain him. After 3 days of training, he had only managed to grasp a third of it, still far from enough. At that moment, the tightly shut door of Mieshin's chamber opened, and his recovered aura surged forth. Simultaneously, Yin Zirua could sense that Mieshin's strength had grown even more potent, with a breakthrough to the true god realm just within reach. It was a delicate threshold. While it might seem simple, it was actually quite difficult, requiring not only vast amounts of divine energy but also a suitable opportunity. Fully recovered? Yin Zirua approached Mizhen, inquiring with concern. Yes, I'm completely healed. The medicine you provided has all been used up, and I can feel that I'm just a step away from breaking through to the true God realm. Hen clenched his fist, having attempted a breakthrough but realizing it wasn't yet the right time. Neither his divine energy reserves nor his personal fortune were sufficient. There's no need to rush. The moment the opportunity arises, you'll naturally break through. Worrying will only make it harder for you, Xianxia advised, speaking earnestly. Hen looked at the unusually serious Xianxia and felt momentarily out of place. All right, what's next? Hen didn't want to waste time bantering with him and sought something productive to do. We're going to pay a visit to the Donghua clan. Anyone who likes stirring up trouble should be prepared to face the consequences. Xianxia's expression sharpened. Nodding, Hen infused divine energy into the small blue ship, steering it directly toward the Donghua star. Even though you're heading to the Donghua clan to cause trouble, let me tell you, the 10 great clans and 8 major powers are not as simple as they appear on the surface. A true god of the 5th rank is the minimum requirement to become a clan leader. Above the clan leader are the old leaders, also known as the ancestors, who are at the levels of the 6th and 7th ranks of the true god realm and beyond. Hen shared the intelligence he had gathered with Xianxia, who was momentarily taken aback. So, it's possible that the Donghua clan has an ancestor at the 7th rank of the true god realm? Xianxia's expression showed no fear, only excitement, as if he had found a worthy prey. Don't get too excited. The gap between the 5th and 6th ranks of the true god realm is a chasm, requiring an almost terrifying accumulation of divine energy. A 6th rank true god can easily defeat 3 5th rank true gods, while a 7th rank true god can defeat 5 6th rank true gods. Do you understand? Hen expressed his concern, worried that Xianxia, unaware of the stakes, might overextend himself in his eagerness to fight against higher-ranked opponents without reaching the true god realm himself. This could potentially damage his foundation in the long run. I understand what you're saying, but breakthroughs are often found in moments of crisis. If I survive, I'll keep fighting. Although I've just reached the 3rd rank of the upper god realm, each battle brings me closer to a breakthrough. Xianxia gazed at his palm, recalling the numerous points he had accumulated, which had not been spent in vain. His combat experience and physical enhancements were still incomplete, but his battle experience was growing, even if it put a significant strain on his body. Yet, in the face of danger, one seeks fortune. There was no other way. Seeing Xianxia's confidence, Hen chose not to say anything further. Since that's your stance, what can I say? Hen shrugged, accelerating their journey toward the Donghua planet. The entire Donghua planet was divided into 2 colors. Half was fiery red, the other half white, resembling a giant candy. It's said that the Donghua clan has refined the core of a star into the divine flame radiance. Thus, half of the planet, due to the presence of the divine flame radiance, glows with a dazzling red hue. As they approached, Xianxia could indeed feel the intense heat rolling off the fiery red side. Hen controlled the small ship as they descended into the red region, nearing the surface. They could see several large cities and a vast expanse of primordial forest. Tiny black dots moving along the roads were merchants coming and going. They also spotted various mercenary groups returning with hunted exotic beasts, their auras powerful and their bloodlust palpable. The scene exuded an atmosphere of prosperity and vitality. Let's land near that largest city, Xianxia pointed to the biggest metropolis. But suddenly, the ship lost control, forcing an emergency landing on the main road. Vehicles for interstellar travel are prohibited in mid-air. Please proceed on foot. A voice echoed from mid-air, its level at least that of a first-rank true god. It seemed there were spatial restrictions in place to prevent external forces from intruding. If there had been more people on the ship, they might have been met with an entire squad. No choice, let's go, Xianxia shrugged, leading the way, with Hen following closely behind. Chapter 448. Seeking trouble and inviting a beating. Walking along this wide avenue, one could see many mercenary teams. These people, each with varying degrees of scars, were all fighting for their livelihoods. Have you heard? The girl from that family in the east of the city is so delicate and beautiful. If only I could marry her. A young mercenary team member said with great longing. Huh. With the measly amount of coins you have, Miao Zi, you couldn't even afford the girl's rouge. Stop dreaming under the bright sun. After the teasing from his companions, the entire team erupted in laughter. The atmosphere within the team was lively, a scene of harmony and joy. Yin Zirua glanced over and couldn't help but smile along. What, are you envious of what Miao Zi said? Mais Hin, seeing Yin Zirua smile, asked curiously. Yin Zirua paused, looking at Mais Hin. Upon closer inspection, there was a unique charm to her. At this moment, Mais Hin wasn't wearing battle armor but a tight-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure. Noticing Yin Zirua's gaze, Mais Hin glanced at herself. You. Mais Hin raised her hand as if to hit him, but Yin Zirua coughed and quickly looked away. Ahem, we're almost there. Let's go. Yin Zirua shifted his gaze to the magnificent city ahead. Tiandu City was the stronghold of the Eastern family, where they reigned supreme, unchallenged by anyone. The city was bustling with people coming and going, and carriages and horses were constantly passing through. Yin Zirua and Mais Hin entered the city through its towering gates. The city is impressive, but the quality of the management is lacking, Yin Zirua remarked, his sharp eyes scanning the bustling streets and pavilions. You seem to have a lot of thoughts. Why not take over this place yourself? After all, you're here to destroy it anyway. Mais Hin mimicked Yin Zirua's tone. Yin Zirua looked at Mais Hin, impressed by how well she had imitated him. Not bad. Almost as good as my fellow villager, Yin Zirua said with a light smile, walking ahead. Mais Hin looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning of fellow villager. She wanted to ask but couldn't bring herself to do so. The streets were lined with vendors selling all sorts of goods, a dazzling array of items. Passing by a small stall, Mais Hin spotted a jade bracelet with water-like patterns and a green gemstone. Oh, what a discerning eye, beautiful lady. This is a protective treasure, the vendor said enthusiastically. It's also very stylish. If you like it, I can sell it to you at a fair price. The merchant was excited, seeing such a beautiful woman interested in his wares. It was a blessing for him. Mais Hin lingered for only 3 seconds before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Yin Zirua noticed and memorized the item but continued walking down the street. Throughout their journey, Mais Hin had glanced at 32 different items, but she only looked at each briefly. Yin Zirua was curious. She clearly liked them, so why not buy any? However, as a man, he didn't feel comfortable asking. Thus, the two continued until they reached the entrance of an inn. You must be tired from walking. Let's have a meal and rest. There's no rush, Yin Zirua said. I've heard many people here talking about an upcoming grand auction. Let's check that out first. With that, Yin Zirua stepped into the inn. Mais Hin followed. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to stay, or? The waiter quickly wiped the table and asked with a smile. We'll take 2 rooms, Mais Hin said. The waiter paused, then glanced at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua and the waiter locked eyes for 3 seconds, but Yin Zirua didn't respond immediately. The waiter then gave Yin Zirua a knowing smile. Dear beautiful lady, there are too many guests attending the auction, and we only have 1 superior room left. Would you like that? The waiter smiled, looking at both Yin Zirua and Mais Hin. Mieshin's expression changed. Only 1 room? How are they supposed to stay? Yin Zirua was bewildered. He felt like the waiter was giving him a look that only men understood, but he had no such intentions. This waiter was too perceptive, too good at his job. Yin Zirua was at a loss, unsure how to react to the quick understanding. This young man had a bright future ahead of him. Beautiful lady, please don't frown. In this area, you can ask around. Most inns are fully booked. If I'm lying, you can come back and punish me, the waiter said with conviction. Mais Hin was unsure. Fine, we'll take the 1 room, she said reluctantly, giving Yin Zirua a look of Xianxia. Being with this guy always seemed to lead to trouble. Yin Zirua was speechless. The inn being full wasn't his fault. Why was she blaming him? But the waiter kept giving him meaningful looks, and Yin Zirua's mouth twitched. Fine, he'd bear the blame. Soon, delicious dishes were served. Yin Zirua immediately started eating. He was starving. Maizhen also began eating, as they hadn't had much good food on their journey. The food and wine were excellent. After eating to their satisfaction, Yin Zirua let out a contented belch and set down his chopsticks. At that moment, two guests entered, an old man and a young boy. The old man's aura was that of a true god of the first rank, extremely powerful. The young boy was only at the upper-level god of the third rank, quite young, but a promising talent. However, his eyes were fixed on inappropriate places, like women's chests and legs. When he saw Maizhen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached her. "Beautiful lady, I've never seen you before," he said, opening his golden-laid, silver-trimmed folding fan, exuding an air of wealth and extravagance. "Get lost," Maizhen said without even looking at him, continuing to eat. The boy's expression turned awkward. He glanced at Yin Zirua, who was indeed handsome, but that wouldn't stop him from pursuing the girl. "Who do you think you are? Don't you know to make way for me?" he said, while the old man behind him glared at Yin Zirua with a menacing gaze, radiating a palpable aura of Sa-Chi. The boy's aura wasn't as strong as Yin Zirua's, but the old man behind him was far more powerful. A true god of the first rank as a bodyguard must be some young master from a major faction, Yin Zirua thought. Chapter 449. Killing without hesitation, swift and decisive. Yin Zirua looked at this man. With his sly and shifty appearance, he clearly wasn't someone of good character. However, the luxurious silk garments he wore indicated he was from a noble family, a classic example of a spoiled second-generation brat. When he heard Yin Zirua's words, the man's smile grew even more smug. "I am Zhang Yun, a distant relative of the Eastern family. My aunt is the third concubine of the third master of the Eastern family." Upon hearing this distant familial connection, Yin Zirua almost spat out his drink in disbelief. "Ahem, so you're a distant relative of the Eastern family?" Yin Zirua looked at the man, his eyes filled with amusement. "Yes," Zhang Yun replied proudly, as associating with the Eastern family was considered a great honor in this city. He had always been proud of this connection and had used it to bully others. The security guards behind him were provided by his aunt, fearing that something might happen to him or that he might get lost. It wasn't common for someone of true god rank one to serve as a bodyguard, especially for such a useless individual. The fact that his family could afford such protection spoke volumes about their strength. "All right then," Yin Zirua wiped his hands and stood up. Zhang Yun quickly tried to take the seat opposite Maizhen. Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua, his eyes filled with curiosity. Was he really just going to let this man take his seat? Suddenly, Yin Zirua grinned and kicked the man's fat-laden behind. Asterisk thud. Plop. Asterisk the man fell to the ground with a heavy, suffocating thud. Yin Zirua couldn't help but laugh at the sight, knowing the fall must have hurt, but he found it more amusing than anything. The icy beauty, Maizhen, was caught off guard by the scene. She wanted to laugh but felt it inappropriate, yet the contorted expression on the man's face was truly hilarious. She lowered her head, biting her lips, trying hard not to burst out laughing. Seeing Mieshen's reaction, Yin Zirua felt a sense of relief. This was the demeanor of a young girl. Everything happened so quickly that by the time the old man reacted, the person he was supposed to protect was already sprawled on the ground, utterly humiliated. "You scoundrel! You're courting death." The old man raised his hand and struck at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua looked at the old man. A true god rank one calling him a scoundrel? He really thought he was something special. Yin Zirua drew out his Sui Xian Rui Qi, and the overwhelming aura of a peak rank 3 overgod surged forth. With a stride, he activated the golden Pong step. Thunderfire slash. Without giving the old man a chance, Yin Zirua unleashed a devastating attack. The old man hadn't taken Yin Zirua seriously and casually erected a barrier, thinking it would be enough to stop him. But the next moment, the sound of shattering echoed in his ears. He looked down, his eyes widening in shock as the energy shield shattered before his eyes. The Sui Xian Ru I Chi struck his face. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the entire inn, causing half of it to collapse. Everyone present was stunned. Did I just see that right? A peak God rank 3 just sent a true God rank 1 flying. Brother, you're not mistaken. It really happened. The two brothers hugged each other, their eyes fixed on the old man's crumpled form nearby. True God rank 1s weren't common, each one a respected figure. Seeing such a powerful individual brought filled many onlookers with a sense of satisfaction. The old man on the ground was in a sorry state, his teeth scattered across the floor, his face twisted and unrecognizable. His head was ringing, and he couldn't understand how a peak God rank 3 had broken through his defenses. He struggled to his feet, holding his jaw and repositioning it, but the missing teeth left him slurring his words. You're courting death. The word death came out slurred. Yin Zirua watched the old man's pathetic state, covered in dust and blood, and couldn't help but smile. Mai's Hin, seeing the old man being humiliated by Yin Zirua, covered her mouth with her slender fingers, giggling happily. Seeing that smile out of the corner of his eye, Yin Zirua felt warmth in his heart. A beauty's smile was truly the most beautiful sight. The scene was like a spring breeze, breathtakingly beautiful. With a step of the golden Pong step, Yin Zirua was suddenly by the old man's side, looking at his face. Old man, let me tell you, I've killed a whole row of true God rank 5s. You're nothing but a small fry, a mere footnote. Space-time I. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, the old man's heart sank. His body froze, and no matter how he tried to mobilize his divine power, he couldn't move. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Looking at Yin Zirua's profile, he regretted his decision. He shouldn't have provoked this demon, but it was too late for regrets. The Sui Xian Ru I Chi swung down, splattering blood 3 feet high. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. A true God rank 1 had been killed in the blink of an eye, his head rolling to the ground. Did that just happen? That guy, who was so powerful, is gone. Brother, I saw it too. That invincible true God rank 1 is gone. The two brothers hugged each other, drenched in the warm blood that had splattered onto them. Yin Zirua looked around, unconcerned, and then walked back to Mieshin's side. He took her hand and kissed it gallantly. Mai's Hin, seeing this gesture with many eyes watching, blushed instantly. This was the first time she had been so intimately touched by a man in public. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew her hand, her icy demeanor collapsing as she turned into a shy, blushing girl like a neighbor's little sister. She turned and walked back into the inn, not wanting to deal with this man. It was too embarrassing. Even the usually ruthless Mai's Hin was completely flustered. Back in her room, Mai's Hin lay in bed, wrapped in a blanket, her mind in chaos, unable to find her usual calm. Yin Zirua stood there, surprised to see the cold-blooded beauty Mai's Hin fleeing in such a flustered manner. He looked around and then entered the inn as well. However, this wasn't the time to rest. There was a dead body on the ground, and another injured man from the Eastern family. This incident couldn't be covered up. Soon, the Eastern family's patrol discovered the injured member. The Eastern family's guard squad was fierce and imposing. Who dares to cause trouble in Tiandu City? The squad leader, a peak God rank 3, was a pillar of strength in most places. Who dares to stir up trouble in Tiandu City? A low roar echoed across 100 meters. Those nearby knew that something was about to happen, and a crowd quickly gathered to watch the commotion. Chapter 450. Killing one. Here comes another. Brother, did you see that? The guards of the Eastern family are here. The younger brother held a teacup, gazing at the procession on the street. I see it, younger brother. The hustle and bustle is truly spectacular. The Eastern family has been powerful for a long time. I wonder how this will turn out. The two brothers clinked their teacups, carefree and enjoying the spectacle. The commotion below on the street drew a crowd of onlookers. At that moment, Yin Zirua, who was in the inn, also heard the noise and knew that this matter wouldn't end so easily. Originally, she had planned to cause a ruckus at the auction, but now people had arrived. It was better to meet than to avoid. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a true god of the first rank. Reward, 100,000 points. Hearing this message, Yin Zirua smiled. The old man still had some use after all. At this moment, she arrived at the door of the inn and knocked. The people outside are making a ruckus. Aren't you going to take a look? Yin Zirua called out, but there was no response from inside. Yin Zirua felt helpless. Even a cold beauty like this couldn't withstand such teasing. Yin Zirua held the Sui Xian Rui ruler, which was only dealing with small fry. She couldn't be bothered to step out. With both hands gripping the Sui Xian Rui ruler, she infused it with immense divine power. The complex runes on the Sui Xian Rui ruler glowed brightly. Swish, swish, swish. The Sui Xian Rui ruler rapidly extended dozens of branches, shattering the inn's windows and shooting toward the people on the street. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flashes of sword light streaked by. In the blink of an eye, the entire team of over 10 was wiped out, their blood ran hongla half the street. The onlookers were stunned. Is it over already? The two brothers looked at each other and spoke in unison, unable to bear the sight of the tragic scene on the street. The situation on the street quickly spread to the Eastern family's residence. In the grand hall, the atmosphere was tense. Upon hearing that one of his guard teams had been annihilated, the Eastern family head angrily smashed the teacup in his hand, shattering it into pieces. Who is the bastard? How dare he attack my Eastern family in the Tiandu city? Call Eastern Xianxia to take a look. Eastern Xianxia, young and already at the true god's second rank, had naturally become the adopted son of the Eastern family. His subordinates quickly went to summon Eastern Xianxia. A burly man entered, carrying 2 large axes on his back, his presence formidable. Father, did you call me for something? A deep, resonant voice echoed. True God first rank, strong and formidable. There's trouble on Middle Street. A team was killed, along with the guards of a relative of our Eastern family. Go handle it. Hearing the Eastern family head's words, Eastern Xianxia's eyes sharpened. He clasped his fists, knelt on one knee. Yes, father. After speaking, he stood up, his towering frame stepping out through the door. Meanwhile, in the inn, Yin Zirua sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. The presence of a true god's second rank could be sensed from 100 meters away. Yin Zirua looked at the Sui Xian Rui ruler on the table and took out a black cloth to wipe it briefly. Who dares to kill my Eastern family's people? Eastern Xianxiang strode out, carrying 2 massive black axes on his back, standing in the middle of the street. Seeing the Eastern family's guards lying dead everywhere, his eyes burned with fury. He scanned the surroundings, and anyone he looked at felt a chill run down their spine. Do you know who it is? Eastern Xianxiang's eyes were sharp, his killing intent intense. The man trembled and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Young Master Jiang, that person is in the inn. I swear it's true. Hearing the man's words, Eastern Xianxiang looked at the inn and gripped his 2 black axes. No matter who it is, anyone who offends the Eastern family cannot be forgiven. Black Dragon roar. The divine power of a true god's second rank began to surge wildly, transforming into 2 black dragons that charged forward. Roar. The impact shattered everything in its path, and a black gale howled, directly targeting the second floor of the inn. Crack, crack, boom. The elegant second-floor guest rooms were instantly destroyed, and the largest inn on the street was reduced to rubble in a blink of an eye. The shattered wood flew everywhere, and several nearby shops were also affected. A few unlucky souls even got hit on the head. Ouch! Brother, you're bleeding. The skinny younger brother quickly took out a cloth strip from his body and wrapped it around his brother's head. The brother reached up and felt blood on his head, stunned for a moment. Oh my, I'm actually bleeding, but it's fine. Let's keep watching the show. The brother didn't care about his head and continued to watch the confrontation between the people from the inn and the Eastern family, wondering who would emerge victorious. On the second floor of the now ruined inn, Yin Zirua stood there, protected by a toxic thorn golden bell cover. The god of destruction used spatial fixation, anchoring everything around him, leaving him unscathed. Two upper gods of the third rank dare to cause trouble in the Eastern family. You're seeking death. The burly man, Eastern Xianxia, roared, his massive foot stomping the ground, shattering the stone slabs. He shot forward like a giant cannonball. He swung his black axes toward Yin Zirua's head. Is the Eastern family that impressive? On the heavenly list, they're only ranked third. Yin Zirua said calmly, swinging the Sui Xian Rui ruler to meet the attack head-on, unleashing the aura of an upper god third rank, sweeping across the area. Boom, boom, boom. The divine power of both was incredibly strong, and those around them were affected, feeling a pressure in their chests as they quickly retreated. Some battlefields were not places you could just approach. Clang. After a fierce collision, the two figures quickly separated. Eastern Changjiang landed heavily on the ground, shattering the floor once more. Looking at Yin Zirua, his eyes were sharp. A mere upper god third rank had managed to resist his brute strength. Even a true god first rank wouldn't be able to withstand his powerful physique and immense strength. This person wasn't simple. Who are you? Why did you attack my Eastern family? Eastern Changjiang's burly frame made him look simple-minded and physically strong. However, he was also a cunning person, or he wouldn't have reached his current position. It's not important who I am. I killed the Eastern family's people. Do you have a problem with that? Just a few dogs. I killed them, that's all. Yin Zirua spoke each word clearly, not taking the Eastern family seriously at all. You. Eastern Changjiang realized that this person was here to pick a fight. No need for talk. It was time for action. If that's the case, then please, enlighten me. Black Dragon, sever the heavens. Eastern Changjiang didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing his full strength, channeling all the divine power of a true god second rank. The black axes in his hands radiated black light, and a terrifying black dragon once again appeared in the sky. Chapter 451. If the young one fails, the old one steps up. The black lightning surged, and the white light in his eyes was sharp and piercing. Impressive aura. Yin Zirua glanced at him. To be able to evolve his divine power to this extent, this man could indeed be considered a talent. Please take this move. Dongfang Chengjiang leaped into the air, descending with two black dragons wielding an axe. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Faced with such terrifying momentum, they would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Brother, I'm really worried about them, the frail younger brother said, feeling pity for Yin Zirua. Don't be impatient, brother. Just watch. There's a good show ahead. The two brothers, amidst the raging wind, were still eager to watch the unfolding drama. Roar! The black dragons roared, deafening and overwhelming, with a surging killing intent. Everything was within Yin Zirua's sight, yet his eyes remained calm and unwavering. Void-devouring technique, Yin Zirua said calmly. In front of him, two black barriers instantly unfolded. This is spatial devouring. Not good. Dongfang Chengjiang felt the breath of death and turned to flee. The two black, majestic energy dragons by his side were instantly absorbed. Dongfang Chengjiang desperately activated his divine power, trying to escape this predicament, but the suction force from the black void was too great. Struggling free was an extremely difficult task. Did I say you could leave? Yin Zirua said, stepping forward with his golden rock steps, appearing before him. Seeing Yin Zirua in front of him, Dongfang Chengjiang's eyes were filled with fear, no longer carrying the arrogance from before. The Dongfang family is nothing, and so are their dogs. With that, Yin Zirua punched him in the chest. A dull thud echoed as Dongfang Chengjiang's chest caved in, his divine power scattered and unable to resist, ultimately being absorbed into the void. Dongfang Chengjiang, nearly within reach, was completely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. The others were dumbfounded. Just like that, with a single punch? So simple? As if swatting a bug? This was a genuine, notorious true god of the second rank, not some random street thug. Everyone present was instantly petrified. Seeing Yin Zirua now, they realized this was a being not to be trifled with. Yin Zirua stretched lazily, glancing around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the second rank. Reward, 200,000 points. Yin Zirua smiled faintly. He wanted to see how many more true god-level experts the Dongfang family had for him to slay. The Dongfang family is nothing special, he said. No one dared to refute him. When the followers of Dongfang Changjiang arrived, they just caught the scene of him being killed by Yin Zirua. They dropped their weapons and armor, turned, and fled, as if seeing a demon, racing back to the Dongfang family estate. In the hall, Dongfang Shueyue's expression was sharp, a sense of foreboding lingering in his heart. Master, it's bad. Young Master Changjiang has been killed. That man also said the Dongfang family is nothing. The guard rushed in and reported directly, kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. Quick! Investigate this man's background, Dongfang Shueyue ordered, sitting in his chair, his heart uneasy. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi approached, seeing his father's troubled expression. Father, what's the matter? I'm gathering the guard troops. Seeing his son, Dongfang Shueyue's expression softened slightly. A distant relative of our Dongfang family was attacked in Tiandu City. According to the report, a true god of the first rank was slain. The opponent is a top-tier god of the third rank. I sent Changjiang to handle it, but he was also killed. Bubi, you've just broken through to the true god of the first rank, and your aura isn't stable yet. Go rest first. Dongfang Shueyue's expression was sharp. In Tiandu City, the Dongfang family was the emperor. Today, someone dared to challenge the authority of the Dongfang family. He couldn't tolerate it. Otherwise, others would mock the Dongfang family as unworthy, and no one would fear them in the future. True gods of the first and second ranks were not common like cabbages on the street, easily slain. The opponent was a top-tier god of the third rank. A thought crossed Dongfang Bubi's mind, but he dared not confirm it. Father, are you planning to go see it yourself? Dongfang Bubi asked, looking at his father with concern. What's wrong? Dongfang Shueyue looked at his son, sensing something hidden in his expression. I'll accompany you to take a look. Dongfang Bubi's eyes were filled with undercurrents, as if plotting something. At this moment, the investigators outside rushed back. Reporting to the master, the man is from a foreign domain. There are two of them, a man and a woman, both at the top-tier god of the third rank. After hearing the report, Dongfang Shueyue's eyes sharpened. Just two top-tier gods of the third rank dare to cause trouble in my Dongfang family's territory? Gather the troops, we're moving out. Dongfang Shueyue declared with authority. The strongest guard unit of the Dongfang family assembled, clad in silver armor, their formation orderly and imposing. Dongfang Shueyue personally led the charge, with Dongfang Bubi accompanying him. The massive force marched toward the street where the incident took place. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua and Maizhen remained seated at their table, with 2 chairs and a pot of tea. You think, what level will the next person be? Maizhen asked, sipping his tea. True god of the 5th rank, the head of the Dongfang family, Yin Zirua replied. Having already sensed the sharp aura, Maizhen nodded, looking at the approaching troops. There was no need to ask, they were here. Who dares to cause trouble in my Dongfang family's territory? Dongfang Shueyue declared with authority, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. Such arrogance, Dongfang family head. Do you think you own all of Tiandu City? Do you see yourself as an emperor? Yin Zirua slowly placed his teacup down, gazing at the floating tea leaves with sharp eyes. The Dongfang family head immediately recognized Yin Zirua, his heart jolting. So it's the first on the 10 days ranking, Yin Zirua. Young friend, what is the meaning of your repeated provocations against my Dongfang family? Hearing Dongfang Shueyue's words, everyone present was deeply shocked. I've heard that this year's top of the rankings is a young genius from a foreign domain. I didn't expect it to be this talented young man, the older brother with a headband exclaimed. This top-tier god of the third rank has already defeated two true gods of the first and second ranks. Brother, do you think he can defeat that old Dongfang? The younger brother asked curiously, feeling a bit tense. Chapter 452. The Killing of the Weak. Escalation of Battle. Don't worry, little brother. Look at Yin Xiao's expression. It hasn't changed at all. He must have a plan. Keep quiet and watch the show. The two brothers continued to watch the commotion intently. Around them, people who had heard that the number one on the heavenly list was present began to whisper among themselves. I'm not targeting the Eastern family. I was just here eating when someone tried to flirt with my woman. I simply took care of some trash. There's no need for the Eastern Patriarch to be angry. The people who came after me started the fight, and I was merely defending myself. Yin Zirua spoke calmly, as if the bodies scattered across the ground were nothing more than the result of his self-defense. It was clear he believed these people had brought their fate upon themselves. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Eastern Shueyue's face alternated between shades of green and red. The surrounding crowd remained silent, struggling to suppress their laughter, their expressions a mix of amusement and discomfort. The Eastern family claimed to be the strongest and most influential family in Tiandu City, and that was indeed the truth. Especially after Eastern Buddha became the third on the heavenly list, the Eastern family's prestige soared, and their influence grew even greater. However, despite their strength, they lacked the dignity one would expect from such a powerful family. Their actions had caused widespread resentment, and many longed to see the Eastern family stumble. Today, they were humiliated by a young man from another region. For those watching, it was a moment of immense satisfaction, and they almost wanted to cheer. So, you're saying that the lives of my Eastern family members were in vain? Eastern Shuyue glared at Yin Zirua, his killing intent palpable. Those who kill will be killed, Yin Zirua replied, his expression darkening as he looked at the old man. He had long been irritated by Eastern Shueyue's hypocritical demeanor. Eastern Shueyue's expression changed. He had witnessed Yin Zirua's abilities before and knew he was indeed very strong. However, the honor of the Eastern family could not be tarnished, not under his watch. Yin Zirua, you've killed so many of my Eastern family members. Shouldn't you offer some compensation? Eastern Shueyue asked, his gaze sharp. No, Yin Zirua replied coldly, his eyes icy. With a clang, he placed his weapon, the Sui Xian Rui ruler, by his side, its golden light radiating. In the few days since Eastern Shueyue had last seen him, he could sense that Yin Zirua's aura had grown even stronger. He must have reached the upper tier of the third rank of the upper god realm. An upper god of the third rank had already defeated a true god of the first rank and a true god of the second rank. Such a battle was truly extraordinary. If this young man were to reach the true god realm, would there be anyone who could stand against him? The thought sent shivers down Eastern Shueyue's spine. Guard unit, arrest this man. The guard unit, consisting of 61 members, moved as one to surround Yin Zirua. They took their fighting stances, ready for battle. Among them, 20 were upper gods of the first rank, 20 were upper gods of the second rank, and 20 were upper gods of the third rank. Their auras were powerful and synchronized, displaying the fearless spirit of a military unit. The leader was the strongest among them, an upper god of the third rank. Attack! The 61 members charged simultaneously. Yin Zirua rose, pulling the Sui Xian Rui ruler from the ground. Kill! Yin Zirua roared, and the Sui Xian Rui ruler in his hand blossomed like a flower, extending dozens of branches. In the dense, silvery formation, the ruler's copper-colored branches pierced through the ranks like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Boom! The powerful divine energy of the upper gods of the third rank spread out, and dozens of bodies were pierced and sent flying, rolling across the ground like metallic balls. Yin Zirua held the Sui Xian Rui ruler in his hand, accepting the challengers who came his way. He stepped into the golden rock step, wielding the ruler with precision, and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash. Crack! Crack! 3 men charged with their swords, only to have their weapons severed and their throats cut, their blood spraying as they fell. 3 more attackers came from behind, but Yin Zirua spun on the spot, the Sui Xian Rui ruler whirling in his hands like a top. Ding! Ding! The weapons of the three men were knocked away, and their white armor was sliced open as easily as cutting through tofu. The three were sent flying 3 meters, spitting blood as they collapsed. Mieshun sat calmly drinking tea, ignored by everyone, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Since everyone was focused on Yin Zirua, she decided to wait patiently and intervene only if necessary. Watching Yin Zirua move through the crowd, her heart couldn't help but worry, though she maintained a calm expression on the surface. Yin Zirua was like a relentless killing machine, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The scene was gruesome. Eastern Shuiyue watched as his subordinates were turned into lifeless bodies in mere moments. His face grew even colder, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Eastern Buddha's face also turned pale. He knew his family's forces well, and even he would struggle to gain the upper hand against them. Yet now, Yin Zirua was single-handedly slaughtering them. All he could see was his family's forces being utterly crushed. Eastern Buddha took out a bottle, from which a small green creature emerged. Seeing the tiny green dot, Eastern Buddha smirked to himself. At that moment, Yin Zirua felt a chill run down his spine. Ding! Detected a cursed glowworm. Activating automatic protection mode. Consuming 200,000 points to purchase a packet of insecticide. Boom! A cloud of white powder exploded behind Yin Zirua, and a green insect about the size of a thumb fell to the ground, covered in the powder. It flapped its tiny wings, swaying left and right before collapsing into the powder. Its little legs twitched once before it died. Eastern Buddha watched this scene unfold, his expression changing. Yin Zirua followed the gaze and smiled faintly at Eastern Buddha. It was that bastard again. Mieshin was momentarily confused by the sudden burst of white smoke from Yin Zirua, but when she saw the insect on the ground, her expression changed drastically. Then she noticed Eastern Buddha's shocked face. You dare to use underhanded tactics? You're worthless. The thought of Yin Zirua almost being bitten by that insect, which could have cost him his life, made Mieshin's face darken with anger. She had been sitting there, thinking she could protect Yin Zirua, but now she felt utterly humiliated. You treacherous coward, die! Mieshin attacked with fury, and Eastern Buddha raised his sword to block hers. Clang! The moment the two swords clashed, Mieshin's aura as an upper god of the third rank erupted. Eastern Buddha, on the other hand, was at the true god level of the first rank, though still unstable. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Eastern Buddha was excited when he sensed that Mieshin's aura was still at the upper god level of the third rank. He was different now. He had reached the true god level of the first rank. With his father's help, he had finally made the breakthrough. Chapter 453, Furious Battle, Turning the Tide. He was also the youngest true god of the Eastern family. Divine Flame Radiance. Devastation of Heaven and Earth. Dongfang Bubi shouted loudly as he charged, his expression filled with excitement. In the sky above, a blazing red flame suddenly appeared, instantly raising the temperature in a 100-mile radius to nearly 100 degrees Celsius. Oh my! Did you see that, brother? The Eastern family is about to start grilling again. The plump brother exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead with an elegance that rivaled a boneless woman. I see it, brother. That's the Eastern family's favorite move, grilling skewers. The younger brother also wiped his sweat, though he appeared slightly more masculine than his sibling. At this moment, Mai's Hin unleashed her full power, launching a frenzied assault on Dongfang Bubi. She had never felt such intense anger before. Yin Zirua had just finished dealing with the 60 opponents when a loud boom echoed behind her. A disheveled figure was kicked towards her, rolling to her feet. Oh, a delivery just in time. Yin Zirua stood beside Dongfang Bubi, stepping on his face. Boy, do you know why you ended up like this today? Seeing Yin Zirua smile, Dongfang Bubi felt a chill run down his spine. Don't hurt my son. You've gone too far. Dongfang Shuiyue, a true god of the 5th rank, unleashed her aura, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Yin Zirua was protected by a toxic thorn golden bell cover, while Mai's Hin deflected the energy with her own hands. Boy, you should know why I'm here. Yin Zirua pressed his foot harder on Dongfang Bubi's face. Dongfang Bubi spat out a mouthful of blood. Mieshin's attack had been brutal, shattering his internal organs. The only reason he was still alive was due to the divine flame radiance protecting his heart. Otherwise, he would have already breathed his last. Dongfang Bubi's eyes were filled with fear, a clear admission of guilt. It was evident that he had been the one spreading the rumors that led the other clan leaders to ambush Yin Zirua. The way he acted as if nothing had happened was almost worthy of an award for Best Actor. Release my son. Dongfang Shueyue couldn't hold back any longer. Dongfang Bubi was her heir, and she couldn't let anything happen to him. Old man, if you dare, come save him. Yin Zirua stood beside Dongfang Bubi, driving the Thlishin Ruyichi straight into his heart. Dongfang Shueyue tried to stop him, slapping the toxic thorn golden bell cover. However, the cover absorbed the divine energy from his palm and retaliated with toxic thorns. Dongfang Shueyue's palm was instantly pierced, his blood staining his clothes. Seeing his blackened palm, Dongfang Shueyue quickly forced the toxins out. Brother, Dongfang Bubi is dead. Dongfang Shueyue has lost her heir. The skinny brother sniffled, observing the scene. Yeah, I see it. That old man is about to lose it. The plump brother wiped the snot from his brother's nose. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi stared at Yin Zirua, wanting to speak but unable to. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a true god of the first rank. Reward, 100,000 points. Yin Zirua withdrew the Thlishin Ruyichi without a second glance at the lifeless body beneath him. What a despicable guy. He cost me 200,000 points, and all he's worth is 100,000. What a waste. Yin Zirua said disdainfully. Beside him, Dongfang Shueyue's world had collapsed. Raising such an exceptional son had taken immense effort, and now he was dead before her eyes. Dongfang Shueyue's eyes were filled with rage, her hair wild, resembling a mad old woman. You dare kill my son. I'll make you pay with your life. Divine flame radiance. Dongfang Shueyue unleashed everything she had. The dazzling red light illuminated the entire city, and even the grass at Yin Zirua's feet began to self-ignite. The temperature at the city's edge reached 70 to 80 degrees, causing many to faint from heat stroke. In front of Yin Zirua, a golden armored flame warrior appeared. Standing 3 meters tall and robust, it swung a massive flaming sword, radiating destruction and sharpness. Yin Zirua felt the heat of death as he stared at the descending flame sword. Void devouring technique. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened, and 2 black holes appeared in front of him. Swish! The red flame sword sliced through the black holes. Yin Zirua stood behind the black holes, and the part that passed through was devoured, transforming into a powerful flame energy that surged within him. This was the essence of the divine flame radiance, a temperature and destruction accumulated over millions of years. Yin Zirua's entire body was scorched, resembling a boiled shrimp. Maizen glanced at him, noticing a particularly prominent part, and couldn't help but look away. What a mess, absorbing random energies. Maizen thought. Having spent a long time with Yin Zirua, she had noticed that whatever he absorbed through those black holes always ended up in his hands. She knew that the divine flame radiance's energy was currently beyond his ability to absorb. Pooh! Dongfang Shueyue spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the black holes in front of Yin Zirua. This isn't a spatial technique. It's a devouring technique. Dongfang Shueyue felt as though her soul was being pulled into those dark voids. Congratulations, you're correct. It's a devouring technique. I never said I had spatial abilities. Yin Zirua smiled calmly. Dongfang Shueyue hesitated, realizing that a third of his divine flame essence had been absorbed, severely weakening him. His divine flame essence had been his greatest strength, but this opponent was proving to be too formidable. Moreover, it seemed that once his divine flame essence left his control, it became Yin Zirua's energy. It was as if he had thrown a bone to a dog, never to be recovered. He had essentially become a walking energy pack, feeding his enemy. Looking at his son's lifeless body, Dongfang Shuiyue's eyes hardened, and he made a decision. You dare harm my son. I'll make you pay. Dongfang Shuiyue absorbed the divine flame into his body. A surge of powerful energy filled him, causing his body to transform. His bones cracked and reshaped, his muscles swelled, and a 3-meter-tall giant stood before Yin-Zirua. Interesting move. Are you willing to harm your own body just to defeat me? Yin-Zirua's eyes sharpened as he leaped into the air, gripping the Thuishin Ruichi Thunder Flame Slash. With a low roar, he activated the Golden Rock Step, launching a torrential assault. Clang, clang, clang. Countless strikes ignited a series of fireworks on Dongfang Shuiyue's body. Chapter 454. Breaking the Seal, Perilous Danger. Yin-Zirua delivered a final, brutal slash across Dongfang Shuiyue's back. Ah! Dongfang Shuiyue roared in anger, enduring the attack with his body. With a mocking gaze, he extended his hands and lunged toward Yin-Zirua. Yin-Zirua quickly retreated, but one of Dongfang Shuiyue's hands moved too swiftly and caught his leg. Boom! Dongfang Shuiyue hurled Yin-Zirua to the ground with force. A human-shaped crater appeared before everyone's eyes. Yin-Zirua was covered in dust, but his sturdy body could still hold up. Ah! Dongfang Shuiyue, now blood-red and frenzied, repeatedly slammed Yin-Zirua into the surrounding buildings. Yin-Zirua, Mai's Hin, growing anxious, rushed over to Dongfang Shuiyue's side. The intense heat caused the surrounding space to distort. Even Mieshin's attempt to stabilize the space was met with partial distortion. This old man knows my spatial techniques, so he's using his own temperature to affect the surrounding space. Mai's Hin, wielding a weapon, charged upward, landing on Dongfang Shuiyue's shoulder and delivering a direct slash to his head. Clang! Sparks flew as the head proved to be unnaturally hard. The recoil even tore Mieshin's palm, staining the weapon with blood. Ah! Dongfang Shuiyue roared and swung his other hand to grab Mai's Hin, who leaped off his shoulder to dodge the massive palm. Since your skin is so tough, let's see just how tough it is. Mieshin's one eye turned black-red as she transferred her spatial power to her sword. She quickly dashed to a nearby pile of rubble, leapt off it, and descended. Break for me! Mai's Hin shouted, her bloodline's power surging. The sword, imbued with a sharp aura, sliced through space with the force to shatter it. Dongfang Shuiyue looked up just as the sharp sword struck his skull. Blood streamed down his head, and half a bone with some flesh fell to the ground. His skull now exposed, the white bone was stained red with blood. Enduring the excruciating pain, Dongfang Shuiyue stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like a heavy artillery shell. One hand swept past and grabbed Mieshin's arm. This is bad. Mai's Hin unleashed all her divine power, trying to break free from the grip, but she felt her divine power gradually dissolving and melting. No wonder Yin-Zirua couldn't escape. This man's intense heat could disrupt the flow of divine power, preventing divine abilities from being cast. Relying solely on physical strength was nearly impossible to break free from this predicament. Ah! Dongfang Shuiyue shouted and slammed Mai's Hin into a nearby building. Seeing her in such a sorry state, Yin-Zirua was deeply anxious. Mai's Hin, with her delicate and tender appearance, if she were to collide with the wall, what would happen to her body? Yin-Zirua's gaze sharpened. The divine power in the part of his leg being held was continuously absorbed, and the intense divine power was also dissolving his own, preventing him from breaking free. Now, even Mai's Hin was caught, as if a giant monster had captured two helpless creatures, playing with them at will. While resisting the dissolution of his divine power, Yin-Zirua activated his power and looked at Mai's Hin, forcibly using his divine energy. Golden Bell Shield. Golden light enveloped Mai's Hin. Boom boom boom. Dongfang Shuiyue held one person in each hand, fiercely slamming them into the ground and buildings. Mai's Hin, seeing the golden defense around her, was momentarily stunned. Her own divine power had become extremely toxic and chaotic, unable to stop the current situation. Yin Zirua had been slammed multiple times, but still couldn't break free. Yet, he was still protecting her. Mize hesitated for a moment. Facing this rampaging old man, both of them were pushed to the brink. A peak true god of the 5th rank combined with the powerful heavenly treasure, blazing sun divine flame. Idiot! Muttering a curse, the seal within Mieshin's body loosened, and a powerful aura erupted. Roar! A massive form emerged, and Yin Zirua felt the surge of power, feeling both shocked and helpless. The last time this immense power was used was with his help to stabilize the seal. Now, Mize had broken the seal herself. Roar! Mize revealed her true form, a gigantic alien beast appearing in the sky, spreading ancient divine power. Its massive claw grabbed Dongfang Shueyue and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire city shook with it. Its black-red eyes exuded a regal aura. The scales and skin on its claw were unharmed, protected by a layer of spatial power that shielded it from the high temperature. On the ground, Dongfang Shueyue was deeply embedded in the surface, staring at the massive beast with a sharp gaze. He swung his hands and punched the beast's claw. Boom! The ground collapsed again, creating a 10-meter-deep crater. Dongfang Shueyue was embedded in the ground, his fists still raised. With his hands, he pushed himself up from the pit, stood up, and looked at the giant beast in front of him. He leapt up and struck the claw. Two powerful divine forces spread out in waves of energy. Yin Zirua, caught in the terrifying energy ripple, was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pile of rubble. Boom! The rubble collapsed again, burying him underneath. Roar! The giant beast roared to the sky, its entire body white and smooth, seemingly protected by a layer of energy that shielded it from the high temperature. On the ground, Dongfang Shueyue swung his fists at the beast, each punch carrying the terrifying heat of the blazing sun divine flame. The white beast's spatial defenses fluctuated continuously, waves spreading out one after another. Roar! The white beast glared at Dongfang Shueyue, lunged forward, and clamped down on his body. Blood flowed from the beast's massive mouth. Dongfang Shueyue used his hands to prop up the beast's massive jaw, his hands covered in blood but still struggling to hold on. What kind of beast is this? It's not afraid of my flames. Dongfang Shueyue was shocked. He hadn't expected Mize to possess such a powerful ancient beast bloodline. And this bloodline was so powerful that it wasn't afraid of treasures like heavenly fire, which completely shattered his understanding. Looking into those black-red eyes, his entire soul felt a bone-chilling cold. I refuse to believe I can't kill you, you beast. His eyes were bloodshot, blood streaming from his sockets. Chapter 455. If the young one fails, the old one steps in. The overwhelming aura of Tianhua Yaoyang erupted at this moment, though it wasn't the true divine flame Yaoyang. The scorching heat, however, was still capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Dongfang Shueyue disregarded her own physical condition and unleashed Tianhua Yaoyang, the intense heat immediately burning the white beast's mouth. Roar! The white beast let out a furious roar, spitting out Dongfang Shueyue. Its mouth was badly charred, and its inner tissues were extensively burned. Even though it could defend for a while, the intense heat was simply too terrifying. In the ruins, Yin Zirua opened her eyes, and the chaotic divine power within her body gradually stabilized. Yin Zirua opened her eyes just in time to see the white beast spitting out Dongfang Shueyue. She also noticed the extensive burns and charred wounds in the beast's mouth, emitting the smell of roasted meat. Yin Zirua looked at Dongfang Shueyue, who at this moment was displaying formidable combat strength. It was all thanks to the protection of Tianhua Yaoyang. The old man's defensive capabilities had reached an astonishing level, and his combat strength and speed had also reached their limits. The state of divine annihilation couldn't last too long. Doing so would place a tremendous burden on the body. Moreover, the repair of the seal was extremely difficult and troublesome. We must quickly deal with that old man. Yin Zirua looked at Dongfang Shueyue with sharp eyes, summoning the Sui Xian Rui ruler in her hand. Convert the previous 300,000 points into cultivation experience. Yin Zerua said. Ding. Converting 300,000 points into cultivation experience. Host strength at the upper god level, 3rd rank, has further improved. Yin Zerua's strength instantly recovered, flowing through her body like a surging river, her aura now 3 points stronger than before. Roar! The white beast swiped at Dongfang Shueyue with its claws. Dongfang Shueyue, with both hands gathering terrifyingly high temperatures, directly clashed head-on. Boom! The terrifying ripple of divine power spread out in waves. The two were wreaking havoc wildly. When the divine annihilation transformed into its true form, those watching from the surroundings quickly retreated. The fastest to flee were the two brothers. Brother! Who would have thought that the beautiful lady is actually of beast bloodline? Incredible! The younger brother couldn't help but exclaim. Brother, there's no need to be surprised. In this star domain, beast clans are numerous. She must be one of them. It's a pity we can't see the end of this battle. The two quickly retreated, with the battle zone behind them exploding in dazzling fireworks. Boom! A dazzling light shot up, burning through the 9 heavens. It was the moment when divine flame Yaoyang erupted. Dongfang Shueyue had completely lost control, unleashing all his true god level 5 divine power, disregarding his own life. He had also severely burned the white beast. Cough cough. Little thing, let's see how you fight me now. Dongfang Shueyue's Tianhua Yaoyang had been exhausted. This was merely a spark of the flame, not meant to last long. It had already been quite difficult for him to sustain the battle to this extent. Yin Zerua seized the opportunity and launched a decisive attack. Old man, you sure had fun earlier. Yin Zerua swung her Sui Xian Rui ruler, charging forward. Dongfang Shueyue was stunned, looking at Yin Zerua as if seeing a ghost. Earlier, his Tianhua Yaoyang should have destroyed Yin Zerua's body, yet she had recovered so quickly. Even with divine medicine, it was impossible to recover this fast. How could you have recovered so quickly? Dongfang Shueyue looked at Yin Zerua, seeing her as a monstrous existence. You don't need to know. Old man, thunder flame slash. Powerful thunder energy instantly erupted, even stronger than before. 9 layers of thunder surged into the sky, illuminating half the heavens in white. Dongfang Shueyue spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs, his aura instantly weakening. But Yin Zerua wouldn't give the old man a chance to catch his breath. With a step on the golden Peng step, she was by his side in the blink of an eye. Time-space Dao eyes. Yin Zerua locked onto his body, though only for 8 seconds. How is this possible? My body can't move. Dongfang Shueyue was stunned. His body was immobilized, and even his divine power had instantly ceased. It's over. Yin Zerua swung her Sui Xian Rui ruler down. Dongfang Shueyue looked at the ruler descending to end his life, a chill running through his body. In his final moments, he hoped his divine power would activate and protect him. Yin Zerua swung her Sui Xian Rui ruler swiftly down. Dang! A metallic sound rang out. Yin Zerua was stunned. It was a golden sword formed by Tianhua Yaoyang. Young friend, you've killed many in the Dongfang family. Let's call a truce, or else the bloodshed will only grow heavier. A golden figure appeared in this realm, making the air scorching hot. Compared to Dongfang Shueyue's earlier heat, this one was more gentle. Yet within that gentleness lay an even more terrifying temperature, one that could even burn the soul. Yin Zerua glanced at the white beast behind her, severely burned but still glaring fiercely at the scene. The old man who had just arrived exuded a strong aura, at least at the true god level 7. Who are you? Yin Zerua looked at the old man floating in midair, his beard and hair all white, indicating a high status. I am the ancestor of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Huangya. The old man looked at Yin Zerua. With his peak true god level 7 strength, he had a premonition that this young man could pose a threat to him. You've come to save him? But I don't intend to let him go. Yin Zerua looked at Dongfang Shueyue beside her. It's better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. I believe you have your reasons for coming here and for fighting each other. The old man's words flowed one after another. Xianxia looked at the old man, unsure if he was sincere or not. But the divine annihilation's condition wasn't good, and if she were to fight this powerful old man, the outcome was uncertain. Should she fight or retreat? Xianxia looked at Dongfang Shuiyue's body, her eyes filled with 3 points of hesitation. Ancestor, he killed Bubi, your most beloved grandson. Dongfang Shuiyue saw Dongfang Huangye and immediately began to plead. Dongfang Huangye's expression also showed some sorrow. Dongfang Bubi was the most talented among his many descendants. Chapter 456, Mutual Benefit, Hard-Fought Battle. A descendant who is highly likely to break through to the realm of a true god. Young friend, why did you kill my grandson? Dongfang Huangye stared at Xianxia, his gaze sharper and his tone much sterner than before. That Miao Zi deserved to die. Who asked him to talk so much nonsense and badmouth people behind their backs? He's nowhere to be found when good things happen, but he's always there when bad things occur. He's guilty of his own death. Xianxia didn't care that the old man's face was growing darker by the second as he spat out everything he wanted to say. Do you have any evidence to slander my descendant like this? Dongfang Huangye's face darkened even more, almost as if ink could drip from it. I don't. It's just a hunch. Xianxia replied, knowing there was no evidence. Besides, Miaozi was already feeling guilty, so no one would believe him anyway. Young friend, don't slander my descendant without evidence. Dongfang Huangye said coldly. Enough with the nonsense, old man. If you want to fight, then come at me. Xianxia glared sharply at the old man in front of him. Dongfang Shuiyue, who had received divine energy support from Dongfang Huangye, began to recover rapidly. Now, it seemed Xianxia would have to face off against a true god of the 5th rank and a true god of the 7th rank. The situation was dire. I'll take care of the injured true god of the 5th rank. A voice echoed from within Xianxia's Qinkuan refinement tower. Hearing this voice, Xianxia was momentarily stunned. It was the soul of the double-headed whale shark, the creature he had intended to refine into a puppet. Moreover, he didn't even know what realm it was in. You can deal with the true god of the 7th rank. Just buy me some time. But you'll have to let me leave a soul imprint in your soul. If you run off or try anything sneaky, I'd be setting myself up for trouble. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the double-headed whale shark was utterly speechless. But given the current situation, it had no choice but to comply. It had been trapped in the Qinkuan refinement tower for far too long, constantly worried that it might be refined at any moment. Now that it had a chance to prove its worth, it couldn't afford not to try. Otherwise, it might really end up being refined, which was far from ideal. Fine. After a moment's hesitation, the double-headed whale shark allowed Xianxia to leave a soul imprint in its soul. With the soul imprint planted, the two could communicate through their souls. Additionally, if one party with the imprint attempted to betray, it would be detected, and the imprint could be detonated, causing irreparable damage to the soul. Xianxia stared at Dongfang Shuiyue, his gaze sharp. He took out the Qinkuan refinement tower, releasing the soul of the double-headed whale shark, which filled the air with a powerful surge of moisture. Feeling this dampness, Dongfang Huangye was taken aback. His Tianhua Yaoyang was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth. How could any water-based energy be unleashed in his presence? The creature about to emerge was either a powerful water attribute being or possessed a terrifying treasure like the water spirit pearl. A blue, ethereal figure appeared before him, enormous and with 2 massive heads. A water attribute beast. Dongfang Huangye was stunned. Such creatures should live in the ocean, yet here it was in the inland region. The double-headed whale shark didn't hesitate, immediately spewing out 2 streams of water attribute energy. Before emerging, Xianxia, after establishing the soul contract, had transferred a vast amount of divine energy from the Qinkuan refinement tower to the double-headed whale shark. This granted it the power to fight. Now, its aura rivaled that of a true god of the 8th rank, making it terrifyingly powerful. Dongfang Huangye thrust out both hands, firing two devastating beams of Tianhua Yaoyang energy that collided with the two streams of blue water attribute energy. Boom! The absolute heat of the Tianhua Yaoyang clashed with the water attribute energy, creating a terrifying surge of divine power that spread out, turning the surrounding 100 miles into a wasteland. The air was filled with steam, and Dongfang Huangye stared at the blue energy beast before him, realizing just how powerful it was. Who are you, and why are you attacking the Dongfang family? Dongfang Huangye continued to pour energy from his hands, the surrounding steam growing thicker, making the figure of the beast increasingly blurred. On the ground, Dongfang Shueyue, having narrowly escaped death, was extremely cautious. He knew Yin Zirua would target him first. Yin Zirua, relying on his space-time Dao eyes, had already locked onto the old man's position, but dealing with him was proving to be somewhat troublesome. Dongfang Shueyue had formed a protective layer of divine energy around his body to ensure his safety. This defensive barrier was extremely tough, appearing as a golden shield in Yin Zirua's space-time Dao eyes. I need to break through this defense first. Yin Zirua stepped on the golden rock steps, charging straight toward the golden energy barrier. Thunder flame slash. Boom. Blue lightning surged forth, crackling and splashing across the golden defensive shield. Dongfang Shueyue channeled his divine energy to stabilize the golden shield. But at that moment, a small tower, the size of a palm, quietly appeared behind him and struck the golden shield. In an instant, half of the golden shield was absorbed. The sudden change startled Dongfang Shueyue. He looked at the small tower and realized it was the same treasure that had released that powerful aura earlier. If such a formidable being could be absorbed into the tower, what chance did he have? Dongfang Shueyue quickly disengaged and changed positions, gasping heavily. In that moment, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua stood in place, staring at the empty ground. He was momentarily stunned. The old turtle's escape speed was indeed impressive. Damn, thought I could take out that old turtle. Yin Zirua turned around, scanning his surroundings with his space-time Dao eyes to search for the old man's whereabouts. In the sky, Dongfang Huangye, to avoid destroying the city, had taken the fight with the double-headed whale shark to the heavens. The Tianhua Yaoyang, with its utmost yang energy, clashed with the double-headed whale shark's formidable water attribute energy, which had exceeded Dongfang Huangye's expectations. Their battle was intense. The Tianhua Yaoyang was extremely powerful, but the user's level was too low. The double-headed whale shark's true level was far higher than its current state, but being in a weakened soul form, it couldn't fully unleash its strength. Otherwise, it could easily dispatch such a minor foe. Chapter 457. Dealing with the Old Dog, Sneaking a Look at Memories. Earlier, when discussing dealing with Dongfang Shueyue, he had intended to devour her body to strengthen his own power. However, she didn't give him that opportunity. Now, facing this troublesome opponent, he had to work hard once again. One wrong move and this old man could end up killing him. On the ground, the white beast's condition was dire. However, with the weakening of the seal, the soul that had fought so hard to escape was not about to surrender. Its gaze was locked onto Dongfang Shueyue, intent on consuming her soul to regain its depleted power. Primordial Divine Domain. Cosmic Refinement Tower. Yin Zirua swiftly advanced with the Golden Pong Step, locating the old man's position and launching an explosive attack. Dongfang Shueyue sensed the threat and, upon turning around, saw Yin Zirua's mischievous smile. Without hesitation, he struck out with his palm, and Yin Zirua responded by swinging his Sui Xian Ru-E ruler directly against the blow. Boom! A terrifying surge of divine energy erupted, dispersing the surrounding mist. At that moment, the Cosmic Refinement Tower reappeared behind Dongfang Shueyue, beginning to absorb his divine energy and even attempting to absorb his entire being. Damn it! Feeling his divine energy rapidly draining, Dongfang Shueyue once again activated a secret technique to escape the predicament. However, the Cosmic Refinement Tower seemed to have locked onto his body. Dongfang Shueyue tried another secret technique and turned to flee. On his left and right, two dark voids had opened, and as he tried to run, the the powerful suction force immobilized him. His already dwindling divine energy became even more strained. Miaozi, don't push your luck. Dongfang Shueyue's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected Miaozi to act so quickly. Push my luck? When your Dongfang family bullies others, do you ever care if they accuse you of bullying? But I'm not a good person either. I'm just venting my anger. So, please die. The void-devouring technique on both sides and the cosmic refinement tower behind him all possessed immense power, pinning him in the middle. Yin Zirua swung his Sui Xian Rui ruler, piercing straight through Dongfang Shui's chest. You. The rest of his words were cut off as the traces of life rapidly faded. Just as the void-devouring technique was about to consume him, a massive figure descended from the sky. Yin Zirua quickly retreated and looked up to see the white beast. The creature swallowed Dongfang Shueyue whole, and his soul became its nourishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a true god of the 5th rank, earning 500,000 points as a reward. Convert all to cultivation, Yin Zirua said, feeling drained after dealing with the old man. Capturing this old thing had consumed a lot of his divine energy, especially with the void-devouring technique and the cosmic refinement tower. After converting the points, Yin Zirua's lost divine energy was fully restored. He looked at the white beast. Senior, please return. Continuing like this puts a tremendous strain on Mieshin's body and spirit. Yin Zirua said, then, as he had done before, used his spiritual energy to enter Mieshin's spiritual world. Everywhere he looked were Mieshin's memories. This time, Yin Zirua could see the memories of what he had done to Mieshin. Looking at those memories, Yin Zirua felt his face flush. The relationship between the two had become quite complicated, almost inseparable. But he was a married man, and the thought of it made his head ache. Better not to think about it, and let things take their course. At that moment, a particular memory caught Yin Zirua's attention. It was a scene of Mieshin reflecting in her own room. What should I do? If the sect finds out I'm no longer a virgin, they'll definitely send someone to capture him. Mieshin's expression was strange, angry about what Yin Zirua had done, but also worried about his safety. Seeing Mieshin like this, Yin Zirua found this usually cold beauty to be quite adorable. But there was still a risk of being captured. After all, he had caused this situation and couldn't escape responsibility. Then, Yin Zirua saw another memory. With his strength, he'll definitely be fine. It just needs some time to grow. I won't say anything for now. By the time the sect discovers it and sends someone to capture him, he should have grown much stronger. Seeing Mieshin's worried yet confident expression, Yin Zirua felt a warm sensation in his heart. Silly girl, Yin Zirua murmured, then arrived at the center of Mieshin's spiritual world. Here, Mieshin's soul was still in a deep sleep. Otherwise, the seal wouldn't have loosened. Mieshin, wake up! Yin Zirua called out, but there was no response. Mieshin's expression showed pain, indicating that breaking the seal had a significant impact on her body and mental strength. It was a dangerous situation. After hesitating, Yin Zirua reached out and cupped her adorable face. Even if you blame me, I'll wake you up. With that, Yin Zirua pressed his lips against the cold beauty's cherry lips, transferring his divine energy to her. Mieshin's spiritual strength had indeed reached its limit. With this surge of divine and spiritual energy, she was able to open her eyes. Seeing Yin Zirua, Mieshin's instinct was to slap him, but her hand paused. Yin Zirua caught her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. After knowing Yin Zirua for so long, this was the first time she had seen such a gentle expression in his eyes. You. Mieshin started to speak, but couldn't continue. You're awake now. I'll help stabilize the seal. Continuing like this will be too much for your body. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Mieshin nodded. Indeed, without his divine and spiritual energy, she might never have woken up. Then, Yin Zirua poured all his divine and spiritual energy into helping Mieshin stabilize the seal. The massive white beast disappeared from the sky, and in its place, a woman's figure appeared on the ground, her burned wounds still visible. When Yin Zirua opened his eyes, he saw Mieshin's battered body and felt a pang of heartache. Chapter 458. Cataclysmic Inferno, Blazing Solar Flare. Yin Zirua carefully tended to Mieshin, applying medicine and bandaging the wounds with great care. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine energy continued to surge and erupt in the sky above. Looking up, Yin Zirua saw the two mighty forces locked in a fierce battle, both having reached their peak, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Yin Zirua was somewhat surprised by the bicephalous shark whale. It had managed to fight a 7th-grade true god to this point, which meant its realm must be even higher. Yin Zirua's heart was pounding, but with the soul imprint, he wasn't worried about the creature reneging on their agreement. He first placed Mieshin inside the universe refining pagoda for safety. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zirua felt extremely weak. Most of his divine and mental energy had been channeled into Mieshin, leaving him drained. The battle above wasn't going to end anytime soon. Yin Zirua began consuming divine recovery pills, hoping to recover in time. In the sky, Dongfang Huangye stared at the blue energy before him. Why are you helping that man? If you have any needs, the Dongfang family is willing to serve you. After fighting for so long, the opponent's aura grew stronger, while his own weakened. It was clear who would lose. The bicephalous shark whale was also puzzled. After fighting for so long, the energy it had just absorbed was almost depleted. Why hadn't that man come to support it? Though doubts lingered, it had to hold on. It would only call for help when absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, below, Yin Zirua focused on recovering his mental energy. Coincidentally, he had a medicine for mental recovery, otherwise, he would have suffered another significant loss. After an hour of rapid recovery, his aura was about 70 to 80% restored. The battle in the sky remained intense, and he sensed the bicephalous shark whale's situation worsening. If this continued, defeat was imminent, which was not what he wanted to see. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zirua recalled that most of the divine energy in the universe refining pagoda had been absorbed by the bicephalous shark whale, but some pure energy had been reserved for him. After absorbing and refining this energy, his divine power was restored to around 70 to 80%. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy erupted in the sky. A battered figure swiftly flew down to Yin Zirua's side, with a large bump on its head, looking quite comical. You look quite the sight. Hearing Yin Zirua's sarcastic remark, the bicephalous shark whale could only give him an annoyed glance. I was already at a disadvantage due to our opposing attributes. The divine energy I absorbed was temporary and not easy to control. I've held out this long, and you're still making fun of me. The bicephalous shark whale was extremely aggrieved, but its strength was indeed exhausted. Yin Zirua looked at the old man in the sky, whose divine energy had also been greatly depleted. Not bad, not bad. It seems your fight has been quite effective. Yin Zirua summoned the free will divine ruler. Now, you can rest. With that, Yin Zirua leaped into the air, stepping on the golden rock steps, and charged straight towards Dongfang Huangye. You dare kill my son. The intense battle between Dongfang Huangye and the bicephalous shark whale had been so dangerous that he hadn't even noticed his son's death. Upon sensing it, he found that his son's remains were completely obliterated. Staring at Yin Zirua, Dongfang Huangye's eyes burned with sharp, bloodthirsty light. I killed him. What now? Yin Zirua swung the free will divine ruler upwards. Good. How audacious. Let's see how much of that arrogance you can back up. Dongfang Huangye roared, his golden light bursting forth. The blazing solar flare in his hand was his greatest asset. Now transformed into a golden sword, it had previously blocked Yin Zirua's fatal strike against Dongfang Shuiwei. I'd like to see what you, old man, are capable of. Thunderflame slash. Yin Zirua shouted and charged forward. Clang, clang. Their figures crisscrossed in the sky, lightning and sparks flying. Yin Zirua pushed his speed and strength to the limit, while Dongfang Huangye, with his dwindling divine energy, found himself in an increasingly difficult position. Clang. After a fierce collision of divine energy, their figures separated rapidly, Dongfang Huangya's aura rolling unsteadily. Impressive, brat. But to take me down, you're still too young. With that, Dongfang Huangya transformed the golden sword into a dazzling flame. Let me show you the true temperature of the blazing solar flare. Ignoring everything else, Dongfang Huangya unleashed the full power of the blazing solar flare. The heavens and earth changed, and all life withered. This deadly heat was like a walking reaper, instantly annihilating all living things around it. The remaining people huddled together, pooling their strength to resist the scorching heat. Brother, I told you, the Dongfang family would end up grilling meat. As the younger brother spoke, he continued to pour out divine energy. Brother, I know the Dongfang family loves grilling, but we've got to hold on, or we'll really end up as barbecued meat. The older brother replied, both brothers exerting every ounce of strength to protect their lives. Xianxia also felt the immense pressure. It seemed the old man had been pushed to his limits, willing to destroy the entire city to take him down. You old bastard! Is this what passes for the first family? Pathetic. Void-devouring art. Xianxia's eyes sharpened as he unleashed two black voids, expanding them to their maximum. No matter how much divine energy the old man unleashed, Xianxia would absorb it all. Every burst of blazing solar flare's flames would be consumed by the voids, ensuring that the people below wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Trying to absorb it all? Let's see if you can handle the blazing solar flare. Annihilate. Dongfang Huangya, confident that no one else could control his flames, threw the blazing solar flare at Xianxia. Before him, a cataclysmic ball of divine fire rapidly approached, like a miniature sun being hurled at him. Chapter 459. The whole city in an uproar, everyone relieved. He could feel that his soul was about to be melted by the dazzling light. Ding! Detecting the host's life is in danger, automatically converting all points into cultivation points for the host. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the divine power in his body instantly returned to its peak state, and it was 10 times stronger than before. Come on, old man. Void-devouring divine art. Time-space Dao eyes. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the dazzling light in front of him. Xianxia didn't have the ability to absorb such a large flame, but he could swallow the core of the flame. The time-space Dao eyes searched for the hottest source, causing a sharp pain in his eyes, and blood flowed from Xianxia's eyes. Even so, he continued to search for the source. Finally, in the white light, he found a different existence. I've found you. Venomous Thorn Golden Bell Shield. Xianxia, surrounded by a golden glow, charged directly into the flame. Courting death. Seeing Xianxia charge into the flame, Dongfang Huangya thought he was doomed. Xianxia rushed in, locked onto the white light with the time-space Dao eyes, grabbed it, and threw it directly into the void-devouring divine art. Swish! The flame, now without its core, gradually dissipated. At this moment, Xianxia was in a sorry state. His dark clothes burned to shreds, his eyes bleeding, looking quite miserable. How is this possible? Dongfang Huangya was dumbfounded. His divine fire just like that, broken? Just dissipated? The heavenly flame radiance was cut off from its connection with its original owner in the void-devouring divine art. With the loss of the heavenly flame, Dongfang Huangya spat out a mouthful of old blood, his vision blacked out, and he fainted on the spot. Losing the heavenly flame was a physical and mental injury, and after fighting for so long, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. Xianxia watched the falling body and rushed up. It's over, old man. Swish. The Thuixin Ruyichi sliced through the air, and the man was dealt with. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a true god of the 7th rank, rewarding 700,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly flame radiance, rewarding 10 million points and a special prize. Hearing these two rewards, Xianxia was also very happy. It was worth the hard work. At this moment, Dongfang Huangya's body hadn't even landed before it was swallowed by the double-headed whale shark. I After all that work, I finally got a soul feast. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was also speechless. But oh well, you have to give someone something, otherwise, how to drive them? If it weren't for this guy fighting for so long, I wouldn't have been able to take down this old man so easily. Yin Zirua clicked to collect the special prize, and a blue manual appeared in front of him. Special reward: the heavenly flame radiance is transformed into the host's power, rewarding a set of flame usage techniques. Flame Rampage 3 Swords. Flame Barrier. Flame Blossom Secret Art. Self-compatibility reaches 50%. Speaking of which, the origin of the heavenly flame radiance has already been absorbed by Yin Zirua. With this thing protecting his safety, his life has obtained the strongest guarantee. These 3 sets of matching gifts can maximize the power of the heavenly flame radiance. Dongfang Huangya, who possessed this thing for so many years, may not have been able to reach 50% usage compatibility. When such a release of energy exceeds his own control, he will suffer great damage. Yin Zirua's current usage compatibility is 50%. Even if the energy used exceeds the owner's own energy, it will not have too much backlash on himself. In an instant, Yin Zirua's aura exuded a scorching atmosphere. Muscles and bones became exceptionally strong, and an aura of natural dominance enveloped him. Looking at those 3 secret arts, they were also pretty good treasures. It seems that in this battle, you are the biggest beneficiary. Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua. The man's aura had become much stronger. And that faint scorching feeling was the Dongfang family's inherited flame. Haha, not bad, not bad. If there's anything good at tomorrow's auction, I'll buy it for you. Yin Zirua said with a smile, looking at Maizhen, his eyes full of tenderness. Without Yin Zirua, things wouldn't have been resolved so quickly, and Maizhen wouldn't have returned to normal. Yin Zirua, who had paid the most, deserved these things. It's just that Maizhen wanted to take advantage in words. Half of Tiandu City was in ruins, with debris all around. The Dongfang family was finished, the supporting ancestor was gone, and they would fall from the first-tier power. Yin Zirua and Maizhen changed to a veteran. Hey, did you hear? The old master of the Dongfang family was killed, the master was killed, and the heir was also killed. A burly man holding a wine bottle said excitedly. Heard it, such an important matter. All the forces in Tiandu City know about it. The families suppressed by the Dongfang family are now beginning to stir. The brother drinking with him also said one sentence. They seemed to be quite happy to see such a thing. The Dongfang family was extremely domineering and unreasonable, oppressing the entire Tiandu City. Such an ending was only natural. An old man said one sentence, and the others nodded. I heard that the person who killed the true god of the 7th rank was a young man, upper god of the 3rd rank. I don't know if it's true or not. One person said in surprise, if it's true, this person is simply a demon. I heard too. This person is really a contemporary hero. Future achievements are limitless. Someone said with great admiration, very admiring of Yin Zirua. Anyway, he solved the Dongfang family. The whole Tiandu City is very grateful to him. One person said, and everyone nodded, this is a rare public consensus. Hearing the people around him discussing this matter, Yin Zirua also smiled faintly. He was unexpectedly talked about as a great hero. This was beyond his expectation. Congratulations, great hero. Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua and said one sentence, his eyes full of teasing. This medal of honor has half of yours. If it weren't for you fighting so hard, I wouldn't have had the chance to take down those 2. Yin Zirua said truthfully, this battle honor is not just his alone. Maizhen smiled faintly. The mysterious aura around Yin Zirua became even thicker. I really suspect that you are the heir of some powerful ancient family coming out to experience the world. Or perhaps the heir of some ancient demonic sect coming out to experience the world. Chapter 460. Attending the auction. Auction items. Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua, as if trying to find some clues on his face. I am just an ordinary person, without any heritage or doctrine. I am just myself, and I will become the one who founds my own doctrine. Upon hearing Yin Zirua's words, Maizhen was slightly taken aback. The idea of an individual founding their own doctrine was not something just anyone could claim. If it were someone else, I would definitely think they were exaggerating. But you? I believe you can. Maizen said this very seriously. Yin Zirua looked at this woman, whose peerless, icy beauty was adorned with a faint smile as she spoke these words. Thank you, but I don't have such intentions for now, Yin Zirua replied, finishing the wine in his cup in one gulp. After a simple dinner, the two returned to their rooms to rest. The next day was the auction, and the Eastern family's recent downfall had become the hottest topic in Tiandu City. The auction's fervor was more intense than before, now that the Eastern family no longer monopolized everything. Other prominent families also had the chance to acquire treasures at the auction, and many families had even begun to take action against the Eastern family. That night, Yin Zirua spent his time in the Qingkuan Refinement Tower, practicing the recently acquired Flame Rampage 3 swords. The compatibility between the heavenly flame radiance and himself was only 50%, but these 3 cultivation methods still required personal practice. The night passed in busy practice, and early the next morning, Yin Zirua changed into a white outfit, exuding a vibrant aura. As he opened the door, Maizen, clad in a sleek black outfit, stood before him. TSK. To see a beauty of such peerless charm first thing in the morning, what a blessed day. Yin Zirua said with a cheerful smile. You're already so glib first thing in the morning. Maizen shot him a glare, but it was a look full of charm and allure. Yin Zirua was stunned. Having known Maizen for so long, that single glance had instantly captivated his heart. What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming? Maizen had already reached the corner, but Yin Zirua hadn't taken a single step. Coming. Yin Zirua quickly caught up, and the two walked side by side, a perfect match with their contrasting looks and talents. Arriving at the entrance of the Longtian auction, there was a long line of people waiting. If they had to wait in line, it would take quite some time. On the other side was the path reserved for auction participants. Yin Zirua headed straight there, with Maizen following behind. Hello, sir. Are you here to auction something? Yin Zirua casually took out a weapon. This is for auction. The auction house manager was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the weapon. Having lived in Tiandu City, how could he not recognize it? Respected sir, this weapon of yours is of great value. We will arrange for its auction shortly. Hearing this, Yin Zirua nodded. Please follow me to the appraisal room, where our professional masters will assess it. Yin Zirua followed the man to the appraisal room, where an old man was seated inside. What would you like to have appraised? The old man asked Yin Zirua, his tone calm. Yin Zirua placed the item on the table. At the sight of the weapon, the appraiser's face changed dramatically. He nearly jumped out of his chair, but he clenched his teeth and steadied his emotions. The recent storm of rumors was all about the 2 pillars of the Eastern family being taken out. The weapon on the table was none other than the Eastern family head's treasured possession, the Tianyun sword. This sword was imbued with rich spiritual energy, a second-grade spiritual artifact. The Eastern family head, Dongfang Shueyue, had made many enemies in acquiring it. Bringing out this weapon was sure to stir up a storm. The appraiser's expression changed repeatedly, but eventually, he composed himself. The value of this weapon is around 10 million coins. We will arrange for its auction shortly. Your auction value has reached the level of our auction house's second-tier VIP. As he spoke, he handed a purple card to Yin Zirua. The processing fee for this purple card is 3 million coins, which reduces the handling fee by half. We hope you will accept it. Yin Zirua acknowledged with an "oh," and tucked the card into his pocket. He turned and left the appraisal room, while Maizen waited for him outside, seated on a chair. At this moment, the appraiser hurriedly sought out the housemaster. Master, this person has brought out the Eastern family head's treasured item. If we auction it, it would be like tearing open the Eastern family's wounds. What do you think? The appraiser's expression was conflicted, unsure of what to do. No matter. The Eastern family is already on the brink of collapse. The Eastern family has bullied us many times before, so there's no need to fear. Just proceed with the auction. Seeing the weapon, the housemaster spoke with great confidence, not shying away from kicking a fallen foe. Understood, master. The appraiser brought the weapon to the auction. At this time, Xianxia and Mizen arrived at the auction venue, where the atmosphere was already quite heated. In the center of the auction hall, Xianxia's gaze was drawn to a captivating figure. Ahem. Mizen gave an unhappy cough, clearly disapproving of Min's typical behavior. Xianxia awkwardly sat down at the table, taking a sip of the wine, which was quite fragrant and of good quality. Ladies and gentlemen, please start bidding. The auctioneer looked around, waving her hands. When she turned and smiled, Xianxia spat out the wine in his mouth. Haha. Mizen burst out laughing. The woman on the stage was truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Her beauty was enough to make countless men lose their composure. With a large nose, big eyes, a seductive figure, and a face that defied description, coupled with a sweet, childish voice, her appearance was a deadly weapon that could instantly deflate any man. Xianxia covered his face, regretting his mistake. He needed a moment to recover, while Mizen across from him couldn't stop laughing. However, despite this, many people supported the auction's stunning beauty. A true goddess. Xianxia deliberately shifted his gaze, focusing only on the items being auctioned. Otherwise, his judgment of the items would be affected. One item after another was auctioned off. Then, a silver-white soft armor was brought up. The silver-white armor had a streamlined shape, with golden threads outlining its edges, looking both elegant and high quality. Mieshin's heart stirred slightly at the sight of the armor. This is a lady's clothes-fitting soft armor, crafted by a master blacksmith. It can withstand 3 full power attacks from a deity-level expert. Starting price, 5 million coins. All eyes were on the treasure. The people here were all of high status, and it was customary to have beautiful women by their sides. Chapter 461. Competition for Valuables, Sowing Hatred. A few whispers from a beautiful woman can make a man's heart tremble. I really want it. A woman in a VIP box on the second floor said softly to the man beside her, her sweet breath brushing against his ear. The man's lips curled into a slight smile as he reached out to caress the woman's soft, boneless waist. All right, I'll raise the bid for you. The woman gave a charming smile and immediately raised the bidding paddle in her hand. 6 million once. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer looked around, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xianxia glanced at Mizen. The woman seemed extremely fond of the item, but said nothing. Xianxia then raised the paddle in her hand. 7 million once. Is there any hero out there who wants to impress their beauty? The auctioneer scanned the room, her eyes sending secret signals. As her gaze swept across the audience, the restless hearts of the others began to stir. 8 million once. 9 million once. 10 million once. You all really spoil your companions, don't you? I'm so envious. But who loves their companion the most? Her gaze swept across the room, and many women tried their best to persuade their men to buy the item. After all, if this item was bought for them, it could protect their lives, which was the most important thing. 20 million. Xianxia calmly said, causing everyone to freeze and look in her direction. Even Mizen was stunned, looking at Xianxia, momentarily at a loss for words. But a complex emotion arose in her heart as she looked at Xianxia, then turned her gaze to the auction hall. The auctioneer glanced at Mizen, then at Xianxia, who had placed the bid. 20 million once. 20 million twice. How much do you all love your beauties? The auctioneer added another provocation. The woman who had first made the bid, her eyes glistening with tears, gazed at the man beside her, her expression filled with grievance. Any man would have been softened by such a look. She turned and leaned on the man, biting his finger with her small mouth, looking pitiful. The man's head was instantly filled with passion, and he reached out to embrace the woman's waist, his expression excited. 30 million. The man's booming voice echoed through the hall, causing a shockwave. It was astonishing that someone had bid 30 million. Women were indeed the greatest weakness of men. Hearing this, Xianxia looked over and saw a nouveau riche man covered in gold, with average cultivation. 40 million. Yin Zirua continued to raise the bid. He had a pile of items on hand, all spoils from his battles. Any one of them could fetch tens of millions at auction, so he wasn't in a hurry. This esteemed guest really dotes on his lover. The auctioneer commented, causing ripples in Mieshin's heart as she stealthily glanced at Yin Zirua. "Don't think I'm handsome," Yin Zirua said, feeling the heat of that gaze. Mieshin's ears instantly turned red, and she quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere. 40 million once. 40 million twice. 40 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer brought down the hammer. The auction had ended, with the price having increased 5 or 6 times. This was the beauty of auctions. Next, another item was brought out, a spiritual herb that could restore soul power. Yin Zirua looked over. He didn't have many treasures that could enhance soul power. Starting price, 6 million. Those who wish to protect their spiritual strength, please do your best, the auctioneer said, while also throwing flirtatious glances at the crowd. Yin Zirua felt a bit nauseous and quickly turned his gaze away. The scene was a bit too much for him to handle. 7 million. 8 million. 60 million. A booming voice echoed throughout the auction hall, and everyone turned their gaze toward the source. It was a massive, overweight man wearing a golden hat embedded with gemstones, which emanated the aura of defensive formations. Clearly, he was both wealthy and extremely cautious about his safety. The price had reached such a high level, which was a bit unexpected for Yin Zirua. Mieshin suddenly smiled. 70 million. She raised her paddle and called out the price, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing Mieshin's breathtakingly exquisite beauty, the crowd simply chuckled. Such a beauty wanted to bid as well. Since this lovely lady likes it, I'll bid for it and gift it to her, the fat man said, then raised his paddle. 80 million. The crowd took a deep breath. The prices here were soaring straight up without pause. I'll buy my own things, Mieshin coldly said, then raised her paddle again. 90 million once. The auctioneer's face was already beaming with joy, like a blooming lotus. This auction alone could bring in half a year's income, and she couldn't be happier. This lady is quite persistent. If that's the case, let's see who can compete to the end. The fat man raised his paddle again. 100 million gold coins. This staggering sum was already the highest bid for the fifth to last item, enough to sustain a family for 10 years. Hearing this price, Mieshin's eyes sharpened. 110 million. Yin Zirua raised his paddle, looking at the fat man with disdain. Such a nouveau riche was nothing to him. Mieshin was momentarily stunned, looking at Yin Zirua. When you meet trash like this, just go all out, Yin Zirua said softly to Mieshin. Mieshin's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked at the people in the hall. The fat man's flesh quivered as he looked at the VIP box, his eyes full of disdain. 120 million. The fat man raised the bid again, clearly unwilling to back down. 150 million. Yin Zirua didn't hesitate, directly raising the price. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such a fat man. 150 million once. You all really love this flower, don't you? I'm so envious of it, the auctioneer said, throwing more flirtatious glances around. The value of this flower was indeed rare, as not many flowers could benefit spiritual strength. The fierce competition between the two had greatly increased the value of this treasure. Many people's hearts began to tremble with the desire to buy, but the bidding between the two was too intense, leaving almost no room for others to intervene. The atmosphere in the auction hall had become unusually strange. 150 million twice. Those who want to bid, please hurry. The auctioneer continued to stir up the atmosphere. Chapter 462. Half human, half beast, half a peachwood tablet. The atmosphere in the room instantly became even more intense. 160 million. The fat man, sitting in the front row with a cup of fine wine in his hand, exuded a strong presence. I know who this fat man is. Isn't he the leader of the Mercenary Alliance? It's said that the 3 largest mercenary groups in Tiandu City work under him. He earns tens of millions in pure profit every year. The people around him whispered, providing a brief introduction to the fat man's identity. Xianxia, hearing these comments, paid no attention and continued with the auction as usual. 200 million. Xianxia raised her bidding card and called out the price. The fat man's face changed slightly. 2 billion was far beyond his expectations. However, the esteemed guest he served also had his eye on this medicinal herb. If he couldn't acquire it, the consequences upon his return would be even worse. Some people should refrain from making reckless bids if they don't have the funds. The fat man's expression turned sharp, and his anger toward Xianxia was evident. I like this thing, and I want it. I'll pay whatever the price. 210 million. Xianxia continued to raise her card, clearly not giving in to the fat man. You. The fat man's face turned red with anger. This mission was crucial, yet the price had far exceeded what he could afford. At that moment, his assistant stepped forward, refilling his wine glass. Patience, sir. This is Tiandu City. There's more than one way to handle this. Hearing his assistant's words, the fat man's expression softened, and he downed the wine in one gulp. Good advice, he said, his gaze turning murderous as he looked at Xianxia. His eyes bore into her, as if to say, Congratulations, you've just signed your own death warrant. This guy's quite amusing. I wonder if he'd still look at you like that if he knew your true identity, Maizhen remarked, watching the fat man openly challenge Xianxia. Did he really think his life was that long? It's been a while since someone looked at me like that. I'd like to see what this guy is capable of, Xianxia said, uninterested in the cold, threatening gaze. 2 billion, once. 2 billion, twice. 2 billion, 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell, and the item was taken away, replaced by another. Ladies and gentlemen, the third to last item of the auction. A large cage was wheeled out. Inside was a small figure with ears and a tail, yet also seemingly human. When the red cloth was lifted, a half-human, half-beast cat spirit was revealed. The little creature had one golden and one blue eye, and if not for its fierce expression, it would have been even more adorable. Xianxia immediately looked at Maizhen. Why are you looking at me? Isn't this cute little girl every man's dream? Maizhen said irritably. Many men, upon seeing such a cute creature, would immediately feel an intense desire. No, this poor thing is half human, half beast. You? Xianxia looked at Maizhen, as if asking if she, being half human, half beast herself, felt any sympathy for the little creature. I do feel sorry for the little thing, but there are so many unfortunate people in the world. Should I feel pity for every half-human, half-beast I see? That would make me quite the saint. Besides, everyone has their own fate. If I pity everyone, who will pity me? Maizhen said, looking at the little creature in the auction hall. While there was a sense of empathy, she knew she was far stronger than the little one. After all, her bloodline was powerful, and she had been raised under her father's watchful eye, even if his strictness had been tough on her. Xianxia watched Maizhen, noticing her trembling hands, which betrayed her true feelings. Women, indeed, were always saying one thing and meaning another. Xianxia shook his head in resignation, realizing that Maizhen wanted to help the little creature, but understood it was impossible to go against the entire crowd. In a matter of moments, the price had soared to 150 million. The bidder was Tiandu City's most infamous lecherous weaponsmith, who had come specifically for this little creature. The fat man, seeing the half-human, half-beast little girl, felt his hormones surge, and he even took out his personal savings to bid. 200 million. Xianxia, seeing the fat man so enthusiastic, couldn't help but bid. Earlier, when they were competing for the medicinal herb, he hadn't been this excited. Men, indeed, are all creatures driven by their lower halves. Maizhen muttered, clearly displeased with the heated scene below. Xianxia gave a wry smile. Most men were indeed driven by their desires, but he wasn't one of them. He looked at Maizhen helplessly, hoping she wouldn't lump him in with the rest of them. 300 million. A masked man suddenly raised the price to such a height, drawing everyone's attention. 300 million. Once. Is there any other bidder? This is a rare opportunity to own a cat spirit with heterochromatic eyes, the auctioneer said, winking at the crowd. However, the price of 300 million made many hesitate. Xianxia looked at the masked man, sensing not a passionate gaze but a cold, angry one. It seems this person is here to help her. You can relax a bit, Xianxia said to Maizhen, who nodded in agreement. 300 million, once. 300 million, twice. 300 million, 3 times. Sold. The cage was wheeled away, and the second-to-last item was brought out. All eyes turned to the black wooden box. Ladies and gentlemen, this contains a peachwood tablet, though only half of it. Despite its incomplete state, it carries a powerful, mysterious aura. Whoever has the fortune may unlock its secrets and gain the powerful energy within. According to our master, this energy is definitely above the level of a true god. Starting price, 8 million. The crowd was speechless. A broken peachwood tablet, despite its powerful energy, looked shabby. But if one could truly harness its power, why would it still be here? If it were something capable of harming a true god, wouldn't buying it be akin to bringing a dangerous weapon upon oneself? For a moment, everyone pondered the value of this item. Xianxia looked at the peachwood tablet, his eyes filled with doubt. Using his time-space Dao eyes, he examined the object. Indeed, it was covered in ancient, mysterious patterns, a kind of array. Chapter 463. Auction ends, everyone is busy. The energy contained within it was extremely powerful, indeed left behind by a master who had surpassed the realm of a true god. The contents of this item are extraordinary, though it's unclear what it's meant for, Maizhen remarked, a judgment she herself had made. The energy here is indeed terrifying, but it's uncertain who will obtain it, Xianxia said calmly. She had already attracted attention by purchasing a single medicinal herb. If she were to buy this mysterious item, she might incur more enemies, leading to potential mob attacks when she ventured outside. It wasn't worth it. Observing Xianxia's expression, Maizhen understood her intention and smiled faintly. Let's see who ends up with this item, Maizhen said, then turned her gaze to the crowd below. This thing is no ordinary item. The blacksmith noticed the powerful aura within and his eyes turned red with desire. If he could obtain this formidable power, he would become the most powerful being himself. The price quickly skyrocketed to 300 million gold coins, and no one could compete with the blacksmith. The item was ultimately bought by him. The final item was brought out, a golden bone. Seeing the golden bone, Maizhen felt an unprecedented spiritual pressure. A dragon's bone. Mieshen's first instinct told her that this must be a bone from a true dragon. Are you sure? Xianxia looked at the bone, but couldn't perceive its extraordinary strength. Yes, this bone exerts a spiritual pressure. Only creatures as powerful as true dragons or phoenixes would possess such an aura, Maizhen said seriously, confident in her perception. In that case, let's just watch the spectacle, Xianxia said with a grin. Maizhen was momentarily stunned. While she also wanted to obtain the bone, she had to consider the circumstances. If they were to buy everything here, they would likely attract the ire of all the potential buyers, and even if they were incredibly powerful, they would be worn out. Based on our assessment, this bone is of extraordinary origin and is likely from a true dragon. Ladies and gentlemen, seize the opportunity, as it may not come again. The starting price is 90 million. Please begin. At the mention of the word true dragon, all eyes sparkled with golden light. After all, the dragon and phoenix races were the pinnacle of the beast realm. Their status was extraordinary, and their entire bodies were treasures. If this truly was a dragon's bone, it would be priceless. The fat man was drooling, eagerly bidding. For the blacksmith, using a dragon's bone and crafting would result in even more extraordinary creations. The blacksmith was also drooling, desperately bidding. These two were the most enthusiastic, but others also tried to vie for the item. Everyone present had come for the auction, and without some confidence, no one would come here just to watch and fret. The price eventually soared to 10 billion, called out by the fat man with the gold chain. Xianxia looked at this man and was surprised by his wealth. The atmosphere in the auction hall was instantly ignited. 10 billion. Such a price was beyond the means of most, even if they were to sell everything they owned. The fat man smirked, looking at the crowd with sharp eyes. Is there anyone else who wants to compete with me? The fat man asked, his gaze piercing. Although others were eager to continue bidding, none could afford to raise the price to 10 billion. Yin Zirua found the fat man rather amusing. He seems to have no restraint when it comes to what he wants, spending lavishly without hesitation, Yin Zirua commented. Mais Hin nodded in agreement, equally curious about why the man acted in such a manner. Hearing the 10 billion price, the auction organizer was stunned. Such a price far exceeded her expectations. Looking at the fat man, she found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion thrice. Sold. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you next time. The auctioneer cheerfully waved to the crowd before stepping down. In the backstage, transactions were made, payments were settled, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Having obtained what she wanted, Yin Zirua left the venue, with a group of people following her. Ah, these troublesome tales just won't go away. What should we do? You're not planning to lead them to our residence, are you? Mais Hin said, noticing two figures following them. They're likely waiting for their main force to arrive, perhaps those who intercepted someone else's goods, Yin Zirua replied. No rush, let's go enjoy the scenery by the river. I heard there's a beautiful spot along the Donghua River. Let's go. With that, Yin Zirua changed direction and headed north toward the city. Mais Hin was somewhat impressed by his spirit at this moment. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to enjoy the scenery. The two figures following them also kept pace, leaving tracking marks along the way. Meanwhile, the fat man, accompanied by members of 3 major mercenary groups, caught up with the blacksmith. A fierce battle erupted, with the 3 Yongbing Tantanzhang, each a 5th-rank true god, overpowering the blacksmith, who, despite being heavily armed, couldn't withstand the combined assault of 3 5th-rank true gods and was killed. Trying to mess with me. Find that token, the fat man ordered, and the token was retrieved. Now, go and chase that thief who dared to covet my things. They're asking for death. The fat man gave the order and was about to leave when one of his subordinates stepped forward. Master, we have too many treasures on us. I suggest we send them back first. Hearing this suggestion, the fat man nodded. You two, take these 2 treasures back with me. The rest, go and hunt down that thief. I want them alive or dead. The fat man issued the command, and the other 2 leaders had no choice but to follow the orders. By now, Yin Zirua had arrived at the Donghua riverbank. The scenery here was tranquil and beautiful, especially enchanting in the depths of the night. Such a beautiful scene, with a peerless beauty by my side. Not bad at all, Yin Zirua said, taking out a wine cup and sitting on the ground, pouring himself a drink. You really do have the mood for it, Mais Hin said, somewhat exasperated, but still sitting down with Yin Zirua. No rush, the main characters haven't arrived yet. A few small fry can wait, Yin Zirua said, passing the wine cup back and forth with Mais Hin. After finishing a pot of wine, the sound of rushing wind came from behind them, and 2 5th-rank true gods led a team toward them. Yin Zirua downed the last of his wine in one gulp. Chapter 464. Unbelievable, unexpected. It's time to warm up. Yin Zirua summoned the Xianxia Rui Qi and glanced at the person behind her. Finally here, I was about to fall asleep. The 2 exchanged glances. These 2 were only at the 3rd rank of high god, yet they showed no fear towards 2 true gods of the 5th rank. Miaozi, you actually dared to wait for us. You really have guts. We won't make it difficult for you. Hand over the item, and we'll spare your life, said Huang Tuanzhang, looking at Yin Zirua with a hint of admiration for her courage. Yin Zirua smiled faintly upon hearing this. No need. Shall we fight together, or take turns? Yin Zirua gripped the Thuishin Rui Chi, a potent divine energy already coalescing in her hand. Huang Tuanzhang and Lan Tuanzhang exchanged glances. They were both genuine true gods of the 5th rank. In front of them, a mere 3rd rank high god, Miaozi, was asking them if they wanted to fight together or take turns. It was as if their roles had been reversed. The two men looked at Yin Zirua with expressions of disbelief. Heh, good Miaozi, since you're so confident, we won't hold back. Huang Tuanzhang pointed his red-ing spear at Yin Zirua. Watch out. The aura of a true god of the 5th rank erupted as Huang Tuanzhang leaped forward. Yin Zirua didn't hesitate either. She activated the golden Peng steps and surged forward, her Thuishin Ruyi Chi unleashing a formidable force. This beautiful lady, please be my opponent. Lan Tuanzhang looked at Maizhen. Such a beautiful woman, he almost didn't want to fight her. Mieshin's eyes were cold. The lecherous look on the man's face made her extremely uncomfortable. Spatial slaughter. Mieshin's gaze sharpened, and she immediately unleashed her killing move. Within 10 zhang of Lan Tuanzhang, terrifying spatial cracks erupted. The terrifying cracks began to attack wildly, and the overwhelming power caused Lan Tuanzhang's expression to change dramatically. He quickly drew his bright moon dual blades and frantically swung them. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of spatial slashes struck his blades, sparking wildly. He was under immense pressure. He hadn't expected this 3rd-rank high god girl to be so sharp in her attacks. Spatial fixation. A cold voice echoed. Lan Tuanzhang suddenly felt his body immobilized, unable to move. Maizhen quickly appeared behind him, and a flash of cold light followed. Break. Lan Tuanzhang was a battle-hardened veteran. He reacted instantly, gathering his powerful spiritual energy and breaking free from the predicament. Lan Tuanzhang quickly jumped back, finding a more advantageous position. Yin Nan kill. His eyes sharp, he swung his dual blades and leaped forward. The powerful divine force pressed down on Maizhen. Maizhen, seeing the sharp blades, drew her own sword to block. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their weapons sparked violently. On the other side, the battle was equally thrilling. In just a few breaths, Yin Zirua had exchanged over 100 blows with Huang Tuanzhang. I didn't expect you, Miaozi, to be so skilled. Rich combat experience, powerful combat abilities. You're a formidable opponent. Sunset kill. Huang Tuanzhang shouted, gathering his killing move. His spear glowed with dazzling light as he charged at Yin Zirua. Thunder flame slash. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened as she swung her Sui Xian Rui ruler to counter. Clang. The collision between the spear and the ruler of spontaneity and desire sent a terrifying surge of divine energy rippling out. Boom. The Songhua River nearby erupted with several 10-meter-high water columns, and both figures were forced to retreat. Haha, that was exhilarating. Miaozi, you're a freak. A 3rd-rank high god actually withstood my full power. Huang Tuanzhang said bluntly, but Yin Zirua didn't much like being called that. Time-space eye. Yin Zirua's eyes sharpened, instantly immobilizing Huang Tuanzhang. Not good. Huang Tuanzhang's heart sank. He quickly gathered his divine energy, trying to break free from the immobilization, which lasted only 8 seconds. Just as Yin Zirua reached him, Huang Tuanzhang broke free and swung his spear in a powerful strike. Clang. The collision of divine forces forced both to retreat. But behind Huang Tuanzhang, a dark void awaited him. Void devouring technique. Yin Zirua smiled as she saw Huang Tuanzhang enter the effective range of the void devouring technique. At that moment, Huang Tuanzhang felt his divine energy being rapidly absorbed. What's going on? Huang Tuanzhang turned with difficulty to face the dark energy void behind him, feeling the imminent threat of death. If he were absorbed by this, he would surely die. Clang. Huang Tuanzhang plunged his spear into the ground, unleashing powerful divine energy to stabilize himself. Yin Zirua knew this guy was tough. Above his head, she opened another void-devouring technique. 2 black voids began to furiously absorb his divine energy. Huang Tuanzhang's expression grew increasingly grim. If this continued, he might be drained to death by these 2 arrays. Huang Tian roar. Boom. Powerful divine energy gathered, and then suddenly exploded, breaking free from the two void-devouring techniques. He leaped into the air. Breathless and with a sharper gaze, he looked at Yin Zirua with utmost caution. Miaozi, who exactly are you? Huang Tuanzhong pointed his spear at Yin Zirua. This person was no ordinary foe. Who I am is not important. You came to take my treasure, didn't you? Yin Zirua said, her Shinriichi glowing with light, her killing intent stirring. Huang Tuanzhong's eyes sharpened. He now understood what Yin Zirua meant when she said, shall we fight together, or take turns? He also noticed the girl accompanying Yin Zirua, who was locked in a fierce battle with Lan Tuanzhong, evenly matched. Two third-rank high gods holding their own against two true gods of the fifth rank. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. Yet, here it was, right before his eyes. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Rumor had it that the Eastern family had been shattered, the old patriarch obliterated, his remains scattered, and his divine flame stolen. The family's designated heir had also been killed. Heh, looks like you've figured something out, said Yin Zirua, her eyes sharp, a scorching heat emanating from her body. Chapter 465, Direct Subjugation, Imprinting the Mark. This is the heavenly flame radiance of the Eastern family. Huang Tuanzhong now felt a tinge of regret. This youngster was no easy opponent, and he might very well end up defeated here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Tuanzhong was being overwhelmed by Mieshin's relentless attacks. The sheer combat power was something he could only admire. When he saw the fiery aura emanating from Yin Zirua, it all clicked for him in an instant. You are the ones who defeated the old patriarch of the Eastern family. Lan Tuanzhong's voice was filled with shock. Mai's Hen didn't respond, only intensifying her attacks with even more precision and decisiveness. The man before her was experienced in battle, and she knew she had to bring her full strength to bear if she wanted to emerge victorious. With this thought, one of Mieshin's eyes turned a dark crimson, and her aura grew even colder and more lethal. The intensity of their battle only increased. At the same time, Huang Tuanzhong was still hesitating whether to continue the fight. Flame Rampage, Triple Slash. Yin Zirua, needing a target to practice on, decided to use this man to hone his skills. Feeling the scorching heat, Huang Tuanzhong had a strange sensation, as if he were fighting the old patriarch of the Eastern family himself, not this seemingly innocent young man. Yin Zirua wielded the Sui Xian Ru E scale, conjuring two powerful scale shadows. The scale in his hand gathered terrifying divine power, pressing down with overwhelming force. Tidal wave overwhelming. Huang Tuanzhong knew he couldn't just stand still. He gathered his divine power, unleashing a powerful counterattack. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk the three fierce strikes all landed on his spear. His hand immediately split open, blood staining both his spear and his clothes. He stumbled back dozens of steps, looking at Yin Zirua in disbelief. The pure fire energy he felt was something even the old patriarch of the Eastern family couldn't match. Just as Yin Zirua was about to press his attack, Huang Tuanzhong quickly waved his hands. Brother, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Please, show mercy. Huang Tuanzhong hastily tried to explain, realizing just how overwhelmingly powerful this youngster was. He didn't want to risk his life over a single mission. Discretion was the better part of valor. Hearing this, Yin Zirua found it rather amusing. Want me to show mercy? Sure. Let me plant a soul imprint on you. Serve me in the future, and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing these words, Huang Tuanzhong was momentarily stunned. But seeing Yin Zirua's cold, piercing gaze and the smirk at the corner of his mouth, he knew this wasn't a joke. Either submit or die for daring to challenge him. Now caught between a rock and a hard place, Huang Tuanzhong's forehead was drenched in sweat. The thought of a true god of the fifth rank being imprinted by an upper god of the third rank was laughable, but the reality was that he couldn't defeat the man before him. After careful consideration, Huang Tuanzhong gritted his teeth. A true man could endure humiliation as well as glory. If they could kill a true god of the seventh rank, what was one more of the fifth rank? Please, sir, forgive my insolence and spare me. Meanwhile, still engaged in battle, Lan Tuanzhang noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye and was utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Lan Tuanzhang quickly retreated, as the woman before him had already given him quite a beating. Stop! 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 Lan Tuanzhang shouted while rapidly backing away. However, Mieshan's attacks showed no signs of weakening, leaving Lan Tuanzhang in a tough spot. Boom! Lan Tuanzhang was sent crashing to the ground, his weapon flying out of his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Tuanzhang, what are you doing? Lan Tuanzhang looked at his companion, completely baffled. Had they not even fought properly before surrendering? Brother, stop fighting. These two are the ones who defeated the old patriarch of the Eastern family. Do you really think we stand a chance? Hearing this, Lan Tuanzhang's face twitched. There was no point in continuing this fight. You have two choices, submit like him or die. Yin Zirua's voice was cold and unyielding. Lan Tuanzhang looked at Huang Tuanzhang, then at the sharp-eyed Yin Zirua, and behind him, the recently landed Mieshan, radiating a cold and terrifying aura. The combined pressure of these two powerful presences left him with no room to retreat. Fighting them alone was out of the question. I submit. Lan Tuanzhang spoke these words with great difficulty. Yin Zirua nodded. Yin Zirua then imprinted the mark on both of them, making them his subordinates. Now, I need to settle accounts with that fat man. Do you know who else is with him? Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. The three of us were his greatest support, but his rise to power wasn't just because of us. It was also due to an ancient demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Yin Zirua and Mieshan exchanged glances. It seemed the situation was getting more interesting. That person's cultivation is higher than yours, right? Yin Zirua asked, looking at the two. They nodded. Not exceeding the true god realm, right? Yin Zirua inquired curiously. That person's cultivation is higher than the Eastern family patriarchs, but it hasn't exceeded the true god realm. Someone at that level wouldn't be in a small place like Sanchi Xingyu. Yin Zirua and Mieshan exchanged another glance. It seemed the situation was a bit complicated, but not entirely unmanageable. You have 3 leaders. You two handle that one. If the demonic sect intervenes, we'll take care of it. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. They were confident they could handle the third leader. Immediately, the 4 of them headed towards the fat man's stronghold. At that moment, the fat man was still seated in his position, admiring his spoils of war. Half of a peachwood token, a piece of dragon bone, and once he retrieved the spiritual herb, everything would be perfect. The wine in his hand exuded a fragrant aroma, and a smug smile hung on his lips. Ultimately, he was the victor. Those two are too slow. Red Tuanzhang, go see why they haven't returned yet. The fat man still had to report to his superiors. Red Tuanzhang bowed and started towards the exit of the hall. Just as he did, he ran into Huang Tuanzhang and Lan Tuanzhang. Both of you, the administrator is looking for you. Did you bring back the item? Red Tuanzhang, being the most cunning of the 3 leaders, was instantly on guard. Old Red, I've brought you something good. Red Tuanzhang glanced and saw Yin Zirua. What's the meaning of this? Red Tuanzhang asked, his guard up. Old Red brother, I wouldn't deceive you. The 3 of us should just stand aside. Trouble is coming. Seeing the strange expressions on the two, Red Tuanzhang noticed the soul imprints on their bodies, and his face changed. Both of them had been marked with soul imprints by an upper god of the 3rd rank. At this point, Red Tuanzhang could figure out what had happened. Chapter 466. On the brink of death, a powerful figure intervenes. Yin Zirua's gaze was filled with apprehension as she entered through the main gate alongside Mieshan. The fat man's smile widened when he saw the 2 of them, though he was momentarily stunned. What's going on? It seems those 2 incompetents didn't deal with you properly. The fat man drained his drink in one go, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he looked at them. Big fat man, call out the person behind you. Let's see if he can protect your life today. So, Meowsy, you've grown strong enough to dare stand before me. It seems those two incompetents informed you about the person behind me. The fat man showed no fear, and beside him, a black aura began to coalesce. The figure that emerged wore black armor and exuded a formidable presence, even stronger than the Eastern family. At the very least, he was at the 8th level of the true God realm, and his oppressive aura was overwhelming. So, this is the one who defeated the Eastern family. Truly, heroes emerge from the younger generation. I'd love to see how a 3rd-level high god can defeat me. The imposing black figure wielded a pitch-black spear adorned with dragon motifs. However, when Yin Zerua unleashed her 3rd-level high god aura, the instant their spiritual energies clashed, he realized this man's spirit was injured, a potential weakness. 9 Protector, these two are yours. The fat man, now the Grand Steward, sat leisurely in his seat. 2 3rd-level high gods? They won't cause much trouble. But you, unable to handle such a situation yourself, require my intervention? At these words from the 9 Protector, the Grand Steward's arrogance vanished, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Meowsy, hand over what you have, and you may leave. The 9 Protector knew these youngsters had slain the 7th-level true god, the head of the Eastern family. With his spirit injured, he couldn't afford a prolonged battle, so it was best to avoid conflict. The item is in my hands. If you want it, come and take it. Yin Zerua brandished the Xianxia Rui ruler, her fighting spirit flaring. Mai's Hen, too, was on high alert, her gaze sharp. Being stared down by 2 juniors at the 3rd level of the high god realm, even he felt a twinge of tension, an unprecedented experience. Fine, let's see what you're capable of. The 9 Protector swung his spear, and a torrent of killing intent surged, leaving afterimages in his wake. Yin Zerua barely had time to react. Her time-space eyes sensed the flow of divine energy, and she instinctively raised her Xianxia Rui ruler to block the powerful strike. Clang! Boom! The floor beneath them shattered instantly, and the entire hall was engulfed in a tempest of divine energy from the 8th level of the true God realm. Mai's Hen stabilized herself by creating a secure space with her spatial abilities. Yin Zerua, on the front lines, was directly hit by the divine energy surge. Her blood boiled, and all her divine energy concentrated on the Xianxia Rui ruler. Even her protective artifact, the Blazing Sun of Heaven, activated automatically, indicating the intensity of the 9 Protector's desire to end the fight quickly. Whoosh! The scorching heat of the Blazing Sun of Heaven erupted, causing the 9 Protector to frown. I didn't expect the Blazing Sun of Heaven to unleash such power in your hands, Meowsy. The 9 Protector quickly retreated, muttering mysterious incantations. At the same time, 3 clones materialized around him, each with nearly equal combat prowess. Spear technique. Great annihilation. The 9 Protector roared, and the 3 clones simultaneously executed the Great Annihilation technique. With 3 black spears hurtling toward her, each carrying the aura of dragons and tigers, Yin Zerua felt a lethal threat. Any one of those spears could spell her doom. Void Devouring Technique. Open. Time-Space Mirage Hold. Yin Zerua unleashed all her divine energy, opening 2 Void Devouring Techniques to attract the 2 clones, while her time-space eyes fixed the central body in place. Without time to catch her breath, she executed the Golden Rock Step, instantly closing the distance and slashing down at his head. Clang! Boom! The clash of divine energies was explosive, tearing the hall apart. The fat man tumbled off his throne, trembling on the floor as the storm raged behind him. The 9 Protector was protected by a golden shield, a rare treasure that shielded him. Yin Zerua, on the other hand, was on the verge of collapse from the sheer force of the divine energy waves. Ah! The 9 Protector roared, unleashing a surge of divine energy that sent Yin Zerua flying. The difference between the 8th and 7th levels of the true God realm was vast, far beyond mere grade-crossing combat. The 9 Protector stood firm, his black spear in hand, watching as Yin Zerua retreated 100 steps. The blazing sun of heaven had protected her meridians, or she would have been crippled. Her internal organs were dislocated, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The Nine Protectors' figure had vanished from the battlefield. No. Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine as a black spear lunged at her back. A powerful aura erupted from her Qianquan refining pagoda, and a wave of blue water energy collided with the spear. Boom! The collision of divine energies rippled out, causing buildings within 100 miles to collapse. At the epicenter of this divine energy surge, a figure clad in blue armor appeared. Luckily, I woke up. If this Miaozi died, where would my soul reside? The double-headed whale shark was now much stronger than before, indicating that consuming a soul had been greatly beneficial. Stick it out for a bit longer, Xianxia said, knowing her body couldn't withstand such strain. Maizhen, too, was struggling, her blood boiling. She couldn't afford to break her seal unless absolutely necessary, as the consequences would be dire. She watched Xianxia with concern, nearly breaking her seal earlier. Fortunately, Xianxia's soul message reassured her that it was under control. Otherwise, Maizhen would have been in a berserk state. Now, seeing the double-headed whale shark, she felt another layer of anxiety, as his power had grown even stronger. Chapter 467. Total Annihilation, another legendary feat. If one day the soul imprint is cracked, Xianxia would be the one in danger. If Xianxia knew that Maizhen was worried about him to such an extent, he would definitely burst out laughing. A woman's mind is complex, and she thinks about many things, but she isn't afraid of this guy causing trouble. At the center of the battle, the two-headed shark whale wielded the trident of Poseidon and fiercely clashed with Wuxia. Both of them were evenly matched in divine power and combat strength. Such a powerful being like you, how can you submit to a mere brat? Wuxia was injured, and after prolonged combat, his chi and blood were already unstable. I like following who I want. Does it concern you? Stop dawdling and attack. The blue trident of Poseidon stabbed down. Feeling the terrifying divine power that seemed endless like the sea, Wuxia's expression changed. It wasn't that brat who killed the head of the Eastern family. It was you. Wuxia finally understood, looking at the man in front of him with a horrified expression. Don't spout nonsense. We were clearly a tag team. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh, knowing this guy's sharp tongue, and it was especially fitting at this moment. A tag team? Hearing such a term, Wuxia's mouth twitched. Clenching his teeth, he swung his black spear, unleashing all his divine power in a counterattack. Boom! The heavens and earth roared as the ground where Wuxia stood collapsed 100 miles deep, and he was deeply embedded in the earth, his internal organs shattered. He was barely holding on to his last breath. Xianxia's eye of space-time saw a treasure at his heart, helping to repair his meridians. Not dead yet. Quite resilient. The two-headed shark whale held the trident of Poseidon against Wuxia. At this moment, Xianxia struck, and the heart-satisfying ruler pierced through Wuxia's heart, destroying the treasure. Wuxia glared at Xianxia with a venomous and unwilling expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true god of the 8th rank, rewarding 800,000 points. Special reward X1. Xianxia happily accepted the gift and received the special reward. Special reward. All divine techniques proficiency increased by 50%. All treasures power enhanced by 50%. Physical enhancement by 50%. In an instant, Xianxia's body underwent a tremendous transformation, and his aura became even more powerful. The spiritual energy of the heart-satisfying ruler also became denser, and the sudden change caught the attention of the two-headed shark whale. As an ocean creature that had lived for so long, it was the first time it had seen someone whose strength increased after killing a higher-ranked opponent. Maizhen, watching from the side, saw Xianxia's dramatic transformation and knew that this man had become even stronger. Without hesitation, the two-headed shark whale absorbed Wuxia's soul, then turned and entered the Qianquan refinement tower, using the soul to repair part of its own. Yin Zirua looked at the corpse on the ground and found quite a few items on it. Among them was a bottle with a very strong medicinal aura. Just smelling it, he knew it was something good. "You'll like this. Here you go," Yin Zirua said, tossing the bottle to Maizhen. Maizhen caught it, smelled it, and her expression brightened. "This is a pill for breaking through to the true God realm. Why don't you take it?" Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua and then placed the pill back in his hand. "I think you need it more than I do." Maizhen looked at Yin Zirua with a sincere expression in her eyes. "I don't need this. I can sense that your aura is unstable and on the verge of breaking through. This is just right for you." Saying this, he stuffed the bottle back into Mieshin's hand. Seeing the bottle returned, Mieshin's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Both of them needed the pill, but Yin Zirua had given it to her first. "All right, I trust you." Breaking through a realm requires a moment of opportunity. For Maizhen, she could feel that she was on the brink of breaking through her current level. However, it wasn't the right time yet. This pill might give her an opportunity. Having a strong power is the only way to survive in this complicated world. "And these things will also be useful for your breakthrough," Yin Zirua said, handing over a pile of spiritual treasures, including rare ores and medicinal herbs. Maizhen looked at the pile of rare treasures, feeling both amused and touched. Yin Zirua had given them all to her, changing her perception of him. "This isn't a place for breaking through. When we find a safe spot, I'll guard you while you break through." Maizhen obediently nodded, looking at the surrounding devastation, now a chaotic wasteland. Yin Zirua also began to imagine the formidable destructive power he would wield upon breaking through his current level. Yin Zirua spotted a plump, but emerging from the rubble. It was the former Grand Steward, now looking disheveled and trembling as he gazed at Yin Zirua. "I was just doing my job. It was Ju Hufa who wanted the medicinal herbs, not me." The Grand Steward looked at Yin Zirua, desperately defending himself, but Yin Zirua's sharp gaze showed no mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to give you all my treasures." The steward took out a black bracelet, a storage treasure. It contained many rare medicinal herbs and numerous other treasures. This guy was indeed quite wealthy. "Considering your sincere attitude, I'll give you a quick death." With that, Yin Zirua swung the heart-satisfying ruler, beheading him instantly. The Grand Steward's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to strike so decisively. He had already prepared his escape treasure, just one step away from leaving this dangerous area. "Want to run and report the news, then send someone to kill me?" Humph. Yin Zirua's eye of space-time had been watching the steward's every move, making escape nearly impossible. At the edge of the rubble, 3 captains were waiting. "You, let me imprint a soul mark, and you can live. Otherwise, fight me. Choose for yourself." Yin Zirua's tone was casual, showing no regard for this true god of the 5th rank. I submit." The red captain valued his life greatly and naturally wouldn't take any risks. "Good." Yin Zirua imprinted the soul mark and then left the chaotic area with Maizhen. They found an inn and rested for the night. The next day, the entire Tiandu city was in an uproar. "Did you hear? The 3 captains were defeated, and the Grand Steward was killed. It seems the one who did it was the same person who wiped out the Eastern family." Chapter 468. Changing locations, preparing for the breakthrough. "I've heard. The other major powers are all on edge now. No one wants to provoke this demon." In the inn, several people were discussing animatedly, portraying Yin Zirua as a ruthless demon king who killed without blinking. "Am I really like that?" Yin Zirua questioned, his soul seemingly in turmoil. After all, it was these people who had provoked him first. Now, it seemed as if he was the one hunting them down. "Hee, don't complain. After all, those people were killed by you. Are you really upset just because they're talking about you?" Maizhen chuckled, finding Yin Zirua's frustrated expression quite amusing. This handsome man had such an interesting side to him. "There's nothing left to do here. Today, we'll find a safe place for you to break through to true God, and then we'll leave." Hearing Yin Zirua place so much importance on her affairs, Mai's Hen felt a warm glow in her heart. Thinking of the pill she had that could help her break through, she felt a sense of confidence. I've heard that in the eastern part of the city, there's a desolate forest with large exotic beasts. Let's go kill a few and take over their territory to break through, Xianxia said, helping himself to a chicken leg. All right. Mai's Hen replied with a single word, then continued eating her meal. For some reason, the food tasted exceptionally sweet. The storms brewing in the city of Tiandu had no effect on the two of them. After leaving the city gate, they headed east. Eventually, they arrived at the desolate forest, a picturesque place filled with primitive energy. The desolate forest was teeming with exotic beasts. Xianxia set his sights on a true god-level 2 purple flame giant lizard. The creature was 10 meters long, with formidable attack power and thick, tough skin. This one will do. You go ahead. I'll watch, Xianxia said with a mischievous smile, standing to the side. Mai's Hen gave Xianxia a helpless look. Are you kidding me? If I don't fight with everything I've got, I can't beat this thing. Do you think everyone is as freakishly strong as you? Hearing Mieshin's complaint, Xianxia chuckled. Seems like it, but no worries. You go ahead and fight it. I'll cover you. Xianxia urged Mai's Hen to take action, and she knew what he was thinking. He wanted her to fight, creating an opportunity for her to break through. I think I don't need to fight it. Fighting you is enough, Mai's Hen said, then kicked directly at Xianxia. Xianxia took 2 steps back, dodging the kick. You can fight me, but you always hold back. With it, you can go all out. Xianxia spoke the truth. Mai's Hen couldn't bring herself to kill Xianxia. I get it. Realizing her weakness had been exposed, Mai's Hen couldn't argue back. She drew her sword and faced the true god-level 2 purple flame giant lizard. Mai's Hen attacked directly, using techniques like space fixation and spatial slaughter, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Xianxia stood by, keeping an eye out for any intruders while ensuring Mieshin's safety. The purple flame giant lizard spewed flames, its thick skin allowing it to withstand Mieshin's onslaught, remaining lively and energetic. This isn't going to work. Void devouring technique. Xianxia activated 2 black voids, mercilessly absorbing the lizard's abundant divine energy. The energy was incredibly pure, and after purification, Xianxia reaped significant benefits. Roar! The purple flame giant lizard roared at Xianxia, breaking free from its restraints with its tough body and charging at him. Xianxia gripped the Thlishin Ruyi Chur in his hand, channeling all his divine energy into it. The Thlishin Ruyi Chur extended like a willow tree, sprouting dozens of branches that coiled around the lizard's body, hoisting it into the air. Mai's Hen seized the opportunity, slashing directly at the lizard's body with her sword. Swish! Blood sprayed 3 feet high, and the lizard suffered a severe injury. The ancestral bloodline within its veins began to surge violently. Its body grew even stronger, its bones and muscles cracking audibly, and its aura instantly became more powerful. Roar! The purple flame giant lizard roared, breaking free from the Thlishin Ruyi-Chur's constraints and charging at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the massive creature, its mouth wide open, aiming to crush his head. Time-space eyes. Flame torrential slash. Xianxia brandished the Thlishin Ruyi-Chur, his feet moving with the golden rock steps as he swiftly evaded. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp sword lights, carrying fierce energy, flew past the lizard, slicing off 3 chunks of flesh that fell to the ground, splashing with blood. 3 of its 4 legs were heavily injured, and the lizard's aura weakened significantly. Mai's Hen focused her divine energy on the 3 wounded areas. Spatial slaughter. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of spatial fractures shot out, severing the 3 legs. Bones and flesh were chopped into pieces, leaving only 1 hind leg. The purple flame giant lizard roared and collapsed to the ground, its remaining leg wriggling weakly. I don't believe I can't kill you. Mieshin's eyes sharpened, and her weapon swung wildly. Xianxia watched from the side as the massive purple flame giant lizard was carved up, its entire body covered in wounds. Indeed, when a woman goes crazy, it's terrifying. Mieshin's eyes gleamed as she stabbed directly into the lizard's eye, causing its divine energy to drain even faster. Yin Zirua watched the entire process, only stepping in slightly. Mieshin's combat power was quite impressive. At this moment, Mai's Hin retreated a distance, sitting cross-legged. The purple flame giant lizard on the ground had lost all signs of life. Mai's Hin felt a vague sensation enveloping her. She took out the items infused with spiritual energy that Yin Zirua had given her, placing them in front of her. Then, she swallowed the pill and focused entirely on breaking through to the true god level. Yin Zirua sat down beside her, keeping watch over the surrounding 100 miles, ensuring no one disturbed Mai's Hin. Meanwhile, a group of several dozen people was heading in their direction. "Uncle, is what you said true?" Dongfang Zhengxiong asked. The second head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Baiyu, looked sharply ahead. The divine flame of radiant yang is the foundation of our Dongfang family. We absolutely cannot lose it. The information I received is absolutely accurate. The person who obtained the divine flame is in the desolate forest. As long as we retrieve the divine flame, our Dongfang family can regain its former glory and restore its status. Chapter 469, Trouble Team, Game Begins. Chapter 469, Troublesome Team, Game Begins. Hearing Dongfang Baiyu's words, Dongfang Zhengxiang also felt a strong desire to obtain the power of the divine flame radiance. That was the true symbol of the Dongfang family, the legendary, unbeatable force of the Dongfang clan. Behind them, several others followed, and among the dozens of people, over 10 were true god-level experts. Such a large lineup demonstrated the significant effort Dongfang Baiyu had put into this. "Zhengxiang, you are the most promising young man in the family. You must strive to achieve even more." Dongfang Zhengxiang, at a young age, had already achieved great success, becoming the new hope of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Buddha, the son of the head of the Dongfang family, had reached the upper god level at a young age, becoming the family's greatest hope. However, his untimely demise left the family with no choice but to turn to Dongfang Zhengxiang. Since Dongfang Baiyu had no sons, only 2 daughters, Dongfang Zhengxiang, a distant relative, became his most cherished descendant, practically like a son to him. The group advanced quickly, with the search party rapidly closing in. 100 miles away, Yin Zirua immediately sensed the familiar presence. This feeling, it's the subsidiary flame of the Dongfang family. "Heh, these people are back again," she smirked, thinking that her previous lesson hadn't been enough. Double-headed whale shark, protect Mai's Hin. No mistakes allowed. The double-headed whale shark was immediately summoned, feeling quite annoyed as it had yet to fully absorb the soul energy from its last encounter. "Don't look so resentful. This time, we have quite a few true god-level experts. The souls of those we kill will be yours." Hearing this, the double-headed whale shark's expression improved significantly. With that, Yin Zirua's figure disappeared. These intruders had come looking for trouble, so she decided to play with them. The size of this group would make it a challenging task to eliminate them all. Using her eyes of space-time, Yin Zirua assessed the composition of the enemy team. A powerful true god level 5, accompanied by 10 true god level experts, and the rest were upper god level 3 or 2. The total number was close to 50. Among the 10 true god level experts, there were 2 level 4, 2 level 3, 3 level 2, and 2 level 1. The 2 level 1 true gods were women, and among the 3 level 2 true gods, there was a young man, a promising talent. The others were older, making them more difficult to deal with. Yin Zirua focused her attention on the 3 younger members, deciding to start with them to resolve the situation quickly. Her eyes sharpened, and she blended her aura seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The team advanced swiftly, with the 2 level 1 true god women leading the way. A wave of soul energy spread out as they used their sensitive soul perception to search for Yin Zirua's position. "These 2 girls are using their keen soul perception to locate me," she thought with a cold smile. If they were so eager to find her, she decided to meet them head-on. Primordial God Domain. Yin Zirua activated her domain, blending it with the environment so subtly that it was nearly impossible to detect without careful